Don't you even, Jeremy, because this is ICL, and we're live on a Wednesday. Tonight we have a fantastic match of the Friendly Neighborhood versus the Sunflower Illumineers, 4th versus 5th place. We're always live on Tuesday and Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Normally, does it say replay? It shouldn't say replay. The title has been changed, theoretically. Maybe the tag does. Twitch was just trolling, apparently. Thanks a lot, Twitch. It helps. There's probably also user error on my part somehow, but I did actually get the name changed before swapping live, I swear. I guess I'll let you look at me as I sit here alone in silence. As we wait for a fantastic match to be played here, both teams doing quite well in the ICL this season, and they are definitely fighting against each other to make sure they stay in that top cut range. You want to be in the top 8 to make the cut for single elimination. And play draw matters and is based on your placement at the end of the season. I'll be joined here in a second by one of the most fantastic casters around. He thinks I'm being nice, but really I'm just trying to think of things to say. It's JDZ. Oh man,
what is up, Luke?
Your little bombs were like really matching the beat of the music for a second.
Oh, are you listening to music? I can't hear the music. I can't.
Yeah, I always do. One day I'll figure out how to make you able to hear the music in video, but I am not smart enough to know that yet.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. How you been, Luke? How you living? How you feeling? How's your vibe?
Pretty good. I was watching you rate playmats poorly.
Poorly? Poorly,
actually,
you say?
Not poorly. I mean, Rapunzel was my number 1. Ursula was my number 2. I don't know why. I think if that Ursula was foil, it would obviously clear most of the other mats. It's kind of frustrating because like the foil ones are almost like an automatic edge over the others. Because
I think even if you take some of the foiling, take the foiling off, I think we still got it right. I mean, maybe the prestige and the difficulty to get to certain mats might be a part of it too, and maybe like the timing, people, like the stitch. Yeah. The Stitch mat, it's just so iconic because it was first, and it had so much allure behind it. But I think we nailed it. I think the list is literally perfect, as are all of the tier lists that we make on This Is Not a Podcast. So it just goes into the list of other great tier lists that we've done. They're all perfect. Every single one of them, 10 out of 10. Would recommend.
10 out of 10.
Literally.
It was a great stream watching you crash out on having to watch movies. Your life is rough.
Come on. Nah. It's good. Well, have you been seeing these reveals? You've been keeping up? Like anything jumping off the page at you that you've seen so far in the Wilds Unknown?
Today it's all about Dale, right?
Yeah, that's the one. I was waiting on that card to come, like the card that everyone's going to be wanting to get when they open their packs. That I think that Dale is going to be the most playable legendary in this set. Probably the chase, quote unquote, money legendary, the $30 one. If there had to be one, I think it lands on Dale. That card's insane. Game changer.
Whispers, I feel like, also had 2 or 3 quite powerful legendaries that were kind of chased.
Yeah.
So it's going to be
Hades,
interesting.
Demona, and Cinderella.
Yeah.
Winterspell had Angel and Ohanami's family to a certain extent. This set, I think, is only going to be this deal as far as like legendaries that you just have to have. But the enchantments kind of are hard
Woody?
carrying too. Woody is going to be insane too. Woody's a great pull.
Yeah, and Merida might also. It's kind of hard to tell, especially if you need, like, if decks are playing all these big willpower to play with Dale, you might need that +2 from the Merida to use your removal on stuff.
Very true.
So it could be a pretty good set for the legendaries this time about. I don't know about that Ursula yet. It's kind of unique. I kind of want to see where it lands. It might be good, but you have to continue playing characters to really get it to work each time.
Yeah, my initial thought was like, oh, this card is no good. I thought it was bad when I first saw it because it just seems like you got to exert it. She's probably gonna get banished, and you're losing a character off the board. I don't know, but maybe that's kind of a through line throughout all these cards in this set, man. It's just like, are they either awesome or terrible? You be the judge. A very, very polarizing set, I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've got a box lined up already to pick up at the pre-release that I won at a set champs.
Oh, very nice.
And like, it just it'll be fun to open around a box and then buy a bunch of singles. I think so many people are going to be chasing after these really like gorgeous enchanteds. Like, hands down, fantastic looking enchanteds, like all around. That they're going to be buying so many packs, they're going to want to buy more packs, and to buy more packs, they're going to sell their singles they opened, and that's going to drive the price of singles down. Very good if you're trying to play the game and get cards. Not as good if you're trying to make money off of opening product.
Yeah, I think that's
lotto tickets.
I think that's kind of where honestly I believe that's kind of where the game is better served, in a spot where everyone is kind of eating. The collectors have things that they're going for, and the players have stuff that they're going for, and there is some overlap in there. But I think it's better with the way that you described, like when you have so many people just buying product, trying to get their chase enchantments, and then liquidating the rest of the stuff that they don't need to make the game just more accessible, but also very collectible. And then if you don't collect and you have these enchantments, you can turn around and trade those enchantments for the cards that you really want, or maybe even backdate, get some cards you need for the rotation stuff. So that's just even better. Really cool stuff, man. I like it.
Yo. Yeah, I can't wait. It's one of the worst things about reveal season is that it ends with like 2 weeks until the set releases. Like, I kind of almost wish they released half as many a day and had the releases coming to like a day or two before.
And just like a big dump at the end, or you want to like, because now that they're almost done, because we still have 2 weeks until the set comes out.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I have all this hype. I want to build these decks. I want to play these games. It just makes me a little sad. But I'm a card game boomer. I'm used to when you didn't find out what cards are in the set until the night before. And I don't think I like that as much. I definitely like a little bit more time to know the cards, but like a slow drip, something for the content creators, build hype, people for pre-orders and stuff like that. I understand all of that. Maybe create more alt art versions of cards, and we can have more things to reveal in spoiler season.
That'd be cool too. Or maybe, like you said, maybe just do less reveals, or maybe drag them out a little bit more. I know I would hate to see that. Or maybe start reveal season a little bit later, and then you have a bigger push, and then when the set comes out, maybe you do like the last couple the day before, or maybe stop doing reveals altogether and just get them win the card, just pull them from the packs, like old, really
That's
really
a
old
hot
school.
take right there.
Just do none. Just have no reveals, and you just get what you get when you open the pack. Although that's obviously a super terrible idea for most of the reasons, and obviously I don't think that's something that will ever happen. It'll be interesting to see if that was the way that they would like to go with it. I see Ninja Harley's in the chat. Ninja Harley was out here on Habibi's reveal. I saw him out there getting his act on. That was pretty cool. I saw that reveal getting busy. That was a nice one. And I've seen quite a few reveals, so I guess that is important too, to see what people can do and build some hype and energy behind the game. It's been really nice.
Speaking Speaking of hype, I'm hyped.
Yo, Katie's hype.
One thing
I'm
about
hyped.
me is I'm always hyped. Also, I sat for 2 hours and my back hurts really bad, but I'm ready for one more.
Let's go.
I'm
guys
One
sorry,
more hour.
Katie.
I forgot I injured my back, and I stood up because we did this not a podcast. I stood up and went, like, do you guys know the grape stomping meme? I said this a lot at work this week. I was like, you know the grape stomping lady? And I went, yeah. And I was like, that's and all my freaking Gen Z coworkers. I'm like, all right, sit down. And like, none of them laughed. It was a problem. But anyway, that's how I'm doing is. Anyway.
Maybe if it gets bad, let me know and I'll swap in for you at any
No,
time here.
here's the thing. As long as I don't move, it's fine. It's just when I move.
Okay.
But like,
She's like, as long
Well-
as I don't move, breathe, eat, stand, sit, hold, or think, it's
Yeah.
fine.
yeah,
Yeah, I
that
don't
was my
like
problem. Is
that.
I got up from the computer and my bulging discs, the jellies were jammed. I'll say my spinal jelly.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this aspect of my future for sure.
Oh, your future. I'm the future. I'm
Well,
the
like,
ghost, ghost of Lukemas' future.
I know this is gonna happen. I'm getting old. I mean, you've got a few more years, but like,
I don't think
I'm over the hill.
Luke. I don't think there's any getting involved. I think it's done.
You think
yeah,
I'm already
I think-
there.
I
don't
think
there's any getting,
unfortunately
man.
we are
Unfortunately.
unk. No cap.
Oh no.
Oh God.
We're
no
chopped.
cap. Oh God.
Unk type shit, they say.
Oh, God.
I
No
lived
cap,
long enough
big
to know when
facts.
Unk
Oh,
was a
God.
compliment to now being an insult, so I don't know
Yeah.
how to feel about that.
Yeah.
But it is Infinity Week, right? We're here.
Yep.
It's the Infinity Week because I watched last night and I saw Ursula Deceiver of all, and then it's the 1-2 wombo combo, and I'm excited. I think it's Infinity season. Are we there? Is it finally Infinity season?
I think so. Maybe after this
After, yeah,
weekend.
this weekend.
I think DLC Brazil, of which we didn't even do the
Oh, poo.
predictions.
Oh, poo.
We
Ah,
totally forgot about
poo.
how to do the predictions. That's the whole point of the show. We didn't even do it. I'm terrible at this thing, by the way. But we have
No, I think
DLC
Garrett-
in Brazil happening this weekend, which is going to probably put a nice bow on the Winter Spell meta, obviously, and also probably core constructed in general. And there's going to be this stark
Well-
shift towards Infinity, I would feel.
We do have 2 more weeks of core on ICL.
Well,
We're playing core until Winter's dropped, and then it's only Infinity. And
Winter
speaking
drop?
of our Wilds drop, I'm on that note. I gotta go. All right, bye.
wait, hold.
Wait.
Look, can I get a couple of more resolution pills on this?
Yeah,
on
can
yes,
this
we get a
stream,
few
please?
more bits? We got 8. I need 100.
Give me
How
at
about
least
4,000?
2,000 bits if I can. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's just enough bits. As Katie, we're back at it again with a little bit of Infinity. How you feeling with Infinity? Are you playing it at all?
I have not played. I think we were talking about this a little bit, like about set champs and which ones you miss. And I will say it's hard, but it looks like we have a Singer, which makes me think we got Amber Steel, maybe. And then we had Pirate's Life. So it's so fun. It's like, you think these decks, you have them stabilizing your mind, but they're changing, they're evolving. And I think they're going to evolve even faster. We have nothing played yet. So here we go.
And
It's
it
Amber
is,
Steel.
Katie, you are correct. It is Amber Steel versus Ruby, probably Ruby Sapphire. This is another hearkening to the past. 2 foes diametrically opposed, staring each other down. Again, Amber Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. If it is the case, and it is Ruby Sapphire, as Grandma Tala still going to the Inkwell, Tipo ramping onto. And I love this matchup. It has kind of leaned towards Ruby Sapphire, but
I
maybe
will say-
things have changed.
Yeah, because I mean, the lean, even if you get to 19 lore, good luck, buddy, because it is something where you can feel close, but until you get to 20 lore, the game is not over. We're going to get there a little bit faster with Akucha Amicha, Akuda Moody coming down and doing a little discount double check, and we'll see who is going to cheat in here. Inking an Aerial Sonic Warrior. Oh,
That is a
Katie,
good
who is
card.
that boy?
If you're gonna cheat, that's a great guy to cheat in. This beast, the tragic hero, coming in with 3 ink with a discount from that Akud Edamudi. So maybe you are finding the cards you need to help even the scales a little bit in this Infinity barrage. Usually, Ruby, like we said, Ruby Sapphire has the edge, I believe. But now with the addition of Akud Edamudi, with the addition of some of the new songs that we have in the Amber and Steel strategy, maybe you can play some aggressive options. Maybe you can close that gap a little bit more. Colin now is going to have to deal with this beast tragic hero.
Yeah, and I love this play because, like you mentioned, we talk about the edge. This is our calibrated. All our instruments are calibrated to ancient times. So I mean, we're retesting all of our
Hmm.
instruments here. And Beast Tragic Hero is something that we didn't get to see on turn 3 in this archetype ever. So it is very exciting to see because now we have that card draw engine online as long as there's no damage, and we're pretty safe from dealing damage in this matchup for a while. This beast is going to have a good time keeping the handful. I love to see it.
Being able to draw a ton of cards and also accelerating your singing capability. This beast now free and clear to come through and potentially sing Along Came Zeus. Ursula Deceiver, or excuse me, Ursula Vanessa can also sing that ballad if required. Beast now drawing for his ability. You do have to declare that before your turn. It is, and you also have to let your opponent know, which is always very hard for me to do when that beast was around.
It is true. I think Steel has a couple cards like that, where Namari is another one where you gotta be clear, and that's when
Hmm.
I think that's when it's a good time to just talk through everything you're doing out loud. My turn starts at start of turn. It sounds not fun to do, but it is a very good way to remember those start of turn triggers. But there we go. You can sing it this time, JD.
I can't do it nearly as good as you can. I can try it. I don't think I got it in me, but it's not. I
Angel,
can't.
is
I
that you?
tried. I tried. Thoughts? I mean,
I like it. I mean,
anything?
thoughts. I
I,
mean,
w-
10 out of 10.
I went for it, but it is what it is. As the Ariel, we have the Whisper, ethereal voice. Ariel is out here, so Dunbar has taken the opportunity to really enhance this new Amber and Steel strategy, including some of the new cards in it, to combat what Ruby Sapphire can do. And another singer hits the board, so now you have a total singing power of a lot. Okay, that's four, eight. Might I do math right now? 13, and we have a 17, Singer 17 on board.
Yeah, and that is very, very exciting to see because it gives you a lot of flexibility. But this is Infinity. So we got How Far I'll Go, a card we have not seen in a while. Making sure that, I mean, that's one of the card advantages that you have in this ink pairing, is making sure you keep your hand healthy and get the cards you want. Lots of kind of filtering, really. But in this case, Cinderella can sing it, which is a nice advantage. And there we go. It's Maui time. He's coming in and dealing a nice, clean 6 damage, only taking 1 back on that Ursula Vanessa.
Mhm.
And that is why Maui, he does a lot, but man, he is a frustrating card to be across.
I love that Maui, man. I'm glad that we are getting somewhat of a pseudo reprint, even though it's nowhere near Maui, the uninkable new dash that's coming into the wilds unknown. But having him come in and be able to just clear that singer, no issue. Also being another threat remaining on the board, and you were able to sing that How Far I'll Go as well. So Cindy into Cindy's ability into a sing How Far I'll Go. That's a pretty powerful line that these Ruby Sapphire players now have access to. Sapphire in general, and you will open yourself up to a potential Medusa quite early as well. So Colin coming back at it again with your new cards. You've also upgraded your arsenal as well. So gamesmanship on both sides.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most important things about this Infinity is being, it's fascinating to watch the reliance on things that are tried and true, but also trying to be a little innovative. And I think
Mhm.
Boost has been a mechanic that we have seen the value of. Obviously, this Ursula, or sorry, we've got all sorts of things here. We got this Ariel ethereal voice, which gives you that ability to keep your handful between the Beast and the Ariel. As long as you have cards, you still have a way back in on Dunbar's side. But Colin is he's on the highway to the danger zone, where pretty soon it starts being Colin's show. So I think at this point, Dunbar needs to take advantage of this moment and get some lore, because the window's closing and the beast just took some damage, which is not good for that card draw plan I talked about.
Yeah, which is very interesting. So you are going to essentially sacrifice this beast by putting those damage counters on him and feeding him to this Maui. Never mind, you still will lose this beast next turn. The Rapunzel will give you a few more cards unless you have a song in hand that you can finish off this Maui with. It looks like you're gearing up to sing something. Is it Strength of Raging Fire? No, it is Along Came Zeus. So incredible turn for Dunbar there.
Yeah, the synergy is off the charts by being able to heal up that beast. Like you said, I mean, the minute he's turned sideways, he's a little afraid, especially like with that Maui on the other side. But the synergy, he knew that, listen, as long as I get rid of that Maui, Tebow, not afraid of him. Then we start talking about, okay, well, how much ink do we have on Colin's side? We have a total of 7. So we are in very scary waters of be prepared. Sisu is another one to watch out for, but we don't have Ice Block. So I think Dunbar thinks I have one more turn before things get a little dicey, maybe.
Yeah, A quest Tipo slam, be prepared would be a nice equalizer. However, Dunbar has taken the opportunity to draw several cards this game already. Another Maui rushes on through, probably going after that beast. No, we're going to clear the aerial here. Very interesting. I guess you could slam that Tipo into this beast to knock his ability off. You will tribute that Tipo in the process, and I don't think that's that bad either. Both players 2-1. No one setting themselves up to quest just yet.
But suddenly that beast has just, you've activated his power up, because now he becomes, I believe, a 7/5, if memory serves me correct. And so now he can go ahead and respond to that Maui. Now Maui by himself is not the most menacing thing, and lore probably is more important at this phase in the game, because at this point it is 1-2, and Colin has a lot of tools. We saw it inked on that first turn. That Pirate's Life is a way to take away any gains Dunbar has. So I'm very interested to see what he decides to do here.
And I would be interested to see if Dunbar would like to include more characters into the board, Katie, for that very same reason. Because Colin, you've managed to keep your opposition at a very reasonable lore total, and you're going to stop them from potentially questing with this Maui as effectively as they would like. So you might have to trigger a trade here. And as the game continues to go on, those board wipes are going to start to come in. Pete's game referee being slammed on this turn will prevent Colin from doing that on the following turn, but still, this position does look quite nice for Colin, as the inevitability will start to lean that way. Never okay. Here is the Storm Rage on. Will come.
I know. I mean, our brains. I mean, to be fair, these cards. There was a time where we talked about these cards nonstop. But let the Storm Rage on is one where you get to deal 2 damage and you get to draw a card. So Dunbar says, "Listen, I don't know what you're up to. You're not singing Be Prepared next turn because I've got this Pete. I haven't seen you do anything with ice blocks or sapphire coils or anything like that. So I might be good. I might be able to pump the brakes here, and then wow, right into a dock, drawing 2 cards, and."
I think we're just make sure the math is good, because the Kuda Moody was played this turn, and the dock as your last card. Good now, good then, always going to be good ever since that dock came out of one of those Shimmering Skies packs many sets ago. And we're going to pass here along with this Pete. This spot now has completely shifted, and Dunbar is in the driver's seat still. The lore total is not that great. Katie.
That is Sisu. Sisu, notably, is Be Prepared on a body, but only for things that have 2 strength or less. But in this case, that was everything except for 2 characters. So luckily, we still get to keep the beast. But man, that has to feel bad. He extended quite wide to get to that dock.
And we are going to play another Rapunzel here. So you're fighting back. Big Sisu doing exactly what you pay this character to do, holding your opponent at bay. And now Sisu is threatening to sing a Be Prepared on the following turn. So Dunbar might have to send some songs after this Sisu. And we are. He hurled his Thunderbolt, makes the cut. Katie, what are we cutting from this Amber Steel strategy to put this he hurled his Thunderbolt in this economy?
I mean, obviously Dunbar is favoring just wielding an extreme amount of danger, damage here. And now we're gonna keep the Ancient Ways. So this is an interesting card because Keep the Ancient Ways is going to stop any items, which is good, and actions next turn, and you're able to sing it. It's something that I was wondering if they'd include, but once again, it doesn't matter if your action is attached. We have that Sisu coming down, this empowered sibling, like we mentioned. Anything 2 cost or less, so really not hitting a ton there, but she quests for 3 and is a nice stable body. How much removal does Dunbar have? It can't be infinite.
I mean, it might be on infinite mode when you have he hurled his Thunderbolt. Certainly, I'm going 4 Zeus before I go 1 he hurled his Thunderbolt, I would assume. And you see that you have at least 1 he hurled his Thunderbolt. So maybe you got max Zeus, max Bolt, max Strength, and you're just in a full-on singer situation, and you have a Kud Edamudi, maybe you're just going to play 95 cards. I don't know what the whole situation is, but Dunbar is out here cooking, trying to get loose, probably starting to try to get a quest in now. Sisu looking ready to potentially sing a Be Prepared, but you still haven't engaged with your own plussing engine yet from him either.
Yeah, in this case, he did have 2 cards in hand and only paid 2 ink on that last turn. So it does seem like he is afraid of that Be Prepared situation. Now, this Maui Shark might make him a little less afraid because now we're at the point where Colin might want to keep some characters sticking to the board. But Maui can synergize pretty nicely with the Be Prepared, getting a little bit of free perks. Man, This is going. We got Ariel. We haven't seen her in a long time, but she's going to go ahead and draw 4 cards. And I think he's looking for more removal. I think Dunbar says this is a removal deck. I got all of them.
And you do have the singers set up, and you also do have the ability to take out this Sisu in the event that you would like to. However, the beast, you probably want to keep him around for a little bit longer to continue to draw some more cards to kind of push yourself or prepare yourself into this late to end game scenario, because you're kind of running out of cards. As you can see, Ariel was going to be able to show that along came Zeus, and you have a viable target in this Maui Half Shark. So what a game we have here. Now, is it time to trade up this beast, or are you going to let this Sisu stick around?
No, Dunbar doesn't need to, because he has every piece of steel removal that they have ever printed. Doing a Strength of Raging Fire, it only hits for 3, but in this case, that is enough. He's deciding here whether he wants to quest this beast or possibly sing another steel removal song. But in this case, he does keep it upright, knowing that Maui could run on in, and possibly Beast might want to sing. Oh, and he did, and it got punished with Be Prepared.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that quite thoroughly. I must, if I don't say so myself, as the Be Prepared is the big equalizer coming on through and clearing this board. Ariel, the Sonic Warrior, is the Sonic follow-up. She's in play now. Madame Medusa, one time, just for old time's sakes, if we could, that would be quite nice for my own vibrational frequency, if we can just see that. But we'll just like to manually take us on a journey here with how far I'll go.
Yeah, and I think Colin doesn't have to panic, because I think he knows that Dunbar's deck, Amber Steel, can run out of gas in a pretty spectacular way. Ariel by herself can be a problem, because like we said, I mean, between Madame Medusa, between just another Be Prepared to get rid of one character, there's lots of things that Colin can do where he can deal with one card at a time on the other side. But this is an interesting one. We have a McDuck Manor coming down, a nice location, sitting there at 9. Is it still 9? No.
Yeah, still.
Yes, 9. That's too
9.
much. They should
Big
have lowered
body.
it.
4 ink, 9 lore, 2 quester, best location I believe that we've ever had. And I also noticed that Colin was checking the discard for actions. Maybe are you selling Olaf, Colin, or do you have Olaf in the Ruby and Sapphire strategy? That'll be very interesting if we see that Olaf come on through and help remove some of this lore off the board. Ariel, now the Sonic Warrior, is electing to quest. Maybe, Katie, we're going on a race on this McDuck Manor. Is that? No, we're challenging. Never mind. I thought we were racing out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's something where it's very fascinating that both these decks have pretty much just been doing control to each other this whole time. When it comes down to who is the better control deck, I do think Colin has the upper hand here. But Dunbar says, I'm not out. I can keep challenging in. I don't take any damage back. Colin's digging in with Vision of the Future, which feels miserable when they're looking for 5 cards and they get to pick their favorite of the 5. This would be a perfect time for Be Prepared. But he doesn't have enough. Oh, there he is. He is Olaf Gaiman.
It was Olafing, and the Olafs get slammed to the inkwells super quickly. And to that point, Katie, when I get really self-conscious about the Be Prepared, or excuse me, the Vision of the Future, when they make that selection super quick. When they think about it, I'm like, maybe it's okay. But when they snap that card from the hand, from the selection super fast, that's when I know I'm probably going to be getting cooked. But Tipo off the top is going to be that rebuttal punish. Move on into the manor, says Tipo, and pass back on over to Dunbar.
Yeah, I think if you have a chance to go into a manor, you take it. And Dunbar has found the answers to every problem that Colin has shown so far. But Colin is sitting at 6, and so he does have to throw everything he can at this manor. He would have to put all hands. Well, let's see. He has a total of 4, 7. So yeah, I mean, he'd have to throw all his whole turn to get rid of this manor. So at some point, Dunbar needs to get Laura on board, especially with that Power Slave. I keep thinking about like how miserable that would be if we start seeing more come down. In the meantime, he'll boost, which makes me think a song will be coming down. And there it is. Why can't we remember this card? Let the storm rage on.
Let the storm rage on. Let the storm rage on. There, now it's stuck in my head now. You got to sing it one time.
I'm going to draw 2 cards now.
There you go. Now it's locked in my brain, dude. There it is. And that's all I needed. This card was just such a menace of the entire game for so long, as it looks like we are showing more action separation. So maybe we got another Olaf, and Olaf is here. Look at him. I love this Olaf card. I've been playing a lot for the set championships run this time. I've been playing a lot of that Ruby Sapphire action deck, and this card is actually quite good. Being able to sing Dig a Little Deeper is another really cool thing that this character can do, but also reducing your opponent's lore by 2. So I believe Dunbar should now be at 0 if everything is equal.
Yeah, and that is important to note because he has a double ability. I love that he's named the Snowman of Action. But he's going to go ahead and lose that 2 lore, and then he has that discount, and then he quests for 2, and he's a 4/4. So Dunbar's doing the read here, saying, "Wait, what?" And the answer is, yeah, this is a very nice card that got printed in that Winter Spell set, and I do love that people read it and said, "Wait a minute, guys, this is pretty good in a deck where you're playing actions every 5 seconds." So yeah, I mean, he played it for the low cost of only 4 ink. But he doesn't have any other cards in hand, so that is a problem.
Right. We need to find out what Colin's draw advantage engine is. We haven't quite seen that yet. Usually there's like a popsicle carpet bag kind of thing, or there's a Maui, or excuse me, there's a Tamatoa type engine that you have where you can kind of loop the popsicles. We haven't really seen that, and Colin has got to the point. We saw the How Far It Goes have some effects, but now you've just ran out of cards, and you're going to get ran out of this game here soon if you can't find a way to establish some type of plussing engine in your deck. Dunbar is set up with just so much resource now, and it looks like they are going to be putting themselves in a position where they can cruise on to victory.
Yeah, we've seen two be prepareds come down at this point. So statistically speaking, that means there's maybe 2 left. Some people have less than 4 be prepareds. At this point, it is pretty much his out. Sisu could do some things, but we haven't seen any sapphire coils. But like you mentioned, I didn't realize till you were talking about. Oh, there he is. Be prepared.
Be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared. I remember that.
That's an inside joke that only like 4 people will get.
Sorry.
But yeah, so I mean, Be Prepared comes in like a wrecking ball and is really, like I said, one of the only ways that Dunbar would be punished for what he just did by going wide. And we're now doing 1 card at a time with the Maui half shark.
But we do have a little bit of a low resource game taking place. Beast in a low resource situation just becomes even more powerful. This card was super strong when it first came out, and everyone realized its innate capability very early from his reveal, from his release. And now he's back at it again, right where he wanted to be. Your opponent is top decking. We're storming on the Maui right now, just to deal a little bit of damage to that half shark.
Yeah, it's just a night. I mean, sometimes I've seen it. People have played Let the Storm Rage On an empty board just to get the card draw. Because at the end of the day, you just need to keep drawing cards to stay in the game. And in this case, it does look like he's about to ink one of his cards, which makes me think perchance he's going to deploy a dock. That might be something, or maybe he has something that's forecast he wants to play. He inks a Beast. Angel. Interesting. Gives a resist there. But does that help in this scenario?
Maybe it does, because what I've noticed about this Angel card, one of the better benefits of this character is that even if you're not questing it or you're not challenging with it, you just sit back and you're just picking off your opponent's characters through multiple turns. So this Maui already has that 2 damage loaded up. You will get 2 cards a turn unless Colin can get after this ready beast. And you just kind of sit back and just use one of those cards to just kind of slowly take down this beast. But you do have the popsicle as a nice counter to that plan, and you might have to take a little more time than you would want to make that a situation a reality. So interesting chain of events from both these players.
Yeah, and I misspoke a little bit. I thought he had an empty hand because Angel does get a benefit, but there we go. Now we get a pick because Hades Infernal Schemer, who is a very punishing card, going to go ahead and turn one of those 2 characters into ink, electing for the Beast, hero to all. And now it's going to be a scale where the scale's definitely on Colin's side right now because Angel, you have to discard a card. It only deals 2 damage, and so it is a slow drip as far as damage goes.
Yeah, that at Hades the Infernal Schemer hitting that beast was the absolute last thing Dunbar would ever want to see. And Hades even being in this deck at all is something that you don't necessarily see too often. Randy also don't see that Olaf Snowman of Action. And now you just have to hit him with a draw and pass. Tebow off the top is a great top deck for you if you're Dunbar, but at the same time, it still feels quite bad in this exact circumstance. So Dunbar's going to need a miracle.
He's got the 4th Let the Storm Rage On, which is not a miracle. He elects to go towards that Maui half shark instead of the Tipo. Tipo he could get rid of, but Maui half shark he can possibly go ahead and send that some damage over. He has that aerial, but we need songs, and he's sang a ton of songs this game, so it's going to be very hard for Dunbar to get more songs.
Yeah, and the questing power is starting to add up. So if you get another action here, I believe you just win the game. And I think that gets it done as Maui will gain some lore from the Develop Your Brain and the Vision of the Future. And then a final quest for 4 is out of here. So, wow, what a back and forth wave that we were on there. Seeing both of these Illumineers battling it out, and Colin just happened to come out on top. Dunbar was throwing literally everything that they had at this Ruby Sapphire player, and still it did not work, Katie. So, I thought the new text would help, but I think the start was just quite strong, but you just couldn't get that questing power down soon enough.
I think, I mean, back when I was an Ember Steel player, which was always because I'll never give up on it, one of the challenges is this matchup is unfortunately Ruby Sapphire just has a lot of ways to claw back in the game. It
Hmm.
really feels, if you're in the position that Dunbar is in, which Dunbar was trying to be the control deck, I think it's not a favorable one.
Right.
Because the question is who's the better control deck? And I think the answer is Colin. His deck is just better at controlling than Dunbar is. He can do a little bit of damage here and there, but it's just Colin at the end of the day has a true blue board wipe that Dunbar just doesn't have access to.
Right. You're going to have to pay so many of your resources to just do a half a thing of what Colin can do. You pay 4 or 5 songs to clear the board, and they play one card, and everything you've built and worked for was just going to get sent right to the discard pile. And you saw it even there. There were so many cards that you were able to draw. You were drawing with the Beast. You were drawing with the Akuda Moody. You were drawing with the Ariel's Ethereal Voice. You were just drawing, and still be prepared. Sisu, you're clearing cards in waves, and it was just too much momentum for you to catch up from. So, looking at Dunbar's deck, hopefully you have some of these aggressive options. I think those cards, Katie, might be cut in favor of those He Hurled His Thunderbolts and some of that other steel removal that you've added. So maybe like cards like Smee and cards that can get aggressive, maybe the Nala or the Piglet and all that kind of stuff. You probably don't have room for any of that, and those cards will serve you quite well in this situation. So it's going to be an uphill climb for Dunbar. Let's see if they can find a way to get out of it.
And I think it's fascinating to note that I don't like to put people on the spot, but JD, since the last time me and you casted
Mhm.
Ruby Sapphire, there's one card that we saw a lot that was notably missing the whole time. And I wondered if this card was here, would card draw be easier? And it wasn't there, but Colin stayed in the game.
Mm.
What card do you think I'm talking about?
You got to be talking about that. Our favorite toy maker, the artifice
Yeah.
himself, the Hiram Flaversham. And I know we were really worried. Well, not me. A lot of
Yeah,
Sapphire
some
people
people,
in the
not me.
community were worried if this deck could still manage to survive without the toy maker being a part of it. But it seems like it's quite viable. And maybe card draw isn't as important as we thought it was. I thought it was like your deck is unplayable without it,
Yeah.
but it seemed like you kind of got all your ink you needed. You were able to have a cohesive game plan. How far I'll go does exist, and it is still quite a strong card. And we saw Colin play that card 3 times, and that was probably the ink in the card draw you required. So maybe that's just good enough. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's one of the other things I'll note while we're waiting for them to finish their altering and getting ready for game 2 is you have to pick what your deck is best at and usually invest in one thing. And so that could be the tragedy of Amber Steel is it tries to be a lot of things
Yeah.
and in the mid and in that being the true mid-range deck, it just kind of it flounders, which is not in the deck. But it does have a hard time. But speaking of flounder, of Ariel into the inkwell, then a Cinderella ballroom sensation ready to get singing on a turn 2.
And turn 2, we can probably blow up something, but in this deck, there's not a lot of targets that you can hit in this early game. Sometimes they might play a card like Basil,
But
perhaps, but it's very, very rare. Maybe you hit a Tipo, but we saw Tipo going down to the inkwell, and that is why I believe the early game, the Ruby Sapphire player, they're just going to sacrifice the early game in order to set themselves up for that late game and not worry, and just kind of nerfs what this Cinderella is capable of doing.
I got so excited because I was like, well, she can sing a Kuda Moody, right? So that was like, I was excited that maybe but we got an Ursula, Vanessa. But that is, I mean, she used to, Cinderella Ballroom Sensation used to only have access to Let the Storm Rage On and the Strength of Raging Fire. But she's diversifying her portfolio. But on the other side, like you said, Colin's going to be just kind of doing the traditional, making sure I ramp. In this case, developing more popsicles than we saw last game. There might be some tech we haven't seen. There could be perhaps a Scrooge, probably not, but maybe some other item. Like you said, Tomato, we did not see him, but Tomato loves recurring those popsicles.
And we had to make some cuts, Kate. I wonder what cards got cut for these Olaf Snowman of Action, because you only get 60 cards to work with. I know most players are going to hover around that 60 card range. Maybe Colin has extended that a little bit because I like to think about what the original shells of these decks will look like and
Yes.
what cards are being added in. So you have to, obviously you're gonna have to take something out. So Olaf being a newer card being added into this deck, I wonder what cards we're taking out and what impact we're trying to get, and what other cards you maybe added in to get the most benefit from a card like Olaf. Is there a dig a little deeper in the deck? Cinderella is out. Ballroom Sensation, nope. That's going to be the Dreams Come True. So Cinderella on both sides.
True.
That was
Yes.
a really good Cinderella, by the way.
Thank you. And I was trying to see if it's one of those cards where you can have synergies with other princesses, but you truly don't need it, because at the end of the day, she comes in and she gets the princess bonus where you're able to go ahead and ink a card and draw a card in replace of it. So it doesn't necessarily have hand advantage, but it does keep your hand nice and healthy. He has 5 cards this deep into the game, which is pretty impressive to be able to ramp and still keep a nice hand size. So on the other side, it's now time for Dunbar to light up, because the foundation has been laid very heavily on Colin's side. And now we have 3 singers, but do we have any songs?
I'm certain you have a song, and I'm pretty sure this Cinderella is not going to be long for this realm. Or there could be some gamesmanship on Dunbar's side where you might be trying to conserve some of these songs for some of the deeper terrain characters, like the Mauis, like the Tamatoas if it comes around. Maybe Sisu, but Sisu will annihilate this entire side that you have here. So maybe getting the Cinderella off the board, bird in the hand, something like that. There's a saying about a bird in a hand and a bush or something like that.
There's math.
Yeah.
People have spreadsheets on it, but I won't read them. And we're going to ink a Beast Tragic Hero. And there we go. He is hurling us Thunderbolts, your favorite card in the song Suite. And this card, it deals 4 damage, which is fine in this situation. It has some deity synergy, which I don't think Dunbar can take advantage of there. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and the quest, and so we are getting a little bit more of a slightly aggressive start, but we're about to be to the point where Colin is going to be able to have his pick of the litter as far as what cards he can sing, or not cards he can sing, cards he can play. But he's gonna sail. Whoa. What is
that? I believe that's Scrooge's Counting House, I want to say.
Yeah,
is it Scrooge's Counting House, or is that White Agony Plains? I can't quite tell. We might need a couple more bits on our resolution there, but that's either Scrooge's Counting House or White Agony Plains, or that might be I know it's not the graveyard one, but I believe if that is Scrooge's Counting House, that is a great location for a deck like this that can keep the board clear. You can boost it every turn, and it gains an additional lure every time you boost it. Or the other one is going to allow you to draw a card for every card that's under this card if you banish it, I believe is what that Ruby location does. I'm not sure exactly which one that one was, but it could be one of those. So Colin is legit cooking out here, and I love him for it.
And one of the things that's so fascinating that we talk about, like, what do these decks do well? And one of the most powerful things that Ruby Sapphire can do is do a be prepared into locations. And people said, well, there's more locations. Since the last time we've been playing with these cards, we have gotten 3 sets, soon to be 4 sets worth of new locations. So it is fascinating to see people try to work in that tech. But we might not be at that point. He's still digging. Every time you see him go ahead and play one of these cards, like if you sail into Vision of the Future, means Collins has a good hand, but it could be better. So he is going to go ahead and keep developing. He doesn't feel extreme pressure yet because he just has 2 Ursula Vanessas and a Cinderella on the other side and 2 cards in hand. So Colin is still breathing pretty easy. And he doesn't even need to be prepared.
That is a scary sight to see the McDuck Manor explode into play, and I'm sure Dunbar did not want to see that either. With only 3 total challenging strength coming back after that McDuck Manor. Also, looking at Dunbar's hand, we only see 2 cards available, I believe, and no indicator that Dunbar is playing the whole new world version of this deck. Typically, that leans a bit more lower on the curve, being able to sing the whole new world and then flood the board with the remainder of your hand. Still not saying it's not there, but I just don't believe this is more maybe that mid-range type build. So Dunbar is going to be in trouble now. This McDuck Manor is free and clear. Maybe you can be out front. You can probably race this McDuck Manor, and hopefully you can get there in time before the drama befalls you.
I think that's a very dangerous path. And one of the things you mentioned, you're talking about Thunderbolt versus he hurled his Thunderbolt versus Along Came Zeus, and one versus the other. And I think it's very notable to bring up that there's not a lot of ways to deal damage to locations because a lot of the cards say to character. So Along Came Zeus is great because you can target things like McDuck Manor. But if he has something like a Hero's Thunderbolt, then yeah, suddenly these characters are looking a little anemic and not able to do a
Oh,
lot of
for
heavy
sure.
lifting.
1000%, Katie. If you have two of those cards, He Heralded Thunderbolt and Along Came Zeus, both very iconic lyrics from a very iconic song. But I'm always going to slam Along Came Zeus in my deck before I even think about considering a He Heralded Thunderbolt. It's just a worse card, I feel. Unless you can build this deity thing, there's no reason that you would ever want to do a He Heralded Thunderbolt over and Along Came Zeus. So I would only imagine, unless you just don't have access to the card, maybe you just do not own the card and you have to have those things in there, that's also a possibility.
And it might be overkill because, I mean, a lot of times you're talking about you want to deal damage. And he has the Angel, he has the Sonic Warrior. So if his anxiety is about being able to just deal damage, you can make up for it. But in this case, the window is getting a little closer to closing because now we have the Maui Half Shark, a Vitalosphere, which is giving that rush into that Maui Half Shark. And now we've got a little bit of a problem because Maui loves challenging. He gets lore, and now the lore is creeping up to 2 on Colin's side.
That is a very, very powerful play. Always with the Vitalosphere, always with the Maui. Usually you're thinking that, hey, I'm trying to play around Rush Maui. Hopefully they don't have Rush Maui. And then you get hit with the Monkey Palm of the Maui, different Maui, with the ability to rush. So you've been hexed there as coming through, clearing that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa. And we're still singing into the face of this Maui. So clearly you have either another Zeus or Hero to Thunderbolt, hopefully, to get this Maui off the board. We're going to get another plus given away.
All right. And shout out to, we got J-Bomb in the chat, who I heard is making cookies for Xennius and Sky. Which I
that's
thought was
very
very
kind.
wholesome. That's a wholesome little fact that they said he's making us cookies. So
I hope somebody has the wherewithal to turn a camera on. Let's get a little vlog happening. That seems like a really fun trip as all the guys are going down to Brazil and everyone else going to Brazil. Hopefully you travel very safely and you have a wonderful time in South America if you are headed down there for that Digital Arcana Challenge. I know J-Bomb, Sky, and Xenless are all traveling together, and that seems like a really good fun time.
And use a buddy system. Always be watching your these backpacks. And so they said if you have your cell phone out, someone might just grab it. So don't get robbed. And eat some cookies. But there we go. We have a spectacular singer coming down. We see that Zunbar has gone all in on the song synergies here, and it paid off because we were able to get Along Came Zeus, the better of the Zeus and Thunderbolt mechanic, coming right into that Half Shark. But there we go, the punish. Sisu. She's a menace to society, and the reason is because so many Amber Steel cards, just you don't have to do anything. And we've seen Colin, he didn't put in Sapphire Coil because he's like, I don't need to. Your cards are perfect.
And I said it today, and now I kind of feel bad about it. I was just like, hey, maybe Sisu's time. It's time for Sisu to just come back. You guys want to do all this stuff? Reprint Sisu then. And now I think I'm wrong because that just felt rude. I felt violating. It felt I don't know if I like that. I don't think Sisu. Maybe we got to keep Sisu all the way up out of here because that was just a very, very problematic situation that just went down there. As now you have this 3 questing menace who can still sing songs if needed. Vision of the Future, check in the top 5 to see your best possible card. Another quick snap coming in from Colin.
Ugh. Very miserable because a lot of times you see people thinking on it. They're thinking, they put their hand down, they put the cards, they do that. In this case, no, he says, I'm going to show you that is Scrooge's Counting House.
It is.
As you mentioned, has that boost 2 ability, and this location gets +1 strength, +1 lore for each card under it. So it's one of those things that says, I don't think you're coming for me, and I'm going to have time. He boosts right away and is going to reap the benefits. And now it is a McDuck Manor size lore game.
Yeah, this is problems all around. This low resource, I mean, your characters just are not strong enough to engage with these locations. And even if you hit this Scrooge's Counting House, they could just keep boosting it and making it a bit stronger to make it more difficult to get it out of your range every time. So Dunbar, now you do have this beast who is up and active, and he will be able to give you a couple more cards. But is that going to be enough with this Scrooge McDuck Manor? Both of these Scrooge and his locations, man, there's very powerful in this low resource state. And you have a questing for 3 Sisu just waiting in the wings over there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels greedy. It was just on brand for Scrooge. But I mean, Colin's able to have it both ways. Normally, you kind of going into the locations or you have characters, but Colin says, I don't have to pick. I can go ahead. I have my 3 quester. I have 2 popsicles on deck ready to do healing. We forget popsicles can heal your characters, which is kind of crazy to think about. And it's fascinating because there's so many synergies Colin's not doing. We haven't seen the Sisu shift target of the Daring Visitor. We haven't seen Tamatoa, but he's able to get so much value without Hiram, without those synergies. And Dunbar is probably not thinking it's as fascinating.
Yeah, it's like, what is going on? Like, this deck is not what I have prepared for. We did see that there is a couple Grandma Talas in the deck, but they've all found themselves into the inkwell. I'd like to see more of what both of these Illuminaires are cooking. Both very interesting strategies as we are going into Infinity in Digital Arcana and just seeing what people are crafting and cooking. It's always very interesting to me seeing that the Scrooge's Counting House has made its way into the deck along with the McDuck Manor. It fits quite nicely. Sisu protecting both of these locations with their ability by keeping the characters off the board. So this is looking like almost the game is going to be over here soon if Dunbar can't come up with a way to get out of this.
It sounds like the game will be Dunbar.
Huh?
Is that something? I don't know. I don't think Dunbar's liking that joke as much
Probably
as I
not,
do.
probably not.
No,
Sorry.
he's thinking, listen, I brought Amber Steel because it's the best deck in format. But Colin says, listen, you can ban Hiram, but you can't ban my deck. And I think this has been one of the more fun games to cast because there's so many times you think you know exactly what they're going to do. You're like, I've seen this song before, and I haven't seen this before. It's just a lot of exciting things. We have this Maui coming in. He's not going to do anything other than just menace, but I think that's enough.
Yeah, that's all you really need. And he's just going to be like a bodyguard, or like not a bodyguard, but like a security guard for these locations. Like if you're thinking about coming on in and challenging one of these locations, granted, you can't even take it down and you're going to lose your character in the process. Looking at this board, you got the Scrooge and Counting House. It's going for 3. The Manor is going for 2. That's 5. And Sisu also going for 3. So that's a lot of lore being represented. Can Dunbar pull off a miracle?
Waiting on a miracle, which is a card, but I've never seen it played. I don't know what it does. I got to read every card ever.
Is that a card? I've seen a Miracle Candle.
Oh, Waiting on a Miracle. You're right. I just assume everything from Encanto is a card at this point because they've gone in.
They're squeezing the tube on that one. They
Antonio's Jaguar was actually pretty
crazy.
Early, but
Paco is nuts.
Yeah, they're like, that one. He's a character. You're like, who?
Oh my, give me somebody, please. Give me somebody, please.
Bruno's tablet. Bruno's tablet. Yeah, his tablet, his iPad.
Card.
But Dunbar's still in this game. He's hurling a Thunderbolt. He is able to get rid of the 3 quester, but he has to get rid of a lot on the other side. He has to get rid of a location. And like you said, he can go ahead and throw 2 things and he has to throw everything. He has to throw his boosted aerial. He has to throw his beast. We still have 2 Laura on the board, and that is a 2-turn clock. And he also has to stay in this game. And there is a thing called Pirate's Life that could come down next turn. And he knows it's in his deck because Colin inked it in game 1.
Very true. But look at that. We are going to hard play the keep the ancient ways, and that will prevent those from happening. But this Maui is ready to feast, so you will get a plus value on some high impact cards. A secondary Maui to clear this board is just a very problematic thing that you definitely don't want to see. But Olaf might be a little bit worse too, as you're going to take Dunbar down on some lore as well, and he can sing some songs. We're moving both in.
Why not? While you're here, let's do some real estate.
And we got a heal on the Maui too. So taking out that Beast Tragic Hero and heal and pass. That's probably the best case scenario for Dunbar. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
This one looks Jover, Katie.
Yeah, he did losing 2 lore was not necessary, but he did it because that is the Olaf. He does it, and he's going to dig. He has the access. We have not seen things like Whole New World. We haven't seen. I mean, it sounds like that's what I think he got rid of. He got Whole New World out for he hurled his Thunderbolt.
That's probably what it was. Yeah.
But either way, Dunbar has to look for the card that answers 2 big problems. Something that makes. He needs a Long King Zeus probably for this manor.
Yeah, is there a card that can engage with mana from steel or amber? I don't think so. That can just clear a location like a attack. I don't know, like what about Attack of the Titan, Rise of the Titans? No, that only goes items, right? There's one that does locations.
Yeah, in this case, though, he says, I have a Pirate's Life. I need you to know that right now. And that is a gentleman's thing to do. You don't have to do it. But I mean, basically, sometimes people go, do you have this one thing? And then the answer is, yes, I have that one thing that you're afraid I have. Yeah. In that case, a clean 2-0 with a Hiramless Ruby Sapphire for Emperor's New Crew.
Emperor's New Crew. I believe that is a Southern California-based Illumineering team versus a Middle America. I think the Sunflower Illumineer is based out of Kansas. I believe that
Yes.
is correct. So
Wichita.
a little bit of West Coast versus Central battling
Mid
it out to see
coast.
who's going to be the superior organization as the Emperor's New Crew comes out with a staggering 2-0 victory. Pretty convincing fashion.
It was. It made it look like Amber Steel's a silly deck. But I will say there was a time where you say Amber Steel and you're like, oh, I know what you mean. But we cannot say
Mm.
that anymore. Amber Steel can mean anything. Oh, this is disorienting. But we have
Oh, backup match.
yeah. Well, it looks like we're in the middle here. We have Carrie on ETB with a sapphire something. And then we have, is that, oh,
Ross
this is
Bird.
Amber Emerald.
What's that malaise we have? Where are they playing? Are they
They
playing
are
in
playing
a
in
workshop?
Arizona. They're in Breaking Bad in
Oh, they got
Mexico.
the sienna. The everything
Yeah.
is sepia. Sepia there is going to be
Yes,
the filter.
this is actually from season 5 of Breaking Bad. Ross is broadcasting from. But yeah, we have a million ink on Carrie's side, but we have a million problems on Ross's side.
Can we get a Sisu one time? I mean, that would
Yeah,
be
this is Sisu.
like, can we play Sisu? I mean, is that
Can I
an
see a
option here from
Sisu?
Carrie?
Carrie's
Yes.
counting.
It will be.
Oh.
It is Hades, the infernal schemer, for the second game in a row. So I believe this is a Sapphire. Maybe this is Sapphire and Steel, or maybe this is Ruby Sapphire. No, it's a Blurple. So no
Yeah.
Sisu to be had, as the Sven, the leaping reindeer, is going to come on and leap on this Prince John and pass back on over to Ross. Team Impact in the building, holding it down, as we have the Great White North versus, I believe this is Tennessee, is going to be where Team
Tennessee, what,
Impact comes from.
Arkansas? I
The
don't
only
know.
10 I see.
The only 10 I see is this lore count 10 plus 3. And I will say, Ross is playing a deck that I think is one of the decks that can make you feel the silliest. I think Amber and Emerald is one of those combos that when it fires off, and we're talking about pre-dogs, this is
Mhm.
Amber, Emerald, probably discard based on what I'm seeing. When it works, amazing, incredible. When it doesn't, you have these little guys. But we have the muses coming down. It flashed into the screen, which was very scary.
How did
and
that happen?
cool.
Did we just glitch? Did we
I
just?
don't
I thought I had.
know.
I didn't want to. I was going to say anything. I thought we
That
had a
was
little mini
scary.
stroke there.
I know.
That
I was
thing
like,
just
the muses is
blipped
here, I
in.
guess. But speaking of the blip, we got the muses, which can do a little bit of nefarious things, but I think Carrie is in a pretty comfortable spot, drawing off that genie wish fulfilled and putting a hideaway into the inkwell with
Yeah,
tons of ink left.
Carrie hanging tough. I think the lore is starting to mount as you're sitting at 17 now, as well, 16, excuse
Yeah,
me,
she said
as
no.
Ross has done the duty of discarding the hand, but you have to discard the hand, then clear the board. I think that is a textbook under the sea strat. You can't just do one or the other. You got to do both. And it seems like Carrie is in a comfortable position to take this thing on to Victory Town. Muses now, no targets. Maybe you can hit that genie with the muses if you sing a song, or the spin. Never mind. As
Yeah.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind is just played to trigger the muses,
Which is not a great feeling, but it does go ahead and do a little bit of tempo there, bouncing that genie back to the hand. But it's not a complete showstopper. It just is a speed bump in Carrie's journey, because now that genie can be redeployed, assuming you don't have something like discard, which I assume Ross wants to deploy. But he has a
Yeah.
lot to do. He has to
I think,
trade
just
discards and
if you
control.
can discard here, you will trigger the Prince John to get another card draw, and maybe that can kind of propel you into your combo plays. But you just did not have it. Just like you said, Katie, Genie has returned and bringing your friend Popsicle, and another 3 lore being added in. Maybe you're looking for some instant lore burst. Wasabi one time. Oh, that would have been so clean with the Wasabi right there, but you can only hope.
Yeah. Wasabi, my favorite tech card, but in this case, we don't need Wasabi where we're going. We got old-fashioned, just draw cards, gain lore. Carrie's making it look easy. We've only seen this for a little bit, but I mean, Ross's deck at its core is a combo deck, and he has not found combo number 5 or 1, 2, 3, or 4. So
No.
he is just chugging along, but I think it's lights out, because we know for a fact Carrie could have a goat, and also he has to clear everything. It's going to be an uphill battle for Ross.
I think you still have an out. Under the Sea would help you a little bit. No, you won't be able to nab the Hades, so you need a Della Moon and an Under the Sea, and you just don't have it. You're going right to Scoop Town, as Carrie Callaghan is going to get the dub in a 20-0 fashion, taking
Wow.
ETB to another 2-0 victory that we've seen on the night, as Ross now is going to be able to at least leave the amber honey well that you're in with the honey mat. You're sitting in a jar of honey. That's where he's playing from.
I do think there's going to be a point. ETB, we know. Habibi, we know. Quigley, but I think Carrie's a name. I've seen her, and she shows up and shows out every time I see her at an event or playing. So it might be there's Carrie and then also Habibi and Quigley. But speaking of rock stars, who do we have? What angels have graced our presence?
Who's joining us here? We have Mr. Fumbles and Mr. Franz, FNF on the ICL. I'm with it. I'm excited to tune in and hear what these Illumineers have to say. But gentlemen, how have you guys been? Fumbles, I love the hat. I love the hat. I don't like your hat too. Coming in from Franz though. You got to blaze her up. You're gonna be in the ICL. Let's lock in, man.
That's true. That's true. I was called in pretty late today, and I had to had to set some stuff up. I had to cook dinner, so I can only throw on.
He has a family.
I could only throw on the t-shirt with the man all dressed up. So I hope that counts for a little bit.
That counts.
You were the Joes. You guys are the pros. So
no.
We're the backup team here.
Exactly.
This is Pro City, all right? If you're here, you're pro. But that was very fast. That was a decisive victory, and I want to talk about it forever because I kind of forgot. Infinity's fun. That was a very fun little smattering of chaos.
Yeah,
a lot going on.
I know you guys been playing Infinity a lot. I mean, I can hear your thoughts about it, Franz. I know you just won an Infinity event yourself. I mean, you want to tell us your thoughts on Infinity? What do you think about it overall compared to Core? Are you pro Infinity or you think it's mid?
So me specifically, I've always been just the type of TCG player to focus mostly on the next event that I'm going to. The next event that I'm going to is DLC Indianapolis, so I'm going to be focusing on Infinity for the next few months while that happens. I'm sure if I was going to Brazil, I would be focusing much more heavily on standard on Core right now. I like both. I think both have very good niches. I would like to see Infinity get a pretty decent hold in the next year or so, mostly because I like the idea of having an internal format, and so I think that having two formats that are very viable for competitive play is very important for the longevity of this game. And I think currently it's been really cool. Like the past month or so, the lounge has been really digging into Infinity. And the event that I 3-0'd was the first Lounge Infinity night that we held for a while, and we're going to be having another one every Monday until DLC Indianapolis. So that should be pretty fun. But it's cool. I think because there was so little people there this time. I think there was 10 people. There was 3 people on green steel and 2 or 3 people on green blue items. I think that the actual format feels much more varied than that. I think there's probably 12, 15 decks that I can see, that I can genuinely see someone bringing to a DLC this weekend.
Easy.
That's interesting.
I will say.
Sorry, go ahead, Katie.
Well, I was going to say, somebody asked me this week, hey, I want to know what's going on in Infinity. What's happening? And I said, without hesitation, the lounge knows what's going on with Infinity. Okay? But they're in the labs, all right? The scientists, all the Bunsen burners are on full blast.
That's interesting.
Yeah, if you ever need to know anything about Infinity, just find one of us in the lounge, see what we're tweeting about, talk to us, and I'm sure we'd be happy to stim on whatever we've been going on for the past week or so. I think we've gone through 2 or 3 different conceived metas in our own Discord. Just in the Discord, we've gone through just a few metas on ourselves by ourselves, and we've gotten all the way around to teching for each other's metas, and we've circled back to be oh, maybe Sisu's good again.
Yeah, it's gone full circle now. Forts was a week ago, and that's still really good and old now.
The Forts crowd is still there. They're still very loud, and they're still very excited about
Fort
it.
Folks. Fort folks. Fort farts. Either way, I will say it is exciting to see people do this because, as me and JD just saw in that last match, there's a lot of potential. I think it was very fascinating seeing that Ruby Sapphire deck and thinking of all the things they could do and weren't doing, and thinking, okay, well, why? Because, for example, they didn't shift the Sisu. They didn't play any coils. They were doing things that you're you could, but they didn't, because they don't have to, because this is Infinity, and there are so many paths forward to that 20 lore. And I don't think you can make any assumptions that, oh, I see this card, so that means blah. It doesn't anymore, unfortunately, or fortunately.
And
It's
you have
following
to,
some older paths of what Shark was before rotation, and you can't really fit in like the coils because you don't have the card draw to ink every turn.
Yeah.
So I love if I was gonna play this week, it was gonna be Red Blue Shark. And Olaf is my favorite card ever. I love that big guy.
It's such a funny card at the very. It's so fun to just to drop that down.
It is. It's one of those cards that sometimes you read a card and you see, oh, 8. I'm not doing that. But it is very fun. I mean, another one that I'm excited to see if people can work in is Grandma Tala that we saw from Winter Spell, where it's one of those that can come in for cheaper. And so it is fascinating as we have more resources, card draw and inking. What are we doing that we haven't thought about? And Olaf is one that he's funny. It's fun.
There's a
It's
lot
not funny to
unexplored.
Dunbar, but
And on top of all that, we see new reveals from an entirely new set come in and be like, oh, maybe this entire deck has to change now that we have Omega Coil on a song.
oh my goodness. And it just makes everything
Omega
that much worse. But I'll be interested. Maybe I can get over there and get my chops in and hop in and play a little bit of Infinity myself with you guys, man. But it's gonna be a great time. But I'm gonna bid you guys adieu. I'm very excited to hear what you guys have to say about this next round. Fumbles and Franz in the dojo, locked in. It was a great round, Katie. It was always a vibe. Thanks for hanging out with me this afternoon as well. And I'll see you guys all next time on the ICL.
See, I got to get a professional sign off like that.
Honestly, yeah. There's the casting side of it, but then there's like just like the initial and the outro that I just can't. I'm not there, man. I'm not there.
What a guy.
I know, right?
Oof. We got the Tinkerbell mat flexing the set championship. Even though we're in Infinity, won this via core, most likely. And we have a Scar. It looks like a fan-made mat of Scar.
That is a very zoomed in
Scar.
It is extremely zoomed
Scarface.
in.
Yep.
Oh, it is just a Scarface play, man. That's so funny. Yeah. So what we saw Red Blue versus Amber Steel.
A classic matchup, by the way.
Very classic. Everyone who has played Amber Steel since set 2 and 3 were quaking in their boots seeing that matchup. Waking up from dreams in the middle of the night, very scared, very sad.
Yeah, I think they are not friends, the Amber Steel crowd and Red Blue crowd. I believe that might be the first like turf war of the Infinity event.
Yeah.
So. All right, I'm excited to see what we have here. Like you said, so many fun things that you could be doing in Infinity. I was playing Monstro Whale combo for the first 2 weeks of any Infinity testing.
I mean, like it was there. It's still probably playable. It's still probably like a tier. It's still probably gonna end up being like a tier 2-ish deck. Like I'd be willing to bet you some people just play Monster Combo for the next few months and just like there'll probably be like 20 people that just take it to DLC Indianapolis. Be like, I'm just gonna play Monster Combo.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Amber and Steel feel a little bit ahead of the other colors right now.
I would say so. Yeah.
So if you're not playing any Steel removal, you're maybe playing some Amber. Powerhouses that came out. I mean, Tramp 7 is now available in green yellow discard. That's crazy. Green yellow could still play dogs. That's also still just as powerful as it is in core. Red blue has a very strong weakness to piglets on turn 2. They're on the draw. So a lot of back and forth happening right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of different levels of speed. I think in this game. I think there's definitely a few really dedicated control decks, but then there's like gotta be like 4 or 5 different aggro decks, and all of them feel like they're playing on a different speed.
Yeah,
and but all of them are still winning by like turn 4 or 5. It just feels like some are going faster than the other.
How much yellow purple hyper have you played against? Because for some reason I keep playing it, and it goes really fast. Turns out that Daisy Pocahontas Piglet or something like that is still a crazy line.
Yeah, I'll see yellow purple and purple steel burn like probably 2 or 3 times a day. But like I think right now I play most often during EU hours. So every single time I'm playing, it's like, here's some red purple. Here's another red purple. Here's more red purple. I'll play like 5 red purples a day. I'm like, come on, guys, we gotta stop.
The tried and true European meta of we must play purple cards.
Yeah, it's
love it.
like the red purple will be overrepresented. Amber steel will win Dortmund, and then and then red blue is just going to be like see a huge uptick wave for Indianapolis, and then I'm gonna cry with my birds again because Sailor's gonna sit in front of me in my winning in round to top cut, and he's gonna be like, "You remember what I did to you in Dallas, buddy? We're
For what
doing it
it's
again.
worth,
Get out of here."
I was watching that one from the sidelines.
Oh, it was horrible.
And I could tell you had good facial reactions to Sisu's.
Oh, the second game was just Sisu and then another Sisu off the top of the deck on an empty hand. I was like, okay, you got it, buddy. Good job. Well, that was like the first time I met Sailor too. It was such a funny experience while getting my heart ripped out.
Yeah, I have to imagine what a bittersweet moment.
It's tough because like he's such a charming guy. So you're sitting there and he's doing all these really rude things to you, and he smiles at you. You're like, I can't be upset.
My favorite part about Mr. Pierre Marc is his laugh, and he's also absurdly tall for the goofiness that man presents. So it's pretty great.
That's how Indianapolis is gonna go. Dortmund is gonna be a red, purple, and amber steel wave, and then Indianapolis is gonna be like 20% red, blue, and I'm just gonna be sitting there like, God, come on, man! I don't want to play green, yellow forts, but I gotta now.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna play. My first event is coming up about a month away, which is the ETB CCQ. So that will be Infinity. So I have to figure out and start locking in.
I'll be interested in seeing what the Canadian meta is. I see Brawl. I'm immediately thinking red, blue, or red, purple.
Yeah, I would think a good red, blue would be my first guess. I would never expect my opponent to be playing. Oh, we have a flip flop here.
However, that is a daisy on
that's
turn
a daisy,
one, not a Cinderella.
Well, but they had Hook.
They did have Hook. Although Hook is a captain and a pirate for like the Kakamuras.
Oh, and yeah, that is true. I forgot. I've been traumatized by Kakamuras and dump trucks quite a lot. So
yeah.
You trauma triggered me.
I see those Kakamuras every now and then. So like this can I would bet that this probably leans more aggro, especially with the Rhino coming out too.
Yep, and we have a
dump
truck. And guess what? We probably have following up with that. I don't think this T-pose lasted too long here.
Bang, 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 bang. It's such a funny deck, man.
We haven't really seen Dump Truck and Kakamura really come to life with red blue at its like peak. Yep. So it was there right at the end of rotation, right? But I don't think when did Dump Truck come out?
Dump Truck saw play at the end of rotation in like Purple Steel Burn as well as just the Amber Steel Agres. But like, I think I saw it more in the Purple Steel Burn decks.
Right.
Because
and Scrooge on 4, that is a 4/4 ready to take out that daisy.
Yeah, very very important here is like we're definitely going to be seeing a game where the lore battle on the board is going to be very important, as well as the ink battle on red blue side. Any extra ink he can find is just that one ink closer to a Be Prepared or a Sisu. And then Amber Steel is always going to be trying to clear as much as possible while trying to gain as much as possible. And like that those decisions, like when you have a daisy and 2 other characters on board, and you know that if you quest with the daisy, they have something to be able to take it out, but you get 2 free lore if you do quest all out. And it looks like that's probably what we're doing, especially with the Rhino being able to stop that daisy from being taken out with the Scrooge. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, this is huge. And this is red blue items. So red blue items is more focused on the Sisu Sapphire Coil strategy. If I am sitting in Mr. Top Deck King seat here, I'm hoping that I have this Maui and I could take off 3 lore from this board, because this is looking pretty scary right now.
Yeah, you could do a Maui. We could do a potential. There's a coil, so like
we might have a small Sisu.
Cool. Yeah.
Oof, playing a Sisu into a Dump Truck Kakamura deck sounds very, very optimistic that this Sisu is going to live. Now, what do we minus here with the Sapphire Coil? Because I think Scrooge is going to have to challenge into probably like Kakamora here, just getting the most valuable trade we can get. And we don't really want to give a Rapunzel trap, but
Yeah, and we can't necessarily do the. I think we're probably it's tough. I think the play might be the Rhino in case a shift Rhino comes in. That way, a shift Rhino wouldn't be able to.
Sapphire Coil's only during.
It is. Sorry,
turn. Not during until the start of your next turn.
Then it probably doesn't matter as much.
But Cece's surviving right now.
Unless we have do we have a storm?
Nope, we're just grabbing some lore here. So this might be one of the best case scenarios right now for Top Deck King. Sisu survives. We do have the option to also ink and banish this Rhino with a shift Sisu here.
Yep, and that would be what we need to get into. And 11 lore isn't even that bad from the Red Blues perspective, because we would have 4 lore on the board ourselves.
Mm-hmm. And now we also look at that. That's possibly 4 lore on our side that we can get if we do ink and shift Sisu here. I feel like he might not have it. I would assume that would have been slammed down instantly.
Either slammed down or the ink is tough, but it looks like he just doesn't have it.
Yeah, so we do play the Great Stone Dragon, one of my favorite cards. This would activate the Sapphire Coil possibly twice in a turn. And we're going to have Sisu go for a quest here.
No, taking out the dump truck.
Yep, that makes sense because that is a 0-1 character. Yep. And our Scrooge here is finally not -1 strength, so should be able to take out this Daisy. And again, that's also still pretty good.
Yeah, even without the Sisu in the hand there, we're able to take out the board, and with the shift last turn, not adding more bodies to the board, it's still just even though the shift was important to get the lore last turn. Now it's still only 1 body with 2 lore. We do get that dump truck to take out the Sisu, very important.
Yeah, so if we were waiting a turn, to shift Sisu there, maybe we got punished, but we'll see. Does this Rhino swing? No, it is going for 2 points.
Yeah, the dump truck is very important there, because I think if we don't have it, we might have to swing into the Scrooge, because if we leave both those up, the 2 triggers off of Coil would let the Scrooge challenge in for free, deal 2 damage, and the Sisu could take out the Rhino itself. It does look like we haven't done the Sisu though, probably going for that Nala instead of looking to decrease the Rhino. Yep.
Yeah, and I think that might tell what our hand looks like here. I think our hand might be a few small Sisus, Daring Visitor. We do get to ink that with the Great Stone Dragon from discard, and we get to ink a Rhino for turn. We get to -4 from Rhino, and I believe we're going to challenge into it, not taking any damage in return, but dealing 2 damage, right?
2
because
damage,
of the resist 2.
Yes. Now a penny here would be pretty crazy. I played Amber Steel aggro in Milwaukee. And a lot of the games that I was winning against Purple Steel, which was my last matchup, was being able to challenge with the Rhino and then put Penny onto that Rhino, heal it, give it another resist. Like a Penny putting resist onto a Rhino after healing it feels crazy.
And resist 3 is my nightmare.
Yeah.
You're not breaking really through that. Oof, and we have the Pete come down that would block a Be Prepared that would possibly come in next turn. We're also at 16. That is quite a scary number. That's 1 or 2 characters we can't answer, assuming this Pete gets us to 17.
Looks like we're taking out the Rhino? Or
I think the dump truck.
Oh, the dump truck. Sure.
Because we could still minus the Rhino and challenge with Scrooge, have Scrooge survive that challenge, not be banished in return. What could we see here? Now, we have a little bit of an off turn from the Amber Steel player. We could establish some items. We have a few cards in hand, and we're gonna pass.
So very very important look into the Red Blue player's hand. There is he used the Great Stone Dragon to activate the Sapphire Coil, but didn't ink from his hand that turn. So that Scrooge did still take 2 damage. Either his hand is just cards that he doesn't want to ink, or he just has 2 uninkables in his hand.
And now we're actually seeing one of the weaknesses of Piglet, the Captain Piglet here. If he were to quest with that Pete, it'd be quite possible that Piglet does not get to quest for 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks like we're going to quest for 2 points here and possibly be prepared.
Be prepared. Wow. So yeah. So I do know that towards the end of rotation, those red blue decks were starting to put be prepared back into the deck. It was popular to just be playing Sisus or just be playing be prepared for a while. But then like just some of those mid range decks, some of those aggro decks started getting just a little bit too greedy. So having both, I like having access to both.
Oof. Now we're seeing why we maybe should have quested with the Pete, thinking that our board might not survive. I probably would have gotten that 1 point. But we see one of the new cards from Winterspell, Lilo bundled up. Quite a good aggressive card. I don't know how infinity playable it is if, Sisus are around every corner.
Yeah, Sisu. The important, a very important part though is that it does get around that issue of a storm. So storms being able to not be able to immediately take it out, strengths not being able to take it out. And there's a lot of steel songs.
Survives against steel. That's a good point.
There's a lot of steel removal in this meta. Although it does have that one strength, so does Nala. So they're kind of fighting for similar spots. And we did see that Matt is playing both, which I don't hate, but in an aggro deck, we really just So that is crazy. Like we might be seeing the mistake of not questing with the Pete there. We only get to 19 this turn.
Yeah, and playing a Tamatoa, no popsicles back, none in the discard, no other items to get back in the discard. That is a very sad crab.
Is that a Gantu discarding?
That is a Gantu.
Nice.
So that is a 3/3 that cost 1. That says when you play this character, discard a card. Not a May. It is a discard a card, but if you have no cards in hand, then it works out. But do we have possibly a Sisu coming down?
That is a Sisu, yep.
So if we didn't have that last turn, that's very interesting. If we drew for turn, that's very fortunate because it probably keeps the game alive. But yeah, if we had that last turn, that's very greedy. Maybe playing some kind of Pirate's Lives. Oh,
whoa!
No.
Some back and forth potential top decking crazy.
That is my nightmare.
A dock into a Nala.
Gosh. That is possibly what will keep me up at night.
Just play Sisu, opponent, dock, Nala. Boom.
Top deck docks have been beating me up now for a few years. Where's rotation at? Get them out of here.
Coming soon. You know what? Get Ravensburg on the phone. Reprint him. Reprint it.
Reprint it for the boys.
Reprint it for the boys. Make fumbles sad.
And we're picking them up.
Yep.
Now, granted, that doc could have been probably anything. It looks like we didn't have an answer for both characters at least, but maybe we didn't have something for one of the characters anyway. So, that's a tough spot to be in, answering every card that is played off the top of Amber Steel. You're just praying that top card was maybe a Strength of the Raging Fire or something like that.
Yeah, and we really saw how in that early game, the Kakamora and the dump truck, even just taking out a Tipo, really helped out because there were multiple turns where Top Deck King was just 1 damage away from being able to take out another card, whether it was the Scrooge on the Daisy the first time he could challenge, but he couldn't because it was a Rhino on board, whether it was after the first Sisu was removed with the other dump truck, because we can only put
Rhino.
Yeah, because we can only put 2 damage onto the 4-cost Rhino. That play on turn 2 being able playing the Kakamora dump truck probably netted close to 8 lore, maybe 10 lore.
Yeah, it really adds up. And especially the dump truck and Kakamora is 2 lore points right there. And they both stayed on board for a little bit. At least the dump truck did. So really is probably the difference there is those getting to quest for 3 to 4 lore total for the both of them.
Yeah, it's similar to how some of the Amber Steel decks in core were playing that Fire the Cannons, so they could really remove any of the 1-drops and small things that were being played early. But now we're playing we're doing the same thing, except we're also putting 2 bodies and 2 lore on board.
Yeah, I've lost to I did lose to Dump Truck and Kakamora in Milwaukee. It still stings, but it
Ooh.
is quite powerful when you are able to banish that character. Really throwing your tempo fully right to 0 to 60, right? 0 to 100 maybe.
Yeah. Were you on Blurple in Milwaukee?
I was, yeah.
Yeah, getting those Basils and those Royal Guards or Rafikis out of there.
The best part is though, I knew I was against it because I knew the person playing it.
Yeah.
And I sat across from him and I said, "Please let me win the dice roll." And I rolled a snake dice.
No.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup, even if you win the dice roll. But you just can't play Basils in the matchup. You got to pray the Rafiki and that they don't have double, something like that. But in Infinity, there isn't. I mean, that could still take out a Cinderella. That could take out they could take out a Piglet. They could take out a few things that a lot of 2 willpowers. One thing I've learned so far in Infinity, a lot of weakling characters.
Yeah, there's a very heavy focus on those first 1 or 2 turns of sticking a very important card. Amber Steel being able to stick their Cinderellas
Or Angel.
Or Angels. Green Steel being able to stick their Diablos. Green Purple being able to stick their Diablos. And Amber Steel or any of the aggro decks just being able to curve out in whatever aggressive style they would like to. The only decks that don't really seem to be doing that anymore are still the blue decks. Even green-blue, they want to stick Oswald.
Yeah, and if you could take on an Oswald with a dump truck, what a slam dunk for you.
Yeah, that is definitely. I watched Magic get absolutely walked down by. It might have actually just been this player Matt. I don't fully remember, but there was someone who played an Amber Steel Kakamora deck against Magic a while back, and it was on ICL. And it was what I remember. Magic played a Bell, and on their turn 3, they were like, "I'm going to pay 1 for Kakamora. I'm going to pay 1 for Kakamora. I'm going to pay 1 for Kakamora." I was like, "This is crazy."
Oh my goodness, I would concede.
I had never heard someone be so happy to play 3 Kakamoras in their entire life, and I was dying.
You know what the worst part is? Why do they got to do it 1 at a time? Can you just tell me you have all 3? Just let the pain hit at once, not like a death by 1,000 cuts,
That's so funny.
All right, and we do have the Popsicle opener, no Bell if we are playing it. Inking a Piglet, I believe, into a Rhino.
Rhino definitely not the start that we want to see. Obviously, we want to be seeing that big old Daisy coming down.
Yeah, and I wonder if we would shift here. That seems a little bit worse than maybe playing the Piglet on 2. But we have seen the sail the Azurite Sea into a Brawl. That could possibly be the next turn. We ink another Piglet. Maybe we're not trying to play Piglets on the draw. Is the idea?
That's probably true. Or this deck has a super heavy uninkable.
And then you see 2 of them right there.
Exactly. Yeah. Important to note that shifting a Rhino. It's cool to get a 4-drop on your turn 2, but you've spent 2 cards in 2 turns in an aggro deck to just put 2 lore on 1 body on the board. It's antithetical to what you really want to be doing in the deck. So shifting a Rhino doesn't often happen until turns 3 if you want to shift and sing, potentially a strength or storm if you have it, or just later to get burst lore after your Rhino has shrunk something.
Now, will we see a Brawler Sisu here? We see a Fishbone Quill. We are on 4 ink going to 5. So we could potentially play Be Prepared next turn.
Yes.
But we would have no cards in hand.
There would be no cards in hand. It would be prudent to play a Pete this turn from Matt. That would be pretty good from him. Not super overextending for Be Prepared the next turn, and you get at least three lore this turn, 3 lore next turn, and a Pete lore. So it could end up in 7 lore with only having to commit 1 card to the board. But nope, we are just going ahead.
Yeah, he's calling the bluff. I do think if my opponent is going to empty their entire hand to play a Be Prepared here, I'm not the most upset. But they have some quite live top decks. They wouldn't be able to play a Sisu if they top decked it. They wouldn't be able to play, you know, a few things. A Tamatoa 6 cost maybe is what would be like the worst thing.
It would definitely be the worst thing. It would like Tamatoa 6, and then like Scrooge would also be really bad. A Maui would be really bad.
Well, speaking of Tamatoa, happy as a clam, he's staring down quite a wide board already, though. So hopefully this Tamatoa can start helping out and slowing down the race that Matt has started.
Yeah, that's going to be another 3-6 lore on the board coming from Matt here, and the Tamatoa only being able to take out the Nala, maybe, unless you have a bodyguard.
Yeah.
You just gotta, yeah.
Or that penny you were talking about, giving it an extra resist.
Yep. Lilo, okay. We just playing down the Lilo.
Yeah, and if my opponent plays Tamatoa here, I might not think that they have that be prepared yet either.
No, I would agree. But we do get those 2 popsicles back, which means that we do get another, at least we're at 7 ink now, so we get another 2 draws.
Yeah, or it could ink to Sisu here. That is an option as well. Inking those popsicles is probably a viable option in this matchup. We don't really have time to sit down and draw cards, but we do get to quest with Tamatoa, activate his ability, which says play an item from hand for free. We're playing a popsicle, praying that we draw a good card here.
Yeah, that's if we don't already have. Yeah, I was about to say if we didn't already have the board wipe, that quest into the popsicle might have been seen as a little bit greedy. Instead of taking the guaranteed out to the Nala, but we either did as Top Deck King 67's name entails, or we drew the be prepared for turn, which again,
desperate plan.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Hold on.
My friend Justin would love this right now.
Omega Doc, what are we doing?
So desperate plan says discard your hand. If you have no cards in hand, draw up to 3 cards, or discard your hand and draw a card for each card you discarded. Right? I think I nailed that. It's a lot of words on the card, but it's basically dock if your hand is empty, or you could discard your hand and draw cards for how many cards you discarded.
Yeah, I had this played against me in a tournament for an Enchanted Elsa in a blue steel deck playing Arthur.
Do you know who that was? Because I might know that person.
Chad is his name.
No, it's not who I thought you were going to say. But I do know a lot of Blue Steel players who are quite big fans of Desperate Plan here. But we do have the Lilo bundled up. We're only at 10 lore. We got to play another Tamatoa. We see Grandmother Willow, a new card here. That's pretty good value.
Yeah, especially because again, this Tamatoa cannot take out this Lilo, and this is what this Lilo can bring that the Nala can't. Like a single character can never take out the Lilo unless it can swing twice, which you can't here. So unless we have a Sisu or a big Sisu or a Maui, that Lilo's sticking. And we get to go to 17 next turn.
Where's the 1-cost shield item to ready our Tamatoa again to
start? Yeah,
that might be teched just to be Lilos.
Ooh, you're bringing me back to set 1, man. You're bringing me back to set 1. Shield of Virtue, yes. Shield of Virtue with the Hercules. Ooh.
All right, and we're doing what the red-blue items deck would love to do, is dirtle and play a what is it, Maurice's Workshop, and draw some cards here with Popsicle. So we drew 2 cards, paying 1 for the Maurice's Workshop to draw an extra card.
Yep, and here we go again. I think with the quest to get that workshop in, I believe we should be able to ink be prepared if we have it because of the Fishbone Quill.
What's that last card in his hand, Franz? Is it a dock? Did he desperate plan into
100%.
dock?
Oh, it is no better. It's another
desperate plan.
Another desperate plan.
The 4 desperate plan, 4 dock, 4 dump truck, 4 Kagamora.
They sometimes they just have it, you know.
All right, we did ink twice here. Looks like we're playing Tamatoa 8. So shiny hits the board.
Yeah, so let's see here. We go to 17 on either side. We have
1, 2.
The availability of 2. We could have 4 items. I don't think there's any in the discard besides.
No items in discard. We have Tamatoa So Shiny on board to currently quest for 4. Plus the Tamatoa happy as a clam could put an item in. That would be 5. And then if we have a
It's the dock. It's the dock. Always the dock.
By the way, I wasn't even looking. I'm trying to do a humble thing of counting up Tamatoa lore, but it looks like Matt doesn't care.
No, but well, let's see. So we have 2 to get us to 6. We need 13 items. Can we get? We need 13 items, or we need
dime plus
6
some
plus
items.
dime. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. Does Top Deck King 67 have it? Our opponent has had Desperate Plan and Dock. It's our turn to finally quest happy as a clam, put a lucky dime into play 5 items, and win this game.
It could be 4 items, right?
So, I think it's 4, yeah.
Yeah. So no. After the dime, it could be 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Because get the dime down. You're questing for 5. Get 3 more. You have 8. Yeah.
We're doing some counting here. We're making sure we have it. So we quest with happy as a clam to put a popsicle into play. Ooh.
No, so we're definitely going to be looking for either a Sisu or another Be Prepared here.
Yeah, Sisu does get us out of this jam, unless we were playing something like the new Pocahontas or Darling Deer that could possibly give Rhino some lore here if we can't minus his strength.
Doc Darling Deer. Ooh, baby.
I would be furious. I haven't seen a Baloo come down. Maybe we could tech in a Baloo.
Okay, there's a coil.
Okay. Tamatoa So Shiny could sing Be Prepared if we do find it. If not, we are about to lose this game as Matt does have game on board by quite a bit.
Yeah. Only a little, you know. Maybe we can play we can tech into purple real quick, play the duck, the Dark Magician Donald Duck, and then I think we're still like losing.
Yeah, even if we had Scar here, we wouldn't be able to win this game.
Oh, I love me some Scar.
Oof, we are challenging Rhino. Okay. Do we have an answer to the other 5, 6 lore on board? Yeah.
Oh, man, we need to take out at least 3 characters here, including the Lilo.
The only out to that would be if we could ready a Maui, if we could. No, that doesn't do it. It has to be Sisu or bust here, I think.
Well, we definitely cannot get up to ink, because I think we only have 4 or 5 ink left.
5, 6. I think 6. We are going to do a little bit of a reverse.
Little take backs. So we enjoy take backs here.
I think we're gonna quest and grab the popsicle back. Maybe ink the popsicle. We definitely don't have ink really to spare here, but we are gonna play the popsicle. Draw a card for popsicle.
Maybe we have 5 ink here, and we're looking for the Be Prepared.
Yep, and we do pay to activate the Maurice's workshop. And he just found
Sisu.
the Sisu, it looks like. I believe that to be game. Oh, and we have the hand here, which was Brawl, Sisu, and Maui.
That's so funny.
Of course, he had the dock. That's what I would be saying.
Of course, he had the
tilted.
dock. Yeah, I mean, like we saw in game 1 a more traditional Amber Steel versus a Red Blue, and we saw that go the traditional way of Red Blue kind of pushing in some faces, and now we saw Amber Steel aggro Kakamora against a more item based deck, and I think that went about as most people would expect, even though sometimes the item decks can get there if they draw well. The item deck just didn't really get that curve that you're really looking for, that Sisu into the big Sisu into being able to stabilize from there. And we had the turn 1 into 2 into Kakamora dump truck both games to take out that
poor
the
Tipo.
The poor
growing
Tipo
boy had no chance.
And I think in both games that play on turn 2 ended up mattering for probably 8 to 10 lore again.
Yeah, it's really the difference, right? Because if we don't get that extra few lore there, maybe we could double brawl and we're a little bit alive. Anything that gives us room there, and letting Tamatoa So Shiny stick for another turn or 2 is possibly the game the other way. So We're very close for what it's worth. If we find that Sisu, if we had another Be Prepared, but that's kind of my fear of the red blue items deck. Maybe like with a Super Goof, and then maybe with a Maui or some other cards that could brawl a little bit. But we have the boy himself, RMB.
Okay, so we got blue steel versus something.
That might not be true. All right, maybe he wants to play different cards.
I'm gonna send.
Tamatoa.
Sure, yeah.
All right,
R&B's playing anything but blue. Sure.
And
I would have sent him such an angrily worded letter if he was playing anything but blue steel. Maybe if it was green steel. If it was green steel, I'd forgive him.
Oof, and we have an Ink Ursula into it Elanwe.
Ooh.
So that's telling me that it's green yellow dogs. I wouldn't say it's discard, right? Maybe princesses, Tiana.
I really want to commentate a Fort game. Someone show me
it would be Fort, right? Fort's possible for sure.
I know Fort it's gotten a little bit more popular over the past week or so. I know for the first few days it was very much a lounge stim secret where it feels like no one knew what was happening, and lounge felt like they had one of the best. Literally, I think
it was tweeted out for what it's worth.
It's true. I think at some point someone, I think it was Braden, said that that it was the most powerful deck that he had played in Lorcana, and I was like, Braden, I need you to calm down.
Yeah, I think that as somebody, he played green steel, and that felt pretty powerful at some points.
He played Bucky.
So
blue red, get him.
Get him. Red RMB. So blue red items. I think the consensus there is that actually it might not be fully items, right? We saw GSD though. That's gonna make me think that it's gonna be red blue items.
Yeah, if I see GSD, it's generally gonna be. I feel like a lot.
Maybe I should tech in one of. now it has me thinking. Maybe I go sleeve one up real quick.
I mean, it depends. Like, if you want just like a smaller item package and you want to just make your Scrooges slightly better, like having like a one of fun of item isn't horrible.
Yep, and we saw the Ursula not hit a Be Prepared here. Quite important, because I think if this is a Fort that comes down or something like that, Be Prepared does not care about that card.
Yes.
But Go-Go Tamago being inked, that card hitting a Tamatoa so shiny would get a lot of lore.
I'll tell you
and
what.
There's
the Fort. It's the Fort deck. This deck is really cool. Originally made by the Purple Pansy on socials. It is an aggressive leaning, kind of almost core dogs deck, except you take out the tramp, the big tramp, and you play like Rapunzel.
Yeah.
And you put the Mulans in. You just have so many ways to buff up that Mulan. And the way that a lot of the removal in this format is based off of steel songs, the Fort really helps keep your board alive. But against a Maui, no one cares.
Yeah, Maui still takes it out. Would have most likely took 1 damage with the Sapphire Coil being out, but still elects to heal it just in case any go-go shenanigans, or if we buff up this Ursula, because this Maui here doesn't care about snow forts. Oof.
And there is the Mulan, very important. I believe is Mulan a base 1/4 or is it a 0/4? I think it's a 1/4, right?
It is a 1/4. Yeah, so it will always quest for 1.
Yes. The 1/4 that it gains lore equal to the strength that it has. Importantly, in a green yellow up to 6, yes. Importantly, in green yellow, especially with Fort, has many ways of upticking that strength with the Elanwe you see there, with the 2-cost tramp, with the 1-drop Webby, many ways to make sure that Mulan quests for 4, 5, or even 6. And really big for this deck is it'll just put a wide board and wait to draw like a Cricky. And then when you play a Cricky, you just quest for 13. But against a red-blue deck, you don't really have that option.
So we did see RMB's hand did have a Tamatoa happy as a clam. I think he inked it, but I thought he had another one maybe. Either way, that would be probably a good turn here. We could heal the Maui. We could, yeah. So we are going to heal the Maui with Popsicle. Are we going to ink and play Tamatoa happy as a clam? And it looks like we are. Get back 2 Popsicles here. Those seem to be really good anti-go-go tech cards right now.
Yeah, you see a go-go as a blue deck, and you immediately gotta play on just a red alert system error whenever there's any dice on your cards.
Yeah. Oof. There's the Piglet. There's a Tramp. Oof. That's gonna buff our Mulan by 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quest for 5, I believe.
And this is like I said, this is how this deck really starts to burst. But this is not Sisu proof right now because we only have the 1 fort.
And we did get the +2. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
So Lady goes for 3 as well. That is an 8 lore turn. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's Snow Fort being able to cut down the amount of characters you have to play for the Lady, and being able to allow that Tramp to go on to the Mulan instead of the Lady to still get that too. That was a 5 lore swing.
Yeah, no, that was crazy. That was so much lore, and this Maurice's Workshop looking real silly when this other 3-cost uninkable item looks a lot better right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, every single turn that R&B is not wiping the board
1, 2,
here,
3, 4.
that is. So let's see. So the Maui's going to be able to take out the Mulan. Has to take out the Mulan. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 7.
Now,
7 lore here, maybe more.
Sam here has 2 cards in hand. I might be tempted to take out this Lady here. The 03 Lady might be the This is not an easy takeout.
No, I don't think you cannot take.
You have to take out the Mulan though.
Because if you leave the Mulan, just 1 Tramp or a Webby is lethal.
So, draw for Popsicle here. Are we going to activate Maurice's Workshop? We are. We can no longer Sisu or Brawl if we had it onto the Piglet, or we couldn't. Yeah, we would be able to hit the 03 Lady.
Okay, so we have 1, 2. How much lore does Sam have? Oh, sorry, ink.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lore on board. It looks like 3 ink or 4 ink.
Okay.
Maybe 2 in hand. And here comes a Scrooge. So this is as good as it really gets for the red-blue items, right? We kind of need some answers though to
there's
the board.
a Vitalosphere, which is also huge, but no way to get to 2 ink here. So we are going to be able to quest for 3, 4, 5, up to 7.
Yeah, and if we shift Lady here, this is looking real bad.
Yeah, we're also shift Lady to get that. That was a fast 3 ink.
That was a fast exert for a Nani. One of the best cards to come out of Winterspell.
Oh, for sure. Just that the shot in the arm that it get the Yzma. They took the Braden tweet. This is the Braden tweet deck. That's hilarious. Yeah,
I am not a fan of 2/2 Yzma, but it is perfect to ink it, and that is a Daisy.
So
and we did play 2 characters, go for 3. Oh my goodness! And we put ourselves in what it has to be the worst spot you could be in for red-blue items.
Yeah, it is 18. Important to know that if we do clear the board, we have to make sure that we do not leave 2 damage on our characters.
Nani is so hard to banish here. Has to be what you would target with the right, but so you would target Nani with the Sapphire Coil.
Oh, and then the Piglet does it. Oh, right.
You have to challenge the Piglet. You could heal that damage from the Piglet, but even then, it's still like real rough.
I mean, either way, it has to be like a Sisu or be prepared.
Has to be.
Can we get can we get away with like 2 small Sisus or like a Sisu and a Brawl?
So small Sisu only takes out the Lady, the 03 Lady. Brawl can take out the Daisy. We're gonna quest here. I think we have the removal, but all we would need is 1 character challenge here, but we still do need the removal.
So getting the Fishbone Quill down to get the trigger from the Workshop here. Still have 7 ink with 2 potential inks from hand.
Oof.
So now we can target multiple things. Now we can get the lady and the piglet for a Sisu.
Yeah. And it looks like we have to have it, right? We're doing the counting. We're thinking it out. I'm almost certain it's going to be a Sisu. And that banishes all cards on Sam's side, but we're still at 18.
It is a close one, and it's going to be. I mean, we do have one card in Sam's hand.
Show me blue.
Oh, it'd be so funny.
But we're actually really close to having our own win over here with R&B's side.
Oh, baby.
Mulan currently would quest for 2 points here.
Yeah.
So whatever our last card in hand, maybe we're thinking that, has to remove the Mulan.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a lady 5 cost. I'm trying to think what could be in his hand that you wouldn't play here. Maybe a Nani, but you would play the Nani, right?
It's either like a lady or like maybe another snow fort.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. Yes, 7 items here. Questing for 5, 6. Right?
Yep, 6.
5, 6.
So if we want to get to game next turn for R&B, we need to clear this Mulan and put 3 more lore on the board somehow, or find a dime.
One of these items should have been free. Unless we didn't want to activate the happy as a clam effect.
1, 2.
Yeah, he paid extra for them. Maybe he doesn't care because he has it, the removal. And a small Sisu because we did ink and had double Sapphire Coil. Notably, probably not reach in this deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 lore on board. A lucky dime in hand would end the game.
Yeah, it was another 4. Yeah. And that will be this game 3. Very, very close. Very well played by R&B. Being able to leverage that single Sisu as well as the Sapphire Coil and even the Tamatoa to play down that Fishbone Quill perfectly timed, so we can get 2 different. Oh, we find a Sisu and shift the Sisu, and that will be the game this turn. So that was probably what the last card in hand was. 3 boards.
And then not having enchanted Sisus, though, very unlike RMB, but that was a sick game.
Don't ask R&B that, because then he'll get to go on a tangent for like 30 minutes about how the enchanted's crashed, but now they're back up again. So now the Sisus are probably like $150, and he's all sad.
I'll check. I haven't
got rid of them.
That was an awesome game, though. That was like the peak of that game, and what an unfortunate break to draw. Not two forts would have been like, okay, like I get it. You have 4 in your deck. There's a good chance you draw one of them, but the third one is just
insult to injury, man. That is the risk of an aggressive style deck like that. That is mainly just an aggro deck. If you fall off of your curve, if you fall a little bit off of line with your lore against a deck like red blue, all of a sudden you can't do anything. Like there's like 6 or 7 cards in your deck that aren't doing anything for you. So unless you're able to get to that game push, it just dies.
Yeah, that was cool to see that. Oh, we have another game. Riley back with ETB here. Versus, and oh man, what a camera angle we have here.
Oh, talk about zoomed in. What is that? So there's a workshop, a Tipo, and a Tamatoa that just got Sisu'd. A Tamatoa that just got Sisu'd.
Oof, you hate to see it. We are Red Blue Items Gaming.
Look at all these people. Like I told you, NA loves their red blue. I'm gonna see red blue in Indy, and they're gonna shoot me out of a cannon.
No, but you're ready to beat them, I believe.
I hope so.
I have no idea what to play, man.
I mean, it's
seeing constant red blue though makes me feel like I can't play red blue items though, so I've already written that off.
I really hate that mirror. I hate it so much.
Shark, a lot of fun. I like that deck a lot.
I think Shark is super targeted though. There's so many decks that can just like absolutely step on a Shark right now.
Yeah.
Red purple Shark though. Thoughts?
Red purple Shark. I don't know if I want to play purple cards right now in Infinity. I would probably play in Blurple over a few other purple decks, but I had a good run with Purple Steel Burn for a little bit. But even then, I don't know. I got to stick to my brand here of playing control decks and complaining about aggro decks.
Yeah, right.
So,
blue. So it's blue steel versus blue red. Yeah.
Gotcha. Oof.
A hard played strength though is definitely not what we want to be doing in Infinity Blue Steel. Not
at all.
So it looks like two-ish cards in hand. We are at this is the mid game, but it is the early stages of a blue mirror. This is game 3. So we have, all right, let's take a look. We have a Maurice's Workshop on both sides. We have a coil. That's the second popsicle on Jamal's side. Yeah. So and a Fishbone Quill from Riley. Yeah, this is looking really good from Riley. The setup is just so good.
Yeah, this seems like almost unlosable. Might be like a little bit too much to say, but this is like the setup that you dream of, and you probably never have to play a Be Prepared. The hideaway on the workshop.
Oh my god,
gross.
The card that everyone sees be inked on turn 1 or turn 2 if you're not playing a blue deck. If you're playing a blue mirror, that card's a blowout. I'll tell you what.
Oof, man. Hitting the workshop and Jamal also just hard played strength next, like the last turn, into a hard casted Let It Go on Tamatoa. I mean, we're going to draw a bunch of cards next turn. We have 2 popsicles in hand and a workshop on board. It's Jover.
Strap in, folks. This is going to be a bit of a long one. It's going to take probably 6 turns to get to lethal, but this is tough. Coming from a blue steel player with no board wipe, with no, I mean, there's item removal in that color. There's better item removal than Hideaway, but it's tough. It feels tough.
Looks like we have a bit more ink here on Jamal's side. We did a Let It Go and then also inked Scrooge.
I can't tell what ink is up and what ink is not up.
But we do see the pass over to Riley. We are gonna play a popsicle here. Draw for popsicle, draw for workshop. This is where I would go grab a drink while my red blue items opponent is playing all their items. To me, this is like the slowest pace you could do. Riley playing it very quickly, though. I do appreciate that. If you were going to play it, this is a lot of game actions happening.
It's just this deck is like, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy. I just get to play every single card I draw. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. We do find another popsicle here.
So he still has 2 popsicles in hand.
Yeah, so maybe we just you can't ink a popsicle, right? Yeah, we don't need that in Maui. Let's draw more cards.
So we still have 2 Fishbone Quills and an ink from Sale.
Oh boy. Ink with Fishbone Quill face down. We could, yeah, we did play Sail the Azurite Sea, so we can ink again and play another popsicle. But maybe we just quest with our Scrooge here and say go.
That was enough game actions for one turn. I'll save this popsicle for next turn.
Yeah, where he's like, let me, you can have some fun now.
I mean, like, what, two cards in hand, so it's just got to be another card. It's either another like good item or a Tamatoa or a dime, or another Hideaway.
Yeah, I mean, so this is, I guess, where the meta game comes now in this kind of matchup. Riley can't just play a dime here for fun.
Yep.
You have to have your lucky dime be saved because, Jamal might have Cusco, might have just plays their lucky dime. Jamal playing Lucky Dime here, not fearing the hideaway, probably not thinking that Riley has a second one. But we're activating on Tipo the flex.
It is one of those things. So we did see a hideaway already. Most hideaways I'm seeing are one or two. So it's very possible that Jamal is just trying to do his best to get under Riley in this next few turns. Hope that Riley can't find his Tamatoa and or Dime, despite the fact that he's going to resolve Visions of the Future into another popsicle with a draw and three inks available to him. But like it's like what other line can you take for Jamal here?
This is like, you know, when we play in core right now and green blue plays Visions of the Future, you get a little shaky in your boots, but there is a lot of things that they can miss. How do you miss anything with the Visions in this deck? You find an item, you're drawing cards. You find something, you're drawing cards. You know what I mean? Like you can find
another workshop.
Yeah, and in this deck, you know, Blue Steel has to play cards like Let It Go because they don't really have a removal option for a 5/8 Tamatoa so shiny.
Watching my opponent resolve 2 Visions of the Futures in the same turn.
If this wasn't game 3, I'm going to game 3. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
played a workshop, and here comes another Scrooge,
and still has a popsicle in hand to draw 3 cards off of.
Well, you know, we just played the Great Stone Dragon for the culture.
A little bit of a little shout out to Tomas.
Oh boy. I gotta bring like I gotta bring like something to watch when this is going on.
just pull up the Switch, be like, all right, man, you go ahead.
I think, you know, we have 2 cards in hand. I think he might have Fishbone Quilled one of those popsicles that were in hand, or played them already. So
that's possible. Well, we have 3 popsicles on board, so he definitely doesn't have 2.
And we have 2 Maurice's Workshops, a ton of ink. We are truly going to draw our entire deck.
I mean, yeah, like at this point, we quest the chip lore, and then we just find Tamatoa, we find Dime, we play him in the same turn, and we gain 15 lore.
One of those cards has to be Lucky Dime, would be my guess, or one of the 2 pieces.
One of the half, yeah. Or he found both of them off the second Visions.
Oh, Jamal plays a second Lucky Dime here. Tapping for 2. You might as well quest the Tipo at this point, man. Let the boy live.
This is so rough, man. I mean, hey.
Yes.
Hey,
turn the Tipo.
If we had like a Aurora. No, not Aurora. If we had like an Ariel, the one that the Ward 3 lore, that can get pretty scary pretty fast. Just gain 6 every turn, and then quest for another 3. Because you're never getting more items than Riley right here. Never happening.
No, you are certainly playing every item you have here. We're spending 2 for a hideaway on one of the Lucky Dimes. Sure.
I mean, like the best case scenario, the best thought here is that this isn't the turn that they have the Tamatoa Dime, that they're spending another turn dirtling a little bit, drawing some cards.
And even Tamatoa on Jamal's side here would only get 3 lore at the moment. Maybe gets an item back, can't really see the discard, but let's say 4 or 5 lore, that's still quite a bit away.
Yeah, I mean, hey. Yeah.
Wait, we did have some Sapphire Coil triggers. We didn't necessarily need to pop a popsicle to heal. I don't think it matters ever here, but just one of those things that we can look at to maybe clean it up just a little bit.
Yes.
But if we are playing a Tamatoa A-Class next turn, we get that popsicle in the bin, and we could grab it back.
Always remember your triggers, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between.
Yep.
But just remember, in blue-red, it doesn't matter anyway.
So we do see the Tamatoa come down here for Jamal. We are, I would assume, able to ink and activate the Lucky Dime and quest for 4 there.
So we got a second Tamatoa.
This is actually a little bit scary here.
Like I said, like the line was we forced Riley to dirtle for a few more turns, just enough for us to get under it. So we have what, 4? We could quest for 8 next turn. If we get 4 more items on board, that is currently
it's very
game.
possible, but I just can't see this Tamatoa living for a turn here. We have 2 Sapphire Coils out, trigger twice. We're going to play probably a small Sisu here, or a big Sisu, or a Brawl. There's too many options, honestly.
Oh wow, just had it was waiting too, like that. At one point they were thinking about oh, there's the Tamatoa. Okay,
now do we start inking our hand here and just going for it? Popsicle, we only have 1 ink available to draw with 1 Maurice's Workshop. We would not be able to activate the other, but let's just go for 3 with our Scrooges here.
Yeah. And so the potential for a Let It Go is still on the table to make this game go another turn. But even then, we just have 3 Scrooges gaining 3 lore every single turn anyway. So do we even need the dime at this point?
That's a very strange looking McDuck Manor, you know.
We're gonna build a 12 willpower
was
wall.
That let the Storm Rage on
That was a let the Storm Rage on onto one of the screens.
All right, I just want to make sure it wasn't a Robot Queen here and we're in Struggleville. Somehow you didn't play a character, but
there are no Diablos here for your Robot Queen. We do have to let it go.
We do have to let it go. Important to have that. Keeps the game going a little bit longer, but Riley does have a lot of cards in hand and quite a lot of items on board. What do we have coming down for Jamal? We do have another Let the Storm Rage on to finish off the Scrooge. So now actually actual McDuck Manor on board.
Actual McDuck Manor, yeah. the clock is now off of 3 turns, so we can potentially get another Tamatoa and hope that Riley's last 2 cards are the last Tamatoa and the dime.
Oof, and we have the bell come down. Really can't activate Lucky Dime, I'm guessing.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, so can't even get our 1 ship lore. But I don't know. We'll see what Riley has here if we could finish this game out. At this point, do you just throw down the Lucky Dime just to quest for 3? Probably not. If you had like a Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, something that quests for 2, or a Sisu maybe.
Maybe if you have something that quested for 2, yes, but
yep. And here comes a Happy as a Clam coming down. And we still can activate our Greatstone Dragon due to the Scrooge in our discard.
I would also like to point out I just received word from the Lorcana Lazy Boys that we have won this round 4-0. Yeah, I was trying to fiddle with my camera before I got on, and Braden won his match before I fixed my camera.
Nice. That's quite quick.
It was like both games I think was like, it was like Lady into Daisy Webby to make the Lady quest for 3 into Kiwi. It was like both games, and he's won by like turn 4.
Yeah, no, Kiwi doesn't really have a great response to that. But what is a great response to a 3/3 is just a small Sisu that, you know, you just ink once and can banish anything pretty much in this board state.
Yeah, I mean, we are certainly sitting at this table still.
We are certainly electing to let this game keep going for sure.
This is one of those things that like if I had finished my round and I was sitting here watching one of my friends and this was happening, I would just go use the bathroom.
Actually, a great note: if this is your kind of game at the DLC and you're, you know, round 4, this is looking like your first loss, probably just scoop it up, because this is going to tire you out. Yeah. This is going to drain you a bit. You're going to be more tilted the longer that this game goes. And, you know, maybe you're just not having fun. Go take a lap, you know, something like that. Go get a drink, go get some food. Because this is like, if we had Pete Tamatoa, it's not, now it's too late for that. You know, things like that. So if we had the Pete the previous turn, maybe we could have kept our Tamatoa alive. But, we're trying. We're still going for it.
There's a non-0% very near. It's nearing 0, but it's non-zero.
Oof, we did have all the Let It Goes in hand, it looks like.
All right, so we now have a 2-turn clock on Riley's turn. 2-turn being this next turn. So it means you get one more turn after this as Jamal.
Yep. But Shift Sisu plus Dime would end it. 9 plus 6 ink, so 15 ink, which it looks like we have 15 ink here. I have to imagine we do.
If we had Dime Tamatoa, I think we would have won 5 turns ago. But if it's Shift Sisu, then it's possible. So let's see. So if we don't get it here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5.
Oh, we activated Great Stone Dragon. No characters in the bin. What a fumble here from Riley. Send it to all the ETB boys. Do we allow that take back? Probably in the spirit of the game we will, but very funny.
I just looked to my screen because the Lazy Boys' next opponent came on screen. They have foil Whole New World sleeves on their deck.
That's so sweet.
That is crazy.
I have a singular Whole New World sleeve that was given to me by the great and powerful Kurt Spice. Thank you for that. And I sleeved up a Whole New World with it. So
that's beautiful.
Oof, we do just drop all the Sisus here. And a Tamatoa happy as a clam.
Yeah. I mean, I at this point, like, we don't have a board wipe for Jamal's side. Can we get to Tamatoa plus?
He would need a lot of items, and it looks like we're just gonna grab them.
Yeah, we're scoop it up. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to sit through.
Yeah, for sure. We just watched a mauling happen, but really well played by Riley. Needs to watch some of the triggers here with the Sapphire Coils and Greatstone Dragons, but there's a lot happening in that deck, and it's a lot for you if you're going to be doing that for 12 rounds. So,
Luke, did you enjoy that match?
Oh, that was.
Did you have fun?
That was a match. Yeah.
It was a match of all time.
I feel like someone drew way too many Let It Goes and not enough cards that did things early on.
It's like 3 Let It Goes, 2
Let the Storm Rage on.
2 dimes, 2 Storm Rage on. He play our hard play to strength too.
It's a lot of hard casting songs. I will say that. That's if you're ever hard casting too many songs, that's probably how you know the game's over.
Now, hard casting songs in like a song deck, sure, but hard casting songs in a blue steel item deck?
Roof. Ooh.
Yeah, never like that.
But we have seen a lot of red blue so far today. I'm so surprised by that because red blue item still feels like tier 1.
So much. I hate it.
But I wouldn't say it's the de facto best pick for Infinity right now. So
I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed that going into an ICL week that red blue items would have been the main deck played. I would have expected a lot more traditional steel songs. Yeah, maybe purple yellow hyper aggro.
From what we've seen at least, right?
Isn't this like a counter to what you expect to see? Like, there's going to be a bunch of steel, so they're trying to play what's good against steel song. Like, they're playing 3
traditional
decks,
song, yeah, that's fair.
They're just like hoping to line up. Yeah, and we saw Amber Steel beat items because they just didn't have enough board wipes, whereas in like, Sharks did like the opposite there.
Bang bang. Wow, I still can't get over that. Our last opponent is flexing on us so hard by just having a full Whole New World sleeve deck.
That's awesome. Was it somebody who competed at Worlds?
I don't recognize this person's name, so I don't think so.
Well, Fumbles, it was a blast having you here.
Dude,
but,
thank you so much.
Pop over to the next match here in a second.
Enjoy.
Hopefully we'll see you more often here again, and or watch you play next week. Who knows?
Oh boy.
But until then, we'll see you later.
See you, buddy.
Bye, Fumbles.
Bye, buddy.
Kylie versus Regis here.
Yeah, we're swapping over to the Triad versus Ink match since the main stage finished in a 2-0 fashion, and Triad versus Ink here is going to round 3. We just watched Ryan play, and he snagged up that he tied up the match for his squad here.
That was a really close game 3 too. It was really enjoyable.
Yeah, well, that depends on whether or not you like Sisus or if you like non-Sisu things. If you're an aggressive player, you probably got a little sad there watching the end of that match.
I mean, sometimes you play the fort, sometimes you draw 3 forts after your opponent plays a Sisu, and it's like,
Yeah, that never feels good. It's just like, where were you 2 turns ago when you mattered?
I would like to play the 2 forts before the Sisu, please.
Right. But it was worth noting that we did see Ryan ink a hideaway 2 turns before he went for the Sisu. Yep. So he was kind of like, whatever, I don't care about Fortisphere because I have coil and I can double triple ink. So
yeah, like having a fort on board when we have access to a coil and 1 or 2 quills or a Greatstone Dragon or even just a sail, like we don't need to do that every turn. We need to do that for 1 turn just to play a Sisu, and then we clear that board.
Yeah, just try to counter that pesky Sisu, but Maui was also doing a lot of work there, just like an early
Maui was huge. Yeah,
beat down, also had the Scrooge to help, but as you were saying, it was really close. Yeah, and that Piglet, the turn that we played Piglet and Tramp pumping up and gaining 8 lore, like it looked like it was gonna steal it.
That deck has the most burst lore, like the fastest burst lore I think I've ever seen. Like we've seen item decks like ramp to 15 to 17, play a Tamatoa, play a dime, quest for 20 by paying 2. This deck like feels like it just drops a hammer on the board and then just turns 5 things sideways and gains like 15.
Yep. I'm gonna have to leave you for 1 second.
All good. All right, Chad. It's you and me. Let's go a little bit crazy here. I need everyone to tell me. I can't see you, but you got to tell me what you think is going to win Dortmund and what you think is going to happen in Indianapolis because of what won Dortmund. Gotta think about that, you know.
Phone call aggro.
True.
A little child needed motivation to get in the car.
Do it. You got it.
Do it now before you're grounded. Do it.
Do it now. Do it now before I have to put on the Gandalf hat.
Yes, like I'm sure she right now is just like, he's streaming. You know he's gonna be upset if you don't listen. You want to be grounded?
These new age parents, like, no, I'm not watching my sports at night. I'm not watching the news. I'm streaming.
Yeah.
You better not make me mad.
I'm on the internet, boy.
You better not make me upset while I'm streaming, child. I am not ready to be a parent yet. I need like another 5 years.
I don't think anyone's truly ready to be a parent.
That's fair.
Let's see, I think the round should be starting shortly. I think it just now is starting right now. They waited for me to have my phone call.
We got purple in the house, a purple Iago being played. I wonder if that means that we're having some Peter Pans in that deck. Oh, baby. I see an enchanted Bruno. It's going on. Show me some birds, Kylie. Show me some birds. We do get the underdog white rabbit here, the 2/2 evasive for 2, unless you're going second, then it is a 1-drop. Very important for a green-purple deck, potentially playing Dumbo, potentially just playing it as an answer to a Diablo, and then we saw a Beast Ink and then a pass for Kylie. Very unfortunate. Green Steel, very known for not playing a ton of 1s and 2s, but important to note that with the new set, we do have a very strong 2-drop coming out. We do have, whoa! Oh, whew!
Kylie, oh my goodness, this is a pretty hand.
I love it. I love every single thing.
Gorgeous.
It's beautiful. So we get the Ursula here. We see a Zeus, a Storm, and a Strength. We do also see that that Kylie's a little bit light on Inkables, but we do want to take out the draw spells as much as possible. But we also see the Max Goof there, so I wonder if you're supposed to take out the strength there to force him to potentially ink the max goof later. But we are just dropping down some lore and questing out because we know that we do know that there's gonna be an Ursula coming out. We ink the max goof anyway.
Well, we need to sing something with that Ursula.
That's true. Yeah, but what if there's a
Like,
second? What if there's a second Ursula in there?
Then we get really punished for not inking that strength and using the max goof to draw the storm to double storm.
The Kid
Oh
Cloud
my
here!
goodness!
Whoa!
So brutal.
Bang!
His hand is gorgeous, but without that one-drop Diablo to get us going, he's just too far behind.
No one drop
Kid
Diablo.
coming in
No.
Ooh.
No two drop. I know that a lot of Green Steel players, me included, are starting to play the Judy Hopps underdog as just a solid body to play on board, either on the draw going first if we either don't have the bird or don't want to go for a bird line, or just on turn 2 because as you know, Luke, we struggle with 2 drops sometimes.
There we go. 3 turns late.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have the new Steel Diablo in the next set. So
That card has been so good, Luke. It's been testing so good.
we get to basically do what our opponents here are doing. Well, maybe not this opponent, but the Amethyst Emerald Diablo decks having like 1,000 shift targets. So
we get to do
it's
that,
not
and
as many, but pretty good.
We get to do that, and we get to protect our Ursulas and our PJs from turning sideways.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It also just doesn't get stormed right away. Gives you an extra turn. If you do decide to play a Snow Fort instead of a Cove or something of the sort. And speaking of...
Oh, this is real tough. A snow fort with this board against Green Steel that doesn't have item removal in hand is really tough.
It is a strength at least. And this is not terrible. So if Kylie has another thing to discard, we can shift the Diablo, still take out the Merfolk with no problem. And then if we play another character, we can double sing strength to take out both of the 2/2s, leaving just the Ursula. So there is a place that Kylie is able to just stabilize, right? And that is why this deck is so good in my opinion.
So a shift bird into potentially playing another card, double strength, take out the White Rose and the Kit. Even the bird can even just challenge into the Merfolk too.
Oh my goodness, this is not what we want to be doing here.
So we have Storm. Storm can only take out a Merfolk with the one.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was kind of thinking maybe we're gonna double shoot something and then shift and challenge is our hope. But maybe we're just gonna then shift and sing the strength. The problem is you cannot leave this White Rabbit in play.
Yeah. Well, we have a Zeus in hand, right?
I mean, do we have the extra to discard? We are about to find out.
So we had 3 in hand, and so we did just draw 2. So it's potential if we have another action to discard, we can discard, shift the Diablo, hard Zeus the White Rabbit. That is a line that protects the bird. It doesn't protect the Ursula though. The Ursula does get immediately bopped by the Kit, which hard playing a bird.
Well, we had 2, I do believe.
So we got
shift and strength.
Shift and strength the White Rabbit. That would be very nice. And we should have it, right? We should still have both the strength and the Zeus in hand.
Discarding the Zeus, shifting, and singing the strength. All right.
Have you seen a prettier board, Luke?
So, yeah. I think I've seen Dale play a few times. We quested and we didn't sing the strength. So did we ink strength at some point?
We must have inked strength.
Oh
no, no!
Not like
Elsa, this. Elsa under a snow fort. No, no. And there goes the Ursula too. That's a rough one, Luke. That's rough. I'm not sure what we're gonna do from here.
Well, we did draw a few cards there. I think we just need to play another Ursula 3 and double sing another Storm, and then maybe there's a world. Losing both Diablos there is just backbreaking. At least we got to draw 1 card. I think he drew. Let's hope Kylie remembered to draw.
We also got going to 6 here, potentially playing like an Ursula and on a PJ, or just an Ursula and an Ursula could help stabilize a little bit, unless we have another Elsa. No, we either had the strength or we just drew a strength.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was just a mistake there, an accidental forgetsy oopsie.
Very possible that that Kylie forgot that evasive was on that white rabbit. Also very possible.
Again.
Yeah, never
forget the white rabbit has evasive from now on.
Yeah.
Oh, with the genie coming down, Regis has got quite the clock here and is already also at a very high
13. Level. Yeah. So we need, even if we get 2 characters and strength, we can't take out either the genie or the Elsa in one of those strengths.
We need to play Where's My Heart?
That Elsa should have 2 damage on it, right?
I think so. Is there only 1 on it? I thought I saw 2 on it earlier. That is a 2.
That is 2. Yes, the lighting was odd, yeah.
Has Set My Heart, not Where's My Heart. Set My Heart is what we need to be playing, and then follow it up with some double sing action.
Yeah, the item removal available to Green Steel is not as beloved as in the Amber Steel decks who are playing Pluto right now. But we do have stuff like Has Set My Heart, which can be grabbed from discard with a Max Goof. We have both Archimedes and Benja, which can be mused back to your hand to reuse, and and then you just get to choose between wanting that extra willpower.
I was like, that takes that out. This is not core.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so you can either choose between the extra willpower on the Benja or the utility on the Archimedes to get an extra draw and discard when you banish an item. These are the prevailing options.
Genie. But I mean, Regis is kind of out of cards. He's gonna refill here, draw 2 cards this turn if we play that genie, which it looks like we're instantly doing.
A genie on an empty hand? Don't mind if I do.
And I feel like there should be damage on this Ursula. Did we not challenge the opposing Ursula?
No, we sung Storm again.
Oh, we double sang. That's why the card wasn't in the discard. That makes perfect sense. Does not matter as Elsa with the Snow Fort cleans her up.
And this is definitely something that's huge for Snowfort specifically. Once Snowfort decks get the board control, then they can just rely on that extra resist from Snowfort to really make it difficult for any deck that's not Ruby to remove anything.
Yeah, I don't know what we can draw here from Kylie's perspective to really get back in the game. As Kylie Regis wins in like 2 hits here, but that's one way. Try to maybe get that last card out of Regis's hand and then draw a card, but we're just playing characters.
So another Ursula. So you and I both know that this deck can and will lock people at 19 lore, especially with double singing Ursula, with muses, and now especially with Max Goof being able to reuse muses every single turn. So the lines are still there, unless
is not very good right now. We need that Snowfort answer.
We can get the Snowfort answer, and then we can play some muses, and then we can lock him at 19. I believe, Luke. I believe.
So I think Snowfort is very similar to Chromacon. When I don't think there's.
Never mind.
Right now,
that's a goat at 19.
But like Chromacon and Snowfort have very similar feelings, where it's just like you have to answer this or be prepared for it, or you're gonna get got and just lose. But if you try to jam it and they just shrug, Benja it, Has Set My Heart, double sing Storm, there's so many ways that you get severely punished there for going for it. And it really depends, like, where's the meta gonna be at when it comes to indie.
And there are 4 or there are like 5 decks right now that have very important pieces in their deck that some of them aren't necessarily like built the deck around, but they really help the deck. Like the blue decks have the Maurice's Workshop and the Fishbone Quills and the Coils, very important cards that you need to pop at some point. But these decks, like the green purple fort deck, the green yellow fort deck, and what was that? There was another one.
The Amber Emerald Fort deck.
Yeah.
The most
like,
powerful deck ever.
Yes.
According to Braden.
According to Braden. But like those decks that are building with the fort in mind, or any items in mind, really, once people start playing a critical mass of item removal, that's when it starts to get a lot tougher, because the plays that you were making for very free in your practice and in your preparation suddenly aren't free anymore. And that could be really tough when all you're doing is preparing with these forts in mind. I was talking to Mad Jack the other day. Green Blue Whisperer loves that deck, and he explicitly said that a lot more people have been playing item removal. People have been playing Find 'em Flatten 'em. People have been playing Pluto in their steel decks, and he said it's gotten a lot harder to win. He's gone on quite a few losing streaks this week because people have been playing those item removal. So just like what people were doing in Richmond against Dogs, people really hate losing to item decks. They really do.
Well, yeah. It's because the game doesn't feel close, right?
Yes.
Rarely does it feel close. Sure, we saw RMB's game look really close, but at the same time, from his opponent, it was close until it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. It's really low agency. It's similar to how people felt about Bucky, right? It's like you were, and even Bucky, like your opponent was still doing something.
They were still
like
questing.
But like a lot of the ways people had to play against Bucky was just ink passing and draw and like playing draw spells as much as they could until they could get to their board wipe. Like famously, Red Purple, the way they played against Bucky was never playing a card on board unless it was Friends on the side or Rabbit, until they got to 7 ink to be prepared the board, so they could afford
to
that,
be able to play the B prep.
Exactly.
You just really needed to be able to have enough cards in hand to get there.
So it's similar, right? It's like a similar play style. Like this item is like locking down my options. I can't do what I really want to do. So instead of trying to rebuild my entire deck to play into that, I'm just gonna play like a 3 or 4 of that says remove that.
Yeah, and we see Kylie starting with the Diablo we want, and Regis probably smirks to himself as he plays his own Diablo.
Gotta love some bird mirror matches going on sometimes. We didn't see a Diablo from Regis, but we saw a lot of evasives. I feel like I would be surprised if Regis was not playing Diablo himself.
Yeah, we didn't see very many actions, though. And we saw
That's true.
lot of aggressive characters. I think it might be a little hard to fit enough actions in there to reasonably shift the Diablo.
Yeah, I'm typically seeing between like 18 and 20 at the low on the low end.
All right, what are we singing? We just questing?
That's a quest.
Seems fair. This opening seems a lot better for Kylie here. Regis was on the play last game since RMB won his.
Mm-hmm.
So this looks to be the game that might just be over before it starts with the power of Diablo. We've got that morph so we can get a quick, easy beast if we need to, or wait a turn and then get a sneaky Pete in to do some challenging when not expected and give resist.
A beast here is actually really tough. Beast is really tough for green purple to answer. Or maybe a second bird.
Yeah, I imagine if, like, I don't know if Kylie drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
On the
8,
player,
9.
So they'll be going
yes,
to.
we did draw.
Yes, yeah. We're going into her third turn. She had 3 extra cards. She had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So we were at 9. Now we're drawing our 10th to
Yes,
make it
yeah.
equalized. So if we sing a storm that still doesn't do it, we can't fully get triple bird in play.
No. So if we drew an action, we can ink the Ursula, play the bird, discard the action, shift the bird, and we have triple bird.
I still wanted to play an action though. I guess I'm greedy. What can I say? I didn't want to ink the Ursula 3.
Yeah, I mean, what if it's like keep the Ancient Ways?
That's fair. That's fair. And we're seeing the ink.
Or like Bruno.
We did not draw the action, or we're about to see it. Like, imagine a storm to draw a card and then shift
That, and then you have another
Diablo
action.
afterwards.
The card on top of my deck could be anything. It could be another action.
It could be another Diablo.
Exactly. Fourth Diablo.
The games that you're just playing bird on 3, like, they're weird, but at the same time, sometimes they just feel real good.
Yes, like especially when you're playing a bird next to another bird, like there aren't many things that can take out both birds at the same time.
Although we did see that last game, and now we're seeing it again, actually, as just this Robin Hood could answer both of those birds.
Man, why did people start playing this card? Darn you, purple players, making life so much more difficult.
So now is the turn. We need the storm into another bad actions to shift that other bird. And it looks like we got it. Oh, we're halfway there.
Is there a Bruno?
Is there something to discard? Maybe shift a beast.
Beast would be really good here.
We might just play a bird and pass. Maybe ink again. I don't think we're going to Zeus that Ursula.
Probably
Yesterday, we did see an Emerald Amethyst deck playing the big Shift Ursula in their list as well.
The song Ursula.
Yeah, the pro.
We did get a
Witch King.
Got a discarded action to shift the bird. We do have another bird. Oh no, we don't have another bird. That was their bird. Another morph, my boy. But no, Shift Ursula has been really cool. I played that in green purple towards the end of rotation as a way to just be a 4/7 against aggro and then stop like Steel Songs from singing. And then I played it in Craion's Perpunzel deck because it has seven willpower and it can exert something. So that deck was so fun, man. It's just like, yeah, we're just gonna play all the things that aggro decks play, but I'm gonna hit you with them and not quest.
Yeah, Bucky did nothing wrong. It was always Diablo. I might disagree with that. As a Snowfort comes down, which is not that powerful yet.
No.
Could you imagine a world where they ban Diablo and let us keep Bucky? Do you think the Shift Aladdin would have been playable for a while?
I mean, we had Donald. I don't think we've gotten many other Shift 3s. Like you probably would have been playing that Aladdin for a long time.
I don't think we would have been shifting them, but maybe the location choices to play alongside weren't too good. Maybe we could have had some crazy Seven Dwarves Mine, Doc, Bucky
Hidden
deck,
Cove,
but I don't know. It's like Seven Dwarves
Here comes the
Mine,
music.
Hidden Cove. There's not very many other choices here. We got a song to take out a card from hand and then bouncing away that Curse Merfolk before it even gets to quest is pretty irritating for Regis here.
Discarding a Genie too means that we're definitely looking at some very solid cards in Regis's hand. But you want to talk about some War Crimes? If there's anything in this deck that is a War Crimes card, it's Muses, man. That card is. I think if I over the last month of playing Infinity, if I had to attribute the majority of my wins to a card, it's just Muses. That card is crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the feel bad cards, similar to Prince John and Bucky. It just has ward. It doesn't need to exert to do its thing, and it just is irritating. As Regis tier, has that Elsa. We're answering one of the Diablos. You know, I have lost a game where I opened on triple Diablos and they just had answer after answer after answer. While I had 1,000 cards, I wasn't able to apply the lore. And if you play Green Steel, you know that sometimes just happens. You spend too much time answering everything they did, and if they're able to have enough answers back, you know, the game kind of restarts at 7 or 8 ink, and it's possible to get got. As crazy as that seems.
I mean, yeah, like a lot of green steel decks, they're topping out at like 5. Usually they're usually topping out at like 5 ink, unless they're playing like a dock version. Then they're going a little bit lower, so they can double spell off the top of the deck a little bit better than current green steel. But the low resource games is where the Muses, Max Goof, that's where we thrive. Like if we're able to establish even just like a 3 or 4 card board and then get a Max Goof Muses loop going on, and we're able to somehow ink up to 8, if that happens, that's so good. Oh, and like I'm telling you, this interaction is crazy. Like if we like last last game, like if we're the snow fort's there, but we grabbed the so we can't bounce the Elsa, but so we're probably just gonna bounce the Max Goof.
It's interesting. I almost want to bounce the Diablo. That's a card. That's a choice.
I mean,
not what you want to be bouncing.
Exerting. Okay, Zeusing. Okay. I was like, whoa, wait, what? I was like, hold on. And now we're bouncing back the Max Goof. And like, yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is where we start to thrive, when we're getting that little bit of extra ink. We're able to Max Goof back removal every turn. Hope our opponent isn't able to remove everything. So we have the Ursula here. We bounce the Ursula back, so I'm assuming that we just don't have any songs, or we just don't care because we have a Max Goof, but we do not have any songs. And this is like what I'm saying, Luke. So the next few turns, we're just going to be inking up little by little, getting up to 8. And then once we get to 8, that's a really big power spike where we can just Max Goof sing something, Max Goof sing something.
We don't even need to do it yet, realistically. Regis is at such a low lore that we kind of could develop the Ursula 3 here and skip a turn to then really have a Muse's turn. Then every song we're playing, we're bouncing theirs and our Max Goof in one get-go. And after that, it's going to be pretty hard for Regis to be able to do much here.
Definitely depends on the songs we have in discard too, because if we are going for that line, we are losing the song that that Ursula does sing.
That is true. So it better draw multiple cards a turn, and it looks like we're going for some damage and card draw.
So we have a storm. Do we have 2 storms
for Ursula here if I was going to try to bring back the storm?
Yeah, it's tough.
Paying 4 just for 1 card and removing a Diablo is a little rough.
Taking the
Bruno because of the Ursula, which I'm assuming we just drew that.
This is where the lock can potentially be broken up if they have an Ursula. Because if they have an Ursula here, they might be tempted to go into the Max Goof instead of the Diablo to break up that loop. Because that's really the only thing that's going to be pushing the game into unwinnable territory.
Yeah, so we kind of put ourselves in a position that we have to now draw a song to continue the loop, and we didn't really develop the board anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I don't love that last play. I think I also would have. I either developed the Ursula. It's possible you develop the Pete just to get a big thing on board to contest with that snow fort. Yeah.
Luckily, we do have a couple of turns to kind of just do whatever we want.
Yeah, like we can potentially go for like an Ursula and a Pete, or just a double Ursula here, because we're not really worried about Regis playing actions, maybe besides friendly that side. So it's going for Pete into an Ursula. I wonder if we get an ink of an Ursula here, so that next turn we go to 8 ink, which would let us double max goof.
Which kind of lets us do anything. It would also let us sing a song and shift Pete, but we're not doing it. We're just going pure cards. We need every card we get. We don't need to play max twice. Oh, that goat is a little irritating. But still such a low lore here, up to 9 if we quest all the way out.
Yeah, it's a the lore is starting to be a little bit a little bit concerning. But any song off the top of the deck in the next few turns, I think, just locks down this board.
And we are drawing 2 a turn, so we should theoretically hit a song here very quickly.
It does look like Regis is looking to start to turn sideways. I do going for 1 here and not the second Ursula is a bit interesting.
Yeah, I think I would have quested with both, because challenging doesn't seem like something that's going to be happening in a mass amount. But we do get to challenge the Ursula down with the Pete or the max.
Yeah, like
before bouncing it.
Yeah, so we can. Well, no, we can challenge them. We can challenge the Merfolk with. Oh, we're gonna Bruno on the goat. Yeah.
I think we wanted to. Maybe we're just bouncing.
Oh,
I challenge first.
Like we definitely wanted to challenge and or quest, unless we drew another song. Unless we have another song in hand.
We might just be challenging this turn, which would be kind of crazy. But if we just don't have more songs, never mind. We've got a pretty mid song, but it's gonna give us a couple bounces. Once again, I think we wanted to quest with that goof before doing this.
Yeah.
As we really want that.
No, bouncing both characters here and leaving. And
I guess.
I mean, again, if we don't have another song, this is just it's risky if we don't have another song. No cards in hand. This is so risky. I just don't know.
But we are at a high enough lore that like we kind of maybe could just ignore those characters. They can't really challenge, and we're gaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore. I think he just says, you know what? I don't need to play the removal game. I just need to turn sideways 2.5 times and I win.
Yeah. It's just because I think in Elsa, I mean, sure, we don't really care about the kit. Get an Ursula proc here. Ooh, bang! Got the storm off the top.
We're still able to quest up to 13 if we want to.
13, play something, and then we have it. But let's see, so the kit and the Ursula can take out the max goof. The kit can take out an Ursula. It's looking fine. It's tough because I think there are still draws that green purple can have that really just start to snowball board control with the friends on the sides, with the Elsas, with the crabs and the foxes. It can get a lot. Oh, we got strength there. There we go.
It's interesting we decided to play that morph. I think I would have rather kept that and then been able to replay this max goof if need be, but I think we're actually just going to keep it in hand to guarantee to have a song next turn. And then yeah, this is looking over for Regis.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have quest for 4. We go to 12. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we don't have game on board yet, unless we draw into another Pete to shift onto the morph. But again, board is clear, so it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know how Regis could come back from this spot. But we're going to look at what that last card is. It may be insulting. Oh, we already knew it was the max goof.
No, we need it for the fox. The fox can take out the muses, cannot take out the Pete. 1 strength away from taking out the Pete under fort. And we replay the Ursula again, get to look at the max goof again. And we pass. Getting up
Max
to
Goof,
17 lore here.
that gets back a storm to let us do that last damage and draw a card. End quest fully out.
Yep.
Quite a devastating play here for Kylie.
That'll be a storm. Be able to take out the fox. Yeah, just the fox.
We ink and playing it. We're gonna sing and draw cards. We're gonna sing and draw cards.
We love drawing
which is
cards.
reasonable to do because like drawing cards feels great.
Yeah. I mean, technically, you can just sing it once with Ursula if you really wanted to. I've done that a few times to keep a song in the discard pile for maximum goof.
Well, I don't even know if we're bouncing.
Oh, we don't have muses on board anymore.
Oh, that's true. So max goof might not matter then.
Oh, we just had another storm in hand
There
after
we
that.
go.
All right, moving on to game 3.
Scooping it up. Ready. We still got 27 minutes on the clock, so it was unlikely that we just needed to scoop any time sooner. And maybe we could have seen something spicy that we needed to play around later. So there's nothing wrong with that there.
Yeah, and I do think it's important to see. We saw a beast go into the ink in game 1. We had not seen a beast in game 2, and we've seen a pirate Pete. So I would probably assume that we're on like two to three of each, maybe 2 of each. I feel like if there was a beast, if beast was like a 3 or 4 of in Kylie's deck, would be surprised if we didn't see it that game.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on beast. It's hard to decide where I want to land, but I don't think he's gonna be in my list post wilds. Because I don't want to play morph.
I'm currently off of beast and morph, and I'm very sad about it.
Yeah. I have so many foil morphs.
I have 9 enchanted morphs, Luke.
Oh my! All right. Well, you had to outdo me, and you did it. I only have regular dollar foils, and you're with your $50 foil morphs.
I think I have like 30 foil morphs in a binder somewhere too.
I really hope morph gets reprinted. Honestly,
dude, I love that card so much. I think that is one of the cool. I think it's one of the best designed Lorcana cards. Like,
yeah,
just
and
game
that's
design.
kind of why I want it back. Is like I think it's fantastic. Like, even if we're just reprinted as an uncommon.
Yeah.
Put it in like every 4th or 5th set. Like,
I agree.
Make it a meme that you see morph at a different location all over Lorcana, right? Like, that seems pretty neat. And you know,
do what Pokemon did with the Ditto cards, where you just have like a little like
that would be pretty neat.
You reveal like a vanilla, right? Like just like a really bad an underrate vanilla. And then all of a sudden, the people who first open the packs are like, "Wait, this feels weird," and they pull it open and it's just morph, bang.
Or like, can it be underneath normal cards as well? So it'd be like what if you don't want to flip it over, right? You don't want to reveal the morph underneath. You want it to be like that.
Oh, it's secret morph.
It's like actually like a Sisu or something. You're like, no, I want the Sisu. I want the removal. Like
double-sided cards, either Sisu or morph. Choose.
Pretty good.
It can either be an uninkable removal spell or an inkable shift target. Your choice, buddy.
Amazing and limited, that's for sure. Like
would be actually that card would be nuts.
You're like partway through the game and you just like take your opponent's card and peel it off. You're like, no, you don't get to use that. It's a morph. It's already been removed. Sorry.
We got a Merfolk opening here. Interesting, like very tough for some decks to deal with, and in a deck like Greensteel, who is in the early games trying to discard, like not trying to discard, but getting their hand pretty low. A Merfolk can be a little bit tough to deal with if we don't have the Shift Diablo Storm opening, which would be even crazier if we have it, because then we'd have to go Shift Diablo, any action, and then 2 storms if we want to do that this turn because of Ursula.
Yeah, and that snow fort in Regis's hand is probably going to be pretty annoying if he is able to have the Peter Pan. I didn't notice if it was in his hand.
I did not see a Peter Pan though. We saw, but we did see two Ursulas. Not going for the Ursula.
So I feel that if Kylie plays Diablo, looks at your hand and sees an Ursula, and then does not shift Diablo,
They either don't have it, or they have more than one action.
yeah.
And a storm here doesn't actually matter because it just puts 2 damage onto the snake, but they do get to draw a card.
Like, I think I would have played, if I had the shift line and not a second card, I would still shift the Diablo right then and there. The Regis
for
has
sure,
nothing to interact with it. It also, like, gives the bluff that you don't have another song to try to bait them into not playing the Ursula again.
That's interesting. Yeah.
A snake on turn 2 is not that powerful, but Kylie here doesn't have the big payoff.
No Diablo. Wouldn't be as big of an issue in Wilds if we had the 2-drop of Steel Diablo, because then he's a Smee that gets to quest for 2.
What if Kylie's hand was like 3 songs and Regis is just inking this Ursula based on the bluff?
I mean, if the hand is like 3-drop Ursula, Prince John, Sudden Chill, Strength, it's like, wow. Like, seeing 2 Ursula 2-drops go to the Inkwell.
Did he ink 2 of them?
Yeah, both of no, sorry. No.
Just one, I think. Yeah.
One of them got inked. There's the beast.
Ink the beast.
Man, we really would have loved to have that beast last game when we had just a naked morph for like 4 turns. Whoa. Just a singing of a Sudden Chill with no PJ in sight.
Also kind of interesting here because we are just losing this Ursula. Unless we have something that answers a snake. Yeah, we're just kind of losing the Ursula here, but I guess this allows us to double sing Storm on the
that's
snake.
true.
So, but
unless we have a
Ursula
bounce
is about to come into play, right? No, another snow fort would be devastating. Also
Ooh.
quite devastating.
Also
here.
quite, yeah. Man, those double fort games are enough to make you go insane, and then add 3 Has Set My Heart to the deck.
Yeah, it feels good seeing these snakes. I won't lie, I bought quite a few of these foil. It is a gorgeous card. They'll probably reprint it, and as we're seeing now, it's still somewhat playable here in Infinity.
Oh, I would be so happy if they reprinted Madam M Snake. I love that card.
It's quite good, quite powerful. Do we see Snake again here? If we're able to quest and then Snake back this kit and replay it, it's not that much lore, but it's getting up there. Like, we'd be going
so
up
like
5 answers.
It's not lore, but it's making the game go longer without the opponent being able to double sing. And so it Beast, Storm, Zeus. This beast is definitely concerning if we don't have an Elsa.
Got 2 cards in hand, you know it's an Elsa. It's always an Elsa.
It's true.
We didn't ink this turn either, so it's possibly 2 powerful cards that we don't want to lose a card for.
Or it's just 2 genies.
How lucky are we? Did we top deck a strength? Are we able to? Oh, that wouldn't work exactly because we want to be able to play Beast as well. So we'd have to top deck a Storm here to be able to take out the kit. And then also have the ink to play the Beast, but then we're still losing the Ursula to the...
A Sudden Chill would be pretty interesting here, because you would get to discard both cards and then hard play the Zeus on probably the Snake.
Yeah, that way the Ursula is at least trading with Kit, and that kind of leaves the board empty on each side, with Kylie having a Beast to play the next turn. And we hit something. We hit the Strength.
So we're choosing to do almost the same thing. Not almost. So
we just don't get to draw 2 cards nor play the Beast.
So we get to take out both the Snake and the Kit.
We don't Ursula.
We get to keep our Ursula unless they have an Elsa.
But if they have the Elsa, they're using it now, right? And that's one of the things we want to see.
That's
because,
true.
I mean, we would still lose the Beast to an Ursula if they saved it. The Ursula 2, or the Elsa, I mean, the Ursula 2 plus Elsa is exactly enough to take out that Beast. And while we would lose the 2 drop, I think that's well worth it. A Fox could also be pretty good just to cleanly answer here.
Clean the answer, and you would get a free ink off that Ursula. Nope, Genie.
You called it. At least one Genie in that hand. So my mind is it's Genie Elsa. It's the worst 2 cards Kylie could want to see. So we inked a kit.
It could have been Genie Merfolk. It's possible.
I mean, that's what Kylie would want to see. It's still, he doesn't necessarily want to see it, but it also means that the Scurry cards are not there yet. Only
true.
1 card left for Regis here. Ink the Bruno, play the Beast.
All right, this is where we want to be. The purple decks only really have the Elsa to answer this Beast, and if they don't have the Elsa in the next turn or 2, that Beast is going to be able to. Yeah. We're gonna be able to dig a little bit deeper, not the card, but physically into our deck to find more strengths. Potentially find an item removal if we have it. Strengths plus characters is really what we want to be doing right now. Like 2 characters plus a strength is what we want to do. Or Muses would be pretty good too.
Muses plus a Storm or Muses plus Strength would be backbreaking. I think the best possible would be Muses plus Strength.
Yeah, Muses plus Strength. You'd be able to take out the rabbit and the white rabbit, bounce the Ursula and the Genie, and then
the Genie.
You're right.
The Genie is a little pesky. You would have to draw a couple answers in a row, and it looks like we just draw a bunch of nothing here as we drop a Morph and a Diablo into play. And
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I think we have to challenge our Ursula into the Merfolk, and this doesn't feel good. We're doing it to the Beast. So I guess we're playing to our out of drawing a strength. The other thing is it makes that turn unactivate, which is just devastating for Kylie.
Yeah, that's tough. I really wish that Diablo could have taken out the Merfolk instead.
That pesky resist. Imagine had that morph been a song to discard, to play, to shift the Diablo, take out the Merfolk, and then draw an extra card while leaving the Beast ready. There are so many better outs for Kylie there, but sometimes you just draw those 2 drops that we don't like playing.
Yeah, I love me some Morph. Unfortunately, he's going back into the bin next set.
You just wait. There's 4 or 5 more cards. Maybe one of them will be a busted in half. Okay.
Oh my!
Gain 4 on go.
That's game, right? Is that game? That's game. Yeah.
That's brutal.
Wait. The lore went literally all over the place. It went from 18 to 17 to 15 to. Or at 9. It's 19. It's 19 exactly. Come on, man.
Well, we kept this Ursula 3 because we needed a song. Did we hit it?
So let's see if it's strength, we can take out the Genie.
It has to be a Storm because we have to draw cards here to be able to answer all 3 evasives. So we'd have to double strength one of the double storm one of the evasives, draw 2 cards, sing a strength, play a strength, and that might be here's
whoa
it's hitting that go once.
The go yep. Go once, go twice. Yep.
Did we hit a strength to
strength
take
or
out
strength
the
or
Genie?
Bruno to take the Genie?
And then another remove. It'd have to be another strength because our beast has to challenge the Ursula.
Yep.
And then we need to do that after we sing the strength on the Genie or play strength on Genie. But we have to have 2 song removals, 2 strengths. I think is the only out here.
because you can't. We can hard play a Zeus and take out the genie.
So like Zeus plus strength.
Zeus plus strength. It can't be Bruno because then it can be Bruno. We have 5 ink, so Bruno, Zeus plus strength.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, Bruno or Zeus plus
A strength. Yeah.
So we need at least 1 strength and then a few other choices. It looks like we're doing something. We have 1 strength. We're hitting the genie.
Hard
What could
playing
we
the
have
strength
for the last point of damage needed to take out this white rabbit. He's late to an important lore date.
It's so insane how we drew almost the exact 3 cards that we needed.
Do we have the Zeus? No, we have to trade now. We still need 1 more strength. Just play the strength.
Yeah, at this point, it's only strength.
Or
has set my heart.
Evasive. No, Kylie, you can't.
No, it could have been has set my heart too. Oh no, we're 1 off. What was the card? Show me the
Goat
card.
was the last card.
Oh my god!
Into
All
another
that work
goat.
for this. I'm upset. This
Regis
is
like, you
annoying.
weren't winning. You went through all those hoops. Didn't matter. I had exactly what was needed, and
Oh my
that's
God.
that. Oh, that's too good. That's too
hilarious. So Ink takes the win over Triad.
Good. Yep. Oh man, that game was intense. It did look like it could kind of go anywhere.
There was definitely moments where both players had the opportunity. The Lazy Boy match 3 is still going, even though that's a 2-0 already.
We're actually gonna jump in and see a little bit of our main feature again, since some of chat seemed a little sad. They were a little distraught about not being able to watch more of
chat,
Trevor's new crew. So.
It happened to Lazy Boys last week, so.
And we jumped back and watched a little bit of the Lazy Boy game, I think.
I didn't. I went to bed.
Well, that happens sometimes too. Bedtime is a nice, relaxing time. It depends on how long it takes me to change these graphics.
It's true.
Because I'm apparently not good at talking and changing graphics. Anything I say right now is probably zero substance, but here we go. I think
I believe in you.
Game 3. Which game are we on right now? Thank you. We are indeed in game number 3.
This is a green-yellow discard mirror of all things in game 3.
This might have been another reason why I selected a different match for us to watch for the
I mean,
something
bird
you might not
mirrors
have
are bird
known
mirrors.
is
Yep.
Oh,
Oh.
never mind. I thought we were watching something else.
So we do get to discard that Under the Sea, and we saw Akita there. No muses on either side. Muse is very important in this matchup, being able to bounce and replay your aerials, looking for those Under the Sea, so they don't get Ursula. So you can just grab them and play them whenever you want.
Oh, I have the matches swapped because I'm silly.
Oh, you have the name swapped? Yeah.
They're playing the same deck.
True.
Let me zoom in a little bit here on Sean's board.
So you have Akita. Is that a tramp on it? Tramp! Tramp in Infinity with Diablo and Prince John.
Kita. Oof.
Yeah, we did see Nikita when Sean played Ursula last turn to rip the Under the Sea. His hand was Under the Sea Kita.
What if Sean sings Under the Sea right here?
He can.
To take advantage of the Kita from Clara. I mean, Claire didn't really. I mean, Sean didn't need the Under the Sea or the Kita to do it. I was about to say, it looks like Claire just has this game locked up and she's got it. But no, it does appear that Sean has the reset button.
Bang, 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 bang.
I like the, do you care which order? Nope, random's fine with me.
So like I will always ask that. They'll always say no, and then I'll always just like, okay, I'll put it in the objectively worst spot for me anyway. Just because I know for a fact that at a DLC in a very important match, if someone under the sees me, they're gonna point at the cards. Ooh.
Are they? My opponent, I can't really remember what order. I feel once when playing Under the Sea, my opponent was like, I want to order those. And I was, okay. I'm not playing a whole new world in my deck. It doesn't matter. I'm not playing Visions. I'm not playing a whole new world. Like, those are the things. Oh, Sean playing the You Have Forgotten Me. A lot of people have forgotten that card.
The Blast of the Father.
So do you think that one of these two lists would have the advantage against the Snowfort version, or do you think the Snowfort could beat this before it gets going?
It's interesting because right now I don't think that any of the green yellow decks play item removal, so they would have to rely more on those Kitas, those Painting the Roses Red, the Delos Moon Lullaby. I don't think it shouldn't be that bad, because like being able to aerial to have aerial to dodge the Ursula 2s and being able to acute out muses early, I don't think that the green yellow fort deck should be able to get out to such huge board advantages right away.
But if the Snowfort deck did kind of go turn 3 fort, turn 4 fort, and then
double
like
fort is going to be tough, yeah.
Like that could just be what it's needed to beat, right? They can't hit with anything without the Kita. They're forced into a Kita play, but it doesn't like hit very much, right? And these song decks, they don't really quest for very much. That is 9 characters in play, and it only quests for 9. But I think
it's definitely an interesting matchup. I think that if a green yellow like discard / muses deck were to be made, I probably would be playing an Archimedes. I would probably be playing that has Set My Heart because we have the aerial. I don't think Amber has. Does Amber have any item removal?
Maybe not directly. As this settles it up, Emperor's New Crew snabbing the mirror there at the end as they were able to play the Under the Sea, and Clara was not. Pretty intense match there. As we even watched earlier, the games were kind of close a little bit here and there, and it just kind of went in one person's favor there. You know, we almost saw the Ruby Sapphire gain control for Top Deck King, and then just kind of missed it what he needed, and his opponent did not. And it was a good thing we didn't jump over to the match you wanted to watch, as it literally finished about 5 seconds after we started going here, and that was the last match of the ICL tonight.
Wow.
So thanks for watching, everyone. Here we're gonna do a little shout outs here. Where can we find you? I do believe you occasionally do some late night Lorcana streams.
I sometimes do some streaming on either Twitch or YouTube at Travers Tavern. I have my musings on Yield X/Twitter at Travers Tavern, and if you are in the lounge or in any of the other Lorcana Discord spaces, I am there again, Travers Tavern Franz. Feel free to talk. Ask me any questions, and I am excited to get some Infinity testing potentially on stream in the next few weeks. It'll be fun.
Oh yeah. Hopefully one of these days you won't be working in the morning and we can play, or maybe we'll do some late night stream. It's hard to say. Once Wilds is fully dropped here, I'm actually going to go in hermit mode at nighttime and start jamming tons of games with people. I haven't really been playing enough.
Jump into the lounge on Monday nights. We're going to be playing those leagues. That'd be fun.
Yes, I did see those messages about it. And there is a new show coming out on Sunday from the Questing Queens. And they're doing a Royal Treasury giveaway. 7 prizes, 7 winners. Details below. Let's see, where are the details? Here, you know what? I'm just going to pop the Instagram post here in chat so you can click on it and check it out. But we're going to pop over to the reruns, and so we'll see you tomorrow-ish. I'll see you in the morning. Hopefully I'll be playing some Games with Gabe. That should be what we'll call the show, Games with Gabe. Fantastic. All right, well, I'll see you all later.
Yo,
I guess they can hear
Heyo.
me now too.
let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Potentially.
Welcome to the ICL week number 2, The Incredibles versus Impact TCG.
Let's get it. Air horns. Bah, 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 bah. That was great.
That was really good.
That was a powerful introduction, Luke. I thought that was a lot of energy, a lot of pizzazz. It was nice. I'm motivated now. I was already
Very.
motivated, but now we've taken it to the next level. Very good.
Good.
There
Very
you
good. Very
go.
good.
So
Very
these
good.
are the Incredibles versus Impact TCG. Were they in the ICL last season?
No.
New people.
This is the first iteration that we've seen of 2 new teams coming to the ICL. Both of these teams are long-standing teams in the community, but this is the first time that they've had an opportunity to be here. I've met some of the incredible teammates. I know they have some players in my region here, and I've met a lot of the members of Team Impact as well. They frolic, if you will, in the Memphis, Central America region.
Do people in Memphis frolic?
I hope so. Frolicking
Oh,
is a lot
okay.
of
I
fun.
think people frolic everywhere.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
an
okay.
international thing that you can frolic.
Frolicking?
Anyone can
Oh,
frolic.
okay. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Especially in Memphis.
Walk in Memphis. Sorry.
Awesome.
Sorry.
So we have our second week of the ICL, and we have these 2 teams with totally awesome logos. I like this. I like how we're like, it's Incredibles and we're towing a line, but I like it. I like the way it
Mhm.
looks.
It looks almost like, can I say Incredibles? I don't want to do that. don't
I
wanna
know,
go
right?
there
I was
with
like,
you.
I don't
think you
wanna,
could
like-
say it. I mean, they're definitely inspired by the
Yeah.
Incredibles.
Yeah.
I
They're
think you'll
very
be blind.
inspired by, as I said, we're towing
You
a
have
line,
to-
but I love it.
It's
Mhm.
definitely inspired by.
I think that might be something. And we have Team Impact TCG. I don't, like I said, I've met them. I know this is Rod Gaston's team. Shout out to Rod. He's one of the founders of the league, one of the admins of the league, and he is playing on that team. Maybe he will get him in the lineup tonight. I would love to see him out here into the field of play, getting into the dojo,
I
getting
think,
active.
Rod and I both agreed not to play on our.
Oh, okay,
respective teams.
okay. That's fair. That's fair. Never
So,
mind. So I won't hold my
alright.
breath.
You should hold your breath.
I should.
Yeah. How long can you hold your breath? Oh, there he goes.
Maybe
You
like
should just hold it. Why not?
Yeah. Just
maybe
hold
like
it.
not?
maybe
Hang
like
on
30,
to it.
maybe like 30 seconds or so. I think
Yeah.
it might get like 45 seconds. If I really lock in on it.
I don't know why I'm going to tell this really stupid story, and I'm sorry,
Please.
everybody. One time when I was in high school, a friend of mine, we were going through the McDonald's line, and he ordered like the 30-piece chicken nugget. You know what I mean? Like where it was like
Yeah.
an egregious amount of chicken nuggets. We get to the window, I get my food, he gets his food, and they're like, "Sir, can you pull forward? We're holding your nuggets." And he literally looked at them with the biggest puppy dog eyes and goes, "Well, let him go."
Oh, that's pretty sad.
And I was like, "What?" And the lady was like, "Just pull forward. Like, what are you doing? Like, just pull forward. Why are you doing that?"
And it sounds like a compassionate person that they really were concerned about the safety of their nugs.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
I mean,
it's-
pretty much. Yeah. It's like we're holding your nuggets. He's like, "Well, let them go." And I was like,
Release the nuggets, huh?
Yeah, release them. Give them to me, please. I mean, if you need
Release the
30 of them,
nugs.
yeah. If you had 30 chicken McNuggets, you probably needed at least one of them at the time.
Do they still do the 30 nugget special there at
I don't
McDonald's?
think
I haven't been
so.
in McDonald's in years. I know
Oh,
exactly
don't
what it's
lie.
like a giant. It was like a giant
were
box just full of
charging-
nugs.
$4 for 6 nuggets when I went there the other day, and I
Insane.
literally told my wife, I was like, I don't ever want to go here again. Like,
You're off McDonald's? I don't believe that, Luke. You're
dude,
McDonald's
charging
main.
$4 for 6 nuggets.
You're a
That's a
McDonald's
lot.
main, Luke. You are I've seen you eat so many double cheeseburgers.
You only
Really?
see me eat McDonald's because you see me eating while traveling. There's nothing else to eat.
And on stream, I've seen you smack double cheeseburgers on stream more than once. Knock it off.
Well,
I've seen
But
you.
that's not going to happen anymore, hopefully.
Okay.
My kid
Well,
is in
especially
love
not
with
at
them,
$4,
though,
yeah.
So, like, how
Yeah.
much can I really argue with my wife where we eat when my son is like, I want a kid's meal?
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
exactly
Okay.
how he says it. Very professional.
excuse me, mother, father. May I
Mommy dearest.
bother you for a
Might
cheese-
thou
cheeseburger?
bequeath me, Papa,
Yeah, yeah.
Mama,
papa?
Papa,
Yeah.
Mama, might
you
thou
wanna-
bequeath me a small portion of McDonald's, perhaps, per se.
I think that's exactly,
What say ye?
Mama,
exactly how it
Papa.
is.
ta-ta. A double cheeseburger would
Double.
suffice me well if you could. Be so
Yo,
kind.
you know, you order it and they're like, "Would you like apple slices?" And then my daughter's in the back, and they're like, and before they're even done saying "or extra fries," she's like, "No apple slices!" I'm like,
Yeah, none of them.
she heard you. Yeah. So you can get apple slices, which are just like a gooey mess that just sit there and it's like worse. And then, or you can get extra fries. And sometimes that means they'll give you 2 small fries, and sometimes that means you'll just get no apple slices and the same amount of fries. It's always a gamble. It's always a gamble.
I'm always picking the fries. I don't know where McDonald's getting their apples from, but
Yeah, right.
where to get apples? I don't know.
Yeah, nobody's even opened the bag. It's just old potatoes, like shaped like apple slices. They're like, I don't know, whatever. We don't actually have apples. That's crazy.
My son eats the apple slices.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just like gooey apple slices with no, like they peel them, so they're just like in a bag.
Yeah, it's
Nah.
just apple. It's not great. We're gonna go through the player cards.
Yay, we made it.
after Round 1. We're gonna go through.
Ah.
We're gonna watch the match in the player cards. Well, we got to start. We're running a little late.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Maybe in between rounds you could toss them up there as well too.
Yeah,
if we
that's
go
what I was
round
thinking.
one.
Is like after the
Okay.
first round, we're gonna go through the first round's player cards, and then we're gonna do the player cards for the people we're about to watch, and then we're gonna do round 2, and then we'll show the round 3 player cards before we go.
Okay.
for 'em.
Okay. So do you want to do one versus one right now, and then or just go right into the game?
We're gonna go right into the game here.
All right, let's do
As
it.
soon
Let's
as
do
I
it.
finish
Let's do it.
setting up.
Sorry about that. A little late.
no.
A little.
It's been a hectic week for me. People might be wondering, how could it be hectic? You're not even streaming. Well, let's just say there's reasons I'm not streaming, and it's because it's been a hectic week.
Is everything okay? Anything you want to share? Free therapy?
My mouth hurts a lot.
Yeah.
I'll share that.
Are you still? And I don't want to put any additional pressure on you, but hopefully your mouth feels better. But are you still able to get some quality testing in for the DLC? I know you're a very competitive
Of
player.
course not. I've literally been doing nothing but drinking milk and then whining to my wife as she looks at me like I'm a baby. That's basically what I've been doing for a week.
Dude, mouth
It's been
pains
nice.
are the
It's
worst.
so
dude.
bad.
I feel so bad for you, man. And if you need to take, I'm sure if you need to take time off from doing this, like I don't know if there's any way we can keep it going.
So the antibiotics have finally kicked in
Okay.
to an extent that I should be able to make it through the round. So I should be casting tonight. Should be
Okay.
fine.
Ooh.
Okay.
The ad break just finished up. So I'm going to push it over now, and it's just going to be you two,
Sick.
which is why you're here.
Well, cool.
Hey.
So
Heyo.
I will chat with you two after this round.
Let's get it. Let's get
We'll
it.
see you.
And we are back. Hey, Kohler. It's been a short week.
I know, and I am immediately noticing the champion Matt over here
Okay.
on Camille's side. So
What a flex. Did you get a chance to get out there and get your set championships on?
I have not yet. I have one on Saturday potentially, and definitely one on Sunday. So
Okay.
I will either try once or twice, and if I get a Maleficent Matt, I will be shocked.
Yeah. I played in one. I played in probably my one and only rep. I got completely torn apart. It wasn't even close, and that was probably it for me. But maybe I can squeeze one in. But I just got a lot to do this weekend, and next weekend after that, it's going to be DLC. So it's over for me. So we're cooked. But it is what it is. So I love the flex, getting out there early, getting that set champ Dublinsky, and then rocking it on the ICL. That's a win-win-win. That match is super clean.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Yeah, and I love the champion actually like looks really nice because it's the same color as the Mal Dragon, which like
Mhm.
sometimes the champion logo, like a lot of times where people are like, I'll take second because the second place Matt just look better. But like I like the way that I don't know, it seems to kind of fit really, really nicely. Like the balance between the champion and the Fable and how it's all purple across. That's how I felt. I was like, the champion logo always just looked like they stamped it on there afterwards. And this looks like it was actually thought about like with the entire mat kind of, in
And
mind.
a part of that, like a part of the actual design process instead of an afterthought. And it kind of fits. It almost has a different font as well, almost like it matches the Fabled font. Maybe the A's are a little bit different, but it looks really nice. Same colorway there.
Yeah.
I like
Absolutely.
it. Okay.
So
And on the left, we have Dan Yokwele, it looks like, as we have the Tinkerbell mat with the blue sleeves. I think I don't know these players well enough to know if their teams are correct, but we're getting some feedback that the logos might be on the wrong side. I'm not sure how true that is, but we're going to get it sorted out. Shout out to production, absolutely crushing it, as we'll start this thing off with a little bit of Pluto. Good boy.
Oh, is it really Pluto? Good boy.
Probably not. Good dog.
Oh,
Good
okay.
boy.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, really?
I played it. I should know this. I played a
He's a
Pluto deck
good dog.
yesterday, and I have all the Plutos here right now. So it was definitely Pluto friendly pooch. Is what it is.
Friendly
Not
pooch. I was like, I don't know if he. Good boy.
His ability is good dog though.
Good dog. That makes sense.
It's
And
good
he's-
dog is the ability. As
Well,
we
and
will
Yeah. We're doing great.
following that up with a Royal Guard. Pass back on over. We got Tramp down to the Inkwell. So let's see if we can get some value on this Pluto, or we would like to keep it ready. It looks like we got the dogs versus Sapphire Amethyst. What do you think about this matchup? I like the dogs color.
Yeah, I definitely love seeing this, and we see the Tiana in this Sapphire in this dogs matchup now. Before they were like, I don't really run dogs, and now the Tiana is kind of in there and quite powerful. Who knew, right? But I do like this Royal Guard because they're going to be able to pump them up just for the one card that they drew for turn. But now they're sailing, so they're drawing another card. So now the Royal Guard is even bigger, and we'll be able to kind of cleanly take out this Pluto, taking no damage in return, and just sitting around waiting. And if you can draw, Basil, never mind. That Basil will, yeah.
That's a I think that's a clean +1. So using that good boy ability, a good dog ability there to bring out that Tiana a little bit early, that might have been a slight gamble, and that gamble was a bit punished. Now you have a very threatening Basil who can now engage with the Tiana if you were to quest again. But we have the Into the Unknown, so Ursula comes in on 2 Wink, able to snatch that song. I love that for Camille here.
And absolutely being on the draw, I do believe. So for Camille being on the draw and knowing that the Elsa Into the Unknown is the answer for Tiana is going to make a huge difference. So Ursula going down and being able to look at and take that song is going to be a big deal.
For sure. But So that, but also to your point, Color, that Royal Guard Basil will be able to clear that Tiana as well. And
right, just multiple ways to go ahead and get on rid of that Tiana. We've seen her since the beginning of the set, and now we have just like tons and tons of ways to make sure that she is no longer a problem.
For sure, but this just in though, we did hear that there is a little bit of close proximity, that Camille is actually very close in location to the Team Impact area. I think maybe located in that Memphis region. So shout out to them for maybe they know each other, so they have a little bit more insider information on each other's strategies and or tendencies. This incredible team is a nationwide team. They have members all over the country. So I think that is that's pretty neat that they're so close to each other, and they probably played a few times before in the past.
Like, I know your tricks. I've seen them. I've seen the tricks up close. And so now, yeah, and it's always good too. That's one of the ones where it's like, oh yeah, like they know each other and they're friends. Like, I want to know what they're saying while they're playing. Sometimes, you're like, I just want to hear it, because there's always like that camaraderie, like with teams, and it's always super fun to listen to. But we will watch them play this game as the little Royal Guard goes on a quest, I do believe.
Interesting. What do you think about that quest? I think having that Royal Guard quest probably setting up for the Madam M elephant. Never mind, I did it too quick before you can say it.
I think that he's going to bounce it with a Madam M elephant back to hand and make sure that a tramp doesn't come down and cleanly take out that Royal Guard for freeze.
For sure. And you're absolutely correct. So you now have the Basil is installed, the Madam M elephant's installed, but now you have double Tiana. So this could get interesting. You still will be able to pay the Tiana tax, but you cannot afford to pay that 6. You're going to need another Into the Unknown here soon, as both of those Tianas can get exerted. You could lose this Battle of the Bulge here, as your character's starting to get super wide on board. Blurple never can handle a super wide strategy. As we're going to go ahead and get another Genie's coming down. That's another great little piece of kit, adding another card to your hand, staring down this massive board chock full of Tiana's. Tipo into the Inkwell for another Royal Guard. So you send one back to your hand, and that's the same one, I would only assume. But you can never be so bold. You can never be so bold. As we're going to go and pass back on over to Camille. Camille now, who has been equaled in board presence, both players hanging on to 4, but you have this very problematic Madam M elephant that will even in the event that it cannot do any damage, it can still gain some damage and act as some kind of pseudo removal. So you're being very reluctant not to quest even with the Tianas, as the Tramp comes down for a draw 4, discard 4, looking for an Under the Sea, which still would be quite great here as Lilo finds her way into the discard pile.
And we do see the Aurora too. I love this Tramp because of that reason, because just especially if you keep finding them, it's one of those things where you're like, oh no, I have to like draw a bunch of cards and then discard my whole hand. Is that fine? Now you just have a bunch of 2 7s on the board for no reason whatsoever, 2 8s on the board, like and they quest for 2. So and it's a miserable thing for Blipple to be trying to get rid of multiple Tramps, just all the Tianas and everything. That's too many. You need too many answers. It's too much too soon.
I think that is a very, very fair assessment. But the major thing is that this Tramp can dig. You're digging 4 cards. You're looking for that Under the Sea, which will be quite potent and powerful. It will only leave the Madam M Elephant, and Dan will only hold 2 cards in hand if you can get that set up. Mighty Quest coming through. All those Tianas getting exerted. Let's see what Dan's going to do here going into the 16th turn. Are you going to pay the double Tiana tax to start clearing some of these characters? What do you do, Color?
Let's see. We are only on. We don't have enough ink. It's not a Hades turn, but I mean, we did get our Into the Unknown swiped from us, so we potentially could find another Into the Unknown that gets rid of one problem. But again, we're definitely probably holding out hope. We'll only shuffle it around 2 cards. Again, Hades is a pretty clean answer. Into the Unknown is a pretty clean answer. And then we do look like we're about to do something for 2 ink, maybe leaving up 3 ink. So potentially do something cute there, but at the same time, it is a Hypnotic Strength. Okay, so Hypnotic Strength onto the Elephant, then maybe quest with Basil.
Okay.
And then also bump up the Royal Guard. Okay.
And now you have 3 ink. You can't pay one of those Tiana taxes. So I think, we're seeing it. And we got another one colored. Oh, my goodness.
So this is very good. Yeah, and now we can just go ahead and pay the 3, get rid of the 1 Tiana with the buffed up, situations. And then we can also go ahead and take out maybe that lady as well.
This is a great turn.
Absolutely.
Absolutely powerful turn from Dan's perspective. I'm sure Camille had an idea that line was available when they made that quest and just put them on Gotta Have It. And sometimes you have to put them on Gotta Have It. But when they do actually have it, when they gotta have it, that feels miserable. Okay, we're talking about things that make you feel bad. Hopefully they don't have it, but sometimes they're going to have it.
Yeah, like you said, that maybe finding that Into the Unknown off of that Tramp earlier would have been really, really nice to be able to clean up this board for a little bit, because that would have just left the Madam Elephant, which is about to do a whole bunch of damage, because we see the 3 ink be exerted. Now we're going to go ahead, use our Mim Elephant for the Tiana, and then that leaves our Royal Guard, which we did draw some cards. So he's a little bit bigger, and that probably go ahead and cleanly take out that lady. Wait, I think that would be my bet. Get that old gal out of here.
Yeah, I think clearing that lady is priority number 1, because there is a very powerful shift line that is available. Being able to shift that lady, Miss Park Avenue, add more cards to your hand, you're on your way. And she can also threaten the ability to sing. So you still do have the ability to sing Under the Sea right now, but it's not nearly it's still super powerful.
And so I was like, I would still rip it off. I'm going to sing that. You guys, especially after what you just did to me, all of that, Under the Sea, all of it. Get rid of it. What else you got? Because you only have 2 cards in hand, 1 card in hand, and for a Blurple player, this is about the point where, okay, I've controlled the board to enough extent. I need to start drawing cards. This is where I need to start throwing down Dumbos and things like that to make sure that we can. Oh dear! So we're gonna play a Lilo Escape Artist just right out of our hand with a Daisy as well. So this is. We're just gonna go quack. We're just gonna go fast. Fast and quack. I don't know what I tried to do there with the Daisy. There's not. We're gonna go quack.
Yeah, I think that might be. I think what Camille's going to have to go back and look at, though, is that last quest, that last turn. I think exerting all your characters in that position, playing into the unknown play, even though as rare as it may be, I think that kind of sets you back a little bit, as now you're kind of trapped here. You got the 4 ink, you have 1 card in hand, and you're hoping your opponent doesn't get to the Hades, and it looks like they don't have it. So that's a good sign for you.
And at this point, I mean, they're only at 7 lore. I don't think I would want to use a Hades at this point. Probably like just I want to kind of what I was talking about before. I want to refill my hand. I only had 1 card in hand. I need more resources. I need to get to the second phase of my game plan. And I
Right.
can't do that if I just start Hadesing your stuff. But if I can refill my hand, if I can get to the point to where I can comfortably sing second star to the right, I'm going to outvalue you.
For sure.
At
I
this
would just
point.
hate having the ability for my opponent to sing Under the Sea on me. I know if I had the Hades and hit that 7-cost character off the board right now, then they'd be much less likely to find that Under the Sea. It still would be devastate your entire position.
Monstro.
Monstro seems also quite good. It is an inkable card as well, so maybe that could also be the story coming in from Dane. Just didn't have the ink available to place a character into the inkwell to send a potential Hades onto your opponent. Let's see if we make something happen this time. Or do you preserve that Monstro to help combat the board a little bit on a turn from now? So these are decisions you have to think about.
You know, we're at 14, so that's unfortunate. You know, I don't know if we can really be scared of the Under the Sea at this point, because I think them being so far ahead on lore, I think that's what they valued from the Tramp. They valued just being able to quest and then put a Daisy and a Lilo, and then also having, so now there's 2 Lilos on the board. So at that point, you can just continuously bring back those Lilos.
For
I know
sure.
it's not the best, but at the same time, now we're sailing, which also feels as though we're trying to look for answers as well. You know, being at 14, being that wide isn't the best. There was the Dumbo down in the inkwell, which probably means like, hey, I wanted to play these genies to get some value, but we're at 14. So,
Yeah.
you know, there's not a lot of time left in this matchup. So hopefully this is it's an Elsa that comes down.
All right.
All
So
right.
Elsa hits the board. We'll get that Bobby out of here, but will you have enough enough strength to be able to clear a significant amount of characters? You can clear the Daisy, you can clear the Bobby. I think you can clear both of these Lilos, and you're on your way. Your opponent will still have, or Camille will still have, the Tramp available. I don't think you're going after the Tramp. Interesting.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay. Just put some more damage onto the Madam Mim Elephant. You still have a support from Basil.
Yeah, we definitely still have enough to kind of do some things here. Getting that Tramp out of the way is probably the best, because again, if you do Under the Sea, you're not going to have this many characters again, and you can't be in constant fear of that. Although if you're singing Under the Sea, you're not questing.
For sure.
But again, your entire board, except for that elephant there, is gone. So again, a pretty fragile spot to be for Blurple, but it's starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, this is a nice formidable position. It's typically how this matchup wants to go. It's all going to go back to that big quest they made earlier with the double Tiana. That's kind of where Dan was able to crack this thing open, but now we're getting into this late game situation. You're going to get another quest out of these 2 characters here, but now you also thinking about a potential Go-Go off the top. Go-Go as a win condition, as you can just play that, and boom, Madam M will clean some damage up next turn, but look out for the Go-Go.
Yeah, Go-Go's, you know, you definitely want to pay attention to that. Like you said, like if you get to a 19, you get 18. If you get really high, again, Go-Go off the top isn't great. And we did see them discard a Go-Go at one point. But again, we have 1 card in hand. We're going to bring both of our Lilos back. We don't even care. So that's basically going to be our game plan. So unless we're going to ink and do something else, we're just basically going to rip those Lilos back and continue to play them. Now, we all kind of know from previous sets that Elsa is a very good answer to Lilo. However, if that last card in hand is a Go-Go,
right,
that's how you win the game. You know, you let Elsa beat up on Lilo and you just win the game.
And you're just continuing to stack damage. But to your point, unless you start sending the Basil into the Lilo just to make those bad trades to keep that damage low, every time you clear those Lilos, that's more damage getting piled up, and then you're just putting yourself in a very go-goable situation. But you do have to clear these Lilos. Hades coming down, putting Lilo down into the inkwell could be a vibrational thing that you could pull off, but it seems like Dan doesn't have access to Hades the Infernal Schemer. Blurple not getting Hades, I've never seen that before in my life, but it seems like that's what's happening here with Dan.
Yeah, definitely. It is to the point where we're like, okay, we haven't seen a Hades, and if they were my opponent, they see Hades 17 times. But again, 16, 17, 18, that's still not enough damage to really do anything on there. But again, like, maybe we can use a Mim Elephant, bounce that Elsa back to hand, but still we have the Genie with the 2 damage on it. And really what we can do, 16 is comfortably fine. But what's going to happen, we're going to bring those Lilos back. And again, they're going to come back. And then you're going to have to challenge
Right.
in. So you're going to have to basically, like you said, maybe take an unfavorable trade, take the Basil, run it in, maybe the Mim Elephant, run that one in. And we are going to take
Bell.
the damage. Okay, so Bell into the...
Oh, that's
Then we're
hilarious. I've
gonna-
never seen that before. Just trying to
Okay.
set up
Okay.
trying to go proof yourself a little bit. It looks like Bell comes into play. It looks like we want to target our Genie to move damage from Genie to. Can you do that though? Is that illegal play? Can you go Bell to? I think Bell is from something to your opponent's character.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she says opponent, but if that were the case, that has to be opposing character to any character. So like it has to be an opposing character, but the target can be any character. So
okay.
So moving, or no, I thought you could move your damage.
Yeah, you can move. You can for
Really?
sure
I
move
thought
your
you could
damage.
move your damage
You can move
to theirs.
Yeah, like moving your damage is what she can do. Like you can move it from yours, but it has to be to theirs. You can move from theirs to theirs or yours to theirs. You can't move from yours to yours. Which, that'd have been neat. I've never
I was
seen
gonna say
that,
that is like big brain. Well, production. All right. So getting rid of the Basil to get rid of that damage from the Genie would have been hilarious. But again, we can't do that. That is cheating. However, I don't know. I'm here for big brain stuff like that. Like when you see like a little play and you're like, wait a minute, what are you doing?
Yeah.
All right. So we do see an Aurora come down and a Daisy come down. So again, now we're at 16, and anything that we put on the board is going to mean like, answer this.
You have
but
to
again,
keep answering.
We've got 2 Genies. We have, a few. Never mind.
That's a great answer right there. As the big body Elsa, Spirit of Winter, comes down, and we're going to freeze frame all of the characters on the opposite side. Camille has to hate to see that, and you get a mighty quest coming in. So this might get it done, as we are going to
that was it. Yeah, I was going to say that's a pretty definitive thing to do. You go ahead, you tap that down. It doesn't matter, 16, 17, 18, you can go for 18, but that's not 20. But if you quest, more than once with that Elsa, that's it. That's game. So because they were already at 10 lore, so they were recognizing that you needed to be able to get those incremental quests in throughout the game while you're controlling the game. So basically, when you turn that corner, you don't have to, in 5 or 10 turns, I'll get you, like it's really like, okay, this is on a 2-turn clock now because I've been questing a little bit here and there the entire time.
For sure. I think, I think that it's all going to go back. Honestly, just thinking about how that game went, I think it goes back to that big turn where they made that 7 lore quest with Oceana. That'd be something I want to ask Camille about it. Any regrets there? Because you kind of put yourself into that line. Granted, you still had access to a Elsa into an Into Unknown play, and it could have been just as devastating. But I think you really kind of once that happened, I think the game kind of really just turned on its head. So.
And I think there is a point to that, but the other thing is just to sit there and do nothing, right? You have the Tianas, and wait, are you saying did oh my gosh, did they quest both Tianas at once?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So at that point, you're making them have it, and that's the entire story of this format is like, do they have it? And especially with Blurple, I already played an Ursula. I already got you into the unknown. You probably have an Elsa. But do you have another Into the Unknown? Right. Oh crap, you do. Let's go next. And that's kind of the thing is like there are these pivotal moments, especially early game, where you're like, do they have it? They did have it. Should I scoop or should I play for the fun of it? Like should I? Anything could happen. Anything could happen. I could just chain like 3 more tramps together and quest out and win. Or I'm not going to hit the cards I need, and I can play an Aurora and a Daisy and cry and then go next. So it's like. Blurple's a control deck. It just, if they have it, boy, do they have it.
And that's one of those things. And that's one of those things. Like, no one has ever truly defined it. And I mentioned this the other day on one of my streams.
Oh yeah, okay.
No one has ever truly defined it, but we
know what it feels like.
Know what it is. Okay, it's so crazy. It's one of those things that I love about like these kind of communities. We're like, oh man, he's got it. What exactly is it? It's got it. It's got it. The thing that makes you want to quit is it, dude. And sometimes you got it, and sometimes you don't. Did they have it? They got it. Cool. They win. I'll get it next time. They'll get it next time. It's going to keep rocking and rolling. But we're going into game number 2. We didn't get those cards up. We'll get those in between the next game potentially. Okay, that's something that we can work on at some point. But thank you all for being here. This is ICL on a Tuesday. We got Incredibles versus Team Impact coming in, as it looks like Dan is going to be on the winning side there. Camille will be back on the play. Dogs versus Sapphire Amethyst as Dogs go down. I believe they were on the draw as well. So interesting turn of events, and seeing that the Dogs, I think Dogs, I like the Dogs in this matchup. As Color's dealing with some stuff out there. You know, this is a family show, and sometimes we're all around the world doing Digital Arcana, parents included. So if you have a family, ICL is family friendly. We're all parents out here. We start Aurora on 1, as Dan is now going to have to deal with that. Aurora, just like that Pluto, good boy, friendly pooch ability, will match energy with the Basil. So let's see if we exert this Aurora this time, or we'll elect to not. As Color has returned. Is everything okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was like, I'm hungry. And I was like, you just ate dinner. She's like, yes, but I need applesauce.
Ah, okay. Applesauce is on demand.
Yeah.
So you're a human applesauce machine there. A conjurer of applesauce? Is that one of your roles?
Just a child.
Applesauce delivery machine.
Yes, that's like, how do I say this without crashing out? All right, so we do see Aurora turning sideways, questing, reducing that cost of a princess, which our favorite new princess. Still don't have a Floodborn. I heard you ask for it earlier.
I'm going to keep asking. Every time I go to the Lorecast, I will be asking about a Floodborn Tiana until that day finally comes.
Yeah. I know. And I love how you say things and then like Greg is just screaming at you with his eyeballs because he can't say anything. So my favorite part of the Lorecast is that. So, magical maneuvers. I love it. It's in the inkwell, but that's still, I love it. It's a great card.
Don't sweat the technique. We're about to see the magical maneuvers be a part of this metagame because it can bounce those boosted babies back to your hand, and that's going to be some additional value.
Somebody magical maneuvers me the other day with they played Elsa magical maneuvers and then like replayed it the next turn, and I was like, I'm gonna cry.
You were in shambles, right? You went right to Shambles Town?
Absolutely, because I was like, all right, I already dealt with 2 Elsas, so the fact that they're gonna never mind, let him just reuse that one. Forget it. It's fine. Everything's fine. I've lost. So hilarious way to lose a game. Magical maneuvers.
Getting maneuvered magically, and Belle the accomplished mystic, Belle the untrained mystic, staring at us on the board. I don't think the untrained mystic is on the not on the board, on the projectron there, not on the board, on the side there. The untrained mystic doing her thing, followed by the accomplished mystic. We'll think here, and we're sending out a small lady, followed by a daisy. So great 1-2 punch. Both ladies, the board is absolutely massive, and now it's time to exert. I think this is a good time to quest. Thoughts?
Let's see. I mean, at this point, we probably could quest safely. At this, we're probably, we're going to go ahead and quest, because I think the only thing that's really going to happen is we don't have the TPO to kind of buff into and then crash that in. And we also really can't keep you off the elephant at this point. We've gone wide enough to where moving damage isn't so bad. So this is actually Sail instead of TPO against Dogs on the draw is kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, you still hit turn 2 ramp, so at least you get to play the game.
At least you got something. Okay. Yeah. You'll have that going for you, as this Basil is looking quite feeble now into the face of the exerted Tiana and the Aurora. Notably, the Basil was also significantly worse than the Royal Guard as well, or the Palace Guard, the Royal Guard, because Basil was not able to exchange with Aurora. And Aurora was able to get the ability off twice, even though she didn't use it. She was able to quest twice. So that's a small little incremental changes between those one-cost characters. We're hard playing it.
Yeah, as I was saying, I was like magical maneuvers down into the inkwell, and then all of a sudden we're exerting 3 ink, and I was like, what in Blurple costs 3 ink? Oh my gosh, we are hard playing into the unknown to get rid of that Tiana, but then we do take the Basil and take out the Aurora and say, you will not have another. Oh, well, that came down a little bit too late, but we hit. We were holding the other into the unknown.
Oh, that feels so bad. I think you got to put that down to that inkwell too. I know how you got to greet it sometimes and hope it works out, but that Ursula is so tempting, and you knew she was coming, and you had one, you got it off. I think you got to ink that other one. but you
That's
never know.
crazy. Well, the thing is you saw the aggressive start that Camille had, because at
Mhm.
this point you're like, oh, well, they're going to be very, very aggressive. So at that point, why in the world would they play Ursula? So I'm safe. I got 2 into the unknowns. I ripped one off. Holy crap, you played Ursula. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Just
It's
to
like,
take a
that's
sneak
like
peek.
40 years from turn 2. Why would you do that? Yeah, exactly.
Take
It's
getting
crazy.
that information, taking a little sneak peek and seeing what they got into their hand as Jeannie comes in a bit off tempo, I want to say. A little slower after that Into the Unknown play. Madam Mim, Elephant is down, but Baz is going to make up for what you lost in tempo as another character hits the board. But yeah, I think that you just got to maybe see what they have coming up and plan accordingly, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not like a Emerald Mirror where you're using them to basically be like, oh, okay, I'm going to hold this for a later turn. You got by the second Into the Unknown the first game. Keep that Ursula. He's got another one in there, So the fact that he hit is great. And Bobby's a Maruski, which is like kind of one of my favorite cards. And then we draw a card and discard a Lilo Escape Artist to then play a Tramp and draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards.
Oh, that is
5.
brutality.
Is that good?
That's really good because that's actually super. Did I break it?
Yeah, I know, right? Is that good? Did I break it? It's a high score. So we see Improvise. We see Jim John Deere. Yeah, the dearest. And then Aurora and a mystery card into the discard, leaving us, I think, with just 1 card in hand. And if I'm willing to bet, it's probably the best card out of the 5 that they drew.
We are going to send in a giant quest again, and this is a perfect opportunity quest. We do get that Palace Guard or Royal Guard a bit late, as we will probably hold our breath. I don't think you need the Undersea next turn. You're probably going to continue to quest and win the game. But you have that in your back pocket, a nice Under the Sea to do the thing. As Dan is up against the wall, need to figure out a way to get through this thing. I don't think the line exists. Maybe something Into the Unknown, something Rafiki Rush. I have no clue what you need to do to get out of this, but this is a cumbersome spot.
Yeah, this is really, really rough. And unfortunately, if you spend your turn Hadesing the Tramp, which is like the largest threat, that's not great. Again, the Lady's not so great either, because we can just go ahead and we have all those little tiny 1-cost things. And if you do spend your turn kind of like trading in and start doing damage and everything, you're probably only going to have 1 damage. But if I shift a Lady, I can get back a Go-Go. And so that's kind of always available to us as well. There's a lot of things going on right now that would make me just want to scoop, but let's see what Dan has in store.
Yeah, this is if you're just tuning in and you're new to Lorcana, this is what the dogs are trying to do. They're just trying to establish these giant boards, play a Tramp at a super low cost, search for the card that they need to seal the deal, and then rock out vibrationally. As now Dan, who had a pretty slow turn, you lost your second copy of Into the Unknown. You really didn't get it going this time, and it happens like that. And this is a great matchup for the dogs for that particular reason, especially going first.
Yeah, Blurple is like definitely playing dogs. You play dogs because it has a great matchup into Blurple, and Blurple has been brutalizing us, so it's not really so sad to see our top deck getting what it deserved. No, I'm just kidding. But I do love I'm kind of like, I love playing this dogs, and I love throwing just like 1 circle of life in it, because if I can do that with any deck, I'm going to. But this is kind of the deck for that, and everybody's like, that's bad. And I'm like, it's not bad.
It's just not right now.
We're going to get there. But at the same time, I love that, because with the Tramp effect, you're setting up your discard. And again, you're like, well, Lady does that too. Well, yes, I know, but Circle of Life is fun.
If you were to tell me that in 2 weeks in DLC Milwaukee, a Circle of Life Amber and Emerald deck won the whole thing, I would not be shocked or surprised at all. I would be like, you know what? That's cool. That makes sense.
Cool. That's cool.
I'm serious. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be blindsided or anything. If a Circle of Life, Emerald, and Amber deck won the entire tournament, I'd be like, wow, that's fitting. That works.
It would be like Level or somebody like that, or or if
it could be you, Color. Yeah. Okay.
So that's the thing, right? Is like, you're looking for the Under the Sea, and there's a lot of times where like singing Under the Sea kind of takes a lot of lore away from you, but you have to be able to find that spot to where, okay, I'm going to sing Under the Sea, but it's going to clear their board, and what that will do was give me kind of this free range to quest. But if you're singing Circle of Life, you're not really getting ready anything on their board.
Mhm.
And then you also lost out on the lore. So like what you brought back from the discard had better be a banger. It better be exactly like Maleficent Dragon, which of course we can't play in these color combinations. So it's slow. It's just very, very, very slow. But boy, it's fun to get a Surfer Stitch out of that discard and slam it and watch your opponent go, sure, yes.
Yeah.
And you're like, all
And-
right, no, cool, I lose.
No, I think you can. I think there's something there. We gotta go back to the lab color. You can't give up so easy. Okay, you gotta fight.
I
through
haven't
the
given up.
adversity.
I'm just being. I'm a
Oh, you're being real.
realist. Yeah,
You're being a realist. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Or
like
like,
to live
unless
in
you're like
fantasy land.
yeah, unless you're like exactly Decandio. You know what I mean? Like Circle of Life is probably.
Oh, you got
we're
the
getting there.
Dale. You got the Dale. There's something
Okay,
there.
that deck is so fun.
It is, right?
love that deck so much. But yeah, it's basically the Dale deck gets a little too mid-rangey, and if you're going up against Blurple, you gotta be a little bit faster
Mhm.
because if you put Dale where you can go ahead and it's like a shift 5,
Shift
which is
5.
kind of great, but then you also have the 8 cost, so it can sing a Circle of Life and Under the Sea by themselves. So I love that. And then every time you ink, you can get something back from the discard. It's really, really fun and it's really good in certain situations. But then when you get against Blurple, you're just like,
Yeah.
and they're like, sick Hades,
Yeah.
and you're like, I have so
Ugh.
much ink. And then
Ugh.
maybe if you can hit like a Clarabelle, then maybe you're like off to the races. But then
Let her
again, you're
cook.
basically like you're not doing the thing. You know what I mean?
I understand exactly what you mean, but I think it can happen. Shout out to Bobby in the chat. Said, "Would you be shocked if it was me? I would not be shocked. If
No.
I can see Bobby McHugh standing on the podium, hoisting the trophy, giving the interview, saying "Circle of Dog, best thing in Lorcana." Buy my Metafy. I can see it. I can see
I'd do it. And a Magical Maneuvers into the Inkwell, which I don't know how impactful that card's going to be. That's probably like a tech card for maybe the mirror,
Mhm.
like another option for bounce to get everything back and start moving and grooving. But in this low to the ground matchup, I don't think you're bouncing and taking the time to play Magical Maneuvers.
For sure. Maybe like later, if he drew it later in the game, it could have some value when they're trying to stand up all their characters, get something exerted. Magical Maneuvers can do some work there. Amethyst Steel is probably really good against them as well, because you can Magical Maneuver, send the Calhoun, slam something in, and pop the bell. Talk to him. Combos. We're talking synergies.
Synergies. Elsa into the Inkwell, not great, but we do find the Tipo. So Tipo is a lot better on 2, especially on the draw. So now we have all these options available to us, and we did see the Daisy on turn 1, which for some reason feels slow in this meta. Is that crazy to me? Is that just me?
Isn't that wild to say? I still think Daisy is too legit to quit. And then we got Whispers in the Well coming out. They just revealed the new Daisy shift.
Oh, the Detective Daisy is wild.
I think that's gonna be our that's gonna be one of the horses of the apocalypse there when the new Daisy comes in. It's gonna be the one that it's a Floodborn first. It can shift at 4. It has a 4/6 stat line. It quests for 2, and whenever it's exerted, you can your opponent's ink comes in exerted. The ink for turn.
Whenever she quests, I do believe.
No, just being exerted.
Really?
Yeah. So it can sing and then just become exerted, or quest, become exerted, and now your opponent's ink comes in exerted. And that's just going to be like slowing your opponent down. Shift off of Daisy is insane. Daisy, Tipo, this thing. And it has support, by the way. So you can support the Tipo and take something out. It's going to be
have
something.
support.
Yeah, it's going to be an insane little situation there.
So excited.
What
the Black Cauldron is where I'm going. But we are saying, I'm like looking at the Black Cauldron. I'm like, oh, it's bad, but it's going to be so good. But we do see, now we did go with the Daisy did some battling because of the Tramp. So we went, Lady and into Tramp, buffed up the Daisy into that Royal Guard and got rid of him. Battle Daisy. We love
how that Royal Guard, did that Royal Guard quest? I believe the Royal Guard quested for 1. I think that might have been another quest. If he got another Ursula, there's no chance he hit another one. No way, right?
I wouldn't.
Whew,
yeah.
I'd lose it.
Finders, keepers. Absolutely. That's how I'm going to draw cards. That's how I'm going to do things. That's my action. You can't take it. It's not a song.
But that hand, it was a bell, finders, keepers, and what was the other card? Magical Maneuvers?
No.
What was it? No, it's finders, keepers, bell, and this is why I'm terrible, because like my memory is so bad. But either way, it looks like the hand is, was it Tipo? It looks like the hand's not doing a whole bunch. Whatever it was, I can't recall. It didn't look very actionable, and this board has gotten extremely massive for Camille. So this is a terrible position to be in. You need something
Do
to
not
happen
ink
soon.
and Finders Keepers. Don't do it. Don't
You
you
might-
play Finders?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Ouchies. All right, that's fine. It's fine. We now have more cards than we had before, and we're actually staring down 0 lore. So we're going to go on a little quest, because I don't think you're going to run your entire board into my Madame Mim Elephant just to get rid of her. So that's a bet I'm willing to take, I think.
For sure, you do what must be done, I suppose. As you're just looking at that hand. It wasn't a lot going on there. Leaving that bell and the Tipo you put into the inkwell, it just wasn't a lot. So you had no choice but to play that Finders Keepers there, but it did not feel good. You love to see a genie or something else to play to draw another card to help put characters on the board, but this is looking not great for Dan. Let's see if we can get out of this one. Shift the Tramp.
Oh, the shift tramp comes down, and that is a big boy. And basically what he says is, when on your opponent's turn, whenever a character of yours is banished, you just get to draw a card. So all of a sudden, that dapper rascal is just replacing all your friends with new friends.
And that is a very powerful quest too, putting a lot of lore on the board in your lore total, going up to 6, and you have no choice but to engage with these characters. Madame Mim has to get to work, and Tramp is going to add another card each time you do that. So this is a very comfortable position for Camille. I think you need to get that Elsa into the Unknown combination here soon to hope for a chance. You did draw a ton more cards. Is that enough to get it done? But this is looking real good for Camille.
Yeah, taking 5 ink off to have to play a Finders Keepers. If you're inking a Tipo to play a Finders Keepers, I think you're just like upset, you know?
You're
Like,
raging internally.
You're like, wow, that is an unfortunate circumstance that I had to go ahead and do. And we did see that Camille did not exert that tramp. So what that means is they're valuing that card draw and that strength of that ability of that dapper rascal.
For sure. It's just a straight up huge tempo maneuver. You're going to force your opponent into challenging your character to gain another card, put another card, put more pressure in, keep questing, and it has almost this this Chromacon type effect to it, where you're just adding a new card. Every card you draw is probably going to be an additional threat while you're continuing to quest and gain lore. This looks like that genjutsu that can happen with this deck, trapping your opponent into an endless cycle of pain, as Madame Mim needs to do something cooler than what it does in this spot. You hate to see it.
Can you just like, it'd be a lot cooler if you did anything other than just be a 3/7, but we do see the Daisy go down, and that's good. I mean, the Daisy had one, and honestly, the turning that Palace Guard sideways did seem a little bit rough, but at the same time, you did take him off of 2 lore. They didn't quest that turn. The Daisy didn't really do a lot. They did have 1 damage, so then the Madame Mim Elephant was able to trade with it. So they potentially they could be at 8 right now, and then still, you know, and still kind of have a Daisy, I guess. But they would also, that Palace Guard could have traded with multiple things. So it's kind of interesting to look back and be like, where was that quest correct? Was it incorrect? But we do finally see our genie, so we're going to draw another card and then a little Basil just as a treat.
And now you are getting up to that 7 ink turn. So if you're going to turn it around, this could be a great opportunity to turn around. You just need to get to scheming next turn for sure. And you might be able to turn this thing around. You need that tramp, dapper rascal, all the way up out of here. You need him gone immediately. You need your opponent not to sing Under the Sea right now. You need him not to shift Lady as well and sing Under the Sea. You need a couple things to not happen to you.
You need your opponent to maybe fall asleep at the... You know, just fall asleep. And we're going to play a Bobby, okay? So at 3 ink with a bunch of characters, so potentially we're still going to have to... We could go ahead and still play a tramp if that is a tramp. Or we can Under the Sea.
Yeah,
There's so many options. There's so many options.
I'd be scared of it Under the Sea, because I feel if you had it, I think you almost have to play it here. It is going to be a lot of lore that you may be missing, or three lore you could potentially miss. No. But I think you have to prepare for that Hades Inferno Schemer coming in next turn. Your opponent has not Hades you yet all game. Game number 3, going into 7 ink, 100% Hades is coming. You got to do something with these characters, like for sure.
Yeah, there's no way this is the only Blurple deck list that has 0 Hades Infernal Schemer. So yeah, you definitely have to think at this point. You know, it's the unfortunate thing is like, okay, this is another situation. Does Blurple have it? You know, is Hades real? Can it hurt me? Will it hurt me? The answer is probably yes. So you really want to get your value off of that tramp, but what can you do this turn to basically set yourself up to where, fine, they played Hades on your tramp. You're still so far ahead that we don't care.
Right. And I think that with your explanation, I think Under the Sea would be a great way to do that. So we'll just play another lady and the go-go, the early go-go. We'll just to base boost this lady here to give her the strength and the questing agility required. Maybe you're gonna quest the glimmers right now, get them moving, and try to run the race and hope they don't have it. That's a strat.
Well, I mean, you know, that's again like the thing is with Blurple, hope they don't have it, but we do know that they played a genie, they played the Finder's Keeper, so their hand is pretty healthy. It's not as healthy as, you know, Blurple loves it to be, because again, we have to have very, very specific lines against dogs in this situation. So you're inking and trying to get to places that are suboptimal versus other matchups. However, we have no cards in hand.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing. I can see everything that you're doing. So we're going to quest with the Daisy. A nice little Finders Keepers to the bottom.
Cool. I mean, I guess you probably didn't want to draw that Finders Keeper here.
I didn't want to drive that. No, I don't need that.
That
concur. Wasn't a... Yeah, I was like, get that out of here. Hopefully the next thing on the top of the deck is going to be something useful to get me out of this mess that I'm in.
And it looks like Camille is going to put him on you show me the Hades strat, and that will work sometimes. As you have the Madam Mim, you'll be able to send 1 damage over to probably the Daisy, maybe the lady, and you can clear it with the Madam Mim again and hope for the Hades, and we're going to send it.
Yeah, just send it, because again, if we have the Hades, I would rather have the 2 lore.
Yeah.
Because again, even in this situation, I mean, that the tramp he's a fairly large boy, so you're still going to have to dedicate quite a bit of your board just to take him out.
If you don't have the Hades, of course.
Right, yeah. So if you have the Hades, fine. At least I got the 2 lore. If you don't have the Hades, good luck.
And on top of that, there are still 3 characters in reserve back, one of them being evasive as well. Genie can engage with the Go-Go Tamago that next turn, as that's putting you up to 17 in reserve. So even if you are able to clear all these characters, which I don't think you have the strength to do, just looking at the numbers, I don't think there's a world where you can clear everybody effectively. You can, if you Hades the Tramp, you still can clear 2 things, and that's going to leave somebody behind. We're paying 8. Big Elsa? It's the monster. Wait a minute. Oh, we didn't talk about this guy. We didn't talk about this guy.
The super secret answer that we didn't have to talk about because everybody knew it. So the Monstro is going to come in, and unfortunately for this, it can cleanly take out that Tramp first. Boom, Tramp gone. Discard. Boom, Lady gone. I'm taking the Lady. And then we can definitely go probably Daisy, and that's probably, I'm going to take the Ursula as well. Go ahead and take everything. I will have no cards in hand, but boy, howdy, it felt good. It felt nice.
That Monstro had to feel really, really good, as now he's got another 8-piece coming in. We're clearing the Daisy Duck. Notably, we didn't move that damage off the Madam Mim. Maybe just trying to stack more to potentially send some damage over to one of the ready characters. So I think it will be important to get that Madam Mim, probably clear the Lady here, and then get some more damage onto that Madam Mim. Maybe hit the Ursula with it.
No, and
yeah, I think he clearing, sending the Elsa as well. And we are going to give it to the Ursula. Interesting. So not electing to put more damage onto the Madam Mim, maybe hoping for that additional lore. I think that might be what they're going for. Just trying to turn the corner and leaving the Monstro insert, though. For sure. Oh.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, well, let's see. Yeah. If that's a Lady, I mean, so then you can just quest, but then that's the problem is, like, even if, say they, 14, 15, 16, yeah, you could get to 18 at this point. And basically, even if you just shift Lady to get a Go-Go back. Wait, where'd the Go-Go go? Oh,
Go-Go's there. Go-Go's on the board. So you could, if you have the shift Lady, you can slam that Go-Go into
the Genie.
Into anything. Yeah, you can slam it into the Monstro if you want it, and get him up. And get him up to, no, wait a minute. That'll put him at 6. You can get him up to 6. Yeah, he's got 8. And then even if he clears one of your other quested characters, he's going to have 6 damage on him. You're going to have to figure out a way to get your own Monstro off the board, which is a bit difficult. So these are the plays that you got to think about. I would have loved to seen that Madam Mim take that challenge there instead of instead of questing, just to have 2 damage spread out from that Monstro, because go off the top feels bad.
Yeah, but we are going to see the pump up from that, and we are going to just go ahead and take that into the Monstro. And are we going to go?
into
Oh
the,
no, we're
into
going to
the
get
Genie.
Genie. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Then we do put the Go-Go into the discard, where we want to shift Lady, get back the Go-Go, and set you up. And you had better find a fun way to get rid of that Monstro. Oh, good luck. Oh, magical maneuvers. Okay, hold up.
You can do it. Let him cook.
Oh, hold up. Okay,
Let him cook. It can happen.
it could happen.
It could happen. And now you're in this weird situation to where you can't quest this lady. You can quest the 1-cost characters. You can quest the 1-cost characters freely. The Tramp, it just came in the board, so you can quest the Bobby pretty freely, but I don't think you can quest the Mrs. Park Avenue. I don't think it's worth it. I think you gotta force your opponent, because if you can slam the Monstro into her and then clear the Monstro off, and you want the Go-Go to come in and get that. So,
but it's only going to 18 with the Go-Go. If you don't do anything right now and you pass your turn, I am questing. Okay, you can't quest the Tramp, though.
That Tramp just came into play.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Ready that guy.
He's not dry. There's a wet dog. You can't put that. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah. Absolutely questing, because I want to see how are you going to get rid of your own Monstro? And I guess that is, go ahead, put that in, but I still have the Go-Go in hand. So the 17 on that, again, unless you can,
right.
So
I'm saying you can like Monstro can clear the Bobby and then just trade itself into, like, you can remove the damage from the Madam Mim onto something, and then Monstro into Bobby into Lady, and now you've averted the crisis. Whereas if you'd have just kept it ready, bring out the Go-Go, get that for sure damage, and then hopefully it survives. You can quest. And
I'm not that patient.
Okay, I respect it. Russell. I'm not saying it's wrong. But
but he does have the bell in hand, so we're about to see a pretty healed up Monstro in terms of that. So basically, we're going to heal the Monstro, take the damage off, go ahead, slam into the Lady, admit that JDZ's play was better than mine, and then lose our Lady.
No, your play was better because you got the Lord. Your play was actually better. I think Bell made my play much worse because they didn't. At least you got the 2 lore out of it. I would have got nothing. So you're cooking. Your play worked out much better. As
we both forgot, the Bell comes in, heals 3 damage, and then puts that onto an opposing character, which is going to cleanly take out pretty much anything else other than that on the board. So they were able to go in, challenge the Lady, and then run away with a decently healthy whale.
Right, but you are putting yourself in a very dangerous situation because Go-Go exists. Usually you're forcing your opponent to have it, but when you have a 100% confirmed Go-Going, this is dangerous. We're going to quest.
Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter because that Tramp is only a 1/3, I do believe. So if it goes into the Elephant or the Monstro, it's not going to make it back from that challenge with any damage on it, and it's not really putting too much. So 17, 18, 19. Well, actually, is it a 2? Is it a 2? If it's a 2,
no, he's a 1. He's a 1/3. So you can just quest him. I say just quest the Tramp and see what happens as your opponent is getting up to 18, or he's go up to 17 next turn. No, 15. I'm sorry.
Have 4 ink. Yeah.
I quest.
Yeah, just quest. Just quest. You got a Lilo. I don't know. You got like 6 more Go-Gos.
Yeah, this
is why I don't play dogs, because the lines, I see these lines and I'm like, this would be hilarious, and they're like, don't do the funny thing, do the thing that's gonna win you the game. And I'm like, yes, but I'm blinded by how funny this is gonna be. And they're like, you lost, and I'm like, but it was hilarious. So
I do it for the memes way too often.
Yeah.
Way too much.
That's exactly, again, not necessarily the best play, but boy, it's funny. So, and that's why I do love watching these games on the ICL, because these are amazing players. They're top players. They play and they practice against each other all the time. They know what they're doing. And even like we saw that earlier, like, oh, I'm going to play this to remove the damage for my own character. Like big brain plays. They know what they're doing. So looks like we are going to go ahead and ready our Monstro by discarding a Dumbo.
Oh, okay. So just trying to keep the damage off of the Monstro so you can't slam a character in there. Oh, because if your opponent played like another Tramp to boost, or a character another Tramp boost, maybe that could have been a wild exchange that they could have had. 2 cards in hand, one of which we know to be Go-Go. We have the Tramp. I think it's a pretty safe quest to just get that Glimmer, exert it, gain that lore, play another threat. Daisy's a humongous threat there onto the board, followed by the Aurora, another phenomenal threatening character. And I think it might be a pretty safe quest. We don't quest. We're just going to throw story on board and pass. I don't hate that either. Just having your characters ready, forcing your opponent to engage with your ready board. You have magical maneuvers. You did ink multiple. You did ink Elsa. You did discard Elsa. So exerting these characters is going to be a very difficult thing to do. You've used Belle. You don't play Hades apparently. So that is just something that you got to deal with. We haven't seen a single copy of Hades coming in from Dan. That would be a great way to get after one of these ready characters. We're just going to go ahead and get all those glimmers moving before putting down the saddest TPO in the history of Disney Lorcana, throwing the hand out and probably saying GG until next time. Man, Panty Ink for the super sad TPO. You hate to see it, as we're going to get a nice little quest in for the GG. The virtual fist bump comes over, and Camille gets the dub as Team Impact goes down. Incredibles goes up. What a game. What a game. But Color, we have to find our way to the interview room. It's always a cumbersome experience for me. I'll mute myself here, and I'll meet you there.
Double into the unknown. The first game was very rough.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Great match.
Hello.
That match was incredibly fun to watch. Shout out to you,
No,
Camille.
it wasn't. You stop.
It was really fun
It
to
was
watch
super
from
fun.
our perspective. Sorry for you, Dan. I'm sorry it didn't work out for you this time, but you'll get them next time. And Sapphire Amethyst, whenever it goes down, we all celebrate. I'm kidding. This is a joke. That is a joke. But we have Camille. Congratulations to you for your set championship. Matt, you roll it out and you get the dub with it, playing the Amber and Emerald dog strategy against Sapphire Amethyst. Can you just talk about that deck, what that deck means to you, any tech you have, and why did you bring that deck to the ICL showcase tonight?
Yeah, I mean, dogs on dogs. The deck is just a lot of fun. I started out for a lot of the set. I was playing Blurple. I played Blurple at the Denver CCQ, and it did not feel super like I am a purple player at heart. I've been playing red purple for years. I played green purple at Seattle. It's in the Seattle DLC, so it's been a lot of purple for a long time, and I just don't feel good on it this set. Okay. It's just the late game mirrors always just keep feeling not enjoyable for me. So I switched to more aggro. This isn't something that I played in a while. So playing some dogs has just been a lot of fun. This is very, very similar to one of the lists that top aided in Bologna. I really I saw them playing this deck. I was playing it the week before. I was playing dogs before the week before Bologna, but I was playing a much slower version. I was playing Perla, the 3/2 evasive. I was playing Clarabelle Shift, but watching them play the super fast lines of Tiana just seemed like a lot of fun, and I wanted to get in on the fun. The one thing that I really changed in this deck, or that I felt was a little different, was there's a couple Jim Deers in here. A couple players were playing 4 of these, and I just did not enjoy them as much in testing. So I added this 6-cost Tramp Shift to replace a couple of these Jim Deers. And it worked out for me today, so it's a fun card.
Nice.
And yeah, it's just been a good time. I've enjoyed playing the dogs.
Absolutely, it's a very cool, unique strat. I got Color's Lars here. I got one more question before I kick it over to Color. But take us back to that game number 1, I believe, when you had that double Tiana lock set up. Were there any trepidations into going into that quest, because your opponent did have that very powerful Into the Unknown line? Granted, you did Ursula come in and rip one of those Into the Unknowns, but they had it, and they absolutely turned the tide.
They had it.
Can you just talk about that? Was that your approach there? If they got it, they got it. If they don't, I'm sending it. That's
pretty much it. At that point, we were getting into higher and higher inks. It was a top deck. That's awesome. No, that's how the deck goes. That's how you play.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I got rid of the Into the Unknown, the first one, and I thought, I mean, he has it or it's game, because at that point, I think it was on 4 or 5 ink, where at that point, Like I have to start going because if I wait another turn or two, Hades starts coming down, Elsa's and Shift Elsa start coming down, and I just can't outrun that. As, once the Hades starts coming in to break down the Tiana lock, there's not much I can do about that. So I just had to go at that point. If he had it, he had it.
Oh, and he
So
just so happened to have it.
I was gonna say, no, yeah, he had, oh gosh, he had it and also that and it. But I do want to ask Daniel, because I feel like this is a really important question we are all kind of wondering about. Daniel, did you put Hades the Infernal Schemer into your deck?
We have
There
not
are
seen it.
4 copies. 4 copies.
I was
I felt your pain. I was like, maybe he's holding them. Maybe he's holding them back and then really trying to make sure that we're going for an impactful target. Did you draw Hades
Yep.
at all?
I drew them when it wasn't relevant in
Uh,
game 1.
game two,
I didn't
right?
see another one.
Oh wow.
yeah.
So,
That's
ugh.
brutal. That does happen, but you are on Sapphire and Amethyst and bringing it into this tournament, into this field. Have you been playing Sapphire and Amethyst this whole set? How's it been working for you? Any tech? We saw the magical maneuvers. That's a card that Sapphire and Amethyst can play, but doesn't play all the time. Can you talk about that card? What are you looking for with your magic maneuvers? What matchup is it the best? Which matchup is it going down to the inkwell?
So honestly, it's Elsa's 5 and 6. It's
Mhm.
all of my relevant characters have ETBs, so it's a godsend. It just gives me
Okay.
extra option advantage always.
Okay.
Now, were
Okay.
you a Ruby Amethyst player in the past, or is Blurple kind of like kind of where you've always been, or?
I've actually been all over this set. I've been on sponsored by Chick-fil-A. I've been on this. I've been on I've play tested a lot of Amber Sapphire because the wife finally came off the Rapunzels after they are no longer relevant. But Blurple was kind of my first set champs win, so I had to bring it back.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
It's not a bad pick. It is the best, probably one of the better decks in the metagame, but the issue is that it's such a known commodity and everyone's going to have a plan for it. Do you feel
It is
that
so bad into aggro.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
dirts so hard, and if you don't have the answer at the exact moment, then you're gonna get quested for 12 on.
yeah.
It does feel like that's what the dogs are for. They're sort of just for this matchup. They're good into a lot of other things, but this one specifically, they hit real hard.
Is why you probably want to play it. But I still thought the match was incredibly fun to watch, at least from our vantage point. We saw some cool things happen. And if the cards had flowed a little bit different, maybe we could get a different result. But that's the nature of trading card games, and that is going to be the way that it is. But Color, do you have any more questions for any of these two Illumineers before we start to wrap it up and get on into round number 2?
What are your favorite colors?
Okay. Favorite colors?
Orange.
What? Okay.
So they don't have to be ink colors.
No.
Well, that was
it's
not
still
asked.
red. Yeah, it's still red.
Red? Okay.
Red and orange. Okay, those are like normally people are like blue, and then that's like full stop. I don't know. I just wanted to know.
Right on. These
Okay,
are the
blue.
these are the questions that we need, Color. I like that.
I
Get
don't know. I
more.
just really want to know. Everybody's like, does it have to be an ink color? No. No,
No,
just tell
just
me your
one.
favorite. Red and orange are
Gotta be
not
red.
that. That's not normally like I don't usually hear red and orange. So that was actually I'm really glad I asked.
Okay, and I thought I personally I thought it was a great question, but we have
No,
Daniel.
you
we're
didn't.
going to start with you. We're going to. What's a great question?
What's your
we're gonna
favorite
start
color?
with Daniel before we let you gentlemen go to prepare for the next round. We'll start with Daniel. We like to do special shout outs here. First, before you go into your shout outs, can you just kind of talk about your team, talk about your squad? You guys have 2 new teams to the ICL. You're on new teams. I've seen Team Impact around. I've seen Team Incredible around the scene a lot. I'm so glad that both your organizations are now a part of the ICL. Can you just take a brief moment to talk about your team and then give some special shout outs, and then we'll kick it over to Camille to do the same thing. So we'll start with you first, Daniel.
Okay, so brand new team. It's a bunch of Disney parents mostly. We got a great group of guys and gals that are just kicking it on Wednesday nights for our local leagues at our local gaming store, and I mean, we got together. The idea of Impact was to make an impact, and um, we've been taking it down in the Memphis area. So if you guys want a challenge, come give us a shout.
Let's go. Let's go. Any other shout outs you want to give though, Daniel?
Yes. Evie and Ivy, Daddy loves you.
Nice. I like that. I like
I
that.
love you too, Jess.
Right on, right on, right on, right on. So we'll kick it on over to Camille, our winner of round number 1, representing Team Incredibles. Any shout outs you want to have? Talk to me about your squad and kind of where you guys coming from. What's the situation there? And then any other shout outs you want to give?
For sure. Quick question first to Daniel. Are you guys playing at the Magic Arena? Shout out to the Magic Arena in Memphis.
I'm actually currently at War Room Hobbies in
Gotcha.
Cordova.
Yeah, so I started playing Lorcana in Memphis. And
nice.
Rod, who is part of helping work on the ICL, is one of the members of Team Impact, and it's shout outs to Rod. So yeah, it's just really cool that this is the first match that I got to play in ICL was against the team from the place where I started learning Lorcana. But Incredibles, yeah. So we're a team where I got pretty lucky to mostly a team based in Texas, based in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But I got lucky enough to be invited by someone who was leaving Texas, who was still on the team. Shout outs to Alex, who moved to Portland, which is where I am now. So we've got 2 sort of chapters of the team, one in Texas, one in Oregon. So shout out to the team. Testing with everyone has been awesome. It's so cool that we get to be part of the ICL this season. Yeah.
Nice. I think that's where I met you. I think I've seen you.
Yes.
I met. That's where we met. Okay.
We have met around. We met at the
Texas or the Portland event. It was a Portland event.
Yes,
I think I came down.
yes.
I came down, and that's where we met.
There was either a 1K or a 5K or something at the convention center here.
Yeah. I did. Okay, that's where it was. Okay, small world. Shout out to Incredibles. And like I said, I've seen some people. There's some Seattle Incredible members. I see them wearing the jerseys around and stuff. So welcome to the ICL and congratulations on getting that first victory. But it's not over. You have teams that need to continue the momentum. Dan, I'm sure is going to inspire the Team Impact to kind of start this thing over. But gentlemen, I want to thank you guys both for your participation. And now I'm going to let you go so you can go and cheer on the rest of your teams for the rest of the round. So. Thank you so much. We're going to hop back into the booth.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. And I'm back. Are you back? No.
I'm back now. I'm back.
You're back now. Hooray.
Cool. Shout out to you, Color. I love that. What's your favorite color? And someone in the chat I read, I don't remember who said it, but they were like, you just want someone to say you. Is that
it? I actually want to know because everybody I have asked that question so many times because I don't know if anybody's noticed I'm a super awkward human. So sometimes like if it's just like that's my favorite question to ask. Like if people are we're all just standing in a circle at a DLC, like and people are like you do like way too long of eye contact. You're like, what's your favorite color? And people are like, my favorite ink color. I'm like, no, I want to learn about you.
A nice icebreaker, if you will.
I don't know. What's your favorite color? Is it purple?
My favorite color is green.
Is it green?
Kelly green, to be exact.
Wow, you have a specific shade of Kelly green.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh yeah. People know why. People know. If you know me, you know why. But I'll save that JDZ lore for another day. But we got round number 2 that's coming up. I'm not sure it's going to be in the booth. I think it's going to get. Do I hear a Luke Wonderland is going to be in the booth? He is ailed right now. It's Garrick and Luke.
Garrick.
Let's get it. I think it's going to be nice to hear what Luke's got to say. Again, I know he's going through some issues, so make sure you guys give him some love as well because he's hurt, but he's still going to give you guys a great show. So
awesome. And then I think it'll be you and I in the last round, right?
Are we coming back last round?
I think you and I are coming back, and then.
Okay, cool. So we'll take a break and then come back. You're cool with that?
Yep. Absolutely. Right. Am I cool with that? I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to go fight a 5-year-old and tell her why she can't have a lollipop.
And I'm going to go use the bathroom and maybe eat some food. I think that's a little too much information. That's what I'll be doing. All right. Well, until round number 2, don't touch that dial. Luke, Garrick, keep it locked. Impact versus Incredibles. Round 2 begins now.
Oh,
We're
I was
here.
muted when I said boom.
I heard it.
You heard it. You got the full experience.
Yeah.
You were able to watch that. Man, that was a pretty intense game. I don't know if you were watching there, but
I was playing in the ICL in my own
well,
game.
how did your
so
match game?
I could not watch. I was able to win. So
Ooh.
my teammates are playing their second game right now, and but I gotta lock in and get this casting done. But yeah, Incredibles. I believe it was Dogs versus Blurple, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Blurple won game 1 on the draw. And then game 2, it was like pretty close, but then like the Dogs got there. And then in game 3, it looked like a blowout. Actually, maybe game 2 was a blowout. Game 2 was a blowout. Game 3 looked like it was going to be a blowout. And then it looked like Blurple was going to like come out of nowhere with this Monstro. And then like it basically took everything down. But Whisper, Camille was at way too high of a lore. So then he was just like, dude, answer this. And, well, Impact was not able to answer it. And
That sounds intense.
Incredibles took that first one.
Yeah. Dogs is so scary. I need to learn how to play this deck. Like, it can somehow beat everything, but also somehow lose to everything. So it's just one of those decks that's really, really hard to pilot, it seems. You have to put in the time, care, love, and effort to get the dogs to bark for you.
Gotta make them dogs bark.
Exactly. But yeah, I think it's a super powerful deck. I'm glad that it's in the meta now. It's shaked things up significantly. I think for Milwaukee, we're going to see a way different meta spread. Maybe not way different, but I think it's going to eat the meta share a lot more than people might think. But I also think, like many of the other decks that are at the top of this meta, like none of them are really super easy to pilot. Like, okay, Amethyst Steel and Blurple try to do the same things on like turns 1 through 5, but in the mirror, it's really tough for both matchups. And it's just, I think this meta requires a lot more skill than maybe other metas where we had like super, really, really powerful cards that like could just carry anyone to a victory.
Yeah. It does kind of feel that way. All right, let's swap over here. I think we've got them ready to go, and
Oh,
depends on
nice.
whether or not I messed something up again. I think all the lores are right. Actually, you know what? We do have the lores are reversed. I did have to switch the screens. So, well, no, maybe nope. They should be fine. I don't. It's been a rough week, Garrick. It's been a rough week.
But you're here, and we're
I'm here
locked
today.
in. You're doing everything as you always do, but you're getting back in the casting booth, and I'm excited to cast with you. I've casted a bunch of games with you, but every single time I learn something, so I know the audience learns something. And these are two. I love the both playmats. I love the sleeves that Jonathan is rocking as well. We got two Johns here, Jonathan and John.
The John battle. The battle
Yes.
of the Johns.
And whoever loses has to give up the name Jonathan or John forever.
They have to change their name.
They do. I believe that was in the contract. Yeah, stipulated.
Well, let's adjust it here so you can see that his name is on his playmat.
Oh,
So,
Wow.
like, let's
That's next
really
level.
hope for his sake he doesn't have to buy a new playmat when he has to change his name if he doesn't win this.
just cross it out. And you'll be good to go.
Well, they should be ready to start at any moment here. We gave them the okay, so I assume they're altering right now.
Yeah, man. The ICL, especially this season, maybe because my team's part of the ICL this season, but just feels like, I don't know, it feels more intense than last season. We have all the games going on all at once, like in the Discord. It's just like a different vibe. Like, you have 8 teams playing every Tuesday and 8 new teams playing every Wednesday behind the scenes, plus the feature match. It just, everyone's taking it super seriously. There's nothing but killers in this from top to bottom. It's intense, and I think it's a great training ground. Yeah.
Like, I'm just like looking at the Discord, and it's like there's a channel with 5 people in it. There's a channel with 7 people in it. There's a channel with 7 people. Another channel with 6 people. And those are all like matches being played. We do only have 4 matches, not 5 matches playing. We have 9 members in each. So there is one team that gets an off week every week. But we have the one feature match playing, and then we got 3 in the background. And it's incredibly hectic for this, but our judge staff has just been doing insane work, like very like massive props to the judges here. Like, not only are they doing the normal judge work, but they also are doing a little bit extra that they wouldn't do as a normal judge just by setting this up, because you have to tell people this room, you have to do this, you have to go from room to room, a little different than just walking up and down on a table. I'm assuming a lot more stressful.
Yeah, I had Beth and John popping into my match earlier, both amazing people, making sure everything that is running smoothly, and
fudge?
It's going so well. And that does look like Taffeta. Man, this is a card that I fell in love with when it first came into the game, because I wanted to make Ruby Amethyst locations work so bad. And you got to think like, okay, I play this on 1, I shift on 2, and sing friends on turn 2. That has to be good.
Right.
And a lot of times it was pretty good. You know, I had a winning record on Pixelborn Connect. I never played it in any tournaments, but if that counts for anything. It was like 80% too. All right. How do you play against it? Yeah, I mean, we have to have locations in this deck, I would assume. This is a card centered all around locations. That shift line especially.
Taffeta Mutton Fudge.
Yep.
I'm sure I'm mispronouncing Miss Taffeta's name.
No, you got it.
Each of your opponents lose a location if you have a location in play. Is that a Windy Deer? We have got
Windy Darling, yeah.
Spice. John here is playing, I'm assuming, an aggressive Ruby and X deck. Has he shown his other color yet?
Unless that first card, I didn't see what was inked, but yeah, this is definitely something I was messing around with as well. The Moana and the shift. You have to think the shift Moana is in here, and that you can shift it in and move every single one of your characters to a location. And for every character that moves to that location, you gain 1 lore. So imagine you have a board full of little characters, and then you shift in this Mulan, move them all, and gain like 5 or 6 lore in 1 swoop. And if you have the shifted Taffeta, you gain a 2 for her, because every time she moves to a location, she gains 2 lore.
This deck is awesome. I'm like speechless looking at this deck list right now. I just want to post it and be like, I want to play this at Set Champs this weekend. Like, looking at this deck, I'm like, this is awesome.
Nobody will expect it. I can guarantee you that. They're gonna read every one of your cards.
They're gonna know. I'm gonna play it on stream throughout this. I will give you that hint, Skydoll. There is a hidden cove in this deck. Maybe that was the first ink. Green is the other color. Hidden cove there, inked. I guess maybe it was shown to be drawn. And we've got Donald Duck. I do believe he is activated right now. He quests for 3 because we have a captain. And he's another pirate to make the Windy Darling active.
Yeah, this is super cool. Location, pirate, deck, Ruby Amethyst. Everyone's trying to make... Or sorry, not Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Emerald. Everybody's trying to make these power line Ruby Emerald decks work, but the pirates were here all along. We'll see if John is able to get over the finish line with this deck, going up against one of the best decks in the meta right now, the Emerald Sapphire list, which can crush you with that Under the Sea if you're not too careful. But Under the Sea does not hit locations.
No, it does not. But Hidden Cove doesn't gain lore. So that's also
true. Well, I hope there's more than just Hidden Cove in this.
I don't know how much spoiling I want to do.
Keep us in the dark. We're going to go on a vision here. We got a lot of looking into the future here, especially with this next set as well. What did you think of all the spoilers today? Have you had a chance to process any of them?
Oh, I was slow broing all of it. I woke up at like 2 o'clock today, and had over 100 Discord messages and all sorts of things which is why I'm so behind on the ICL stuff.
I had
I'm
to
not
read
great at
all
my
of the
job.
cards.
Yeah, I had to read
all the
everything.
cards.
I had
Yeah,
to catch up
which-
with all the drama and all the fun things happening over the day since I was sleeping. Tough decision here on the visions. But Donald Duck, I'm pretty sure, doesn't get a boost to his strength or willpower. So he's still going to get hit by Under the Sea, if that's what we're going for here. It's just going to be a 2/3 that quests for 3. So an Under the Sea currently answers everything very well, but there's no singers. And the removal suite that you have in this type of archetype, like, you only really have your Welcome, Be King, and like some 7-cost answers.
Yeah. Hey, you can play Glimmer versus Glimmer. I wouldn't
You're
advise
right.
it, but you can. Out of order. Look out.
You're right. You could banish your Muffin to hit one of their characters. Got a
Here.
Tipo.
Yeah, the Tipo, getting something on the board is very, very important, especially on this turn, staring down that
Wait,
board. I was like, where did Tipo go? He was just like, actually, I
what
don't need
happened?
him. And I also think inking additionally there on that turn was also really, really needed. You need to start getting to these higher cost cards in your deck to deal with this board that is getting wider and wider and is questing for a significant amount here. It's going really, really fast. And right now it's Tipo versus the world. Maybe if there's a Baymax available to shift, that can get things going for you. Follow that up with a Clarabelle and then shift her on the next turn. Maybe sing Under the Sea, stabilize a little bit, or follow up with something like a John Silver, which is really, really good against these aggressive decks, as the Moana, which was the darling of
That's location. I can't
yeah,
tell
a
which
location there on the, I think it was Hidden
There
Cove.
we
It is
go.
Hidden Cove. So now the Hidden Cove is going to
Under
tuck
the
these
Sea.
characters away. And yep, you called it. Prevent the Under the Sea from wiping them away as easily. They're pirates. They
whole
shouldn't
turn
go
doing
under the
it.
sea. They float on top of the sea, right?
So
And their ships.
This is it's a little interesting that this is the line we chose. To just spend the whole turn doing this instead of like playing another character and maybe doing it the next turn, because we're obviously not going to be singing Under the Sea now.
Yeah.
On this turn, even if we didn't have that. So that says a few things about John Sand. And one thing it says, so if Crow does not have Baymax, which I'm feeling he might since he played the Sail instead of like John Silverine, but if he doesn't have Baymax, the next turn Daisy Duck could come down for Walker and draw 3 cards.
Oh, it's just a Donald. So not
Yeah, this-
answering anything immediately on the board. And we're at 10 lore already on the side of John. Maybe we're setting up something like the Under the Sea. But again, we kind of need to get rid of this Hidden Cove, or it's not going to be as effective as we would like.
Yeah, if Walker has the Daisy Duck here, I think the game's over.
We'll see what he's able to get into here on his turn number 5. The Ruby Emerald Pirate location deck. Is it real? It's going toe-to-toe with one of the best decks in the meta right now. There it is. There's the Daisy Duck. You called it.
I mean,
Coming
it makes
down onto the
sense
board.
to take an entire turn to do that. And it's possible that Walker was afraid of Crow having a You're Welcome or something to be played on the Daisy, because you could have played Daisy last turn. This turn, played the location and moved it to all of them and drawn a bunch of cards. But this plays around targeted removal. Walker wanted to draw cards the moment Daisy came into play, and the only way to do that was to play Cove, move everything there, and quest last turn, which it seems like a not fantastic play, but when you look at it now and we drew 3 cards and we're still playing around Under the Sea, I think it's a pretty nice play.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go up to 16 here, which is a huge amount. We have an upright, unexerted Daisy Duck ready to quest for 2, also in the Hidden Cove. right now, removing the Hidden Cove is not possible with the Donald Duck and the Tipo. You could, if you had enough strength, do that and play Under the Sea with your ink instead of singing it. But I don't know if there's an out here for Crow. Can you think of one?
Yeah, it's just heads held high on the board and then hard casting Under the Sea.
Yeah.
I think that's about it here. Which, does get around the Cove, but John was able to draw those 3 cards. So Walker was able to draw those 3 cards. So then Crow is going to have to then play another board wipe the next turn, right? And that's going to be a little difficult to do to prevent Walker from getting that last 4 lore we need. And if we're paying this for a Hades or something right now, I think this game's done.
Yeah, it could be Basil. It is the Basil. Returning the Donald Duck to hands. But again, it's just more fuel in the hand. You have to eventually deal with all these characters that are coming down. It's already at 16. This deck is not really, really great at dealing with multiple threats at a time unless it's the Under the Sea. Yeah, that's still going to be enough to get over the finish line.
I'm trying not to... it's still just game and play right there. It's so frustrating to be on Crow's side, right? You're like, I have these ways to answer it, but Walker's just like, nah, I'm beating you down. I'm drawing cards. I've got location. It's going great.
Yeah, cannot challenge into Wendy, but can remove Taffeta. But that's just not going to be enough. You need to sing a song here to remove one of these 2 questers from the board.
You're welcome on Daisy.
Yeah.
How did it get 3 damage on it?
I'm not sure. Am I going crazy? Is it Wendy evasive? Okay. It's challenging into Taffeta.
And Crow just realized that.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
All
right. Yeah.
Thinking that he could challenge there, that makes a lot of sense. Well, this isn't looking good for John's playmat if he does not want to change his name.
That's true. The Ruby Emerald Pirate location deck coming in and getting the dub in game number 1. I love to see these brews still coming out and making an impact here, like no pun intended, but again, this is the ICL. These are some of the best players in the game. No slouches here, and bringing a completely off meta deck and showing the power of it. We saw it last week. It wounds me to bring it up, where Ray was able to play the Ruby Emerald Powerline deck and beat Blurple with that. So Ruby Emerald showing out in the ICL so far.
It's going to be like last week. It's really felt like round 2 has just been super short. It is always just like some aggressive deck just wins 2-0 or something like that. But Crow's on the play here. He was on the draw last game based on the fact that his teammate won the last round. So, there's a world that he can ramp and control and answer the game. And then in game 3, he just has to have things earlier. It didn't feel like he really had anything. And Walker was just like, here's these big lore threats that you just don't have an answer for.
Yeah, for sure. Like when you're playing the Emerald Sapphire list, it feels really good to get a 1-drop out, either a Basil or the Clarabelle. Putting Tipo on the board, now you have 2 things that you need to deal with for the potential Baymax shift after the ramp on 2 with the Tipo. So you just have more options and more threats, which makes it harder for the aggressive deck to start questing. This deck is a huge reason why all of these Amber Steel decks started playing Fire the Cannons, right? To get rid of those shift targets. But in the Ruby Emerald deck, you might not have the ability to remove those shift targets. So if Crow is able to get into those early cards that he can get onto the board, it might make all the difference, as you said.
Yeah, I played quite a bit of this deck for PP Denver, and I say that as I played in Denver and in a side event in Denver.
Right.
But it feels good against the aggressive decks if you can sing that Under the Sea. but if John has any interaction, if he has your welcomes or Bee King, if he's playing either of those and is able to get them early, he can't really sing Bee King. So I don't know how good that would be here, unless I haven't looked. Maybe he's playing Powerline in this too. I mean, there's a few spicy cards we haven't seen yet.
The spiciest of all spice lists that we've seen thus far in the season, most definitely. But yeah, like you said, if you're not getting to the Under the Sea, it's kind of hard to stall these decks out without an early board presence. And most of the time, you're only challenging or removing one thing at a time with Mother's Knows Best or your Welcome. And in the case of your Welcome, you're giving them more fuel. And the aggressive decks can empty their hands, so it's not super easy to take advantage of the Clarabelle ability in that instance, because they can just empty their hand so easily with all of these small characters. But something that is huge in this matchup is John Silver, which you said could have helped in the last game, and I think would have been able to challenge the board a lot more effectively. But here is that Basil on turn number 1, makes things a lot easier to challenge in, especially if you have the 2-drop Tipo, which can suddenly be challenging for 3 on turn number 3.
Yeah, if we were able to play John Silver instead of Donald in that sale on turn 6 to then hit to give their Donald Duck Restless, they'd be at 13 instead, right? And the next turn we could do some challenging and then make the Windy Darling not able to quest or something like that, or give it Reckless, or make the Donald Reckless again, make it bash into our John Silver. Like, there would have been possible outs, but basically bricking on our first real turn, the first turn we could actually play real cards, it's just rough there. And we saw Crow ink a John Silver on turn 2. And that's an interesting thing, because this deck is like a lot of decks, you kind of have to plan out your next few turns, but not like this deck. That's like the skill issue for it, is knowing what you need to ink and when you need to ink it, because you're going to run out of cards. You're trying to like shift this Clarabelle as your last card, and if you miss ink or you get a little greedy with one card and you top deck 2 uninkables on your key turns, you might just miss what you need, and it can just be severely backbreaking.
Absolutely, but Crow finding what he needs in this game thus far, the 1-drop and the 2-drop, as we've been talking about, just putting some kind of presence on the board, as Walker missed his turn number 1 and goes with the Wendy Darling, I believe, yes, on turn number 2 here. So not getting off to the fast start that you want to with these more aggressive decks. Even if it is just a Taffeta, she still quests for 1 at the end of the day. So missing out on some lore there and getting behind on board, as we do have a 4-cost character. It is going to be the Perfect Gentleman, Donald Duck, which is a double-edged sword if there is one in Disney Arcana. You get to draw an additional card on your turn, but your opponent may as well. And if you're playing against aggressive decks, that's a good way to give them a lot of fuel. As somebody that likes to play aggressive decks in this current format, getting me closer to that strength of a Raging Fire feels really, really nice.
We got Donald versus Donald here.
Yeah, that's true. Both Emerald Donalds. One a gentleman, one a pirate. Polar opposites, if you ask me.
Did you notice what Walker inked 2 turns ago? He inked a Skull Rock.
Yeah, I did see that.
So that's one of the spicy locations. He has an even spicier location in his deck.
If you can believe it.
If you could believe there's a spicier location than Skull Rock, there is.
Does he have the islands I pulled from the sea? That would be real spice. Here we have the shift. Basil coming down. I really like this Basil. My teammates have been experimenting with it a lot in place of the Baymax shift. Now, it isn't the universal shift like Baymax, but it is a really strong option for that turn 4 or 4 ink shift line. You just have to have the Basil instead of, anything that the Baymax can shift onto.
We're not paying the 1 to make discard? There we go.
There it is.
It's like, I'm going to give you this card from this Donald Duck, and I'm going to take it away.
It is hey. Which would not be bad here, but
not amazing.
I guess you just want to go faster.
Yeah, it does. The Donald activates the Windy.
Forgetting
so it
that
is worth like 4 lore.
he forgot again that Wendy is evasive, so Donald cannot challenge. So we might just go on a double quest here, get 4
Questing for
lore.
4 is good.
Yeah, for sure. Put some pressure onto the aggressive deck. If they're the one that has to be responding to things, it's not what they want to do. And you're beaking undisputed proof here with Tipo out.
Yep. All the best answers. What are you going to do? You're welcome them? You don't want to do that either.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially when the control deck is already ahead. They're ahead on ink. They're ahead on board. Give them even more cards in hand. It's just going to spell disaster here. So if you're Walker, as we see the Goofy come down, I guess if you're playing Ruby and Emerald, you have to play that.
Sherwood Forest! Sherwood Forest is spicy of spicy cards. You're not held high in anything, son.
Sherwood Forest makes its... Surely this is its ICL debut. In dramatic fashion. I don't know how much it's affecting the board, but it made it onto the board, and that's what matters.
Yeah. I don't know how much ward... Because... Under the Sea still hits your characters, right? You need to have them under Cove, but if you have them on Cove, they can't be at 2 locations.
Yeah, not both at
But
once.
we're taking that lore from you.
Nice lore. See you later. And Taffeta gains a lore, I believe, as well. Or no, they just lose one.
Drains.
Just drains.
You're thinking of her shift. When she moves to a location, you gain 2 lore once per turn.
Yep. We're just going to go on another quest with Wendy here. Completely safe. Hopefully Crow realizes now that this is evasive and he needs to do something else to remove it other than challenging, as it will not work.
Nope. I say we challenge it again.
For the memes. 3rd time's a charm. Are we going to ready that last ink?
Yeah, I guess Gloyd also drains and gains 1. There's quite a bit of draining and gaining in the racers.
Yeah. Racers seemed like something people were cooking up early and then completely gave up on. The King Candy was really scary. Wreck-It Ralph was pretty solid, but yeah. There it is. Under the sea. And that's probably game. Yeah. That's gonna be it. Yeah, I mean, right now Walker just has a location out that gains no lore. It can just be pretty much entirely ignored at this point. Crow is the beatdown and control, can quest, drawing more cards.
So for those watching at home, I think if he paid the 1, did he make him discard? He did. All right. You want to do that before you play the Under the Sea. Because what happens is you Under the Sea and then you make them discard a card. They're going to have that information that they don't have their characters. So if you do the discard first and they don't think you have the Under the Sea, then they might keep something that is... They might have kept like a Daisy Duck to quest with it. Maybe they would have discarded otherwise, thinking that they'll have characters to draw cards with. It's just a minor thing, and it doesn't matter too much, but it could have a gigantic impact on the game in some scenarios. It probably won't here, but it's a good habit to get into. And for the viewers at home wondering why that might matter, that would be why it might be better to do that the other way around. I draw last all the time, and this is like the same thing. I think you're giving up information.
Yeah, sequencing is something that you need to learn to really level up when you're playing trading card games. Like you said, it's minor things, but those minor things might end up having a massive impact. Giving information, gaining information is really important and something you need to pay attention to if you want to get better, for sure. But right now, Walker is just in like... It's like an unwinnable situation that he is stuck in right now. Just the Wendy Darling in the Sherwood Forest, and not anymore, as it is going to be challenged down. Just doesn't want to deal with it. Might have some sort of removal here, and does with the Basil. We are going to return that to hand And look at all these Donalds and Basils. Two different
Right?
Donalds, two different Basils, and a
got
completely
theme decks.
full hand. What is this? Some kind of zoo deck?
Ducks and mice. There's a lot of zoo animals in Disney, though.
Yeah, that's true. There's just that one growing boy in a petting zoo.
He's a really good zookeeper.
JDZ's favorite card, Tipo growing boy, as Walker is going to try to find some way out of this. I don't know the deck list. There could be some way to get out of this, but it doesn't seem likely. As Sisu, look who it is. Look who's back. The daring visitor, daring to come down
Get
onto
that
this
little
board.
boy out of here. I feel like JDZ messaged him. He's like, you need to answer that Tipo right now.
Get Tipo out of my face. As Tipo is removed, but staring in the face of ducks and mice, John Walker here is going to get an additional card from the Donald. Has just been fueled up this whole time, but has not been able to take advantage of it. And there's another Basil going to return the Wendy back to hand for the second turn in a row. And this is where the proverbial lock is assembled by the Emerald Sapphire list, where you're just able to control everything as it comes down onto the board and continue to empty out that hand with the Basil quests and keep yourself healthy with your Donald draw.
Yeah, Crow is just doing a really good job of showing how his deck is just a tale of ducks and mice, or mice and ducks. I can't remember how the book mice and men. Yeah. So, all right, let's restart the joke. He's doing a great job of telling a tale of mice and ducks.
There you go, nailed it on the first try.
First try.
And we quested for 8 on this turn, I believe. That Donald there at the bottom is in the inkwell that is representing ink. Yeah. So that is not on the board and not questing. As we turn it over, Walker might just want to say, let's go to game 2, or let's play it out. There's the you're welcome. Does come down. What do we target here? There you go. Get rid of 2 cards and replace it with 2 cards.
And it looks like we're into scoop.
Just wanted to get that you're welcome out there. Walker, though, showing some cards from hand that they didn't necessarily need to, as we see the Rush Evasive Vanellope von Schweetz.
Oh, yeah.
In the hand there at the end of the game. So gave up a little bit of free information if Crow was paying attention there. But we are going into the game number 3. This is exactly what we wanted Crow to do. It's everything we said, basically word for word. Get those early cards out, start shifting things, get a bigger, taller board, and make work of the opposite board with Under the Sea. John now needs to respond with the quicker start like he did in game 1.
So it's interesting. You could actually, Vanellope is not really a card that Crow cares about. So you could show it, and then there could be a world that gets in Crow's head. But then he makes a mistake somehow to play around Vanellope. It's not going to happen, but
yeah.
It's just a free, fun way to mess with your opponent.
Was he even considering it before you accidentally?
But now he is. And with my luck, I would do that. And then somehow in the game, I need the rush Vanellope to do something, and they play around it because I showed it.
Yeah.
That's just too good.
The mental mind games. I don't think I've ever played against you, Luke, at a tournament, but watching you play on camera at the Ink event, just talking to your opponent the whole game, I would lose it, I think. Stop talking, I can't think, man. You're just over there talking it up, having a good time. Meanwhile, I'm in the tank what do I do? I have a DLC champion across from me.
To not talk to them.
Really?
Yeah. Mostly it's I'm trying to think right now. That's fine. And I don't try to interrupt them while they're doing stuff, but I'd like to think I'm pleasant to play against.
Yeah. Not that you
You're
wouldn't
like,
be
"Yeah,
pleasant.
They said
Not
no."
that you wouldn't be pleasant. Not that you wouldn't be pleasant. I'm just saying.
You can be scary and pleasant at the same time.
If anyone could pull that off, I think it is a DLC champion like yourself.
Like it was terrifying to play against Ed, but he was very pleasant and cordial, while
Yeah.
he stared into your soul as you took your turn.
When did you play against Ed? How many times have you played against him in a tournament? We'll say that.
I'm lifetime
Worlds?
0-2 against him at Continentals.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm like, there's no way he could have another copy of this. Yeah, he was playing 4 of every card in his deck.
Yeah. The
Sisu.
classic.
Oh, did I get Sisu'd? I mean, I bricked pretty hard in one of the games. In the other game, like, I might have made mistakes or it just wasn't going to go my way. But, like, I really got ink screwed in one of the games I was playing against him. Like, I played a dock on turn 2.
Yeah.
And passed. Like, that's... When your opponent's playing dock on turn 2, they're having issues.
They're having problems, especially if they miss a 1-drop. A Walker does not miss a 1-drop here. A standout goes into the Inkwell. We do get the Taffeta down. She does not drain the lore because there's no location and there's no lore to drain, but it is still a character that is threatening a shift line and also gets on the board to quest. But Crow, no 1-drop. Notably had 3 1-drops in the last game. Ink 2 of his Basils, played 1, but does not find one here to put early contesting pressure or challenging pressure onto the board as the shift line does go into the Inkwell. But we shift anyway.
Only quests for 1. Kind of.
It does only quest for
interesting.
1. That is true, but next turn you could play another 1-drop, play Hidden Cove, and move her, gain 2 lore, quest for 1, gain 3 lore, and establish a
didn't
Hidden
we
Cove
quest?
plus an additional character? I could not tell you.
I think we forgot to quest there. My guess is we played the character down, like, oh, this character can't quest because I just played it, and we just forgot. A little unfortunate for Walker. Hopefully that doesn't bite him in the butt earlier. And it is not the open he wants to start with. Only 1 lore in play going into turn 3 at 0 lore. Not fantastic.
Yeah. You want to go wide. I mean, there are some instances against this Emerald Sapphire deck where you want to go a little taller, meaning you want more strength on the board to dodge under the sea, but definitely not on turn number 2. If you can establish another character and start questing, forcing hard decisions from your opponent, it's probably a little better than shifting. We'll see if they're able to follow it up with something big here. Like I said, if you get the Hidden Cove down, you move to the Hidden Cove, you quest, that's 3 lore, plus you can play another 1-drop. That's not bad.
It's better than nothing, that's for sure. It's just... Yeah, I mean, what 1-drop do we have? Maybe we have Curse Merfolk in here and we haven't drawn them yet, but I don't think it's in there.
Yeah, Curse Merfolk is definitely a good shout. You would think that in a aggressively slanted deck like this, you would want to see it, but just the Donald Duck, who is not active
Still
at the
scary.
moment.
Still scary.
Yeah.
Like, questing for 3 is always scary.
Yeah, most definitely. So sitting upright, a lot like another pirate card that was a very popular DLC winning multiple time card, Piglet Poo Pirate Captain,
Oh, yeah.
who quests for 3 when activated. Donald functions in a similar fashion, but now we're playing Nalas.
Costs
not
1
need-
more and harder to activate, but yes,
Yes.
very similar.
That is true. And what do you get for it? Only 1 additional willpower.
Well, rarity symbol. That's
You're
what
right.
you get. You get an uncommon compared to a rare.
That's
Like,
true.
I think limited would not be fun having uncommon piglets.
No.
Or maybe it would be busted. Oh,
There's
there we
the
have the
Baymax.
shift. Poor Muffin.
She is gone, and the Baymax takes 3. Interesting to see the Baymax come into play here in game number 3, playing both Basil shift and Baymax shift. What are your thoughts on that? Mixing it up a little bit.
I think it's fair. I personally don't like playing 4 Baymax. I think
Yeah.
it's too many, but I think you do want 1 or 2 at least. The ability to sing those super early, like sing a turn 3 under the sea. That's how I lost my winning in against the mirror, kind of, at PPG. They in game 3, I'm on the play. I developed double Donalds, and he shifts Baymaxing under the sea. And I did or not double Donalds, double Clarabelle. That way,
Okay.
he couldn't just You're Welcome me. Because in game 2, he's on the play. I play a You're Welcome with 4 ink to hit his only shift target, and then on his turn, he hard casts You're Welcome on my shift target, and we both end up playing Clarabelles for 7 like 3 turns later. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, the mirrors in the current meta are very odd, very weird. I mean, obviously you're playing the deck, so you know how it functions. You know your outs, and you know what you have to do. Walker needs to find something here to make this board a little bit more intimidating. There's B King Undisputed.
if only
That'll
Donald
take care of the
quests for
Baymax.
more. Up to 2. But that's a lot of singing power gone. Jonathan's best play is probably Donald Duck to get another ink, or some variety of like sail into a Clarabelle or something of the sorts. Or sail. I think I've done that once. It was playing 4 sails in one turn, or in one game, was insane. It was like turn 2 sail, turn 3 I played sail, then sail, and then 1 more sail. So at the end of turn 3, on turn 4 I could hard cast Under the Sea. Fair.
Seems pretty good.
Fair.
And there's the sail as you called it. We're gonna go for 4 here and put down the Scrooge McDuck. So this deck has a little bit of everything, it seems. We have, a couple Baymax, a couple Scrooge, a couple Donalds, a couple Basils. We got it all.
The unink ability in this list.
Yeah, Baymax and Scrooge.
A lot of 2-ofs in this list.
Yeah, things starting to make a lot of sense.
4, 5, 6,
Double
7.
Wendy comes onto the board.
There's like 7 2-ofs and 5 or 6 3-ofs. And there's less 4-ofs than 3-ofs or 2-ofs, but there's more 4-ofs than 1-ofs.
I would hope so. Unless you're playing allies on the other side with Color is Law, you should have more 4-ofs than 1-ofs in your deck. For 7, what is it going to be? The Basil, the Clarabelle. It is Basil. What are you targeting here? Probably just a Wendy. Challenge
Maybe
into the Donald.
It's so hard. Well, I guess we are challenging the Donald, so that makes sense. So yeah, bouncing a random Wendy.
Uncle on nephew violence here as the Scrooge McDuck challenges into his nephew Donald.
He shouldn't be a pirate. He was in the Navy. He literally abandoned his post and turned into a pirate.
True. And Donald, notably, no evasive. So this challenge does go through. However, Wendy does have evasive, but with that big Basil on the board now, it is going to be tough for Walker to get through. So, as You're Welcome is a way to get started.
If I just put John Wins as the celebration screen, do you think that would work? Oh, I guess it would be John or Jonathan, I guess. So
yeah. Just put Jay Wins.
Yep.
So we did have to You're Welcome the Basil, returning that back to the deck, prevent it from discarding your hand, which is solid, as
also,
Wendy can quest freely here.
To try to prevent the singing of Under the Sea. It's like, if you're gonna play Under the Sea, I'm gonna make you hard cast it. I only have 1 character, so it's more apt to make you want to Hades it.
Yeah.
But another Basil or John Silver here is really not good for Walker.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the cracks in the Rumi Emerald strategy and why we have not seen it break through just yet. It's the poor removal options, I think. You're Welcome, Be King Undisputed.
The bricking on game 3, I would like to say, is big. If he had the same open, as
True.
game 1. In game 3, I think he'd be in a much better spot.
That is true. But hard playing 2 4-cost removal songs when you're trying to be the aggressor is not what you want to do. As John Silver is going to come down, that is the answer you want for the Wendy. Because while you can't challenge into it, she can challenge into you.
Yep.
And John Silver, like we mentioned, is kind of the card that slams the door on aggressive decks a lot of the time.
Yeah, John Silver does some real work here. And unfortunately for Walker, he just doesn't have enough cards to really push through. Now, if he had gone like Hidden Cove, Move to Cove, Trade, we'd feel a lot better about it, right? It's still not great, but like the way to beat John Silver is to play into it. Like, all right, I'll keep challenging. But right now, like what can Walker really do here? You play a character turn and John Silver just feasts.
Yep.
So what is the other card in your hand? Now, if Crow somehow played nothing, quested, gave Reckless, we could then challenge the Scrooge and play Bee King to answer the John Silver. But the Donald Duck comes in and is like, no.
Yeah, the Donald Duck body blocking that opportunity. But yeah, you would be right in that instance. Getting the Scrooge up to 4 is huge, as it's another you're welcome. Gotta target the John Silver, I would think, or you target your own Wendy. What do you think of this? I don't know if you have enough ink to make the most of this play, but I guess desperate times call for desperate measures.
I don't like it. I don't like that one bit. But it's not because it's a bad play as much as it's like it's unfortunate that this is what he has to do.
Yeah.
It's like, how are you going to get out of this position? I think it might actually be.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just.
Their John Silver. I think you have to hit their John Silver, quest for 1, and then hope that Donald Duck gives you enough cards and that they brick on Under the Sea. I think that's your only chance at this point.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, because if you ink here and play something, you're still only playing 1 card, and like you mentioned, it's exactly what John Silver wants to see, 1 card. And it's no cards, which is probably even worse.
Fully inked, so I'm assuming he's prepping to double or triple card next turn, and that's like his out, right? Is like, give me cards, Donald. I'm gonna put like 7 lore into play. You're gonna answer 1 of it. I'm gonna quest, and then I'm gonna try to do it again. But Crow's got 8 lore in play himself, 10 lore in play, 9 lore in play himself.
Yep. And things keep getting more
I think he
dire.
Just quests. Yeah, he just quests and wins before Walker can even attempt to make his board look scarier.
Yeah, going to 7 ink with a Ruby deck is not nearly as frightening as it once was. Walker trying to find anything to get him back into this game. Hey, into the inkwell. What are we going to see?
Grunkle Scrooge for his color. Bee King! Yes.
That is technically part of Be Prepared, not the part you would like to see, as we're just going to get rid of the Clarabelle. It's just the 1 and play our own.
So do you want a Be Prepared reprint, or do you want them to make a new Be Prepared that's like maybe inkable but 9?
New Be
not
Prep
a
would be
song
cool.
or something like that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
What Disney song?
Well,
I guess it can't be a song though. You don't want it to be a song, but what Disney moment?
Oh, I was gonna say song. You definitely have like a lot of lyrics from "Be a Man" to or "I'll Make a Man Out of You." All the force of a great typhoon, all that kind of stuff.
Great Typhoon is an interesting one.
Yeah,
Like,
there's so many
maybe
cool lines
something-
from that song you could use.
There should be a card, like there should be a Maleficent that when it comes into play, it exerts all of their characters and it says characters don't ready.
That
You
would be
put a
brutal.
sleeping spell over the entire
Oh,
kingdom at the
I
beginning of the movie.
see. I see. Now you're cooking. There's Skull Rock.
Woo! Let's go! We got this, Walker! Yeah, drain
Drain
that
lore.
lore.
Let's go.
Get it.
Now shift and move.
Shift to move, gain 2 more. Yes! Oh, we're firing.
It's happening. We needed this on turn 3.
Yeah, we needed this. We needed to be at like 18 right now. Is what we needed to be.
Could you imagine? Oh, that would
That'd
have
be
been
a
so
great way to
cool.
finish it.
Yeah. But Jonathan Crow able to get it done. Unfortunately, Luke, I don't think I am able to hop into the Discord for the interview because I'm recording a different ICL match for other people to commentate later.
All right. Well, you can stay right here, and I'll unmute it. And if you have any questions, I can ask.
Okay.
Otherwise, you just get to sit there and look pretty. No, I hear it's best to draw all of the tech cards when they're not good. And then you know that you're not supposed to play them. Yeah, we did talk about that.
It might have been the stronger play, but I had nothing in my hand, so
Yeah, it was a tough decision because you need more cards, but if you can answer the John Silver, then maybe the Donald Duck gives you enough cards to push through, right? But at the same time, you were so far behind that I don't know if there was a good feasible thing for you to have actually been able to do to get back.
yeah. I'm not sure anything would have won me that game. Jonathan, you're muted.
Yeah, really good game, man.
Yeah.
Just like you said, you just weren't drawing the cards you needed.
No, I was not needed to. On game 2, there was a turn where I could have quested Donald, and I didn't. I should have, but it didn't. I didn't lose the game because of it. It's not like I lost by 3 lore.
Yeah.
Just little things
could've-
that watching back I'm gonna learn.
There was a small error in that game where you forgot to quest on turn 2 after you shifted. But
Yeah.
as you said, it wasn't enough to matter. It was
Yeah.
really unfortunate that was when you drew the shift line. It's like 1 drop and then shift, and it only still quests for 1. It's like, where was the line from game 1 where we're playing Windy on 2, Donald on
Yeah, no,
3?
that's the ideal line. I had your welcome and be King Undisputed in hand at that point, but he didn't have anything on board. And the next turn, I could have sung Be King Undisputed to banish his Tipa. That wouldn't have done
Yes.
nothing.
Not great.
The stuff with the shift line, but the shift Baymax.
Yeah, unlike I've done that before, but
Yeah.
It's
the stronger.
still-
That's what the Sisus are there to take out the Tipos for shift lines. So like turn
Yeah, I
3
saw none of my shift targets. I saw no 1-drop Basils and no 1-drop Clarabelles.
Yeah.
All 3 games. That was disgusting.
Yeah,
Game
your
1,
deck
I
did
grew-
get.
basically that. Sorry, Luke.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, you did get to see game 1. Like, we got to
Yeah.
see what your deck is supposed to do. You didn't have a great turn 1 play, but you're not playing Merfolk, right? You don't have the Daisy power level of a 1-drop.
I've considered Merfolk over Taffeta. Like that's been in the works, but it's just some of the other uninkables, like the Windy Darling. She's
Yeah.
sort of the glue that she's, for the record, not a great card, but
She's
she's
an
just
amazing
good
card.
enough. She's just good enough, and her characteristics are really important to the deck. Being a 2-cost captain is really important.
I own 4 foils. I've tried to play Ruby Pirates countless times. I'm a big fan of the Windy Darling.
The thing is, mathematically, are we on stream right now? Anyway,
yes, we can
mathematically, mathematically,
sideways, but...
Windy Darling is like the expected like 2/2 uninkable evasive stat line. Like if we do the math, the expected is 2/2 for 2 lore with evasive, and Windy only gets that while there's another pirate in play.
Yeah.
But she does quest for 2, like a 2/2 that's evasive that quests for 2
Yeah,
is pretty good.
it's just it's one of those things where that should just be her stat line instead of there having to be a pirate there.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
I think it's questionable.
I'm
Well, yeah,
I'm
otherwise,
following the math here.
a 2/2 evasive for 2 is that quest for 1 is pretty normal. A 1/2 that quest for 2 that's evasive.
2/2 quest for 1 is evasive is inkable. So
okay. So if you make it
we're basically taking an ink away for 1 more lore.
Yeah.
And requiring a pirate to be in play. I think if Windy was just a 2/2/2 uninkable evasive, that maybe the pirate had to give. Maybe she's a 1/2 evasive that quests for 2, and then if you have a pirate, she gets like +1 or 2 strength. That could maybe be good. Make her a 0/2 and do that. She'd probably see more play for sure. But I think it's the lack of other good pirates, sadly.
That's the main thing. That's the main problem with pirates is like I'm calling this minimum viable pirates in sometimes because it's got only the same way that like DKP's broom list from last set only had the good broom cards.
Yeah,
the good pirate cards, which means there's not a ton of there's like a quarter of the deck of pirates.
Well,
and then
I'm sure a lot of
I'm
people
forced to play Skull Rock because you need the locations for Daisy. There's not enough good locations right now.
I'm sure a lot of people are going to be upset with you after this weekend because a lot of people are going to copy your list because it looks really fun and someone's going to lose this pirate list and they're going to be like, why is people playing this?
It also comes out to a grand total of $10 before.
Oh my god.
So it's I was not building a budget list. I was just building a pirates list, and then I looked at the price tag and I was like, "Oh, this is like 2 cents."
$15 if you boil it out.
Yeah.
Well,
it's Jonathan Crow. You kind of got to be a little scared after game 1. He just like ran over. He like kind of took a turn off even, and still just like ran over. Chat saying the deck's not $10 anymore, probably because they all watched you play it and bought a bunch of cards, hopefully.
If they watch round 1, they're buying them cards instantly.
Right. Like, what is this?
Very fast. I had no shift lines, games? Yeah.
How are you feeling after that for game 2 and 3 then? Were you a little worried? Or?
I definitely tried to mull more toward like a more aggressive play line and try to get the Baymaxes and the Scrooges if I could get them. But I had no ramp in game 1, so I mulled 6 and kept a BYP or developer brain. And then game 2 also no mull, but I was like, man, I'm gonna hold on to this under the sea in case he goes super wide. Hopefully I can get a shift line and wipe the board early. And then game 3 back on the play, I was very worried we were gonna have a repeat of game 1. But it like you said, he just didn't draw the cards he needed.
His deck bricked on him pretty hard.
No, half is not the preferred 1-drop is the Moana, which I think only ever went in the inkwell in these games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because she's a 3/2, which is pretty good.
And she can only challenge if there's a pirate on board or a captain on board.
Only while there's a captain.
Yeah.
I've got,
but
you had a few.
I've got 8 captains in the deck. There's also a card I played with for a while. Not a pirate, 3-cost vanilla Steamboat Mickey, who's a captain, Just a
Oh.
captain.
Oh my gosh! But isn't he like a 1-3 or
3-4.
something awful? A 3? Oh, is
He
it
costs
okay?
3-4.
He's a boy. Yeah.
He's a 3/4, which is decent, and there's
Is he
also a
quest for
shift.
2 or 1?
Just 1 because he had the 3 drop. So he's a 3 drop vanilla. That's their stat line.
Yeah.
But like that's still decent enough. If you can get a standout on him, that's really good for crushing like big Elsa's. Shift line for the Captain Mickey, who makes pirates not take damage during challenges. I was running that for a while, but I kept decreasing the curve down. Nothing in this deck costs more than 4 ink.
Well,
So
I think
there's
we're
there's
gonna
places
make
to
people
go.
pay for your Metafy if they want to know
Yeah.
more about your deck. We're gonna force them to do that.
One day.
Crow, you did a good job there. Your deck kind of seemed to do what it wanted to do. You have a lot of 2-ofs and 3-ofs in your list. So you seem to like running less Baymax, but still running it. Helps for these scenarios. Was there any other aspects of the game you wanted to mention on here before you do some shoutouts?
No, I think I would probably pull the Scrooges. I mean, they were good in this game, but I think Baymax is just better. And then we didn't even get to the high end of the list, really. So, no, I thought it did what it was supposed to do. So it was nice, because sometimes this deck definitely doesn't. So it was nice to have the ramp on turn 2. The Donalds performed very well for card draw. So yeah, I was pretty happy with it.
Nice. Well, any shoutouts you want to give?
You can follow the Incredibles at the.incredibles, INKREDBLIS. We're primarily on Instagram, I think. I'm not personally on Instagram, so I always forget it exists. But yeah, thanks to everybody, and thanks, man, for a really good game. This is my very first game on stream, or like on a webcam. So I was a little nervous about all the technology, but it really worked out.
Oh man, you were a great opponent. Had a lot of fun with our games.
Walker, any shoutouts you want to give?
Yeah, just shout out Impact TCG. Shout out Rod, our glorious leader, ICL commissioner, team captain. Unfortunately, he's not given us any insider info ever.
Yeah.
So he's very tight knit like that. But
we like
shout
to
out
keep it...
Impact. Shout out to Dan in the last game, and shout out to our super secret players coming up next.
Ooh. All right. Well, thanks a lot,
We
you
can
two.
bring it back for us.
Oh yeah. Nice going into game 3. The Impact's going to be on the play. Thank you both very much. You have a great night, and we'll chat with you later.
Bye, everybody.
All right, you're back, Garrick.
I'm back. How was the interview? I only heard you, so.
I'm sure that was fantastic.
Yeah.
It went pretty good. We got to learn a lot about that pirate list, which I think quite a few people were interested in.
Yeah. We're going to see some price spiking on some of these cards. Maybe the ICL sometimes always moving. I remember when Rob was playing Finders Keepers on here, and it went from like nobody owned that card to suddenly everybody was buying up the Enchanted. So the ICL can definitely do that. When a cool card or a cool list comes out, people definitely want to give it a shot. And that was one of those cool lists that you only see here on the ICL for sure.
There's enough of those cheap cards that shouldn't really spike anyway. They didn't have too many legendaries in there.
Yeah.
Too spicy.
Super affordable. Super affordable.
Maybe Daisy Duck Enchanteds or something. I don't know. I have the whole deck foiled already. I've been trying to play Pirates for a hot while. I'm sitting here like, show me, how did you break it?
That's some insider baseball for sure.
All right. But we're going to be swapping over to our wondrous JDZ and Colors Law here. Is there anything else you wanted to say here before we swap over to him?
No, thanks everybody for being here for another week of the ICL. We'll be back next week. Actually, tomorrow.
Boom! All right, let's go over to JDZ and Ashley.
That's boom, baby.
Yeah. Oh my god, hilarious. Is there anything you want to say? Literally no.
Just straight no.
Just no.
It's supposed to be yes and. It's always yes
Yeah,
and. It's
yeah.
never just straight no, Garrick. Rules of improv.
I know that's the thing is I love doing that to JDZ because I love giving you like a hard no because you know it's like a yes and so when you
yeah.
know you specifically the reactions are my favorite and I live for them so that's
All
fun,
right.
dude.
Well, thank you for that. Now I know I'm not going to throw you. I'm not going to throw you anymore. No more yes and no more. No, I'm not going to set you up to dead end me with a no. How about that, Corn? No more. Never again.
It's my
No.
favorite. It's my favorite. But
Did you
I
get a
guess I
chance-
told you my game, my little game, so it's ruined now.
Did you get a chance during your break to catch what happened in that last round? What do you think?
The Pirates
The
situation, yeah, Pirates life for me and for Daisy and for Donald and for Skull Rock and oh gosh, so yeah, that was crazy.
I was hoping they can get to the Dublinsky, but it didn't work out for them that time.
Yeah.
They had the absolute uncut spice, and I want to see Red Green be undefeated in the ICL.
I was about to say, I was like, Red Green kind of had its day, and like, you know, the Emerald and the Ruby cards came out. We were like, and then it wins, and then it comes out again, and everybody's like, hold up, is this gonna do it again? And it's like, oh no.
Not
Oh, but
this
we
time.
see the eye to eye sleeves.
Talk to them. Those sleeves
I
are
love
quite
it.
nice. And we're keeping the Pirates going. We got the
Yeah.
Donald Duck Buccaneer out there holding it down, wearing the eye patch, doing his thing. Versus the Enchanted Beast. Who's winning the drip? Who's winning swag contest sleeves? And Matt's. Who's winning so far?
I know. I mean, I don't know. I love the eye to eye, and that's good. But also, too, this is probably the first time this Donald Duck has ever seen play. So shout out.
Yeah.
That Donald Duck. Every time I look at this card, I'm like, is this card good? And then like 15 people are like, no. I'm like, oh, sorry.
It's so close though. He was very close there for a
He just
moment.
one thing needed to drag one way
Yeah.
or the other, but shout out the Matt looks good though. I like Donald, and
I like
you know it's like I like Donald, and then every time I watch like the Fab Five, you know, like any of them, I'm like, why is Donald the most relatable? Oh God,
Yeah, because he
no.
doesn't. I'm saying he like gets mad. He gets very upset.
Yeah.
But things are like super annoying to him. Like it's like a bug or a
It's like,
fly or something
yeah.
that's flying around, and he's normal. Like getting mad is a normal
Yeah.
human emotion, and I think that's okay because I think that's why you can relate to him because he's not like cool with it.
And he's just like, okay, this is aggravating. And they're like, you're fine. He's like, stop telling me I'm fine. I'm like, you know what, Donald? That's what's up.
Living your truth. Living your
Yeah.
truth, Donald. I think that's important, and we can learn something
Yeah.
coming in from Donald Duck, and I think that's fair. Okay. So this just in from production. There may have been a small graphical error on your guys' broadcast, and the correct information is that it is 2-0 going towards the Incredibles over the Team Impact, I believe. If that's incorrect, please, Luke, let me know that that is wrong. But I'm fairly confident that is correct. As we are firmly nestled in an ad right now, so no one probably can hear what I'm saying. Shout out to the ad gang. If you're in here any ads, say what up, what up, what up. We out here.
We out here. And I did see, so we are doing Blurple against another Emerald Sapphire. More Emerald Sapphire shenanigans.
Emerald Sapphire versus Sapphire Amethyst, and that is a tale as old as time. This matchup is quite volatile. Actually check that. Halt. That's Emerald.
Emerald Amethyst. We're seeing it. I have no idea what this match does together at the same time. So I'm going to be learning this matchup with you.
I know this matchup. I've played this matchup very well. And I'm telling you right now, you know who's going to win this match? The clock. Okay, this thing is for sure about to go to time. I'm telling you right now, because this Emerald and Amethyst deck can grind. It can. They both get into these very weird Clarabelle battles, and you can bounce a ton of cards to your hand. You draw a ton. They play Clarabelle. They draw a ton. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's just going to be a mess. So the time is going to be the winner here.
So what do we have in Amethyst? So we have ramp against secondary card draw. So yeah, the Sapphire is going to give the Sapphire deck ramp, and then Amethyst is going to give the Amethyst deck more cards, which is kind of like a non-bow with Clarabelle. So
yeah, it's
interesting.
It's gonna be. This is a deck. If I would assume, just based on the 2 cards we've seen so far, this is a deck that Lorcana Justice took to the DLC, and Bologna had some good success with it there. It was the darling of the tournament, one of the high profile matches that we saw there. It is a Emerald and Amethyst, Emerald Amethyst deck. It has Shift Cusco. It has Undersea. It has Stop Guessing Its Tracks. It has the Bend of My Will deck. So that's the one.
Oh, it's the one that got bit on like 4 times on stream, right?
Right.
And that person just like, you could just see in their hands that they were banished inside. Like you could just tell by their movements. They're like, go ahead. That's the 4th Bend to My Will. Who plays 4 Bend to My Wills? You do on stream into my life right now. Fantastic.
And it was a super grind fest. This deck can also have a pretty good matchup against Sapphire and Amethyst, but against the Sapphire and Emerald, it's just going to be a grind house. As Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, is going to come down for Cody, and let's see if Randall allows that to be a part. If they're going to keep drawing with this thing, because the objective, you want your opponent to just get a massive hand. If Cody has a massive hand, that's going to help Randall. It's going to set up the Clarabelle plays, and then it's going to potentially set up that powerful Bend in My Will that you spoke about earlier. I don't know what's going on in the background.
I can hear about a lot of dishes happening, and I hope you guys can't hear that. But that is that is like, it's like casting Extreme with Sensory Nightmare in background. But we are going to see an Amethyst Chromacon go into. So again, I'm kind of like, these decks kind of seem like they're doing a very similar game plan, but the Amethyst deck is leaning heavily on the card draw of Amethyst, and then the other deck is leaning heavily on the ramp of Sapphire. So, but it does seem like they're trying to take similar strategies and end up in the same spot, because now you do have those Emerald control cards like Under the Sea and Prince John and not Prince John. He's gone. John Silver and You're Welcome, Under the Sea, things like that. Yeah, I said Prince John because there's like a weird trauma response in the back when I think about Emerald cards, and that's always like, yeah, good job. But
this deck also does play Monstro the Monstrous Well, and I think Monstro the Monstrous Well can be a cracking type card in this deck to kind of blow this matchup open, as they'll exert the Clarabelle to potentially sing a song. You draw the Monstro, you play it, you're able to clear the Clarabelle, you're able to clear another character before the Monstro gets off the discard. So this game is going to come down to an absolute grindhouse. I am anticipating a 3-game complete slugfest. I'm just looking at the speed in which these Illuminators are playing, and I'm like, you might have to speed it up now just to make sure things can finish in a timely manner.
Yeah, and it definitely, kind of what we were saying, if this is more of that kind of grind control match, it does seem as though this is going to get far past the point of do you have it, and more past the point of did you mess up and ink the wrong thing 3 turns ago. So that definitely seems like that. But shout out to the Cusco Iconic. I love that Iconic. I love the full art of it. And I don't know, I just don't get to see him very often, and I'm just happy for him.
I think that's a nice little iconic there. I wish we get more. I'm glad that they're going to keep the icon epic. You got me saying iconic now. Oh my goodness, the color. That is an epic card, okay? Not an iconic card for the 19,000th time. You're messing me up now. As it looks like we are going to get a quest in challenging, with the Cusco to get that Bobby Zimmerowski off the board. See if you can find that potential Mother Gothel shift. I think that could be an important call for you to have right now for Ink to bounce something back to the hand, and you get to it. So she does hit the board.
And you get to choose what you want to bounce back to your hand, which I don't love. But at this point, I mean, Clarabelle's pretty potent, Donald's pretty potent, and Scrooge is annoying. So we'll go ahead and choose the Donald Duck, because I don't want to give you any more cards, but it doesn't matter. You can also have back that Scrooge McDuck. Not fearing the Clarabelle, because the Clarabelle shift is fine at this point, because now you probably have more cards in hand than I do, because I just gave you back your entire board.
But a Clarabelle shift into a You're Welcome, I think that would be a devastating maneuver in this spot. And I know I was talking about how long this game could take. That could just end it right now, as Randall's sitting at 4 ink. Cody going all the way up to 6, I believe, this turn. Clarabelle shift, saying You're Welcome. And we might be back. Putting that double shifted Mother Gothel back into the deck would be extremely powerful, as we're going to develop our brains here for 2.
Yeah, hopefully maybe trying to find that Clarabelle shift, maybe trying to find the You're Welcome, trying to find that last piece of whatever that kind of terror puzzle that I like to call the Clarabelle shift You're Welcome situation. I always it hurts too, Like you see it and you see it done to people, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, that's the it. We were talking about the it
Yep.
factor in round number 1. That would be the it here. And if you did not get it, you didn't
No.
have it. No shift at all, and no card going down into the inkwell as well. It seems. It looks like you are really preserving the cards in hand. You did not ink for turn, I believe. And that is just going to be a hard pass coming back over Cody. You got the Scrooge in hand. Maybe you're uninkable in hand.
Yeah.
Color.
It seems like it. You know, it definitely seems like you would have wanted to ink something. I know there's no threat of a Clarabelle shift on the other side, at least this turn. So you're kind of safe for that. And at the same time, next turn, now we do see that little baby clumsy guest come down and with a contented wallflower. So now they're doing that thing that Emerald likes to do, where they're like, pick a Clarabelle. Which one would you like? There's 2.
For sure. I think that is a absolute great thing to do. But fortunately for Cody is that both of those Clarabelles do have under 2 strength. So if you are able to, now you have another it that you can do as a shift Clarabelle seeing under the sea. And that's a pretty devastating combination of cards to clear both of these shift lines off, because now Randall has the opportunity to get to their own it factor, shift a Clarabelle here, and you're welcome you back. And we're on our way. So both players looking for it. Let's see who can find it first.
He's like, I'll draw this. I'll draw. I see Donald Trigger. We are professional Disney Lorcana players, and we are not forgetting our Donald Triggers. And so much so that we did a little card dance to prove it.
I like it.
See, I will draw. You may draw. I may be drawing. This is what I'm doing.
I will also draw.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of Donald missed triggers there on Bologna there. It was they were starting to stack up a bit, seeing all the missed Donald activations. But it is what it is. As we are staring down, do you have it? Did you find an inkable card to put into your inkwell to develop your game plan? And you did. It's Visions.
It's Visions. It's fine. We're good. We put the Visions in the inkwell because we already have what we need, because we are going to pay 6 for our John Silver, which is our reprint from set 1. And boy, he is causing so many problems.
I think the card is great.
Such a good crate. Good, great card.
Good, great card. Pretty good.
Good, great card. It's pretty good. Not bad.
It's pretty chill. But but I still think that turn felt a bit slow and a little low impact, because you're going to give the Mother Gothel Reckless, but you don't have anybody to challenge with the Mother Gothel. You are now open up to this potential Clarabelle shift line. I haven't seen 2 Clarabelle enthusiasts not shift a Clarabelle against each other in so long. It's kind of refreshing a bit not seeing
They're only going to get down. They're only going to get 1 card, because we are
when you've seen this,
starved.
you're welcome.
Oh, no, he doesn't have it. No, don't you do it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
What are the chances nobody has it? This is a great match. Just seeing 2 people not having it. I'm just loving that.
Because you're like, okay, the official game plan is have it, right? And we're like, okay, that's on rails. Now, this is where you get to see that skill difference between the 2 players. Like, okay, you don't have it. Now what are you gonna do? Yeah. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna shift Clarabelle and I'm just gonna quest.
And what do you think about that quest? Do you think that was a high impact quest? I mean, you will be able to, if your opponent was to go in with the John Silver, Clarabelle can just tank that, and then you have to send another character to finish it off. So what do you think about that quest? Is that a color approved quest?
I mean, at this point, I risk everything. And I'm like, okay, well, I haven't seen you do like a ton, right? Like you just put a John Silver down and I can't really get rid of that. So my Mother Gothel is probably in a lot of danger. And then now, what if you play another John Silver, or you just start targeting my Clarabelle over and over with this John Silver? So I guess, yeah, like if you want to double trade into my Clarabelle, fine. Or if you're going to, you're welcome. She was the target anyway. So I want the Tool Lure.
We're grabbing a lot of ink, though, and we're going to send the Basil down. So Basil's going to be able to bounce a character back to the hand. We're sending the Clarabelle out of here.
Yep.
So she did her part. I don't think she drew any cards or sang any songs. She just came in and quested.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was the problem, too. I was like, Cody only had 1 card in hand when the Clarabelle was shifted. So at that point, she's just a big old body that got 2 lore that you're going to have to double trade your board into to do anything of value. So might as well get the 2 lore. This game is slow.
Yeah.
But we're doing stuff.
we are going to continue to quest now with the John Silver, who has a little bit of emotion now, as going to give Mother Gothel Reckless for the second time in a row. I don't know what that was, but it's all good. We're back at it again. We still have the tempo is all with Cody now, who has a lot of large statted 2 questing characters on board. Mother Gothel cannot quest this turn. She is reckless. You know, Clarabelle and small Clarabelle in hand. What do you think Randall needs to get out of this as we ink the Clarabelle?
We're inking the Clarabelle to play a little Clarabelle. Do we have another Clarabelle in hand, or we're just going to go wide? Okay. This makes you feel like potentially we ended up having 2 Clarabelles in hand, but we're going to go ahead, ink that 3 cards, get rid of our hand. You're going to have to throw another John Silver at some point, but we're going to take the Donald so you stop drawing cards, and we're only going to take the 2 damage back from the Donald. Mother Gothel, I think, is a 4/6. So
she's a 4/6. Stat line is insane. But now she has a little bit of damage. So John Silver, if you would like, you can go ahead and use that John Silver to clear the Mother Gothel, or you continue to quest John Silver. You're sitting at 7. You can quest both, take a card from hand. Is that really what you want to do in the face of a Clarabelle, keeping their hand low? That's more utility that they can potentially get if you cannot clear this Clarabelle. Notably, neither player has You're Welcome the other at this point, which it's quite refreshing. This is a very refreshing game of Lurkon. This is the fairest, most balanced game of Lurkon I think I've ever seen.
Without the You're Welcome. Yeah. I mean, both players are still sitting very, very low resource again, because even if our Clarabelle finally comes down, and it's not, it's another John Silver. So that is going to lock up the questing potential, because at that point, I'm going to keep questing unless you can deal with my Clarabelle and you can deal with Mother Gothel. But now 2 John Silvers is probably one of the that's low key one of the most oppressive things that you could do in the game right now. I hate John Silver, Basil. I don't even need cards. I don't even need my Clarabelle. It's fine. I'm doing this to you. So you're getting no lore.
And at the same time, let's not forget though that Clarabelle's stats at 5/6, she can just dump truck one of these John Silvers and continue to chug along like nothing even happened. But I think you have another very viable target in that Basil over there as well. So you are going to get the bend of my will ripped with the Basil's random discard ability, and you have 2 reckless characters on the board. And this is still a pretty close game. I don't know who has the edge. I probably give all the momentum still to Cody because the board is just so robust. But staring at Randall's position, if you can clear one of these John Silvers, I think you're on your way.
Second Clarabelle into the Inkwell, and then wow, that is pretty good. So then we'll go ahead and send that Monstro down. Oh, he had 2 bend of my wills in his hand. So we'll send that Monstro down, go in, take care of the Donald, then take care of the John Silver. No cards in hand. Now you have 3 cards in hand, so don't mind if I do. And pass my turn, draw 3 cards off the Clarabelle trigger, and now suddenly this is looking a little different.
Absolutely, and that's what I was talking about earlier in this matchup. That Monstro is a very problematic card because he's able to get into your Clarabelles, get into your John Silvers, and then take out 2 of your high questing characters. Just like that, this thing has turned absolutely on its head. It is going firmly in Randall's favor, who still has a pretty violent board there with the Clarabelle and the Mother Gothel. Oh, don't forget the Rafiki over there. So now what is this John Silver going to do? It's going to keep questing, giving up Reckless a bit more, and potentially lose your John Silver, or do you stand strong and hope for a head tail high under the sea combination? What do you do here, Color?
Oh dear. So now it does feel really bad, and it does look like they decided to go ahead and pass, and hopefully they do have that heads held high under the sea. Maybe that's the 2 of the 3 cards that they're just kind of gripping over there. And again, we saw 2 bend of my wills go into the that's not great. So we do play Mother Gothel comes down, where she pay 3 ink, and you can choose and send a card back to hand. So even if they had the heads held high under the sea combination, they will not be able to sing it this turn as we go ahead and put down.
They would need a heads held high under the sea in hand already and another inkable card, and they still can pull it off because they can ink to 8. John Silver sings the heads held high solo, and then you just hard play the under the sea. Everything's gone, and you're so back. but you need exactly those types of things to happen, and it
Right.
might be a lot to ask for. That is a legitimate 3-card scenario. And don't forget, we know that there is an uninkable Donald Duck or Scrooge McDuck still in hand right now that got bounced much earlier on. So having all of that plus the Scrooge McDuck seems very unlikely.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and pay for that Scrooge McDuck. There he is. He's back. I don't know, man. I know this card. Woo! I hate this card. Anyway, so he's just so uninkable, and I swear there's so many 4-drops in my deck that I would rather be playing, and then you end up having to play him over and over again because he's just like really uninkable. And then shout out to Whispers in the Well, though, like giving us, we have like inkable 4-cost 4/5s and stuff coming.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just so excited.
I'm loving it.
The stats on
honestly,
these new Whispers cards are stacked.
And they're making a lot more inkable cards too. I haven't seen too many. I think we saw the one character from Gargoyles,
Elisa Maza.
Yeah, Elisa Maza. She's uninkable. I think we saw just a few, but everything for the most part seems
And
very
the Scrooge
inkable.
gets sent back to hand with another Mother Gothel.
Brutal, absolute brutal.
Blah.
And
we're gonna take a look.
Brutal. It hits the under the sea. Oh, what it's
he had it.
Combo.
He had it, and he's just been trying.
He didn't have any color.
Yep, no, he does not have any ink because I don't know. He's got 62 Baymax in his hand with. Oh, that's so many.
Hurts.
Yeah.
Because they ate color. Cody had it. You had everything you needed. You just needed one piece of ink, and then you would have been on your way. And that is just brutality incarnate. Oh man, as we're going to quest all the way up to 16. Had you just drawn an ink there, you're so back.
Yep.
That's next.
And then the End of the Sea is now gone. And even if he draws another End of the Sea, it doesn't have any inkable cards. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's
a brute. This is why I can't play this deck, because I just don't have the mental faculties to pull it off. I don't have the mental toughness, because when this happens to me, I just want to flip my desk. I just really can't stand it.
I know, that's what I always like. Oh God, if I just, and I think Wonder was talking about this earlier, is definitely there are situations in this deck where, again, you have to play very mindfully, and you can get into these situations where you have inked the wrong thing. Maybe you held on to a card for a little bit longer than what you're supposed to. Maybe it was correct to maybe ink the John Silver as opposed to playing 2 John Silvers earlier in the game. And then that way you kind of were able to ink and stay up on par with that. If you saw that potentially Heads Held High Under the Sea is my only out, and they are going to bounce all of my stuff, so I'm probably going to have to hard play some of these at some point. So you're kind of like, it's really... again, it's like how much of that was like, oh man, I just need to draw an inkable, and how much of that is like, okay, you gotta.
I did this to myself, but at the same time, in that hand though, I think there was Hades, 2 Baymax, Scrooge, Under the Sea, Heads Held High. I think you had 5 cards in your hand. 4 of them were uninkable cards. At a certain point, your deck's got to bail you out a little bit. I mean, you built this thing and you trusted it, you sleeved it up, you brought it here, you talk nice to your cards. But at a certain point, I need you to bail me out too. I need you to help us win this game, and the deck kind of failed there too.
Yeah, and there's definitely again, I don't know, does this deck run Bobbies and stuff like that? Is there any way to get those Scrooge out of the hand?
Yeah. You got to be playing Bobby. I think if you're playing Sapphire, if you're playing Sapphire and Emerald right now, and you're not playing Bobby, I think you got to be trolling. I think that deck, you need it. You need to be able to send some cards from your hand to the discard pile when they're just not usable. So I'd hope that you're playing Bobby, Cheese Whiz Kid, Spray Cheese Kid. Cheese Whiz Kid. What am I talking about?
Cheese Whiz Kid. Is he not? Oh, he's Spray Cheese.
Cheese Kid.
Spray Cheese Kid, because Cheese Whiz is probably a brand, and we don't say that, but Bobby Zimmerowski.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it's like. Kleenex. It's like
Kleenex.
Yeah. For the longest time, I thought Kleenex was just what it was, and that's a whole brand. Same with Band-Aid. Band-Aid.
What?
They're cooking. Band-Aid is not it's a brand. It's not a thing.
No. Well, then what do you call it otherwise? Like, what other brands have you called it?
It's a bandage.
Sticky bandage? Oh, okay.
It's a bandage.
It's a bandage. That was like anticlimactic. Like, oh, what's the name for it? Bandage.
I think it might be band. I'm gonna have to look that up, but I think it's just
Band-Aid is probably a brand. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's just a bandage. Kleenex and it's a couple of them out there that have just usurped.
It's like synonymous with with what it actually is. Like, oh yeah. Well, like in the South, how it's a Coke, everything. You're like, what kind of Coke do you
Isn't
want?
that
And you're like,
crazy?
I'll have a Pepsi. And it's like,
And-
what? And people in the
yeah.
north are like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah, can I get a Coke? What kind? Oh, Sprite. All right, cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
What?
it's just like, yeah. Oh yeah, you're from
I'm from Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta. That was
Yeah.
that was a
Oh,
part
yeah.
of my my life growing up. As we do have
Yep.
the Bobby
There he
Zimmerowski,
is.
the spray cheese kid, is going to come on out. We're going to kick another Bobby. So I think Cody might be listening to the stream. It's just like, hey, I do play
He's like,
Bobby so
"Bro,
much
I
show.
have
I'll show
Bobby."
you two of them right now.
I've got the Bobby, but should you have kept the Bobby? That is going to be another decision that will haunt you on turn 16. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Here we're inking a Claire. Oh, we ink a Clarabelle to then play a Rafiki on the draw here.
I like that, Rafiki, because a lot of times you can come
Oh,
out and
look
get
at
some
his hand marker. Sorry.
get some sneaky little lore with this Bobby Zimmerowski. Now you have this Rafiki down who can challenge the Bobby quite effectively.
Sorry, I just turned inside out over his hand marker, which is the alien
Oh.
from Toy Story. He
Ah.
dropped it down, and it was like, ooh, like I was like,
claw.
the claw, like, oh my god, it's so
claw.
cute. We can't do dice, but that is a elegant solution to
That
the
counts.
hand marker thing, and I want to get like, ooh,
And-
like Disney Doorables or like the little blind box things. I'm gonna get something like that. Okay,
And there might be like some lore, because as your hand comes down to pick up your cards,
The
it represents the
claw.
claw. That's deep. I
That's so
see what
good.
you're cooking there, Randall Jeffries. A little bit of lore within the lore. You put the claw. Your hand is the actual
It's the
claw.
claw. Every time. He's like, the claw.
As
Oh, okay.
we will show the Cusco on too. So maybe Cody knows a little bit about this strategy, maybe not, but you kind of have to really, really respect that Cusco, because what Cusco can do for you is shift. Cusco can shift on 4 and be able to send a card to the bottom of your deck and then be a very competent and capable singer as well. This Emerald and Amethyst deck can also play Under the Sea quite effectively as we ramp on to play the Scrooge again.
All right, Scrooge comes down. And yes, if we see that Emerald Hey, I will flip out. I think that card is so funny. The people that love that card love that card. And
He
when
might
it
be in the
goes
deck.
hard, it goes so hard. And honestly,
Yeah.
I mean, again, like it's like one of those like meme cards, but at the same time, it's pretty good. But we do exert 2 to play our D23 Ursula, and we're gonna hit
Enhance
the Under the
again.
Sea. You can't keep it. You're playing against Emerald. That's
Oh.
a tale as old as time. You can't keep it, but it is uninkable. So we
Maybe they
probably
drew
drew
it,
into
yeah.
it, and that is also a tale as old as time.
For sure. You're on a draw out when you don't need it, and when you need it, the thing will never show up. That is just a curse of Under the Sea. But we are going to quest this Cusco. Probably alluding that you don't have that shift available. I think if you play the shift, maybe you set yourself up, play to your outs, and keep that thing around, because a shift Cusco into your own Under the Sea is absolutely a backbreaking maneuver that you can pull right now. But electing to just quest it here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that Cusco is kind of crazy to me, because when I look at the enchanted, I'm like, I can't read this because there's so many colors on it. I can't get past what's happening. So
That card is beautiful.
again, yeah, seeing that card actually see play is intense, and I do love these kind of the new metas and everything that's shaping up. And again, I am like super stuck on all the gargoyles cards and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, future metas are fun, but again, Cusco.
What's your favorite card revealed so far?
I do believe it's the Horn King.
The Horn King? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, or the Black Cauldron, like the actual the item Black Cauldron.
Either one of those. I can see you playing that deck for sure. I can for sure seeing that be your newest experiment coming into this set. How long you do it for to be determined, but I can definitely see you spending some time and a lot of dedication and grind making that thing a reality.
It's
There's cool
so
stuff
I
going on there.
like even reading the Black Cauldron, I'm like, oh, that is slow, but yeah, it's not gonna stop me. It's not gonna stop me. I'm gonna do it, and especially if we figure out what we can abuse with boost, and that is exactly what I'm calling it, because I am here to make sure that my discard is full and my circle of lives are aplenty. But we do see a Clarabelle go
there he
down to
is.
the Inkwell, and we shift him.
There
It's
he
not the
is.
enchanted, but boy, it's still so colorful.
It is a beautiful, beautiful card. It will be able to send a card. Your opponent gets to choose which one they want. No, you get to choose. I believe. Yes, you choose, or did your opponent get to choose? I can't. Man, my brain is bad.
I
Where's
don't know.
the
He is
thing?
a 5/5.
And he does have an
big
on-play
llama.
ability as well. I believe you get to pick something to go to the bottom of your opponent's deck. It'll go down. We're sending the Bobby Zimmerowski. He's out of here, and they get to draw a card though. So now let's see if we got a ballot to go along with this Cusco Wanted Llama. Is that his name? Yeah, their opponent
No,
gets to
Wanted
choose the card
Llama
they want.
is Wanted Llama is a different one. Cusco, some kind of you're welcome situation. Yeah, opponent chooses because there ain't no way I was choosing that Bobby over that Donald. So
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So they do get to choose. It does go to the bottom of the deck. They do get to draw a card as well. So it's probably not the greatest card in the universe, but in certain situations, it can be an absolute blowout. And like you said, the stat line is very impressive at a 7 cost, 5/5 quest for 2. We are going to use that to sing You're Welcome on ourselves here to gain 2 additional cards while sending the Clarabelle to the Inkwell. So let's see if that comes up later as the big Clarabelle's gone. Man, these cards are beautiful. Look at them. Look at them go.
I know. I was like, I wanted to get both of them because I think it's hilarious. Is that the I was about to say is that Croc in the art? I'm like, I can't actually see, or is that the one guard that's like, can I go home? I've been turned into a cow, because that was the most hilarious part of that movie ever. So I got distracted again. He is a 5/5 with shift 4. When you play this character, each opponent. This isn't it. Each opponent. War Crime chooses one of their characters and puts them on the bottom of their deck. Then each opponent may draw a card. Ooh, may draw.
Yeah,
may
they
ability.
don't have to draw. You got to draw. I mean, I'm like, I think I just wouldn't draw out of protest. I just let it sit there.
You just spite not draw.
Out of spite not draw. I'm like, just wrong lever my guy and just let me sit here and look mad.
Absolutely.
But now we are still here. This board is looking very good for Randall again, as Vision of the Future coming in with no singing capability established. Gotta feel good for Randall. Nothing really to do. I guess you can sing You're Welcome onto the Cusco stack to send that card, send that pile back to the deck, but that feels quite bad in this scenario. Maybe even setting up a Clarabelle shift line right now to potentially go in for next turn and set yourself up for the future could also be a vibe. I'd also take a Baymax shift onto the Tipo. Would be also quite nice.
I mean, that is the only good thing about Tipo, right? And we are exerting the 4, and I would please turn it into a better card, and we do. We go ahead and shift that Baymax onto the Tipo. And again, see, now this is definitely the benefit of playing this ink combination with this strategy, is that shifting that Baymax down. And we are going to hopefully get rid of the Ursula, because that is the scariest card on the board.
Right on. As we're getting into this round number 2, Randall when it got it done in round number 1. So trying to get that decisive 2-0 victory in this game number 3 for the Incredibles. But Cody will not be denied, as we are going to get that You're Welcome to go off to send that Cusco stack back to the deck. You don't have a Clarabelle shift line set up yet, but you are, I believe, going into a 7 ink turn next turn, color, which is super important, because guess what? Both of these guys are playing green. Both of these guys can accelerate. So Bend of My Will could be something that Cody is looking forward to using as well. So could happen. Let's see.
Yeah, and we definitely know that they're in the deck. I don't know. Usually the Emerald Sapphire decks are typically running maybe one of them, so 1 to 0. But we do know that this Emerald Amethyst deck is at least running 3 that we've seen so far. And again, giving them 2 cards at this point, there's not a lot of ink. We're not slamming Clarabelle. We're not doing anything super, super crazy. There's not a lot of 5 ink things that we could do, and we see them separating their ink into 2 different piles, which makes me feel like we're going to see them double play something this turn, hopefully establish a little bit more shift targets. But again, yeah, I mean, that made sense. We challenged him with the Baymax, took out that Ursula, and then sang You're Welcome on the biggest threat, leaving a lone Rafiki.
And that's a pretty good turn, as we are going to be forced to ink that You're Welcome here to set up the Amethyst Chromacon, which isn't bad. If you do find yourself in a Bend to My Will situation, you can at least be able to recover as Clarabelle comes in. Not going to be able to trigger her unique ability to draw a card. It's going to probably set yourself up for a potential shift line next turn. And you can't really get loose with this Rafiki at all either. Maybe we got to improvise. If you have that, you can get after this Baymax with some ink. I think you still have an opportunity to ink. I might be wrong. No, I'm tripping. No, you can't.
No, I don't think you're able to ink, because I think we already inked for turn potentially. But we're definitely going to go ahead and just rip off that Amethyst Chromacon. I don't know. I always kind of feel bad about that, because I'm like, okay, I don't have a way to draw with the Amethyst Chromacon. like a way to play what I draw. So
Right.
do I want to wait until next turn? And then typically, because like, okay, we did get our Donald trigger. It's like, we're just drawing cards at this point. I don't even think it matters. The Donald is giving us double cards. The Chromacon's giving us double cards. This is that point where it's like, I don't know if denying you card draw is going to do me any favors anymore. So let's just draw a whole decks together. Like, that's fine.
For sure. And I think now you did kind of, like you said, you did kind of insulate yourself by playing that Amethyst Chromacon. To your point, I personally like to try to play it and use it the same turn, but we got Clarabelle who come in and just get a plus value on it right now.
And then the big Clarabelle. Yep, we're going to shift the Clarabelle. Yep, so that reduced cost. If you play the one Clarabelle and then you shift on the other one, I think it gives you like a -1 discount on your Clarabelle. And again, it also gets more cards out of your hand, which then you're able to refill a little bit more accordingly on your opponent's turn. So that shift Clarabelle gives you the -1 in your hand as well.
Oh, that's a pretty cool thing to do. I thought he was going to come out and use that Clarabelle to pop that Chromacon. We got Under the Sea. Yikes. And that might be a game 3 forcing Under the Sea, because this Clarabelle's about to eat really, really good here, going all the way up from 1 to 6.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And that's another reason why I was like, do we want to use our Amethyst Chromacon? Because we can't really use whatever we get. And all it is like another card, and we're at an ink turn that could be Clarabelle. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, again,
I agree with you.
you're and then, hey, here he is. Okay, so hey comes in, and if their opponent has more ink than you do, you can get the ink, the top card of your deck. And at this point, I think did we trigger hey?
Yeah, we did. They did do a ramp, because the Sapphire deck does have more ink right now.
Okay, I was going to say we had more ink.
We are going to just hard play the Mother Knows Best to send that Clarabelle back to the hand. And are you going to Chromacon again? Or I don't think you can, just taking your advice from last time. I think you might have to just let it sit there, because Clarabelle is going to get you next turn. And it looks like we get a Donald trigger. We both will take an opportunity to draw there.
Yeah, at this point, like I said, I mean, we're not utilizing the card from the Amethyst Chromacon, but the Donald trigger is like, I might as well. Like, if you want to spend your entire turn doing the same thing again, is like playing the Clarabelle and then shifting the Clarabelle, then I guess that's fine. You know, there's a hey on board. I'm at 3 lore. You're at 0. We've got 20 minutes left. You know, whatever. Let's see what happens.
It could be a world where you just send that small Clarabelle and pay the fee and just get rid of this Chromacon right now, so your opponent I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, get some item removal in there and just get rid of it while you can, and you still have the ability to shift if you like. You still can. Yeah, I don't hate it at all.
It's so good. Absolutely, using that ability on the 1-drop clumsy guest that we all forgot about. Oh yeah, she does something. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's premier item removal right now, as we're going to send the Tipo in late game. Tipo, you're still sitting at 0 lore, and he's going to use his ability too, doing his thing. Oh my goodness, Tipo, man, hit 3.
Good, get out of here.
He's coming in turn so late. He's still ramping though, and just continue trying to accelerate. Maybe you're trying to set up a 14 ink maneuver. Getting some cards out of your hand is not bad either. Donald gets a quest in for 2. Yeah, just trying to reduce the contents of your hand a little bit and just generate infinite ink. Get to 14 and just play Under the Sea and Head Tailed High together.
So we're going to go ahead and play You're Welcome on our card that I forgot about instantly, and just go ahead and draw 2 cards. Yeah, oh, so we're going to get rid of our Donald. Okay, so we said that, that deck is looking thin.
Yeah, why Donald there, I wonder, and not the Tipo?
You just popped the Amethyst Chromacon, so you just took out that option for card draw. You've seen them ink 2 Clarabelles, and you've already dealt with a Clarabelle. And so now they have properly recognized that there's not a lot of card draw left in Randall's deck. So there's probably a world where the Donald was actually going to hurt Cody at this point. So get rid of your own Donald and just flood the board to win the game.
I like that. I like that approach. I think it is. I mean, Donald does quest for 2. And if you did get into a Clarabelle scenario there, maybe that could be a vibe for you, as we are going to kick another You're Welcome. So you are still reducing the contents of your hand. Kicking that You're Welcome, that could come back to haunt you as well. I want to keep that You're Welcome in this mirror match, because a card like Bend to My Will here and they can get a potential board clear back on you, like a you're welcome into a bend of my will. Maybe we can't. Oh, hey, can't sing it, but Mother Knows Best into a bend of my will, and you are one step away from Shambletown.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah, that would be absolutely devastating. And then it would be like, well, I don't have cards and you don't have cards, so let's just stare at each other because
It
that's
looks
way
so
funnier.
silly.
I know, right? We're gonna win. One of us is gonna win because the other one fell asleep. No, I'm just kidding. So we do have a time limit, and there is 17 minutes left. So we have to go because at this point we are Randall 1, Cody, and this is game 2. Holy matchup.
I told you. Okay.
Woo!
This matchup is an absolute grindhouse. You don't see it that often, but when you do, they're about to go at it, and it's going to take some time. I said that very early on, as we are going to Mother Knows Best. We're going after the Baymax shift, which still you can send that Baymax again, and you do not have the 7-8 required to play the Bend My Will. Because you play the Clarabelle.
Right. No, I was going to say, can you ink and then play a large Clarabelle, which would be your 4th one, which would be a bananas thing for you to do. So we are, no, it's back. It's the Amethyst Chromacon. We got it. Two Electric Boogaloo. Just go ahead and exert it anyway, because why does it matter?
Cole, I need you to hang on.
Okay? I know. I can't.
We are slowly losing color in real time. I need you to hold
because I'm like, stop drawing cards. Stop it.
I need you to maintain, okay, Color. I need you to live and fight another day.
I got this. All right, cool.
We're back. No, we're locked in.
If I see another TPO, I'm flipping out. Anyway, so it's like, no, okay. So we've gotten to the point of the game where we have dealt with our things. He's in the inkwell. Okay. I swear to God. Okay. So we've dealt with our stuff back and forth so much that all we have left in our deck is these horrible cards that aren't really doing much for us. So
we need a Hades.
Okay. All right.
Can we get a Hades, please?
Baymax.
We got another. So we did get a shift Baymax. That's the one that got bounced back to the hand. So Baymax can't come in and engage with the Hey. But now you have opened up a double shift line, or you could just rip it under the sea here and just win the game. As John Silver is also going to be a part of it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, John Silver. Okay, again, my mistake. We still have bangers left in the deck. It's not a bunch of little tiny cows and baby boys all over the place. So. And then Cheese Whiz Kids. So absolutely taking out the Hey with the 2 lore, because with me at 2 and you at 3, that Hey is so threatening.
All right, I gotta wait. I gotta lock in. Okay, it's been a long day. We've had a long day for myself as well as you. So we're both out here fighting with everything we got, and this is great though. This is really, really good. As this matchup is the new hyper super duper control mirror. This is a very complex situation that is happening back and forth. Both players are trying to bend but don't break, and they're facing up against the clock as well. As Rafiki is down into the inkwell, we're paying for 2. It's the Cusco back at it again.
Absolutely, because we're gonna draw more cards, but then now we finally see it, the bend of my will, because we finally inked so much that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those were all bangers.
That was I was just about to say, Color. That is some absolute cuisine that just got sent to the discard pile. Very key units there. As we're taking out the Tipo as well. It looks like get him out of here.
So. And that seems to be, I kind of understand maybe what Cody was doing. Like, let's put all the little guys out. Let's put John Silver out. That way, now what we've established is a board that where if you Under the Sea, you're really going to get all the little piddly creature or like the little characters that I have on the board. Let's get that out of your hand. Now I have Hades. Now I have John Silver. Now I have my own Clarabelle. So you kind of held on to your haymakers maybe a couple turns too long. But again, that bend in my will is a card that Emerald Amethyst plays more of than Emerald Sapphire. So
absolutely. And we are going into this next turn, which you could, depending on how many cards Randall has left in deck or how many has been played, if you go for a Clarabelle shift and count them and a Cusco shift, you can do some serious work. You have both of those shift lines will be available. It looks like something is, never mind. You're going to be able to break up one of them here.
Yeah, we're going to probably put the Well, yeah, we go ahead and challenge into the Clarabelle
and send our
Baymax.
our own stuff back. Well, sending back the Baymax to potentially protect it.
To potentially replay it, or
No,
we're just
Freaky's
going to
kid.
get the sucker out of our hands. That's what we're gonna do. Again, I mean, using that Basil's ability to return any character to
Mhm.
hand, which is actually really, really good, and something that I haven't seen you like yet, like used as much.
As much as
we
you
Mother
think
knows
it,
best. Yeah, like we
think it
Mother
would
knows
be,
best
yeah.
things back to our hand, but like paying 7 to put something back in my hand. Usually by that point, there's so many threatening things on the board. But Cody looking at Randall's board and being like, you can have the Clarabelle and you can have the Cusco. I'd like to play a Bobby. Get this Tipo out of my hand.
Right. Maybe you just want to bounce that Baymax just to make sure you have a target that your opponent can slam their reckless character into. I believe it's going to be that Clarabelle Daring Wallflower. It's not Daring Wallflower. That doesn't make any sense. What's her
Contented Wallflower.
Contented Wallflower. Daring Wallflower is wild. What am I on? Contented Wallflower. So it's going to be reckless, and now you have to slam that into the John Silver. You're going to get rid of your own stuff unless you have that shift. Now, shift Clarabelle would be able to clear the John Silver. It would maintain reckless, but
yeah, we have seen 2 into the Inkwell and 1 into the discard. So that would be our very last Clarabelle, which would be kind of impressive at this point. But at the same time, we are looking at down the barrel of 2 Amethyst Chromacons. And I forgot that Stop Chaos in his tracks is a card, but we are going to Ursula our 3 cards. Don't look at my hand, bro. I just got them.
Ooh.
Okay, so pretty decent cards. Again, with the Hades into a Bobby, which could be anything, or we do have that Baymax, but Ursula did not hit. And now we will see our Contented Wallflare come down and actually trigger. Okay, that's so much ink. We have done so much this game.
And we're going to play the Mother Gothel, but we're not going to be able to trigger her kicker ability, which is going to go ahead and send 2 damage on into that John Silver. Get a nice wide board. Well, you're going to pass back on over. It looks like this is where Cody can turn the corner. Let's keep an eye on the clock. There is approximately 10 minutes left, I believe, if that's correct. I can't quite see 10 minutes and counting. 10:40 left on the timer. And if Cody can't get it done, we're gonna if Randall can't get it done here, we're gonna force a game number 3 and almost certainly go to time here with this matching, with this pairing.
Yeah, and I'm wondering maybe this Emerald Amethyst deck has a little bit of a chance to be a little bit more aggressive, potentially not. I mean, you know, again, Baymax just like we shift Baymax onto Tipo and just start questing kind of quickly. Yeah, there are some maybe a little aggressive lines, but at their core, both of these are control decks. So we are going to see that Hades come down and get that Mother Gothel, because we will be able to shift that Mother Gothel into something more aggravating and then return something back to our hand, which at this point I'm kind of want to keep all my stuff. So there we go. Baymax comes back down, making Bobby into a big giant robot guy. And then quest with our Basil will get a random discard.
Yeah,
One or two.
It looked like Cody's pretty much got this one sewn up. So at a certain point, if I'm Randall, I'd probably just get out of here and just get into the next game to hopefully maybe get something done in time. Because right now, this one seems like it's a lost cause. You're sitting at 3. Your opponent has multiple 2 lore quested characters on the board. I think it's just kind of wasting. I don't want to say wasting time, but you only have 9 minutes to play a complete game, and I just don't think, as you're sitting with another Chromacon trigger maybe you're trying to go for an alternate win. Maybe a mill out strategy could be something that you're going for, but this one seems done here. There's another Chromacon.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait a minute. Now, Chromacon is not a May ability, or it is. I thought it was a May ability.
It is a May ability. Your opponent does not have to draw.
Right, I was about to say, it's not like you can. Oh,
wait a minute! Forget I said anything.
See a Monstro come down. Oh wait, hold up. We have enough cards. Now, if we just choose our, well, you know, it's gonna hurt a little bit. So now we have to choose. I guess we take out the Basil or the Baymax, because we're not gonna get to do both.
And then is it worth sending the rest of your side into the Baymax? They can't even clear. So Monstro coming in, doing some heavy lifting again. So maybe I rang the bell a little too soon, as Randall does have much more information than I do. This game does still seem a bit long in the tooth, as we got another quest in with the Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower, and Ursula Deceiver. Let's see if your opponent's going to keep the gas pedal. I think you're just questing here and not even worried about what happens.
You're like, that's fine. You can have all that stuff because you just gave me 3 Amethyst Chromacron triggers and I have a billion ink because it is turn 374. But we are going to go ahead and exert 8, potentially just hard playing Under the Sea. That makes sense to me.
Mhm.
Get rid of your entire board and free
that'll
me
do it.
up to quest. Yep. Frees me up to quest. I can go up to a significant amount of lore. Go ahead and play down anything. There we go. Donald's back. Donald's back.
Yeah, it is another, and I think at this point, okay, Randall had a cool play with the Monstro. I think maybe you got another Monstro, and that's why you're going to keep this game going. Because 7 minutes, Color, that is definitely not enough time for another one of these games to transpire. I think drawing 3, which is going to get us
all
quick
of
little
it. Go for it. Yep.
triple Chromacon. Let's see if Cody elects to do so. Cody may say, nay, I will refrain, pass, and let you deck yourself out instead of me joining you there, as another Cusco is involved.
Okay, so we are going to shift the Cusco, throw that down. I don't know. Is it the Baymax? Is it not the Baymax?
It's probably the Baymax for me, because that's 2 more cards that you can draw, so you won't be able to deck yourself.
Yeah, throw the Baymax back into hand again. I mean, no, it's the Donald.
Okay.
Put that underneath there with the other 2 cards left in my deck. Yeah. Oh, well.
And here is the Clarabelle. Here is the Hey. You can get another. You can ramp too. You can do it. Electing not to ramp, just trying to play for the deck out ability. It's double Under the Sea, and that's going to get it done.
Yep.
So we're going to go into the all-important game number 3 on ICL on a Tuesday. I don't think this one's going to make it. I don't think this one's going to get it done. But man, oh man, what a match so far. This is a matchup that if you are thinking about going to DLC in Milwaukee, these are 2 decks that you're definitely going to face. And these are 2 decks that you might be thinking about bringing. I would be reluctant to bring either of these decks because this matchup in particular is abysmal. It makes you think so much. I get a headache every time I play this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It seems to be kind of... Oh, yeah. I mean, there's like that Ruby Sapphire mirror where everybody back, a couple sets ago, or was that even just like, last week? I have no idea anymore. But like, we're just like, oh, no, nobody wants to watch this happen. And it's like, this one is fascinating. But at the same time, it's kind of like what you're saying. Like, after one of these, I think I'm good. I think I want to go get like a hot dog or like talk to my friends or hang out or like call my mom. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do this for 9 rounds a day.
No chance. There has got to be something there about playing in these types of tournaments or whatever, these long. It's 12 rounds of Swiss Color, and you're gonna be locked into this thing. All of your matches are going to be complete brain busters all day long. No, couldn't be me.
Yeah, I mean, I loved, like, I'm one of those crazy people. I loved Ruby Sapphire mirrors because I was like, woohoo! There were certain ins and outs of it, but like these decks are typically, like, especially this Emerald, like, I don't know, I just feel like it's so new that like, are you just have to spend all of your time practicing this matchup specifically when you're like, man, I'm gonna hit Blurple more often than not. Like, these are the fun metagame things that we get to play before the actual DLC. Yeah. So, like, but yeah, it'd be me like round 1, I'd run into this and I'd be like, oh, that was it. That was all the brain power.
For sure. I agree with you. I think I'd take a Ruby Sapphire mirror over not as an observer, but as a player. I'm talking from a player perspective. Yeah. And we got another hit. This Ursula's going insane today, as we've hit. I think
it has the head
every single time on this one.
But we also have the heads held high. I'm pretty sure that was the other card that was in hand. So he just full send, kept the combo, and was like, whatever, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah.
And we're gonna play Bobby Tipo into Rafiki Ursula, and maybe Tipo will get us to 20 lore. You think?
10 cards, and there's 2 cards left in hand. I just think that this is already a very compromised spot without a Clarabelle shift line established. Hey is down again, but not able to trigger because you are on the play this time. So
you are on the play.
It was hard to get that hey trigger to happen on the play.
But hey has 2 lore, and in this situation, that's kind of what might need to get us there. Just get that 2 lore quester on there.
So does that Donald Duck. We're gonna be able to play another 4 cost. It's gonna be Donald on Donald.
Yep. And we are turning sideways. 3 lore. Yep. We're going. We're zooming. He's like, I'm keeping all of my low cost characters. I don't care. You didn't Under the Sea me because I took it with Ursula. So now we are zooming.
we can get another one. And I believe, no, I can't do basic mathematics because it is not online just yet. But if you have a Shift Baymax, you can sing it right now if you were lucky enough to draw both of those cards in rapid succession.
If you were lucky enough to draw in, sometimes when they have it, but we are going to go for another Donald, which again, I mean, 2 lore questers are pretty big right now, and we're just hoping that Randall doesn't have their own perfect Under the Sea, but we're going to have our Donald not quest, but sing You're Welcome onto our Bobby.
And that's another time. It's ticking away as we got another shuffle cut, draw 2 situation. Time is going. We are at 2:27 and counting with turns still available. ICL, we do have draws in ICL. We are on a time crunch here, even if in a game 3 situation. But
so many Donald triggers. So many Donald triggers. But I mean, I guess that's insane.
And a Chromacon too. Okay, we're just drawing every single card in the deck right now.
I mean, and if you draw your low-cost characters, just flood the board. There's so much card draw available to you. Start questing. Keep flooding. I don't even care. Get rid of that Donald. We're not drawing that many cards. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, this board, it's a very interesting thing to me what Randall has correctly identified and has basically said, all right, listen, I am going to go ahead and flood the board. We're going to put my low-cost characters on there. We're going to have some card draw. I'm going to get rid of your card draw, and I'm going to make sure that I'm the only one with it. We can have a little extra Donald. Just keep flooding the board. Keep questing. Now Under the Sea, like, I don't know. Like, we are going very fast, but it seems like Randall is taking the strategy that is going to get him there.
For sure. And I think Randall's approach for this game could have been an approach in game number 2. Maybe being on the draw might be a bit more difficult, but coming out with this assume this aggressive roll, this beatdown roll to get on the gas pedal and hit it. And while your opponent does have a slower start, they didn't have that Clarabelle shift available. Now they have it. Just try to quest and let's see what's happening with a little bit of control as we enter into the final minute of the time portion. Randall sitting at 6 lore. We got Chromacon triggers, Donald triggers.
That's crazy. I mean, yeah, like we have so many cards available to us. So we'll go ahead and exert and draw a card. And basically, again, like if you're hitting the lower end of your deck, go ahead and ink the Mother Gothel. She costs 6. That's not going to do me any good. See what else we can put on the board. To play a big. Never mind, you got 2 of them. So go ahead, choose. Would you like to put your Tipo back into your hand? Yes, of course you would.
Tipo is the choice. And we're going to sing another You're Welcome. Okay. Insane, as we are setting up for a very potent bend to my will, as you have saying multiple copies of You're Welcome and questing for another 3. You're getting up to 9, so that's there is a chance. You're telling me there's a chance that we can get there in turns, as we are getting into time now. 6 seconds left in time, as we are going to get another draw. Why do they draw 2 there?
So You're Welcome.
Oh, You're Welcome. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, You're Welcome. And we are going into an 8 ink turn, which would be getting rid of everything except for the Mother Gothel. So, but then again, that is what you spent your turn doing. Your last 2 seconds of this game was spent hard playing a You're Welcome or a Under the Sea. And it's a Clarabelle, which is probably pretty good at this point, considering that Amethyst Chromacon is, well, never mind.
But you have a jillion cards in hand.
Yeah, never mind.
How many cards you have?
You're not getting any value.
What you do though, hey, you do insulate yourself from a Bend of My Will by having that Clarabelle up, unless they have a Mother Knows Best into a Bend of My Will, into a major quest. And I think that could be the decisive maneuver here to kind of get there.
Oh, that would be such a okay, so Bend of My Will doesn't matter. Okay. But again, kind of like what you're saying is like it insulates you basically at the end of your turn. However, we are going to did we do it wrong? Oh no, we're just going to quest out.
But you're going to quest here. Yeah, just quest and hope maybe you can reduce the contents of your own hand here. Maybe ink something, play something else, and maybe that's good enough.
It's another Bend of My Will. All right, well, I think that's it. I think Randall ended up taking game 3.
Is that game or is that a draw?
Yeah,
what's happening?
No, I think it's. Oh, they're not going to turns.
I think this might be. I'm a bit confused. Did Randall win?
I'm pretty sure Randall won because we didn't go to turn, or I didn't see any turns counters.
I didn't see any turn counters either, so I'm assuming that Randall just won, or maybe Cody just said, "Hey."
I don't know.
I believe it was Randall, but let's get into the interview booth and find out. Okay,
All
so
right,
Randall
we
did
did
win.
it.
Cool, got there in time. That was a very fast round.
Wow.
Let me find the booth color. I'll meet you there
All right,
if I
let's
can.
go.
I'm lost. This is bad. Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
Let's go. That was was that so I just want to clarify who took like game 3.
I did. Randall did.
Nice.
You got that done in like 7 minutes.
Yeah. Whenever you're on the play, you can go vroom if you need to.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, that was something I was wondering about at that deck with that Emerald Amethyst deck, was I was like, is there the ability to just kind of go wide and go fast to get that done in game 3? I was a little stressed.
Yeah. There's so many shift targets that you can hit early, similar to the green-blue deck, that you can definitely go really fast if you need to, especially if you have like the shift Gothel or the shift Llama, and then you can immediately sing Under the Sea on like turn 4. So it can be punishing if you're on the play, for sure.
Absolutely.
Very punishing.
I like this deck a lot. I think it is a super fun deck, very unique deck. We saw inspirations of this deck take place in Bologna. Shout out to Lurkana Justice. Is that something that inspired you to kind of make this deck? Did you make any changes? Any
I've been
spicy
wanting to
influence that you have?
play. I've been wanting to play the shift Llama since it came out. I was just never able to put together the pieces in a way that were kind of cohesive. It always felt a little clunky. Once I saw it played, like literally the day that I saw it on stream in Bologna, I was like, I have to have that deck immediately. So put it together, kind of made a couple of little tweaks. There was another player who was playing a very similar build who actually had a slightly better record than Justice did in Bologna. And this is a lot closer to their build.
Oh, nice. Okay. What are some of those changes, if you don't mind sharing with us for everyone at home?
Just it bumped up the 1-drop Clarabells. And that helps put a little bit of pressure early, but I've been seeing so many people playing the Emerald Chromacon that it really helps give an edge on that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I think. Yeah, it also, I think the counts for the big llama are slightly different as well, but it's not horribly different. It just sometimes whenever you get towards the back end or of the game, sometimes you get some stuff that'll bail you out a little bit easier.
Okay. I like this deck a lot, but I like the deck because of the Sapphire Amethyst matchup, the Blurple matchup. I think it's a very, very favorable matchup for this strategy. But I also don't want to play this deck because of the matchup that you just played right now, the blue and green deck. That is just so sloggy. It's getting those Clarabelle matchups. Can you just talk about when you observed that you were playing against blue and green? What were some of the things you were looking for to help break that matchup open?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that I think people are hesitant about, especially in this particular matchup, is allowing your opponent to draw cards, because they're going to be able to find things like Under the Sea, Head Held High, all those kind of things, especially their late game things. But since we're running 3 of the Bend of My Will, and I know there's not a whole lot of ways that they're going to be able to get super far ahead of me most of the time. And most of these green-blue decks, if they're running Bend, it's maybe 1. So I tend to play a little bit riskier than most of my teammates and other people. So like I'm not typically too afraid to let my opponent draw 3 or 4 extra cards on their turn, especially if I know I have 1 or 2 bends in my hand coming around the bend in a moment. So
pretty good. I see what you did there.
Coming around the bend. Yep.
That was quite good. But I love this deck. I like what you had to say about it. I think it's a very cool, unique strategy. And I think that this deck will be featured in DLC in Milwaukee in every set champ that you come into, because it is a powerful and competent and capable strategy. But we're going to kick it on over to Cody, who had to be on the other side of that. We saw you come in. You got a victory in game number 2, but in game number 1 and game number 3, it didn't work out for you. Is this a matchup that you see very often when you're playing the Sapphire and Emerald strategy? Cody.
So in our local meta, we don't see the matchup very much. One of the things that we really see, we tend to see a lot of aggro, more or less, for our meta out here. But we also see a few blurples, and then we also have seen some ruby amethyst pop up lately. So kind of tested and tuned with some friends. One of the things that we've talked about with this particular color combination is sometimes the consistency is just not there. And so one of the things that you want to see is, you always want to see the Under the Sea. A lot of the lists we looked at had 3. running 4 in this list, particularly because, especially in an aggro matchup, the last thing you want to do is be searching for that under the sea either early or when they're trying to quest for game. So the consistency was a big piece of that for us on that.
Mm. And I had one more thing to say before I toss it over to Color, because I know she's got a lot of stuff that she wants to say as well. But take us back to that game number 1. Okay, there was a situation where you needed 1 ink to do a really cool play. You didn't get it. How did that make you feel? What went wrong there? Because your hand was just completely bricked and uninkable there.
It did brick. And that's unfortunately one of the options that can happen. One of the unfortunate things that you can run into, especially running Sapphire Emerald, you tend to see some of those bigger characters that you don't want to see when you need to play something different. But it's just kind of sometimes how the cards fall, and you test, you tune, you learn from that experience, and move to the next one.
Man, that's some great words, great insight. I like that. I'd rage out, but it seemed like you got the right mindset for it, because I'd lose it, man. I have no self control, but I think I could take that with me in my travels. But Color, anything you got? I'm sorry, I'm hogging all the questions.
Oh no, I was just wondering too. Like, is that you were saying there's a lot of blurple, and there's a lot of aggro and everything else like that. So there are situations where, you kind of, there was that Ursula kind of on 2, and then Ursula kind of randomly here, and Ursula 2 is like, how was that again? Seeing her and like, oh no, my answers, like the under the sea into the discard and things like that.
So funny enough, for many sets, all the way back from DLC Atlanta, I played the discard package. So I ran Ursula quite a bit, and it felt so good, being able to rip those songs out. So it doesn't feel so good on the other side of this, especially when you're like, this is my answer, I know I've got it, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, you're like, oh, this is still a card.
Yeah.
I've used you enough for many years or for many games, and all of a sudden it's on the other side of the table. But no, it's one of those matchups that you kind of look at, and you're this is definitely not a matchup I expected tonight. So it's good to see it and learn from this experience before Milwaukee.
For sure. She betrayed you, Ursula, the
Yeah,
betrayer.
betrayer,
I think is her
deceiver.
new
Yeah.
name.
Yeah,
That's her new
exactly.
name. You've been deceived. But gentlemen, I do believe that was still an incredible match. I loved all these matches today. Like I told your teammates early in round number 1, I'm excited to see both your organizations being a part of the ICL Team Impact. It didn't work out for you this time, but there's a very long season, so I'm certain you'll have a chance to rectify the situation and put some wins in the win column. Team, incredible. Congratulations to you guys for coming out and getting it done. But we always like to take a little bit of time to give it to the players to talk about any special shout outs or anything you want to say. So we'll start with you, Cody, first. Welcome to the ICL to you, and anything that you want to say before we sign this thing up and start to wrap it off. Wrap it off. What am I talking about? Wrap it up for tonight.
You have to rap now. Go for it.
Yes.
Yo, my name is JD, and I'm here to say, okay, no, we'll save that for the after show. Okay, that's another time.
Save it for after the interview. Oh no. No.
After school special.
It's definitely a great thing as we're the new, a new kid on the block, as you may say. But it's all about, we want to make an impact in this game, into just TCGs in general. One of the things that we've always said is that, we want to be a welcoming community. We want to always be able to have new people come in, teach, learn, because this is a game about not just playing each other and trying to win, but this is a game of building friendships, building relationships all the way through. So that's where we've been, is we want to make that impact into our community, into the national community, however it may come through. Special shout outs, of course, everybody at Impact, but there's a specific group that I've been testing with the past couple weeks that has helped me get ready for this, has definitely helped me get ready for Milwaukee in a couple weeks. We're still got a lot of testing, so huge shout out to Cody and Loretta. They host us every week to do some testing and tuning. Rachel, Ben, James, Jamie, my beautiful wife Lauren. This is all something that is a product from testing, tuning, and week in, week out, getting it to get where it was.
Absolutely. I think no one can do it alone. But we're gonna. I think that is. I think that is a very, very kind thing to say. I think you got a great way of words, man. You're very motivating. I think that's a cool thing. I'm glad you're part of this thing, and I'm glad you're here as well. We're gonna kick it on over to the Incredibles now. The winners coming in rookie season as well, turning it up with a victory. So anything that you want to say before we start to wrap this thing up, Theo?
Yeah, for sure. So biggest thank you to everybody on the team for supporting me as I play all of my absolutely insane and maddening decks. They like to throw me under the bus for constantly playing things that are off meta, but it's okay. I enjoy it, and they support me most of the time, so I appreciate that. The biggest shout out, though, goes to my wife and my little boy for letting me do this, especially this late in the evening. I love you guys so much, and thanks for letting me play a children's card game all the time.
Nice, dude. Family. This is this is all about family here at the
Absolutely.
ICL.
Yep.
But both of you gentlemen, again, I thought incredible performances all around, man. And I can't wait to see what you guys do next. So with that, we're gonna let you guys go as we start to close the show out. And I hope that we'll see you back again here on the ICL main stage here soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Randall, thanks for the great games, and
Yeah, thanks, guys.
thanks
It
for
was
the
so much fun.
entertaining game there at the end, because we heard 5 minutes and we were like, we were going to get this game in. So
Yep.
Nice. We
thanks
appreciate
for
we,
being
we all
great on that.
appreciate that. No one likes a draw in anything, especially
No,
here at the ICL.
absolutely
So I'm glad
not.
you guys picked us on.
There's
Absolutely.
got to be the winner.
All right, absolutely, absolutely. Well, you guys take care. Have a great evening, and we will see you around.
Have a
Thank you,
great night,
everybody.
guys.
Bye. Thanks, guys.
Panic sets in. It's always a panic.
Yay.
Like going from here to there. How'd you get here so fast? You're doing so quick. You're
I have
the
2
only person that beats me.
screens.
I have 2 screens as well.
Oh.
You're the only person that beats me every single time. you don't count for one. I'm talking about everyone else. That's not Luke. I think I have a good matchup. I clear.
Do you
more.
imagine? Yeah.
Color destroys me every single time from the booth back to the booth. It's insane. It's so free.
A lot of
No, because you
I
don't
don't know,
leave the
competitive
Discord.
SPFs.
That doesn't count because you don't
Yeah.
leave the Discord.
Why would I leave the Discord?
I don't know. I thought we were supposed to. I get out of there.
There's
You stay in.
efficiency.
That's cheating.
You just mute and deafen, and then you mute and deafen, and then you. And then you just...
Okay. You gave me the hacks. Now it's over.
There's no hacks. It's
That's the hacks. It's over. Now I know I'm never losing again. It's over now. I would always
I'm like,
just
I
leave.
don't know. I was like,
join
I
and leave and have to look for
a
it
lot
every
of
5 seconds.
like FPS games, like maybe my accuracy. I don't know. Like it's just like man,
Absolutely.
just flick. I just flick and mute and deafen and flick and then mute and deafen and flick. Yeah, just like
And you're
yeah.
in and out. You're
That's
in and
it.
out.
Yeah,
You're in and
exactly.
out.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love the color. It's always so fun to do this with you, being on the ICL on
Absolutely.
a Tuesday. We got back at it again tomorrow with some
On a
more
Wednesday.
ICL action. And anything you want to say, the floor is yours because we're about to wrap this thing up. I know we got some stuff that we got to do, but what do you, any shout outs you have or anything you want to say?
Shout out to you guys. I mean, every single like I feel like on Tuesday I'm like, oh yeah, like I'll do 1 round, and you're like, can you do this round? I'm like, yes, let me in here. So I am absolutely shout out to you guys to letting me do this, being on the main crew. I'm super honored and excited, and shout out to our judges that put up with all these things and like looking into the ICL like Discord and seeing all of those matches happening at once. Like there are so many people putting in so much work on Tuesdays and Wednesdays now. It's beautiful and I love watching it. And shout out to you guys in the comments. You guys, I always like see you and you guys say stuff and make me laugh, and then I love it. I love this and I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. So follow me on Instagram, and I don't know, I'll see you tomorrow.
Right on. I agree.
nothing.
I think seeing the energy now on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I think it makes it a bit more special that everybody's showing up every week and everyone's playing and everyone's going for the title. So it's going to be a vibe. This was a great. We'll see you guys back at it again tomorrow. Luke, who we got playing tomorrow? ETB and Freedom Gaming. So keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. I'm JDZ. I will be here tomorrow as well. So ETB Freedom Gaming live. But thank you guys for being here. Until tomorrow. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. Boom.
Wait, where are we going to see the actual game? Okay. Oh, your thing will be able to handle it? Okay. Is there? Oh, Jesus. They're just in the waiting room. Oh my god. Look at everybody being on time. Do I get in there? Okay.
Wait, do I need to turn my camera off for this?
Yeah. Yeah, they're working on it. Can't hear him either.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
I can't hear you in there.
Why are you echoing? No.
I'm
Oh,
in
no!
video. Yo. Yeah, yeah.
It's all doubly.
No.
Oh no, they hear it.
I see starting soon. Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear us, chat?
I can hear myself twice.
Can you hear me twice?
Nope. Just me.
I don't know, but Welcome to the ICL. I yelled.
Who's that caster? Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
I think you're always cooked, but
How about
See
now?
us now.
Hey!
You might have been here the whole time and unmuted, and they just heard you with talking just to yourself. It's
I
quite
hope
possible.
not.
Hey, hey, look at that beautiful broadcast team.
Look
I'm
at
so
us.
impressed. It
We're
looks
back
so nice.
with our Brady Bunch situation.
Literally.
I'm so excited. Just like
Literally the moment I click
Yeah.
transition, my kid runs into the room. Welcome
get
to the
it. Let's
ICL!
get it.
Holy crap, we're back!
Welcome everybody back to the ICL. We're here for season number 2. Tonight we have a great matchup between SLTC and the one and only, the infamous, the amazing Ink.
Calm down.
Oh my God.
you need
Judge,
to
you're
relax.
biased?
You
Yeah.
need to leave. No. But he is absolutely right, because it feels like it's been forever since we've had some ICL. And honestly, I didn't realize how much the ICL meant to me and how much of a part of my life that the ICL has become. As Lucas yelling in my peripheral.
Shoot. I muted one mic, but not that one, so they didn't hear me yell. But I basically yelled all at you right there.
That was rude. Okay.
I'm in my professional pundit era. All right, everyone. Let's walk
I'm
in.
over here pouring my heart out. Shut up, JD.
That's enough out of you, JD.
Come on, man.
I heard the word shut and I just lost it because I thought that's what he's gonna. That's not what he said. He did not say that. But at the same time, like my brain just filled in the blanks and had a ball. So, all right, woo, we're back. We're professional. Garrick, you're doing great. I see your pin. I see your pin over there.
Yeah, it's my North American Championship pin. Love to have a Worlds pin like some people
Oh.
here, everyone here, but I don't.
Yeah.
So I will lock in
No,
with my
I
Cindy.
don't have one.
It's because it's
Okay,
right here.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. Never mind.
True.
Okay.
But I do
I
have
have
a
one.
giant Elsa behind my
Ooh,
screen.
Like a real one, like an actual giant card.
Yeah.
an actual one.
Oh, because it's Luke's, isn't it? Oh, that's funny. So I have Luke's this, and then you have Luke's that. Okay, well,
giant Elsa.
Everyone just has gifts of mine or things
Yeah.
of mine.
Everyone's
Or
got
prizes.
Luke's piecemealed prizes
yeah,
out there.
exactly. Yeah.
I love it. But are you guys ready? Luke, I know you've been taking a big break at the ICL. I mean, it's back now. How does that make you feel? You excited for the next season?
I don't have nights anymore. Well, we're only doing it 2 nights a week now. So that was one thing I noticed as soon as the ICL ended. As soon as it was done, I was like, what do I do with all my time? I spent way too much time. Like I should be streaming right now.
Yeah.
No, it's fantastic. I'm so glad to be back at it.
You
Okay.
had to put down Silk Song so you could get back at to the important stuff, the important thing, but also Silk Song is important.
Don't tempt him, Cole. It's just a matter of time before Silk Song is in the middle of the ICL.
We just look over and he's just like over here.
Just like
and
in
we're
a small
"Look," and
little-
he's just like,
a
like,
small
"Look, what are you
little-
doing?" Yeah. Second screen. Yeah.
a small little box in like the bottom right hand corner is just Luke Silk Songing, muted to the crowd. The broadcasters are going. He's just like grunting and panicking on the side.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, you
we can
can't
only
leave the
hear him
music.
and no one else can hear him.
Oh,
That's
no.
what's
We
gonna
were
happen.
We gotta leave the
playing
music,
Final
though.
Fantasy Tactics yesterday and naming characters. I don't think Katie's character did not survive very long. Your character did. I do believe you're still alive, JDZ.
Let's go.
I think Color also perished in the first fight.
Actually, that honestly makes sense. I have no idea what that game is about, except for what I've been told. But me being the first to be banished feels right.
It was
Feels-
just fun to do
feels
this
normal.
with the
Yeah.
viewers at all. But let's look at something that's a little more Lorcana based and check out this lovely fellow.
Oh, it's a new photo array. I love it.
Oh, another one? I can't see it. Let me see. I got a little delay here. Let me pull that up.
Lock in.
Oh,
Because you're
look at
watching the
that,
stream,
man.
you gotta watch the video.
There you go. I'm seeing it now. And there it is. That is a handsome hunk right there. If I ever done seen one.
Don't start
Look at-
this. Not day one. Don't.
Oh, it's
I'm
going to start.
I'm gonna
Get
get
it
my heart
typing
back. You know
right
what?
off
Yeah.
that.
All right. Yeah. Get,
And
break
it's
it to
going
heart.
to start,
so bad
and
at
it's
this.
not going to end super handsome hunk and great player as well. I'm talking deck builder, extremely creative, top 5 deck builder in the entire game. I think if this Illumineer went to more tournaments, more events, and played more on the competitive circuit, he'd be up there, top tier player. He's always cooking the spice, always bringing the heat. Going to be leading the charge for the SLTC team this season. Apparently played Diablo on turn 1, 2. Often they call me the Oracle. Been getting smoked by Blurple this set. Can we please ban Sale? Absolutely not. Take your blows
Barely
like
into
everybody
the
else.
combo, and we're talking about bannings already. Like,
I know. Well, yeah, I was actually talking with Ray earlier, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't like playing meta decks. Not this set. I don't like playing meta decks." So I'm actually quite excited to see what he has cooked up for us today, because it's always interesting. And then I'll net deck it because it looks interesting, and he beat me in the dust with it, right?
Mhm.
And I can't pilot it. I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. So
yeah, every time he joins the morning stream and I play some games against him, people are like, "Give me your list, Ray. I want the juice. Give me. It's so good." He just
you're like, you
plays
wouldn't know
so
what to
many
do with
amazing
it
things.
until you. It's like one
The
of those things.
inner machinations of Ray's mind are an enigma. A beautiful,
Some of the time.
wonderful
Yes.
enigma. And
Yep.
yeah, it's amazing to see his deck building capabilities on display all the time. So really happy to have the SLTC back again, and Ray, of course, because he's always bringing something really, really exciting.
And sick haircut. So shout out.
Well,
And
here's
Pat.
someone
Absolute
else that,
swiping. We're swiping all the way right there. I'm talking hard.
here's
So
another
hard I
swipe
might
for
break my
JDZ.
phone. We're talking boom on the right swipe, baby. Locked in on some SLTC Ray.
And
Speaking of another handsome hunk.
I was like, I will swipe right on Justin just so I can also swipe right on Taryn and their dog. So I was like, if that is like a package deal, yeah. So Justin, also SLTC top 64 DLC Seattle, top 64 DLC Toronto, and SSG 10K winner, and a Sapphire Steel Master. Can I do that? Can I say that?
Mainstay.
I
He's
mean,
one
he's
of
out
the
here to
leaders.
stop me. Yeah, I
He's
was
one
like,
of the
he-
legends. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Master legend.
For sure.
Also,
Yeah, absolutely.
beaten me in 2 tournaments, to be fair.
He should have that right at the bottom in small print.
Not 2-0 though. Okay, I got a game both times, everyone. Let's relax.
Okay. Super handsome hunk as well. We're absolutely right swiping here, but also I want to say something about this player's intelligence level. I think he's quite smart, very cerebral. He can understand. He has a deep understanding for the game in just turns and outcomes and statistics and mathematics and things of those of that nature. So I'm a big fan of him, as he knows every time he's there in a tournament, I try to finesse him onto a feature match because I love covering his games, because his gameplay is also very clean. And he doesn't make too many mistakes. And if he does, he'll quickly tell you what those are, because he learns very rapidly on the fly. Big brain player. Love to see him. Can't wait to see what he's bringing tonight as well. I don't know what he's playing this set, honestly.
I have no idea. But yeah, anytime I have any kind of math, I'll just tag Justin and ask. And then if I just make assumptions on a mathematical equation, I'll be like, right, Justin? He's like, literally no. And I'm like, all right, I was right. Yeah. So thanks for checking my work. But yeah. Fumbles!
But Gary, you want to tell us about fumbles? We got fumbles out here. Talk to me about
third handsome hunk in a row. Am I right, everybody? Shout out to Rick Fumbles of the SLTC, top 8 of SSG Arcasia's Island 15K tournament, top 8 SCG Hartford, 5-time Stitch Matt winner, which feels a decade ago. And I would like to add future Golden Mickey winner at Milwaukee, and he promised that Mickey to me. So lock in, Fumbles. I'm rooting for you, baby. Let's go.
Is this
Yes.
photo current? I don't know.
Is this a is this a reason for let that go? I'm sorry, Haymaker. God.
It is a wonderful photo of Fumbles. And win, lose, or draw, I think we're going to have some entertainment. Fun fact, one of my favorite things to do is to watch Fumbles play.
Yes.
Not for reasons you would think, because Fumbles is a very entertaining person. Whether he's trying to or not, I think it's just, I don't know. It's quite funny. And hopefully he come out and show why he is who he is. He can come out and get some dubs. And maybe if the deck, he's probably one of the more unlucky people, I think, in the world, I would say.
He's probably one of the more unlucky people. You're like, I love watching him lose.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not the losing. It's the way that it goes. It's always like
His
the
crash
most
outs are it's like hilarious, and he calls it too. He would call his opponent's shot, and
it'll
that's
be
the
like
best part.
it'll
That
be
is
like,
true.
man, I got this Hades. If I could just draw one inkable card, I win the game immediately.
Yeah.
And guess
Well,
what? It'll be
Unink,
like 4 and 4.
It's like,
Well, before we continue to rag on
Oh.
Humbles,
Oh, sorry.
who we do
sorry.
out of
no,
love
okay. I
because
will
we all
say,
love him so much here.
Fumbles and I were testing today, and he was beating the ever loving.
He's really
fans.
good.
I was like, I'm supposed to be favored into this deck, and you were showing me that I'm not over and
Absolutely.
over and over. So, phenomenal
And
player, worse luck. It's not his fault.
If he had the same amount of luck as everyone else, he
He'd
would
be unstoppable.
he'd be a DLC champion already. Okay,
Mhm.
it's just a luck thing. He just got to adjust his chakra, burn some sage or something, get that luck thing figured out, and he's gonna go right to the top. 100%.
Change his ninja way and just his chakra.
Watching Fumbles play every morning is like the highlight
Yes.
of my
Yes.
work week. It's just
Yeah.
like, all right, I'm doing my work over here, and I'm watching Fumbles test on the left. He's preparing me for the DLC more than anyone else. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, that's so.
Well,
it's so good.
let's talk about someone who you should actually be preparing with the DLC with.
I'm
Eric.
still preparing with
Uh-oh.
the good man Daryl Donaldson of Ink, of course. I think Daryl is a player that is going to be surprising a lot of people here in season 2 of the DLC season. He did get top 4 at the second Ink Invitational, and as you all know, the Ink tournaments are absolutely stacked. And if you're going to make a top 4 there, that is basically a DLC top 64, the amount of talent that we have there. 24th at the Open, which we just had a couple of weeks ago. All of you were in attendance, and it was a great time. And he did get 41st place at Charlie's Collectible Show. So Daryl coming in hot, ready to perform in season 2 here. Really excited to have him on the team and have him show off his amazing gameplay. He's a player to be on the lookout for.
Absolutely. I've met Daryl a few times myself. Wonderful person and also better deck. I think he has one of the most gorgeous collections, one of the most beautiful decks I've seen. I think he actually achieved the rare feat of having the maxed out Sapphire Amethyst strategy, which I think when you have a maxed out Blurple deck, it just looks it just completely just flexes on your opposition every single time. And I've seen when he's gotten the card pool, man, and hopefully he got a chance to flex a lot of that on the ICL here tonight.
I walked over right as he was sleeving his Hades and his bells, and it was the weekend. It was the Open, so it was the weekend after those cards came out, and he had 4 ofs all the way through the second stars, everything. And I actually took a photo of it and put it on my Instagram, my stories or whatever. And people are like, "Are those yours?" I'm like, "No,
actually,
I couldn't even afford to look at them." You know, it's like I owed him money after I looked at his deck. It was the craziest thing, but.
Yeah, Daryl's one of 2 players on Ink that plays at max rarity, and every time I'm like, I shouldn't be play test. They'll be like, play with this deck, I'll play with this, and I'm like, I have 2 mortgage payments in my opening hand. Can we not? And my other teammate doesn't even double sleeve them. It's like single sleeve Dumbos and Bells and Enchanted Elsas. I'm like, what are you doing?
Actually insane.
He's like, should I play this card? And you're like,
Yeah. Actually insane. I love it though. I love it for him. I like to watch from afar. You know what I'm saying? My kids got to go to college, dude. I can't afford it.
Right.
I love to see other people do it, but it's for them. It's not for me, and that's fine.
No, I get it. I absolutely love it, especially do it at casting. And so if there's somebody's throwing out enchanteds, play your cards. I can't afford them, but I want to see them. So.
Oh, let's go.
All right, Garrick. I know you know everything about all your teammates, so I'm gonna let you introduce another one.
Oh, you want me to do all of them? Okay, this is Regis. Shout out to Regis. Another player. He hasn't had the opportunity to play in any DLCs just yet, so he is excited to get here into the second season and show what he is made of. Some say best mustache in the game. Some are saying it. It's
Some
out
are
there.
saying it. Like, did I really just read that?
Some are saying it. Multiple top 8s at plenty of 1Ks here in the DMV, and we all know the DMV is one of the best regions in the North American region itself. It is. Let's all agree.
All right. Well, I mean,
Color, disagree?
I didn't
Disagree.
say anything.
We got Justin Jack Shadows up here. We got Jonathan Lamb. We got Kurt Spice. I mean, need I say more? Anyway, 8-time second place finishes for set champs. Regis was one of those people like Kurt who just could not get over the finish line at set championships because they're really hard.
Yep.
They're really hard up here. And he finally did get a win, though, in the Reign of Jafar. So shout out to him. And he is the largest Little John Sir Reginald collection TM maybe in the world. He's been collecting a lot of them. That Sir Reginald does have a big mustache as well. So if you see Regis, he'll probably ask you to sign a Sir Reginald.
I think if you beat him,
and I think I
if you
did.
beat him, it goes in the book, right?
I did meet him. I did see. I was going to bring it up about his book. You have to beat him, and then you get a signature put in the book. I still haven't got a signature in the book.
It's a regicide from Magic the Gathering. That is the card. Yeah.
Yeah, I have not beat him yet. We played and he beat me both times. So there it is. There it is. One of these days, Val, you're going down. There it is.
And also, he was on an episode of Allies on the Other Side back when Reign of Jafar came out with Garrick and I, and just kind of casually hysterical, like one of those dry humor people that is just casually like they say something and you're like, that is so funny. Like, I don't know. I like that. I like that kind of humor. So shout out, right? Shout out.
Nice little bit of regicide.
Definitely.
We're still right swiping over there.
Yeah.
Oh, we do got Matt Hash. You buried the lead, Gary. You guys did send a great side out here today. You undersold me there on the This Is Not a Podcast. You got Matt Hash. Look at that face.
He's looking intense, man. I look scared. This is the way he looks at me when I forget to post something on social media. Just send me this picture. It's like, I'm sorry, Matt. My bad. Shout out to Matt Hash, team manager and player for Inc. Did win a PAX playmat last year. Almost exactly a year from now. Everybody should come to PAX. It's an amazing time. Anyway, did that in sealed. 14 set championship top 8s, 4 championships at set championships. And top 4 Dream Wizards. Okay, shout out Matt. He also did get a top 8 at a really stacked event in Delaware at Safari Zone over the weekend with people like the Dave were there, Rob. Of course, everybody knows Rob from the SCG circuit, former TFM teammate, player. Shout out to Rob, one of the best players in North America, will surely dominate. And team, a bunch of other great players. Did I say the Dave? The Dave was there? Yeah.
Yep.
I was there. We had Funny JK. Scott was there. We didn't make top 8, but Matt did, and he absolutely crushed it. So really excited for Matt to play today. Yeah.
Absolutely. I see him out there, man. I'm seeing him in the dojo. I think we got to update that player card. We need Matt out there playing a little bit more. I know Matt does a lot of tournament organizing as well. Big participant and big contributor to the Ink tournament series. But we got a lot of Inklings on there. We need to get that updated a little bit. Let's get some dubs in some newer sets there. Post rotation.
Yeah, post rotation if possible. I gave you a top 8 he had.
Okay.
In a 2K.
Okay.
On Saturday. So he
should
update. You should update his player card. I guess.
Right, get that thing updated. Okay,
he's been doing too much team managing and not enough team playing. I guess.
I can respect.
I was going to say, actually, at the Ink Open, my favorite memory of Matt Hash was JDZ, Kim, and I were dancing to no music and to film that Goofy movie video we were recording, and so all 3 of us were just dancing to music, and we turned around and Matt Hash was just standing there staring at all of us.
Judging us.
What are you doing?
He said everything he needed to say without saying a word at all.
Like not even a word, just frozen in place, staring at us, and just kind of backs out of the room. And we're like, "Oh, come on."
When that happened, Kohler, I very rarely get embarrassed. I'm very confident in myself. Very rarely get embarrassed. When he stared at us and said nothing, I felt like I was 1 inch tall. I was like, "What am I doing? I got this goofy hat on. I'm dancing. I feel like an idiot."
Yeah. Doing like the sprinklers and it was ridiculous. There was no music, completely silent. Just could hear our clothes shuffling. Like
he was you could tell he was like so disappointed. He was like,
it was his picture that we just had. It's probably what he hit you with.
Yeah, he was just standing there like Like
So
intense,
disappointed.
intense
it
maps
had to be
there.
like you remember that like the High School Musical video where they take all the music out of the background and they're just like clicking on pots and they like yeah, like that. That's probably what he walked in on, and we were just like, and he's like, I hired these people to be professional.
The first time I met Matt, I was at my second ever set championship, and I was playing Ruby Amethyst with Sisu in it. It was during the Bucky era, and all 5 rounds of Swiss I played against Bucky decks. I made it to top 8. I'm playing against Matt. He inks a steel card. I'm like, oh, here we go again. He's playing Sapphire Steel aggro before Kiwi, and he built it. Him and Kurt built it like the day before, and he cooked me with it. I was like, what is this deck? It had the McDuck manners. It was playing Smeeze. It was just aggro. And I was just like, he
All right.
destroyed me.
Okay. But now it gets to that critical moment in time where we got to make some picks, and you got to make your picks, and you got to stand on business, dude. You got to take it to the bank.
Habibi in
I
chat
know Habibi's
saying,
already starting.
least
I'm like,
biased
oh, come on.
casting team. 3 people in
I was
SLTC
actually-
and 1 from Ink. I wonder who they're going to pick. Well, surprise, Garrickson's SLTC too, so we're all going to go for SLTC.
SLTC, easy
Oh
dub.
my god! I was actually gonna wear my ECB shirt today, just because, like, you know, like,
Oh.
just to wear my Enter the Battlefield shirt, because first of all, sickest shirt. You guys, come on.
All right.
It is.
All right.
But
we
also
do
too,
have
like,
to pick
SLT
really
and then-
quickly.
All right.
Okay.
We're running a little late. I mean, I'm gonna have to go for SLTC mostly because they made it to the finals last season. They've got that hype. They've got that running. Ink, though, it's gonna be close. I'm thinking 2-1, 2-1, 1-2. It's gonna be a really close matchup because Ink is hungry. They're new to the thing.
Yeah.
They took out WCC in the prelim exhibition matches. It's gonna be close, but I think SLTC on the back of Ray is gonna push it over. Garrick.
Okay.
As a member of the SLTC, I love them. I cherish them, and I think they're all great. They're all amazing people. I love all 3 players playing, okay? They're amazing. And I picked them every single time last season. Go back and watch the tape. I was supporting you guys like no other. Like these 3, maybe they picked against you. I never did, okay? But today, it's a little bit different. All right, I got to go with the hometown heroes, Ink. I got to pick my guys, and it's going to be a 3-0 sweep. I believe in the boys.
Oh,
I like that. I like a little bit
Is
of
the
the
caster
casting
curse
of
real?
picks.
Ooh, someone in chat saying
We
my
about to
caster curse
find
is still
out.
there. I don't know.
Everybody else is going to pick
JDZ is
SLTC,
cooking
so I
people,
got to
so-
go hard for Ink, right?
Okay.
enough. I was
Waller?
actually gonna pick Enter the Battlefield.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna win.
They're
gonna come
cashing
out of
in
nowhere.
Yeah.
the case. to
Habibi's gonna
play.
come in with a chair or something like
Yeah.
that, and it's just gonna be at the very end, and you're gonna be like,
All right, so we've got 1 SLTC, 1 Ink, 1 ETB. All right, JD, who's gonna win this one? You are the tiebreaker.
World class cards.
World class cards taking it. No. But here it is. This is week number 1. SLTC, they came out of the gates last season, started super slow. Let's not forget until they turned it around and pushed it all the way to the finals and got those dubs early. Ink, they're hungry. They want the wins. They want to be represented on this big main stage, but I don't think they got what it takes this time, and I think SLTC is going to get it done. The side that they brought, I think Ray is too good. I think Jack Shadows is too good, and I think Fumbles is going to get it done tonight. The luck is going to be a lady tonight. I think SLTC gets it done in 2. Maybe 1 goes down, and that's it. Taking nothing away from Ink. I think they're a phenomenal team, but they're just not ready for the big show just yet. We'll see what it is. Prove yourself. Show me wrong. And let's get it done. SLTC
I mean,
in 2.
On that note,
I'm so
I mean,
scared.
it's perfect. Hopefully, I'll be back in round 2 with JDZ. Depends on whether or not I'm feeling I can do it or not. But we're going to cut over to Color and Garrick on the match. See you in a little bit.
All right, Color, are you excited? I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. ETB is not in this match, so it is going to be SLTC versus.
I am
Ink.
already incorrect. All right, well, okay, so let's see. We know that Ray plays Spice, so there could be anything in that deck. I'm assuming there's Emerald cards, but that's an assumption that I just made. And Daryl, he's not playing that Max Rarity Blurple deck. What are we doing?
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see what Ray is playing. I know what Daryl's playing. Obviously, I don't know what Ray is bringing, but this is a really interesting matchup. This is a matchup that I was not expecting to see. I was not expecting to see Ray here in the first spot. If I'm being honest with you, I don't know what you were expecting, but I don't think that I was expecting Ray here.
I was expecting to enter the battlefield, so I am probably, honestly, the most shocked out of everybody. But we are re-sleeving some cards.
Re-sleeving the whole deck? Question mark?
Yeah, I think we're re-sleeving. We got some situations going on with our sleeves, so let's get some ones that look better on the screen, I suppose.
I do love the Final Fantasy playmat that Ray is rocking there. That is from Final Fantasy 16. Amazing game. I mean, speaking of Final Fantasy, we were talking about Kingdom Hearts earlier.
Absolutely.
Could potentially see these characters make it into Disney Lorcana. I don't think it's too far-fetched. Never? You don't think it's ever happening?
Never. Because I want it so bad.
Oh,
and anything that I want
you're
that
holding
badly.
Us back, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's just because, like, you were talking about Fumble's luck. My luck is the worst. Yeah. But no, any Kingdom Hearts would be good. Like I said, the Donald Sorcerer Enchanted is my absolute favorite Enchanted in this game. I don't own one, but actually I own the painting from Ink of the Donald Sorcerer because it looks so much like Kingdom Hearts Donald to me, because he has this little thing and everything. So that's why that's my favorite Enchanted, because again, Kingdom Hearts is one of my favorites. So if we could get that into the game, I would be very happy.
Yeah, I had to get that Donald Duck like as soon as possible. I bought it off of one of my teammates who was lucky enough to open it up, because Donald is not only my favorite character, but everything you just said. Seeing him with the staff,
so good.
Being a wizard, it was just like it brought back all the memories. And of course, we do also have the Goofy Knight, right?
I know. I need an Enchanted so they can go together. I want them to go together because I look at the Donald Enchanted and I'm like, can you please cure me, please?
Yes,
please
stop casting fire. I got the damage, Donald.
Yeah,
I need
got it.
Some
it's
healing.
What
Why
I do?
Am I casting heal on myself? That's the real question. Nobody knows what Goofy's doing. He's
and then you go down and then he heals you and you're like, what? Like you're in the air and like going back, and then all of a sudden your whole body turns green and you're just like, now you do it? Now you do it, my guy? Thanks for the slow motion heal after. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, as soon as I land the last hit. Thank you, Donald. You came through for me for the one time. But yeah, that would be amazing to see. Let's get one for each and then have them all be connected. But I mean, we've seen the Kendall Hale altars at Gen Con. I got an altar.
Rogue.
Yeah, I got an altar of Hans pulling back with the Keyblade, and people are like, Hans with the Keyblade, that doesn't make any sense. But if you're a Kingdom Hearts truther and you've been playing the games, you know that the villains get their hands on Keyblades many, many times, and then when they go to swing them, they disappear at the last second because they're not worthy. So I thought it was still thematic, and it's a really dynamic pose. So shout out to Kendall.
I was about to say, every time I see Kendall Hill, I walk by the booth and I'm like, one day I'm gonna get the Mickey Artful Rogue Enchanted with like the Keyblade thing, and he's like, I'll do it for you right now, and I'm like, I'm poor, but thank you. Like I will keep saving for this because I love it. I think I saw it at Instagram the first time and I like turned inside out, and then I realized it was Kendall Hale, and then every time I'm always like, can I budget this? And I'm like, no, not today, but
one day.
One day, yes.
It will happen. At least the Artful Rogue is a pretty affordable Enchanted. At the end of the day, it's not like a Dumbo, or a Hades or a Maui or a Mufasa, right? So you can get it at least a little bit of value on the Artful Rogue itself.
That would be so good. I could actually take the painting that I have, which is the Donald, which is the sorcerer, and I could get the Artful Rogue altered, and then I could put it in the corner, and then I could put the Enchanted Donald so that it'd be in the same frame, and it'll be my Kingdom Hearts frame.
You know what? It might just be worth to get the Artful Rogue, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get that altar. Okay. Stick with me. You get an altar of the Donald to put him in his blue outfit, right? And then you just gotta alter the Super Goof because I think that's his only enchantment. Somehow make that work.
I know. I was like, if Goofy can get a knight
he needs
enchanted,
another one. Yeah. Maybe the Emerald Champion.
Maybe. But honestly, you know what I could do? I could get an Artful Rogue enchanted now, and then so they breaks up the costs. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's an investment now on the Artful Rogue, and the next time I see Kindle Hail, we'll do the second part of the investment, so I can get all of my Kingdom Hearts memorabilia, Disney, everything, Lurkana all together.
Look at the shuffle on this guy. Ray is cooking with lightning speed. Ka-chow. I cannot shuffle that fast, but
we're making up for lost time. Here we go.
What do you think? What do you think of this re-sleeve effort here? Is he trying to ice us? Like, if I can use an analogy from
Branded
gotcha. Not branded sleeves, but the analogy was, you know, you're playing football, you're about to kick the field goal, they call a timeout right before. You know, he's trying to ice us. That's what I'm going with.
I don't watch sports, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Just agree.
Okay. Garrett is correct with his sports ball reference.
Thank you. All right, it looks like Daryl will be on the approach here. Thinking about that turn 1 ink, this is, I mean, games can be won or lost on turn 1 with that first ink.
I know.
No. Is he thinking about altering, actually?
I am not sure what is happening. There could be a judge call for all we know. But at the same time, I think the players are keeping very patient. Probably, honestly, I'm dying. Normally we have the deck list by now. Okay, we're going to ink a Monstro. Woo!
There's the turn 1 Monstro ink. Really good for turn 1 ink. And the Rafiki comes down onto the board. What do you prefer as going into the ball? We see a Maui Shark. We see a Ruby.
Maui Shark into the inkwell. Ruby! Ruby Emerald. Okay, so we're going to play a Bobby Zimmerowski. We're going to draw a card, then discard a Max Goof. We are doing singing and Emerald and songs. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's really cool to see. I will say that Daryl did... Oh, and he misses the ramp.
Oh no.
My heart. My heart. He misses the ramp, but Daryl does have a lot of experience with this deck. He was working with another one of my teammates to really try and make this deck work as well as possible. So he has played this deck a bunch and played against this deck a bunch. So it's assuming that, you know, it's playing Ruby and Emerald cards that sing songs, which is looking like what we're going to get here. And we are inking and passing again. Not like this.
There are no 3-drops in that deck, unfortunately. So hopefully what happens when somebody can go to turn, if they miss turn 2 ramp and they're not able to get to 4 ink, sometimes they're able to draw that next card and it will be Sail and it will be Tipo or something like that. But unfortunately, we did not see that here. So we're just going to ink and pass for the second turn in a row. And now Ray has Bobby, Powerline, and Clarabelle, which he probably got to play, trigger, and draw a card to kind of keep up with his hand. So unfortunately, Daryl is in a horrific start, but a good start for us to see what this Christmas deck is going to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even if Daryl did have a better start, the Ruby Emerald deck does have a pretty good matchup into the Blurple. There's not a lot of ways for the Blurple deck to interact with their singers before you shift the power line, as we do here, the world's greatest rock star. We will see what he is able to sing. It is a B King Undisputed, so I think that Rafiki's probably going to go. We're going to look at the top cards of our deck and see if we can find another song to play for free.
Are we going to hit? Please don't whiff. Not the first time in the ICL, and it does whiff! Powerline, how dare you? Oh, I'm so bummed. So yes, you get to look at the top 3 to 4 cards of your library and then sing a song for free. But unfortunately, we did not find, and so all of those cards just go to the bottom of your deck, and you get to pass the turn without the value.
Yep, we are back in Ariel Spectacular Singer times, where your card that looks at the top 4 looking for a song does not hit. Daryl has the opportunity to cleanly trade here a 6-4 and a 4-6. So that is an even trade. As we do put the Elsa down onto the board, we can remove the Bobby here. And we do have to look out for that Clarabelle shift line. But after that whiff, Daryl not looking like he's in the worst position here.
Unless we see another B King Undisputed, which would be absolutely terrible. However, we do see the Elsa come down, and we're just going to go for the You're Welcome. So no matter what deck we see this combo shift Clarabelle sing You're Welcome in, it is devastating for the opponent, because now we're going to get to draw 2 cards and then pass our turn and draw up to as many cards. Ray's ready. Ray's already doing it. He knows how this works.
Ray's drawing 4 cards because Daryl will have 5 in his hand, and Ray only had the 1. Daryl's going to cut his deck, draw 2, and then will draw for turn. That was the best thing that Ray could have possibly had on that turn, and Daryl would have loved to get rid of that Clarabelle, but unfortunately the Elsa did not have enough strength to take it out. That Clarabelle is a 2/3.
And we can sing, hard play the Into the Unknown potentially to get rid of it, or we can play a TikTok down just to kind of give us an extra turn. Hopefully we can get rid of it, but at this point, the Clarabelle draw has done its damage. We got the cards, we got what we needed, and the second phase of this deck's plan is underway.
Yes, absolutely. The Max Goofs are really interesting. Speaking of Max Goof, here he comes, and that is not a card that you want questing. The Mother Knows Best comes down. That is going to help control things, keep Daryl's hand healthy. That way Ray can keep his hand healthy off the back of this Clarabelle. So he is going to draw 3 here, and the Max Goof, once it quests, will get one of those songs back from the discard pile, play it for free, and then put it to the bottom of Ray's deck. So it's really, really powerful. Daryl needs to put something on the board that is going to be more proactive than a TikTok. Otherwise, that card is just going to be returned to his hand or returned to his deck with the "You're welcome." And there's the Hades, the Infernal Schemer, the beautiful new Enchanted. What do you think he wants to go for here?
It's the Max Goof, unfortunately, I think, because at that point, you're about to just have your Hades put back to your hand, or you're going to get Be King Undisputed, because we still have that in the discard, and Max will be able to get that back. So we do go for the Max, knowing that we just spent our entire turn to spend 7 ink to get this Hades out, only to have it Be King Undisputed, and we're going to have to put that right into our discard. So unfortunately, the Clarabelle does not get banished, and we can still continue to get value off of old girl here.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And the Clarabelle, if you're not able to deal with it, can be so punishing. And we're gonna put out the Donald Duck, the double Donald gentleman. Comes onto the board and will be drawing more cards for both players. It is a May effect, so Daryl can choose to not draw additional cards, but then you're giving Ray more fuel in his hand while your hand is getting smaller. But then you also have to consider, if your hand's bigger, that means Clarabelle will be feasting even more. So answering the Clarabelle here is really, really important. We're going to quest with the Hades.
I'm drawing. You give me double Donald, I don't even care. You can have your whole deck. I don't know what's in that thing, because now I've drawn 2 Hades. Thank you. Thanks for your welcome. Thanks for everything else. And again, I mean, the Blurple top end of the deck is very powerful. And unfortunately, I mean, in most situations, this is a rogue deck. We're not going to know what the top end looks like. So maybe Clarabelle is the worst thing that we have to be kind of afraid of at this point. However, the top end of Blurple, Hades after Bell, after somebody bounced to Hades, it's just, there's so many things at the top end of a Blurple deck. Giving them 2 cards a turn is terrifying. Now, if there's a card potentially like Bend to My Will, which is a card that Ray would totally play, then now we're getting to a different situation where I don't care how many cards this draw your whole deck. Draw your whole deck. I dare you. I dare you.
Yeah, Daryl was considering whether or not to draw there, does decide to go for the 2 cards. Ray now infinite ink to do whatever he wants.
I didn't even get to infinite ink. Oh, right, because of the infinite Hades.
Yeah.
Shark.
Oh, we are potentially singing, or are we just questing?
I think we're questing, because that is 4 lore, because Donald has 2 lore each. So that's insane. This little card is doing so much damage, but instead we are going to sing Stop Chaos in its tracks, where we just bounce 2. Is it? There's no condition. It's just bounce up to 2 characters back to your hint.
No, it's. I believe it's 3 characters, 3
up to 3
strength or less back to your opponent's hand. So decides to sing that with the Donalds, refilling the hand of Daryl and gaining a lore off of the Maui Shark. That's probably the first lore a Maui Shark has gained, In all of Fabled.
All of set 9, Maui Shark finally gained a lore on a stream, and we're just going to sail. We're going to safely sail this turn, dig a little bit deeper into our deck to see which one of these threats is actually the most threatening. Is it the shark? It has to be the shark. But the Donalds are super aggravating.
Yeah,
So-
it definitely is the shark. You also have to consider that a Max Goof can be shifted now. I think that's probably what Ray was setting up here. He put the Maui Shark out there as a threat, maybe to distract from the Max Goof. So we have the Donald Duck trigger here. Again, it is a May ability. Ray opting to take the additional cards.
Yeah, I don't know if our lore counters are correct at this point, but there we go. We have Daryl has a lore, and then we also know for a fact that Maui Shark has a, oh my goodness. And then your welcome comes in to go ahead and get rid of that pesky Hades, and which was going to shuffle that back into our deck, draw 2 cards, and we're looking at Daryl's deck, and it's not for a, is it double sleeved? Because it's not looking like a thick deck anymore.
Not a lot of cards in there. Been drawing a significant amount based on all of these Emerald cards. The Donalds, the You're Welcomes, and here we have the Clarabelle coming back down onto the board. I'm sure Daryl anticipated this, opting not to take the draws off of the Donalds. Again, that is a May effect. And we have enough ink here to put a Max Goof down the good old-fashioned way. Don't even need to shift it. So we play Clarabelle, we play Max, and we keep it pushing. Now you're really, really wide, and you're really tall. It's really tough for Blurple to deal with things like this. So we will see if Daryl is able to do something here. Monstro is probably something that he needs pretty soon to try and deal with this board.
Pretty soon, but everything on that board does have quite a lot of strength, you know, at this point. I mean, I'm pretty sure even up, oh my gosh. So I would say that, look at this pie. I'm sorry, I got very distracted by the insane amount of ink that Ray has in this deck for it not being a ramp deck. And it's because he keeps bouncing the Hades back to hand and bouncing and everything. And so Blurple has given him more ink than any Illumineer needs to really have in this color combination.
And he's going to draw 1 million cards for his turn and pass it on over to Daryl. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ray's got way more ink. He's got way more board presence and way more options. He's just been going through more cards because he's been making Daryl replay cards, replay cards, replay cards. I'm refilling my hand every single turn. So Ray just completely in the driver's seat. It really started at turn 2 when Daryl did miss that rank. Unfortunately, things just snowballed out of control for him. But this isn't the easiest matchup against non-steel decks, right? When your characters can survive to shift, it makes it a lot easier to sing and make use of the power line. But we're seeing the incredible power of Clarabelle, still one of the best cards in the game.
Absolutely. And when that Clarabelle comes down and your opponent draws all of those cards after all of that hard work, that is so, like, look how many cards they have in their hands because of the first Clarabelle, because of the second Clarabelle, and because of all of the Hades that keep being played over and over and over. The amount of ink available to Ray to continuously play out his entire hand on his turn is ridiculous. And we do see the Hades come down for the 4th time in this game, and going ahead and making sure we respect the Max Goof, respect all those silly songs in there, because Max Goof can sing everything all the way from Sudden Chill up to You're Welcome. Not Stop Chaos, though. That cost 8, but everything else in there, you can see where You're Welcome again, Be King again, you could anything, all those terrible songs in between for free. So we'll go ahead and let Clarabelle ride, but Max Goof has got to go.
Yeah, Daryl just searching for any answers. Like I said, Monstro would be pretty good here, especially if all of those cards get exerted next turn, can really start crashing into those cards and clearing the board. But Ray still in the driver's seat here. Like, look how much ink he has, and drawing more cards off the Donalds, always drawing more cards off the Clarabelles. And the Donalds are even better because of all the ink he has in his inkwell. He can just ink and play as many cards as he wants from his hand and just redraw and refill with the Clarabelle. And Daryl just hasn't been able to choose the Clarabelle because of the threat of Max. You can only play 1 Hades a turn, which means the Max just gets so much value if it is able to quest. And there's another You're Welcome.
Another
Daryl is just caught in a Genjutsu right now. He is caught in an infinite loop. He cannot escape unless he scoops at this point.
And that's kind of the problem with this deck, right? Is if Daryl was playing a quicker deck, I don't think that this Ruby Emerald deck would have had the space to be like this, because unfortunately, this is basically really reminiscent of how Emerald Steel used to be, right? We're like, okay, I've controlled the game, but I'm gonna win so slow that you scoop before I get to 20.
Yep. Yeah,
So,
exactly. Just a complete stranglehold on the Blurple deck right now as another Donald comes down onto the board. And why don't we just make it the fourth?
Fourth Donald! We were talking about how much we love Donald. Well, let's see what you have in your hand. What's in your hand? Is it two into the unknowns? No. Okay.
Triple into the unknowns.
But look how beautiful that hand is. He has 3 into the unknowns. He has his Elsa promo, and he has the Finders and Keepers enchanted, and I love it. Ray's board is disgusting. I don't understand what's happening. Garrick, help.
I can't help anyone here. Ray is the people's champion right now, just completely dominating this game. It's a wonderful Christmas time. It's Christmas in October, as you can see right now with the Ruby Emerald deck. No single player brought this deck to the DLC over the weekend. Not a single Illumineer brought it. And Ray showing, hey, maybe there's some legs. Maybe you can do something with this list, especially into Blurple. We saw it. It was complete, total, utter domination in this matchup. Again, Daryl did miss the ramp on 2, but had no chance to do anything in that game. The power of the draw, the power of making your opponent put things back into their hand and draw off Clarabelle was just too much for the Blurple deck to overcome.
But now we know we are playing into Ruby Emerald, and it is going to be imperative that we hit that turn 2 ramp. That way we don't sit there, do nothing on turn 2, and also nothing on turn 3, unfortunately. So getting that ramp is going to be very, very imperative. And also, too, we know Elsa's going to be good. He's going to be able to turn the power line sideways, or exert the power line so we can get rid of it before we're able to shift. There's a lot of things that we can do now that we know what we're playing against, and now we know what this deck is. And like you said, Daryl has experience with this deck, so he's able to identify the threats. He's able to identify what he needs to get rid of, as we saw with the respecting the max goof over and over again, respecting the power line, letting Clarabelle ride, which is kind of, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, that is very much an Emerald Steel thing, which is Ray's kind of wheelhouse. Putting so many threats on the board that you have to do a proper threat assessment and you're still cooked, essentially. Yeah. Because back in the day, you throw down Diablo, you throw down an Ursula 3. Which one's the worst one?
I hope Ray knows what he has unleashed here, because without a doubt, we will be seeing Ruby Emerald.
I know, at Set
in
Champs
Milwaukee.
near you. Yeah.
At Set Champs in Milwaukee, somebody's bringing this list. They're like, I saw what it did against Blurple. Everybody's playing Blurple. All I have to do is play against Blurple and Emerald Sapphire all day, and I will top. Believe it. Believe in the heart of the card.
I've said this a million times, even tonight. If you see this deck list and you pick it up, you will not be able to pilot it the way that Ray does. I promise you. I've fallen victim to that so many times, where I'm like, Ray, send me that list. I'm going to cook. And then I get cooked. And I'm like, I don't understand how you do this. It's like, I don't know. I shifted Diablo 9 out of 10 times. What? Just shift Diablo. Like, I haven't even seen so
I asked Ray for one of his
word
deck
of
lists
caution
last week. I'm in the same boat as you. How does this win games? Meanwhile, you watch him play it, and all he does is win games. So shout out to Ray, amazing deck builder, unique mind, and one of the coolest players in Disney Lorcana. We will see if Daryl is able to bring it back, force a game number 3. He's going to be on the play again. We will see if he is able to find that ramp as the Enchanted Bell goes into the Inkwell. The Basil comes down on turn number 1. And we are going to pass it on over to Ray. I think the Basil is a really good option here in this over the Rafiki, because you can use it in tandem with the Elsa to remove something like that 2-3 Clarabelle, which we saw Daryl could not remove and really snowballed the game out of his favor in the last match, as we do find the turn 2 ramp this game.
We do find it. It is here. It's awesome. And also, Daryl has about a car payment's worth of cards in his Inkwell with the Bell and the Dumbo.
Yep. A little more than a car payment. Actually,
Honestly,
probably two
what kind of
card
card? Yeah, I was going to say
payments.
2 card payments. Yeah, like sorry, what kind of card do you have? We are going to see what are we going to see from this deck on turn 2? Is it going to be a power line? Hopefully,
is.
and it is perfect. Power line is a shift 4, so we'll see that happen in a few turns.
Yeah, we will see if he is able to get to that, but the Elsa can stop him in his tracks. I think this is a pretty good quest from Daryl here as well. The odds that power line goes into that Basil, not super high.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to take that trade unless potentially we have another power line to finish up the job. But it is a Singer 4, so we can sing Be King Undisputed here because we see another power line into the Inkwell, and we are going to play a Max Goof, which is also a Singer 300.
5.
I'm pretty sure he's a
Singer
5.
5.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I know everything they printed on Ruby cards this set were Singer. And I have been wanting to utilize that, which I'm hoping in Whispers of the Well, because I don't have the deck building prowess that Ray has to be able to build a Ruby Song deck this set. But give me 300 more cards. Give me Whispers in the Well. I'll do something.
Close.
I need some more training wheels. I'm not Ray. I need some more training wheels. However, we got a lot of goofy movie stuff going on, and that's really what I appreciate about Fabled is all of the goofy movie.
Yeah, all we got to do is listen to each other's hearts, draw some cards off the top of our deck, and return everything to our opponent's hand. I believe those are the lyrics of that song.
The official lyrics, yes.
Yeah. This turn, Daryl is on 5. We can find the Elsa and get rid of that power line. Then you always got to worry about that max shift as well, but there are no songs right now in the discard to worry about.
Yeah, we didn't actually see. There is that 3-cost max where when you play him, you can pay 1 ink to return a song card from your discard to your hand. And I love that card, but I always forget that it costs 1 ink and I cook myself. But we are going to play the Elsa and exert the power line, respecting that power line shift once more because our singer Max can sing us something. We can shift a power line, quest it, and go on and do a bunch of other crazy things. So again, Max Goof, not so bad right now, not with anything in the discard. Power line, pretty scary.
Yeah, 100%. I think taking that out with the Iago was also a pretty good move from Daryl. Keep that Elsa a little healthier. You do miss out on a lore this way, but I think it is the right move at the end of the day. And I also agree with questing with the Basil here, because if that is taken by the Max Goof, it's a free and easy trade on your side of the board with the Elsa.
Yeah, you can go ahead and crack back. And to be fair, though, if you're going to crack back with the Elsa, he is a 4-strength character, so it's not nothing. So hopefully Daryl has a bell in hand to maybe do some moving of damage to be able to get some favorable trades on that Max Goof. If it is exerted this turn, which it looks like it's about to do stuff and things. So we'll see. Could be
singing, could be challenging. You know what it's not doing? Moving to a location. Not because there are no locations, but it literally cannot do that.
It literally cannot do that. And so we do play a Bobby Zaborowski, the Cheese Whiz Kid, as we draw a card and discard potentially a song or a Clarabelle.
Or a Clarabelle. We must have a lot of Clarabelles in our hand. As I believe that is the Contented Wallflower comes down. But we will not be drawing any cards as Daryl only has 2. Daryl would love to answer this. And like you mentioned, the bell could be that answer. Come down and move this 3 damage. We're exerting 4 for a Dumbo. So we'll draw at least 1 here.
Absolutely. Go ahead. Make sure you play your Dumbos when you have enough ink and evasive characters to utilize that ability. Please get your value out of your Dumbos. They're ungodly priced. And so we're going to go ahead and ink and get another card. Pay 1, draw 1, gain 1. Am I right here?
Pay 1, draw 1, gain 1. I'm paying 1, I'm drawing 1, I'm gaining 1 over here. Daryl, interestingly, does go for that, finds the value in that additional card, but has to know there's a Clarabelle shift coming down on this turn. Daryl, with 3 cards in hand, I'm not sure the card count for Ray. I'd say it's maybe 2, but it looks like we're singing Under the Sea, which does remove the Basil and the Elsa pretty cleanly.
Absolutely. Yep.
Leaving Ray with 1 card.
And Under the Sea does say that you get to choose the order that you want your opponent to put their cards under their deck, and Daryl respecting that. But then we're going to see a Mother Knows Best coming through, and we're going to go ahead and get that Iago, which even though Iago has vanished, the Mother Knows Best actually resolves first. Iago goes back to your hand, and then the vanish effect, but then it's not there, so your Iago actually doesn't have to vanish.
Yep. Ray just trying to get a card count from Daryl here because Ray will get to draw cards. I believe it's 5 that Ray is going to get from the Clarabelle. That card there on Daryl's left is the card for turn. That is not ink, but we're waiting on something. Maybe Ray froze. It looks like maybe that was the case. Okay. So
Ray's now Under the Sea, and we're going to have to wait for him to come back.
He Under the Sea himself.
Yes, he Under the Sea his own internet connection, which we've all been there. It's absolutely gut-wrenching to have your internet do this while on the ICL. I've had that from casting, player perspective, all of it. It is awful. And hopefully Ray is not as much of a panicker as I am, because I am in full freak out mode when this happens to me. Just absolutely losing my mind.
Ray seems like the type of guy to stay calm under pressure. So I think he's over here. Pressure makes diamonds at the end of the day. Daryl putting a dice on that card to denote that is the card he is drawing for turn. Hades on this turn would be nice to get rid of that Clarabelle. But let's also keep in mind that inking the Clarabelle will ink 2 cards because it was shifted. And we saw how Ray was able to take advantage and make use of all that ink during game number 1. All that extra ink that Daryl was able to give him made so many opportunities come open for Ray that he was able to use in the late game. So we have to be aware of that, but it's not like you can just let Clarabelle sit out there and draw 100 cards either.
No, then that's the problem, right? And back in past sets, we were always like, oh, wouldn't it be cute if we took Ruby and Emerald and put them together and created a deck? Then I would draw 0 cards and not be able to play the game. However, Clarabelle into this, going at and doing the You're Welcome thing, and then Max being able to get that You're Welcome back to be able to then like put more cards into your opponent's hand, even with the Donald being reprinted, which I think we overlooked that card for a lot of ways, because a lot of us have this internal, I don't want to give my opponent anything unless I'm going to bend to my will. And I think I said that earlier.
The only thing I want to give my opponent is some L's. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I want you to lose. I don't want to give you more cards. But again, that's, kind of like that counterintuitive thing where every card that you take, I'm going to get more value off of my Clarabelle. And if I'm throwing cards like Max Goof and Powerline that are needing to be answered as much as a Clarabelle, then now my Clarabelle is actually a little bit safer than she was before. Except because most decks you see running her, that's the star, right? That is the absolute star of the deck. You see that card, you Hades it, move on, game over. Now there's
Iago comes down. There's the Into the Unknown, removing the Clarabelle. So it wasn't the Hades, but we do reestablish the Iago when we get 3 cards out of our hand on that turn. If another Clarabelle were to come down, they're always keeping that in the back of his mind. We did see that Ray has a GoPro camera. I wonder if it is strapped to his head. If so, he's got the steadiest head.
I was about to say the posture.
The posture is crazy, and
now,
he's
I
got
want to
no
see
shakes, no.
I want to
movement.
see that Max Goof shift. We've been talking about it this whole game. I want to see it. I was able to afford that card, and then all of a sudden, LD did some crazy stuff with it. Emerald Steel.
There it is.
And we see him come down. Max Goof. He is going to be able to quest and get back a song, which I'm assuming is probably going to either be Mother Knows Best or You're Welcome.
I believe that's the only option. The Mother Knows Best right now, and that does go to the bottom. So the Iago's going to go into the hand. That does stall Daryl out just a little bit, but with no Clarabelle on the board, it's harder to take advantage of this. Does he have the Hades to punish? He doesn't.
He has Iago. Finders Keepers, my second favorite enchanted. Actually, by the way, same artist as the Donald enchanted, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Love it. Absolutely. Sorry.
Anyway, there's a boss battle in Kingdom Hearts 1 where you have to shoot Iago with your magic as he's carrying the lamp. So you could get a nice little altar. There's some room in the bottom right.
There is.
Just throwing that out
because
there.
the Illuminary actually does look like the area with the gummy ship.
You're spitting.
Okay.
We're spitting.
All right, Donald.
We
Not
draw
Donald,
the card
Dumbo.
with Dumbo. We're probably looking for an answer to this Max Goof in the form of Hades. We don't find it. Iago makes his third appearance. Speaking of Iago, there's the Rafiki coming down onto the board as well. We're going to ink the Growing Boy and pass it on over. I believe we have
Finders
another
Keepers
Dumbo and a Finders Keepers? Is that right? I forgot already.
Yeah, doing great. Got it. Kingdom Hearts always wipes the brain, but then
It
we're
does.
coming back to Ray's turn. A massive, critical mass of ink going on for Ray because we keep bouncing these cards. We saw the End of the Unknown come down. And again, that's kind of the situation with Clarabelle is basically when you have Clarabelle and you get that trigger one time and you're welcome their stuff, you're going to refill your hand and everything in your hand is now for the second part of the game. So we see you're under the sea.
Under the sea,
Under the
sending just
sea.
the Rafiki back.
And
Clarabelle
that's
comes
Clarabelle.
down.
I have one card. How many
in
do you
hand.
have, Daryl? So I'll draw one. I'm so glad Diablo's gone for that reason because Ray was like, "I'll draw when you draw," and you're like, "Okay, I'll start my current turn." And he just comes out of the rafters. And he's like, "I draw when you draw." I'm like, "Yes, we know. Yes, we know. That's the trigger for Diablo. Thank you."
I get it.
Yeah, draw when you draw. Like, please don't. I'm
The
already
double Bobby Zimmerowski quest and a pass. So right now, both players, very few cards in hand. This is a game of inches right now. It doesn't look like Daryl was super pleased with the card he got off the top, but does have the opportunity to draw 2 here and pay 2 with the Dumbos to do so. But we're going for 5. It might just be the Finders Keepers. No, it's the Elsa the Fifth Spirit. Beautiful new foil, glimmer foil. And one of the best cards in the game. We're going to get rid of that Max Goof. It's exerting too much pressure right now. Too high a singer. Bringing back songs. Enough, says Daryl. Get it off the board. And I think that was the right decision. These cards have a lot of damage on them now. But we haven't seen a lot of evasive threats on the side of Ray outside of that Maui Shark.
And we do know that Daryl has 4 beautiful Bell Enchanteds in their deck. So that damage could really, really do a lot of work here. However, it's interesting to me, we exerted the Clarabelle, but we did not challenge the Clarabelle. So I'm wondering, nope, okay, we're just going to play another Clarabelle.
Yep,
He's like,
draw
I have one
another card. And the board is getting wide.
Bobby!
As another Bobby comes down. We're cycling through the deck. Love to find a big Clarabelle here, light on her hooves. That is what.
That's all 4 Bobbies on to the thing. The Cheese Whiz Kid is now a little bit of a mob. You know, it's fine.
Yeah,
please put all the Bobbies together. Please put all the Bobbies together.
Ray onto the board, and 4 Donalds, 4 Bobbies. Why not?
Somewhere in the world, Polly Shore just went, huh.
You wonder why we're always wearing gloves. As we pass it on over to Daryl, who still just has that Finders Keepers in the hand. Not super useful right now, but needs to make some kind of work of this board. Again, Monstro, a potential card that could come down here and try
Monstro
to
would
swing
eat
things.
good.
Yeah, sweet. Swing things into his favor. Would have a very, very full belly. We are going to draw a card and search further into the deck. I think I just saw an Elsa Spirit of Winter come into the hand as the Finders Keepers goes into the Inkwell, as we might see $800 come down onto the board.
And the Spirit of Winter is here. Now, are we going to pick Bobby, or Bobby? Okay, the 2 Clarabelles actually make the most sense for that situation. And then we are going to, let me arrange my Bobbies. And we're going to put our Ursula Sea Witch right in the middle of this. But do you think that he's offering her Cheese Whiz right now? How do you feel like Ursula would go over with that?
Cheese Whiz in under the sea, salt
under
water.
the sea. Yeah,
seems like the worst
It would
possible
just-
snack. I think she would
Yeah.
be disgusted by it. I think
Yeah.
she might do villainous things to the poor Bobby. He's just,
All right. Well, she's not going to do anything. Dumbo challenges in and gets rid of the Ursula because we only want 1 damage on
Clarabelles do need to remain exerted.
Oh, so yeah, we're gonna have to keep those down. They are frozen. And
They have been frozen for sure. Frozen 2, if you will.
Frozen 2. Ray's just gonna have to unexert them and just let that go until next turn.
Yeah, Daryl in a much better position here.
Yes.
We're seeing Ray not able to find that powerful power line shift, not able to find that powerful Clarabelle shift, but the Bobby army is in full force here and is spraying that Cheese Whiz all over. And take a look at the lore right now. We're at 13, and Daryl needs to get these Cheese Whiz kids off the board as soon as humanly possible as a Tipo growing boy goes into the Inkwell.
That is game on board with all the Bobby army, is it not?
Yep.
That is insane. Because again, Donald, the perfect gentleman, has the perfect amount of lore at 2. So wild ability and also 2 lore at the same time, which is incredible for a little card we ignored for decades.
Here comes that Hades Infernal Schemer, removing the Donald and the 2 lore off the board. I say let's get rid of one of these Clarabelles for sure. Probably want to get rid of both. Daryl does have the option to draw additional cards with Dumbo if he would like this turn. But also, like you said, needs to consider the board. Ray with 1 card in hand right now.
And Ray does have an infinite amount of ink to be able to just play a Clarabelle without shifting. It doesn't really matter if he shifts at that point. At this point, the Clarabelles just kind of represent 2 to 3 extra lore if he does end up shifting to quest immediately. So that's the only reason I think I would be scared of that, is that kind of sneaky last little lore that you can get out by just shifting the Clarabelle. And we are going to take down another Bobby and to put our Rafiki out, which is going to do some challenging next turn. And Daryl's board is looking pretty wide, pretty thick. Was it?
Yeah,
you said tall,
yeah.
Tall.
It's tall and it's wide. Daryl now in the driver's position, now in the driver's seat. There's no way that Ray can end the game on this turn, I don't believe. Even if he had the Clarabelle shift, he would need 10 ink and a double shift Clarabelle. Would that do it? 2, 4, 5, 6?
They would need 10 ink to be able to double shift those Clarabelles, unfortunately. And that would still only, stop
Oh,
chaos.
we are singing.
For full, we're not singing anything. We were
Oh, no, we're
questing
playing it. You're right. We
playing
are.
our stop chaos, and you can have that Hades back. That doesn't bother me. And then are we going to put the Rafiki back into our hand? Interesting. All right. We said, you know what? You can have your Hades. You can have your Rafiki.
But it's not enough. Daryl still had enough to win the game on the board. And Ray says, let's go to game number 3. Those were an interesting first 2 games. I mean, Daryl didn't find everything that he wanted, but that Elsa was sure huge in the second game. Ray would have loved to have more Clarabelles, more of that power line shift, but Daryl going first, able to remove the power line before it could be shifted, and the Max really didn't have the songs to take advantage of the amount of time that Max was on the board. So really interesting match there. Things went in Daryl's favor for the most part, and Ray is going to want to find those stronger cards towards the later stages of the game instead of, 4 Bobbies. That's probably not exactly what you want.
No, I wouldn't think so at all. But now we are going to go all important game 3 of round 1 of the ICL on a Tuesday. What is it? Throwing up on a Tuesday? I don't know. I can't.
ICL on a Tuesday.
All right.
Let's go.
All right.
Game number 3. You love to see it. We always love to see game number 3, match number 3, as Ray looks like he's sending 4. Daryl is sending 4 as well. So it looks like Daryl probably does have the ramp this time. We are not going to have a repeat of game 1, but Daryl will be on the draw for the first time. Won the dice roll, was able to go first, but lost that first game to Ray. So now is being punished for that and has to play the final game on the draw against the Emerald Ruby deck.
And I want to see, because we're going to bank a shark and pass. I don't know how many 1-drops are in this deck. Maybe just the Clarabelle, but we are going to go ahead and start off with a Basil on Daryl's side. And how much time is left over? I have no idea, actually.
As much time as these gentlemen need is what I say. Oh, we are doing nothing on 1. We're doing nothing on turn 2 as the Tipo is going to hit the Inkwell, and we are going to sail the Azurite Sea. People have been calling for bans on this card.
It's too good. It's too inkable, but we're not going to worry about that. That is another fight, because I don't want to agree, but I want to agree. I don't want to agree, but
we're going to move right past it as the power line goes into the Inkwell. Be curious to know if that power line was available for turn 2. You got to think if it was, it probably would have hit the board as the contended Wallflower is going to come down, setting up that potential shift. But before we get there, Daryl will be on that 5 ink Elsa opportunity as the genie comes down and draws an additional card. We'll see if the answer is available for Daryl to prevent that devastating shift line from coming down.
Yeah, and it does look like we're probably going to go ahead and Mother Knows Best to get rid of that genie, which is going to slow Daryl down for a turn. But again, we're probably just going to see that genie later.
Ooh, we ink a Clarabelle, which most certainly means we have another in hand, and we have the second contended Wallflower on the board, which means we are going to see the Clarabelle shift. Daryl's got to be feeling pretty bad about that right at this moment because, like I said, we can get rid of one, but not both. So that Clarabelle's going to hit the board, and Ray is going to draw a significant amount of cards here on this next turn. It's exactly what he wanted to set up. It's exactly what he wanted to see early on. And playing out these contended Wallflowers means they are a lot more durable than the Clumsy Guest.
Yep. And then we do see that is kind of the Emerald Sapphire strategy too, is like you just a max amount of Clarabelles at the very beginning of the game to ensure that shift by 5 ink. And again, that might have been why we saw the power line go into the inkwell, opting to be able to ink. Our hand might be a little uninkable. And if we were to play a turn 2, it might have actually meant that we were going to have to ink one of these contended Wallflowers and push us into a position where we wouldn't have been able to set this up specifically. So I'm actually interested to see if this was an intentional decision to skip turn 1 and 2, or if that's just the way the cards fell.
Yeah, and Daryl, looking for more answers here, uses the Dumbo ability to draw an additional card. We did see Into the Unknown go into the inkwell, and look at those cards, man. 5 in hand right now. Ray's got to be salivating at the mere thought of all the cards he is about to draw on this next turn. Again, he's got... Okay, he's only drawn 2. That's not too bad.
It's okay, but we do put the perfect gentleman down. So Donald is back. Powerline is back. But again, that gave him the ability to draw 2 cards and keep his hand quite healthy with the Donald there as well. So we do see a second Elsa, 5th Spirit, come down. Probably best card in the game. However, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we going to take out that Clarabelle?
Do you have the Into the Unknown to sing?
Ooh, that is a very, very annoying combo. But when Elsa sings Into the Unknown, I think it's fine. I think it works out.
Ray should ink those cards.
Yep,
there we go.
All
We're going
right.
to draw an additional with the Dumbo, doing what Dumbo does. It's a really good card if it sticks onto the board for too long. It's like a Diablo, but not as devastating.
No, right.
If you keep it out there for too long, it can really, really punish you as Daryl reorients his Elsa there in a better position. But we could see a power line shift. We have the Donald Duck trigger. Daryl can draw a card, and Ray will draw 2 for his turn. If the power line shift comes down, it can be devastating.
Now, is that a second Elsa on board with
there? It is.
There is that
power
line, world's greatest rock star, and he's going to go ahead and sing
Under the
song
Sea here would be brutal.
It's Under the Sea. 2 Elsas and a Basil on the bottom of your deck. And now we're going to look at the top 4, and please do not whiff. Don't do this to me again. I want to see this. We're going to be King Undisputed. That's crazy. Be King Undisputed. Respected, saluted Donald Dumbo. I'm too excited. He's in the discard.
The 9th Wonder of the Universe, becoming the 3rd card in the discard pile. As Donald Duck is going to go on a free quest, get Ray onto the board. We're going to take a look at Daryl's hand as well. Do we get another Into the Unknown? We do.
Absolutely. I mean, look at those enchanteds. I would also be death gripping the Into the Unknowns at this point, but we do get punished with that Ursula. Just a little sneak Ursula just right at the very end, which is a Hades. So goodbye, Powerline. You did the coolest thing in the world as the world's greatest rock star, but now you're the world's inkedest rock star. So workshop that. Sorry, guys.
We're testing things out.
I don't know. So the ICL is the first one. I'm working on things, but we do still have Donald, Ursula, and Hades on Showdown.
Yeah, this is the position that Ray was in the first game, and we saw how well it went for him. Just a ton of cards in hand, as well as a ton of cards in the inkwells. We have another Beast King Undisputed.
Oh, so you choose and banish a character, but if you only have one character, you only have one choice. So we do see the Hades into the discard, joining the Donald. And again, is it like 3 months worth of rent in there in the discard?
Oh no, the camera went down. Put it back. Bounce back.
GoPro down. It fell off of his little headlamp thing. He's got. He's playing. Yes.
Something fell off his deck. He went to look real quick. Elsa, Spirit of Winter, is gonna come down. That's a nice start, but if you don't have like ink play 1-drop, you gotta be afraid of another Be King Undisputed, right?
I mean, if be afraid of a third one. I don't know if I'm playing around a third Be King Undisputed. He's not got that magic of hands, does he? Does he? Chat, does he? Oh dear. But we do see the Perfect Gentleman exerted and the Maui Shark exerted, but you can still gain lore off of that shark. You can still gain lore.
Yeah, Maui Shark back and better than ever? Probably not, but
question mark?
He is
Don't
back.
put that out there, Garrett. Stop. But he's back. He's back. He's beautiful, and we all still have a teeny bit of a PTSD going with this shark. Sorry, I just can't wait to see what Ray is gonna do next. And it's another you're welcome onto this Elsa. Put it back in the deck. Put it back in the deck. Draw 2 cards and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the power of that Under the Sea turn. The power line able to sing it, not able to remove that power line and the Clarabelle on the same turn, because Ray wisely did not quest with that Clarabelle, which means that the Elsa could not exert the power line. And now we are just getting to the point of the game where things are too wide for Blurple to consistently deal with. And look how big that hand is. We're going to draw, what, 5 for Ray? And then 3 more next turn with the Donald Ducks. Right now, it's just looking pretty doomed for Daryl. We did see a Monstro hit the Inkwell early on.
I mean, Monstro is huge. Unfortunately, Maui Shark is evasive, so we will not be taking out the shark, which is kind of the most annoying target in this situation. Potentially, I mean, at this point, Max Goof can get things back from the discard. Shark can get things back from the discard. We are... Is this like a zombie song deck? Is this... Are we singing zombie songs?
Version in the game, Hunter will want to commit.
Yes, it's me. All right, sign me up. We're recurring things. I'm back. We're back. Sign me up with this list. I'll figure it out. I promise. But yes, this board is wide. Daryl's board is empty, and that is such a terrible place for Blurple to be in at this point of the game.
Yeah, the Under the Sea coming down, clearing out the board, and playing that and stop chaos in its tracks helps you take care of the wide boards, which are difficult for this deck to deal with. But if boards are not very wide, if there's only 1 or 2 characters out, Ruby Emerald can take care of them so easily. They have Mother Knows Best, You're Welcome, Be King Undisputed. That's their bread and butter. So right now, Daryl only being able to play 1 card a turn, it's just not going to be enough for him to close the gap that Ray has created, because he just will have the answer every single time.
Yeah, we're definitely going into this long situation of game 3. But again, I know it's sneaky, but Donald has 2 lore. There's 2 of them on the board. Again, we still have that Clarabelle. We did opt to play the Hades onto the shark, recognizing that being able to zombie sing your songs is probably not great. Let's leave those in the discard. No more value there. However, we do have our little clumsy guest Clarabelle sitting over there. Potentially another shift, so we could go just another shark. That makes sense.
As if we needed more ink, Ray decides he needs the ink for the turn.
That means, like, what are you going to do with the rest of the ink? Because look at him. Look, he's counting it. What are we doing?
If he plays nothing else and passes.
Yeah, just be like, what's the point? Why are you? Why?
There's
and
welcome.
You're welcome again.
Yep.
You're the most welcome, because you've got to shuffle your deck more than any Disney Lorcana player usually gets to shuffle, Daryl. I hope this has been...
Again, Daryl just stuck in that infinite loop. You cannot get out of it when the Ruby Emerald deck gets like this.
Stop. Yep, he needed more ink. Garrick, there he is, right there, playing out his entire hand because he's going to get that Clarabelle value, and we did the math perfectly. He probably has like
Does
two
he want
cards
to
in
draw
hand.
a card off of the Contented Wallflower is the question.
I know he can because he's. Oh, we see there's a max scoop in hand. Hey,
He said, "Hey, Daryl, here's how I'm
Hey.
going to destroy you next turn." We did not draw off the Wallflower. We're just going to draw off of
Clarabelle.
the light on her hooves. It doesn't matter. It's the same amount of cards either
I'm
way.
going to draw off of this Clarabelle, not this Clarabelle. I have so many options that I'm just
Daryl,
going to decide.
it might be time to go to Scoop City, but he says, "No, I'm going to develop my brain." There's
like,
a be prepared in here
Yeah, I was gonna
that
say.
I colored with a purple marker.
Absolutely. I got my be prepared in this deck. I will go out on my own terms by playing an illegal card in this format. No, I'm just kidding, you guys. This is rude. Yeah,
Quite rude, quite rude.
We were wondering why Ray wanted to ink.
That's
because,
game.
Yeah, that's it. We gave up because please. It's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to have in my deck to make this less painful.
That is the classic,
Oh my gosh.
classic maneuver. Like, let me just look at the top of my deck to see where the
To
card
see
that
how
I wanted
cooked
was.
I was.
Yeah.
And it was
but-
Tipo. Do you see the first one? It's always Tipo. It's always Tipo.
He's probably looking for Monstros. Needed that Monstro in game 1 and in game number 3 to have any chance to come back, but wasn't able to find them. And it looks like we have an interview here. Yeah, always ready. We need to switch over to Discord. Yes.
Elsa to stop me from clawing back. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was just so bad.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't see Clarabelle once. I have no turn 2 power line.
All
There
right.
was like turn 3 play. I was like, oh my god, this is bad.
And like
Luckily,
at first,
yeah.
Hi.
Hello,
Hi.
Ray
Hello.
and Daryl.
How are you
What a
guys
match.
feeling? Yes.
That was a hell of a game. Like crazy momentum swing.
yeah, I don't feel great about it, but you know,
I was going to say, Ray, are you proud of what you've done with the place?
Well, I guess that's what the deck's supposed to do, right? It doesn't let the opponent play the game once it gets going, the engine. So
Yeah,
I guess
yeah,
I pushed the goal.
That's what we were talking about in the booth. Like, you got the infinite loop, right? Like, Daryl plays one card a turn because that's all he can really do. You play your Welcome, Mother Knows Best, your B King, rinse, repeat, draw 1,000 cards, and play 1,000 cards. So Blurple seemed like a favorable deck to play against. It's harder for this deck to get rid of those shift lines. Game number 1, Daryl missed the ramp. Game number 3, though, did have the Elsa, but you were able to set your board up in a way to guarantee yourself the Clarabelle shift, and that's where things really just set off for you. Is that what you're just trying to do basically every single game if you can't just do that?
I think for this particular matchup, like you just want to get Clarabelle all the time because it's just what's strongest into Blurple, right? Where if it was like other decks and my lines would have been different, I'll be probably playing more like singers with songs. But knowing that I'm up against Blurple after game 1, like I definitely just hard mode for the Clarabelle. But unfortunately, I didn't draw any songs, and I had to ink one of my Clarabelles. And once that Clarabelle got out, I kind of gassed out. So that's where it was very unfortunate.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did
probably.
see game 1. Unfortunately, Daryl, you no ramp on turn 2.
yeah. So like that game was just not a game. Like I, played a 1-drop and then did nothing for 2 turns. Played Iago. It's stayed around for maybe a turn or 2, and like I just kept drawing all the wrong cards, and like I kept drawing bells. I had to ink them, and it was just it just wasn't good. And he was able to establish like his game plan. Game 2 was it was better. I had the turn 2 ramp. I think he stumbled. Like he didn't play a 1-drop. I think he played a 2-drop, but by that time I was able to like set up a Dumbo or Genie, and then got the Elsa, and then just started to chain. But in game 3, like I was like feeling good at first because I had had a turn 1 play, turn 2 ramp into Genie, and then I think I had Elsa,
Yeah.
but
Mm-hmm.
I drew 3 into the unknowns,
Mm.
and yeah, and like didn't have really anything else to play, so it was just like, all right, cool. Like I'm giving him time now, and then he played the Ursula, took the next. I had to ink one of the NT unknowns, but yeah, it just fell downhill
went
from
wrong.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Ray, is this one of the better matchups for the deck? Or are you just trying to dodge steal? I also would like to say there was no Emerald Ruby at the DLC over the weekend. I think after your performance tonight, there might be at least one.
Just at least one.
One person
person.
inspired by Ray here. But yeah, what do you think of your matchup spread?
So the thing about this deck is it's very strong, but just slightly lack of card draw. You being reliable on Clarabelle does make you a little bit weaker into steel decks.
Mhm.
So that's where the mulligans can be very complicated. So generally, like decks want to go under you. So we are playing like Max Goof and Power Lines. Those are probably your comeback factor of Singing Under the Sea, chaining, Stop Chaos on its track to bringing back the momentum to your side. But generally, like this kind of build, if you're expecting a lot of blue decks that just play one character a turn, then this is very powerful into decks that just want to do that. Ramp, play a character a turn, and then you keep them off completely.
Definitely the most amount of spice. I knew today earlier you were saying you're like, I don't want to play meta deck. And I was like, oh, well, that was really definitive. And then you brought this deck. So you definitely went as far away from meta as possible. Yeah, as possible.
I guess it kind of worked out because like I don't know what I'm up against. And the moment I saw Blurple, I'm like, okay, I know what to do.
It's, we've all tested against Blurple a little bit this set, probably, right?
Yeah.
Got a little bit of Blurple testing experience. Well, I did get to look through Daryl's deck, which is probably my favorite part of the match, being able to see all of those cards. And I think he played the same Hades 4 times in one game. I don't know, but definitely getting the screen time on those enchanteds is amazing.
They're there.
They are indeed there. Daryl, I know you spent a lot of time playing Powerline decks, playing Ruby Emerald, working with our teammate Bob to try and make it work. So I'm sure you knew the lines coming in. Once you saw the two colors you were playing against, were you a little bit worried because you didn't think Blurple would be that great into it, or what were you expecting?
No, I was like, once I saw the colors, I was actually happy, except for game 1, obviously, because I just
yeah, you're like, wait, no, my ramp.
I didn't get to play that game. Like I think it's still favored towards Blurple. Like obviously, like they can get the Clarabelle out and start doing crazy stuff, and along with the power line. So like it puts it on like 2 different axes because now you have to deal. You pick if you're dealing, and it has the max goof. So like you have to pick. Oh, do I get rid of max goof, Clarabelle, or power line? And I think it was like game 1 or 2. He had Clarabelle and Max, and I was like, all right, well, I have to get rid of Max because he has the tools in his graveyard drop to deal with anything I play. So I'll be super off tempo if I don't deal with the Max. Like, yes, I'll give him more cards, but overall, like the matchup's still really good for Blurple. It's just you can't fumble, and I fumbled a lot in those games based on the cards that my deck gave me at the time. But he played it very well, so I can't take nothing away from him, and I do really like his build. But maybe I'll get some revenge later.
Absolutely. And again, I loved seeing any Powerline card actually work. The fact that Ruby even worked in set 9 is beautiful. So I'm sorry that Daryl, you had to be the recipient of that, because that first game, I think you're owed some kind of emotional support from it. So we'll talk after this, because that was awful. But the second game definitely kind of went in there, did your thing, showed us the strength of Blurple, even though, again, and I think that was like to your point, that was something that you typically recognize really, really early. Is you could tell some players going into this might not know how to evaluate the different targets, and because you've played this deck before, you were accurately able to evaluate those targets. And again, I was even saying this is very reminiscent of how Ray likes to build decks because of Emerald Steel in the past. You had that like, what do I hit Diablo? Do I get Ursula 3? Do I try to take care of this Prince John? If you just fill the deck full of a critical mass of threats, it makes your, like, you only have so much removal. So now correctly identifying which one is the actual problem is what will win you the game. And so it just kind of makes it's a perfect Ray deck. It just gets in your head just a little too much.
Yeah, and like I said, it was very well constructed, and he played very well. I didn't see any mistakes that he made. I know I made a mistake in one of the games where I challenged with my Iago instead of the Elsa that I just played, but those are small things that you pick up on and learn from, because I definitely, like, as soon as I did it, I was like, yeah, I missed the lore, and if I lose this game, it was game 2. It's like, if I lose this game by 1 lore, then I know where I messed up.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about that a little bit. I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world putting it on the Iago specifically, but we were discussing the potential missed lore there. But you were able to bring it through. I would like to give you two the opportunity for any shout outs. Congratulations, Ray, on your first round of victory. Any shout outs for you?
Yeah, so, same as usual. Shout out to my homies, SLTC. Love you guys. Thank you for putting up with me playing non-meta decks all the time, even though it's not the best practice for you guys. But yeah, good luck to the rest of my teammates, and good luck to my opponent as well.
Daryl?
Yeah, first, I want to thank my wife and my daughter that are upstairs. They let me come down here and play and take out the time to do this. Obviously, thanks to my team, Inc. Sorry I let y'all down this round, but things happen. And thank you for the crew that put this on for everybody to watch. I've always watched from the outside, so it's cool being on the inside and playing. And shout out to my opponent. I am also a player that typically doesn't play what everybody else is playing. So that's always fun. But
yeah, for me, I always want to be the counter meta, not play the meta.
Yeah, I've been on Blurple since set 1, so like
you can't get off it now just because it's meta.
Right. So like now I'm like it's really good.
I was here first.
But no, I appreciate everybody. Appreciate your time. Yeah, that's all for me.
Appreciate the cast, the judge, and sorry for the interruption of my internet cutting out with the storm and everything.
All good, all good. Well, that was an amazing first match. We're gonna get back into the booth.
All right, peace out, y'all.
Alrighty, thanks, guys.
Seeing you here very, very shortly, as you will be doing game number 3 with a caster that everybody does know, and it will be really exciting to see them in the booth here in the ICL.
Yeah, I'm excited, and you guys are going to be left in the capable hands of Garrick here, which you already know, and then another of one of my favorites. I keep saying that about everybody, like, oh my god, you're my favorite. So unfortunately, I have I know, yeah, I've got so many favorites. This is another really top favorite, is JDZ and Garrick on round 2 of the ICL on a Tuesday. But I'll be back.
Look who's back in the building. I can't hear him. He's muted in video, I believe. Well, everyone, JDZ is figuring out how technology works. I will set the stage here for match number 2. SLTC was able to take the first match. Shout out to Ray. Really, really interesting build and really well played by him, able to take down Daryl on the max rarity Blurple deck, which is really cool to see. But like I said, I think a lot of people are going to be interested in playing that Ruby Emerald strategy now that Ray has displayed it here on the ICL. This is where a lot of interesting decks do come into the meta. It happened last season. I'm sure it will happen this season. And if there's not an Emerald Ruby player at Milwaukee, I'll be very disappointed. You know, maybe it'll be Ray. It's not going to be me. You know, I'm not made of that kind of stuff. I cannot pilot that kind of deck, especially if I play into one steel deck playing Fire the Cannons, I will crash out. So that is for people made of sterner stuff. But that was a really, really interesting match. It was awesome to see the power line cards, and we do have JDG who finally figured out where the mute button was. We're back.
Listen, I was so locked in on that match. I was the screen was large. I couldn't get out of mega screen. I was in mega screen. It was taking up my entire screen, and I was trapped. I was in the genjutsu you were talking about. I felt like Daryl, and my screen was mother nose besting me back repeatedly over and over again. I couldn't get out of it. I finally had to just restart my whole Opera browser, and there it is. It dropped me down. I was able to hit the unmute button. But we are back, and we are better than ever. That was a phenomenal matchup.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daryl had to go down and be on the other end of that, but that was incredible to see. I enjoyed it a lot, seeing a little bit of spice coming in.
Yeah, very, very well played by both players, and really cool to see, like I said, the Emerald Ruby deck coming out. My prediction already wrong because I picked a 3-0 for the team, but that's okay. We can bring it back. We got 2 more matches. It's best 2 out of 3, and we are on the play again. But
absolutely, being on the play is very important as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge benefit of the ICL. If you do lose round number 1, you will be able to choose if you want to be on the play or the draw. Most times, 9 times, I've never seen anyone elect to go back on the on the draw after losing a round. That would be a super flex. I don't think that's going to be something that we will see here. But being on the draw or being on the play is incredibly important. But you got another uphill battle coming your way as Justin Crum. Let's see if Regis can get it done and maybe turn the tides. I don't know. Just super strong player. Tell me a little bit more about Regis. What's his? What are some of their tendencies here in Dismal Arcana right now for this set number 8, 9?
What are their tendencies? Just give out all the secrets to the SLTC players in the chat right now.
It's open.
I'm kidding. No, Regis is a really strong player. I've played him a bunch in different set championships throughout the seasons. He's also a good friend of Daryl. Has known him for a long time. And shout out to both players playing and repping their team's decks.
Absolutely. I think
their team on their playmat.
Their team is playmat. I'm hearing some noise in the inner ear there. I don't know if you're hearing that as well. So shout out to production. And huge shout out to Luke as well for putting this thing on together, getting it going as we get a Pluto down into the Inkwell early. So maybe a little bit of steel, maybe a little bit of amber steel. This might be a quick matchup, Garrett.
Yeah, Pluto going to the Inkwell. That probably signals that we will. What is happening? Oh, okay, Justin is putting his ink. I was like so confused for a second. I saw that happen over the weekend as well, where players were putting the cards above.
Wait, what? I thought that was illegal. Is that still legal to do?
I thought they outlawed it.
I thought it was banned.
I thought they outlawed it, but we are getting another Emerald deck with the Max Goose with the Goofy movie cards as the Troubadour comes down for Regis. So we are playing Amber Steel, and it looks like he has a terrible hand. No one dropped the Troubadour on 2. That's not exactly what you want to see if you're playing Amber Steel. You want to get down and you want to get busy if you are on the play, especially.
For sure. If I'm Justin, I'm absolutely salivating seeing this opening, seeing that Amber Steel Troubadour coming out.
You're what?
I'm salivating.
Okay. You sound like Don Cheadle in Ocean's 11.
I am absolutely loving this Troubadour, as it looks like Ink is on the play, but coming out with a very slow start as the Heffalumps and Woozles is going to be sent on to the discard pile. So we will get a draw card. Inca card, and now the Troubadour will not be able to quest. He still will be able to sing, but unfortunately don't have any backup components there to be able to sing unless you go 2 characters into a Strength of Rage and Fire. But on a Bobby Zimmerowski, would it be worth it?
We're playing mono emerald here because we have not seen the second color. Right now, Regis has to be scratching his head. What in the world am I playing against? Is this emerald sapphire on the other side? It really does matter. Is it emerald steel?
Absolutely.
We saw the max goof go into the inkwell. That would make you think emerald steel. It's probably not ruby emerald.
It cannot be ruby. If there were back-to-back ruby emeralds, I think we'd have to cut the whole stream off. But I think by ICL rules, it can't be a back-to-back of the same color combination. So it's
I heard
probably
Luke made an
sapphire.
exception for decks that are represented at 0% at DLCs.
Okay.
So.
I'd support that. I support that. As we got another Troubadour down. What do you think about this opening? Amber Steel going Troubadour. Thoughts on that line of play?
Not good. I think it's not the way you want to start. And inking the lady on turn number 2, when that could be a card you could deploy on turn number 3, is not the greatest. Maybe he did find the 1-drop, though. It's a fire the cannons. We are going to target that Clarabelle. That is, I believe, the correct option here. And why not get a quest in with the Troubadour? There's nothing Bobby's going to do against that resist 1.
Absolutely. And if Justin is in fact playing a Sapphire strategy, he did not execute a ramp on that second turn. So
That's
it
true.
leads me to believe that this might be a Emerald Steel situation. Emerald Steel is a strategy that performed incredibly well in DLC. And
It is.
Heck all that. Never mind. Forget. I'll just shut up right now. It's the Pleek Dog Nasty Supreme coming out with a little bit of turn 3 ramp. Will send one of those spray cheese, or excuse me, that was the Clarabelle, I believe, goes down into the inkwell, which Bobby Zimmerowski stays up and active. So it is Sapphire and Emerald. This deck also, I think, in my personal opinion, I think it kind of underperformed there at the DLC in Bologna this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's a really, really tough matchup for Amber Steel, but it's not so bad. If you're able to get those fire the cannons off and remove those shift lines, we do have the strength of Raging Fire, getting rid of that Pleakley. This is what you need to do if you're the Amber Steel player. Get them off the board as quickly as possible. Sometimes Amber Steel can take that control route when they're playing those fire the cannons, and the strength of Raging Fire is one of the best cards in the game right now. So just keep that board clear, keep the runway clear as the Donald comes down, and Amber Steel doesn't hate to see that. They like drawing cards.
Absolutely. And like you said, just being able to disrupt those shift lines, the Sapphire Emerald deck, when it was a lesser known commodity, it was you can't see some of these plays coming, but now it's very telegraphable. You can see those things. That's another strength of Raging Fire. So those were all the cards that were in the hand, a ton of strength. And just like that, Regis has completely turned the tides of this game, and it's a complete absolute command and control right now, looking very formidable in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, just considering what we're questing with, you can always keep that Baymax in mind because it can be shifted onto this Bobby and challenge into that Nala before the Tiana gets exerted. That's a great way to get your Nala banished. But right now, Regis not really concerned with that. The Lion does not concern themselves with a Baymax shift. You see what I did there? Nala's the Lion. Anyway, we're passing it back on to Justin.
I did enjoy that a lot. If we're going to pay the full retail value, bringing out the John Silver, probably going to give Reckless. I would say Nala's going to have to eat that, not being able to quest, saving yourself 3 pieces of lore. But now, if you do have that Baymax shift in your hand and an Under the Sea, you could potentially shift that on top of that Spray Cheese Kid Sing, and then you're immediately right back in command and control. So right now, this thing is getting out of hand as Nala's not able to quest, not able to challenge, but we got a lot of lore being stacked up as Regis is going to be on his way.
Yeah, Regis going up to 12 here. Only 1 card in the hand for Justin right now. And Under the Sea is not available to be sung unless we found Baymax off the top. And the second card is Under the Sea. So that's not going to be an option. John Silver is going to have to quest here, you would think, to turn off the Nala. But we are looking at a significant amount of lore on the other side of the board.
Yeah, or
enough
even
to get to 19, but not win the game.
Or yeah, you'd have to even the Hades, the Infernal Schemer coming there as that last card. that last card is probably going to be that Under the Sea as you're going into your 7 ink turn. So that was a quite slow maneuver. Pete here would be absolutely devastating coming in. I'm sorry. I'm working on my English accent because I heard some of the broadcasts this weekend, and all those English accents just made it sound so much better. So I think if we all adopted English accents, I think it would increase viewership for us. Thoughts?
Agree. You know what? I'll agree. I think I did see what Regis drew there. I think it was a Rhino Shift. Decides to keep it in the hand. So that's one of the worst cards that you could find.
And
you
it
needed.
was the Under the Sea.
Yep.
So, yeah, that Pete would have just imagine a Pete there. That would have been an absolute slam the door GG
game. Yeah.
But just like that, Justin has a new life with a very proactive space pirate up, which can engage with any character you place down. So you're gonna have to get to the point where you're putting down 2 characters at once and see if you can do it to kind of slam the door, as the power hamster is going to be played to the field right now. It cannot engage with this John Silver by itself. So this will be another 2 lore that you're going to go up here. Brutal. Another one. That's the last thing you need to see. A second John Silver is going to come on down, giving that power hamster reckless. We're probably going to leave that Bobby up and active just to protect him. Oof.
And this is where the door is going to be shut. The John Silver can be removed here because we did just draw a fire the cannons off the top for Regis, but it might not be enough. You need Doc. That's what you absolutely need off the top of the deck. You need Doc and 2 other characters that you could play. Doc and 2 1-drops, and Regis could win this game. Anything but, and it's probably over as Basil comes down. That's going to be a real pain to deal with, as that's just going to exert even more pressure onto the board. We're going to 12, and we will go to 17 on the side. And it's Pete. He's just a little too late.
Better late than better. Yeah, just so late. I was gonna say better late than never, but still, I forgot about that very active John Silver who can quest, giving that Pete reckless. So you're gonna lose the Pete again, and John Silver will be able to maintain his status as captain of the Enterprise. There, we are gonna get the Spray Cheese Kid going as well, putting Story on board. Which, okay, I'll save my thoughts on that, but. It is imminent on board right there. It's just the game is over if we can't do anything. It looks like Regis agrees. I just want to go ahead and pack it up. Garrett, what went wrong there?
No 1-drop. Troubadour on 2. Probably pretty bad. Needed to play a 1-drop there. If you do, you win because you need 1 more lore. It didn't matter if it was an Aurora, whatever, right? That's what you needed to close the door there. But Justin able to get to that Under the Sea, remove the entire board on the side of Regis. Also finding that Rhino on that turn, being unable to play it with the John Silver already out, just put you in a really, really, really bad position. Also, no Doc. I think if we find a Doc there, we're probably also able to get over the finish line. So just really unfortunate draws for Regis there. No 1-drop, no Doc, but did have the strength of Raging Fires, which were really, really good. So it didn't all go bad, but just wasn't enough to get over the finish line.
Absolutely. I think the reason why a lot of people believe that this matchup is actually quite decent for the Sapphire Emerald players, because they do have that Under the Sea and they're able to sing it relatively early. They do have the John Silvers, which we saw had great effects in that match, being able to just quest and slow them down so tremendously. So seeing if Justin can prioritize getting that Under the Sea again, and let's see if Regis can maybe have a stronger start, because I do feel that Amber Steel on the draw is the best possible thing you can be doing in Disney Lorcana. Just going first, getting loose, getting super duper active with your characters, being able to chain those Docs, get the bodyguards down. We saw that there was some Plutos there. Maybe there's some other bodyguards that you have available in your deck. I haven't seen the deck list yet, but this is a very powerful strategy, and it just stinks that you came out with a super slow start. I'm sure Justin is loving it, being able to steal one on the draw, knowing that you have an on the play opportunity in your back pocket. So no matter what happens in this game, you'll be able to go first. It has to be such a warm and comforting feeling as Regis getting that altar in right now.
Yeah, especially winning on the draw when you missed ramp on 2. Like, we saw nothing but emerald cards coming out. Like, the first 6 cards we saw were all emerald, so we didn't even know what Justin was on. Maybe that ended up, in his favor, threw Regis off a little bit. He saw the max, so maybe he thought it was steal, maybe played it a little bit differently. So in the end, getting the win on the draw with no ramp on 2, that you couldn't ask for anything better. But it's not impossible for the Amber Steel deck to win on the draw against the Emerald Sapphire list because of 5 magical words. They need to have it. If they don't have it, they cannot win the game. They need the John Silver. They need the Under the Sea to have a prayer in this matchup. Things need to line up really, really well for the Emerald Sapphire. And a lot of times they do, because you have hand fixing, you have draw, you have the tools in your deck to do that. But at the end of the day, it comes down to, do you have the answer or do you not have the answer?
I like it. Show your moves. That's what Captain Falcon would say. Remember that guy?
I remember that guy.
Yeah, he would come out there and do that. And I hit the show your moves on there, as we are going to slam this Daisy Duck almost immediately, putting the small 1/16 wolf down to the Inkwell. Much better start coming in from Regis this time. And let's see if Justin's got the answers to it, as you got no one cost your own. Passing that on over to a very active Daisy.
Yeah. I do like playing the little Rhino, though, in this matchup. Threatening that shift, I think, is always good against Under the Sea decks, especially if you can do it on the turn where an Under the Sea is about to happen. And there it comes with a Daisy in tow. We're going to do a little quest here, go up to 2. Let's see if we hit a Heffalumps and Woozles. Is going to the bottom.
This is a much, much, much better start for Regis, as the Daisy Duck will not give you a plus value. Questing for 2 as a 1/4 broken card. Actually insane, especially when it doesn't give you the value that you usually want, as we will hit a ramp on 2. You need to get a 1-cost character to come in here. You need to put some pressure of a Baymax threat in play immediately, or this thing is going to get long in the tooth super quick for Justin, as we do that, as the spray sheet kids come down.
Yep, Bobby comes down. Again, like you said, that does threaten the Baymax shift, which can be absolutely brutal. If Regis were to have established that Troubadour on the last turn, you could envision a play where you go super wide and just blast the Baymax before it's able to do anything. I've done that plenty of times playing Amber Steel with like a Tiana on 2 or a Troubadour on 2. Not opting to do that. Here's the Tiana on 3, though. Will we choose to quest or waited out a turn? Regis says you don't have it. I'm going to force you to have it. Heads held high to the bottom.
Double hit.
Do we get a triple hit?
Triple hit. Holy smokes, these days are going crazy. Triple piece chicken McNugget to the bottom of the deck. Can you get a character one time, as we're going to keep drawing? I would like to see a nasty Baymax come off the top there for old Justin, but apparently luck would not be a lady tonight. The spray cheese kid staring down 8 willpower over there. The Rhino holding on to 2, can't do anything, but we're going to quest for 1. No, we challenge it.
Challenge does not have the Baymax. Here comes the Pleat.
Oh, this is brutality incarnate. Don't like to see it, as we are going to pleak the spray cheese kid, getting ourselves up to 5 ink in the Inkwell, as this is just problematic central.
Yep, This is what you want to see if you're Amber Steel. This is not what you want to see if you're Emerald Sapphire. So things shifting. Speaking of shift, there's the Rhino coming down, and interestingly enough, we did see that damage get put onto the Rhino, which does remain after shifting, so it does lose that resist. And another hit for Daisy.
Wow.
Can we make it 5 in a row?
Oh my goodness. What are the odds? Maybe there are an abundance of songs and actions in this deck, but man, I have not seen Daisy go for a 5-piece in a really long time. And that's just free lore at this point. You don't really have it to get, and Justin's going to see that the writing is on the wall, and we'll just
let's keep it moving.
Just move
keep
these things.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have that, amount of songs in this version, because what was the first card that Justin inked? Max
Goof, yeah.
He needs songs in the discard pile to bring back. So if you're not playing songs, then the character's not getting the most value. So those daisies are going to hit quite frequently. 2 quick games. We'll see what happens here. We have Regis on the draw into a tough matchup. What do you expect to see here?
I want to see Justin. I want to see more of what this deck is trying to do. Granted, we have seen some aspects of it. We've seen Pleakley, we've seen the Max Goofs. I want to see what the vision is. Maybe it's more designed for the Sapphire Amethyst or some of the more mid-range type strategies to kind of get deeper, and you can have more controlling elements to aid to your consistency. And maybe the aggro stuff, you're just trying to you're in survival mode at this point. So I would like to see if you're on the play now. If you can establish some of your singing characters early before they can get engaged with Strength of Raging Fire, potentially you can get it early under the sea and maybe just draw this thing out and let's get a longer game in, because I got one. This is the ICL is back, man. The ICL is a huge part of my life, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm in here. We got one rep, you know what I'm saying? I got to get that H out of here in another short round. What is this, 10 minutes? I feel there's 47 minutes left in the round. I feel cheated, okay? I feel robbed. All right. No, I'm kidding. But I would love to see a nice combative match as we go into the game 3. And I just want to see more of what this deck that Justin has is trying to do, because we know where Regis is taking us right now.
Yeah. And we know where Regis's bread is buttered. Those characters that can get down onto the board and get to questing quickly. And if your daisies are hitting that hot, then you gotta keep slamming them. Regis putting one back.
Oh, that's a scary
Really
sign.
happy with his hand.
Oof.
Probably has 1, maybe 2 Fire the Cannons in the deck.
Yeah. Whenever I'm seeing a Sapphire or an Amber Steel player send 1 or none, I know I'm about to get cooked. I know it's going to be very, very bad for me. And they're going to go Aurora, Tiana, Fire the Cannons, Strength, Doc. They got the whole thing, because or maybe they just didn't want to mess up their hand. If they have a very modest playable hand, they didn't want to get it worse. But I feel bad whenever that happens.
Regis this did a half cut. We're gonna set them all 3 out here and give the option.
And shout out to everyone watching at home. I see Liam in the chat. Shout out to Liam from the Illumineers. This is my D23 shirt. I am a D23 member, and I'm rocking the D23 shirt out here for the first day back of the ICL. And it's been a long time, man. I didn't realize how much the ICL meant to me, how much a part of my battle rhythm and daily motion that this thing is, as we get the Spray Cheese Kid down on 1 early.
Spray Cheese Kid does hit the board. Let's see what we go for a discard. And it is an Under the Sea. Wonder if there's uninkability issues in the hand, or do we have multiple of that card? Might be worth keeping too, but if you got a bunch of uninks, you got to get rid of the highest cost one in the hand as a penny hits the inkwell. And we have a Daisy on 1. Let's see how these daisies are gonna hit. Yeah.
Holy moly. Seeing that Daisy duck getting the gifts. Oh my goodness. I don't want to see it, as we are going to go for the Sale of the Azurite Sea again here. Maybe you can put down another 1-cost character. I don't know if you're playing Baymax.
The inkwell. That's good to note.
Double of them, double dip the head of so high as we get another 1-cost character in the form of Clarabelle. Light on her hooves, you're still a couple cards away from a potential shift, hanging on to 2 cards in hand. Granted, the Clarabelle will not be able to the Light on her hooves, or excuse me, the Light on her hooves will not be able to give you much value in this Amber Steel, because they're probably going to neutralize their entire hand. But still, that 5-6 stat line ain't no joke.
Probably going to see a Fire the Cannons here. Have to imagine Regis wants to play Tiana. Double Fire the Cannons. Get him up out of here. He doesn't. I knew he was holding on to him when he only sent 1 back. He said, I want Fire the Cannons. And there's John Silver into the hand. One of the toughest cards to deal with for this deck. We saw that in game number 1. And John Silver is going to be coming down quickly. So we're going to need to establish a singer, have a strength, and more characters on the board, as we're going to pause the Daisy Duck from questing for a turn.
That double Fire the Cannons might be a game-breaking maneuver right there. A tempo blaster, a momentum shifter early, as now you've taken a lot of the initiative back in the field of play, because that broke up the Pleakley lines, that broke up 2 shift lines, that broke up everything that you were trying to do, any potential lore gain, the Baymax is not a problem anymore, and now you have 2 more turns before that John Silver can come down, and now you're establishing this big board. We're always talking about turning corners. That was a complete Tokyo drift around a corner right there, as Regis now is in a very, very good position with this board state they've set up for themselves.
I'm pretty scared for Regis, to be honest with you. I think that I don't know if I would have double cannons there. I think I maybe would have played a 1-drop and only cannons the Clarabelle. I don't think you need to hit. You haven't seen. You have not seen Baymax. I think maybe just hitting the Clarabelle there and establishing a character might have been better. Then you can get a Singer on 3 with the Pete, but we ink the Pete. We see the Max Goof come down. I don't know. I'm nervous. You know.
You gotta ride it. This is riding the lightning, man. You run fast, you run hot, you hope for the best. If you can get into a bodyguard here in this turn, I'm not sure if you're playing some of the Gym Deers. We saw Sleepy being added to these builds. We saw some of the other 3-cost bodyguards. Slam a bodyguard here could be something that can help you, as you know your opponent is going into their 6 ink turn, and they're gonna start dealing with the pesky space captain. John Silver is going to come on through, and he's going to make some noise. And you need to get a Singer established, I would think, for your potential Strength of Raging Fire. And there he is. Oh, no, he's not a Singer. That's Doc.
Okay, we have the second Doc, but that's all right. We're going to draw 2 here. Do we have another 1-drop? That's important.
That was awesome
final
turn.
card is Strength of a Raging Fire. You're cooking.
I think you need to clear some bodies off of this board with this Max Goof.
You might be in trouble. Here comes the big John Silver.
And it's the game right here. If this is Strength of Raging Fire, it's over. If you don't got it, you might have a game. You still need to clear somebody. Can this Max Goof swing on someone? I don't know exactly who has the resist 1 on them right now, as the Heffalumps and Woozles.
Heffalumps onto Nala. So Nala not going to be going on a quest this turn. So
who has the Reckless though? I can't quite hear who got targeted with the Reckless.
That's a good point.
Somebody has it. Nala can't quest for sure. Just imagine can't quest and Reckless, dude. You just double dip, huh? You just can't do it. You just got to sit there and take it. As we gonna go, Doc and Daisy are challenging the Max Goof.
Got to get rid of that so your Nala survives. I'm assuming Nala was hit by the John Silver.
Okay.
And a Daisy was potentially hit by the Heffalumps.
And it was the shift Max Goof as well that was added from the Daisy trigger. Tiana's down.
Huge. Into Doc is huge.
What a turn. What a turn.
Big turn.
Is looking really good. You're still super far away from a potential under the sea. You're not going to be able to get it done. You're going to need another character that can come to the field of play. Hades the Infernal Schemer could slow this thing down a little bit as 2 ink for the sale. Ugh.
Thinking Max. We're going maybe another big John Silver.
Okay. Talk to him, John Silver, as you're probably going to hit up that Tiana. John Silver is going to challenge or quest, probably giving one of those 2-cost characters a little bit more reckless, as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 still on the board.
So it looks like the Nala and the Tiana were chosen.
Okay, how much is that left? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's 8 Exacxies, and Regis gets it done.
Wow.
Incredible match, man. Very good stuff. Very good stuff.
Came in at the right time, and we are going to head on over to the interview booth to talk to these 2 amazing players.
Hopefully I can find it this time. I gotta stop embarrassing myself, dude.
So many.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Yo, incredible matchup. Congratulations to you, Regis, for getting it done, coming out here, playing that Amber Steel aggro, getting loose, going all the way to a game number 3 versus Emerald and Sapphire. Can you really quickly just talk about Amber Steel? What does it mean to you? Why are you playing Amber Steel this set? Why are you part of the problem?
Well, the problem lies in Strength of the Raging Fire is such a great card.
I'm kidding. It is indeed.
And just got to play the best deck, and this is what I feel like is the best deck right now. And,
Yeah, I'm totally joking around with you, man. I do agree with you. The deck is very powerful, especially when going first. But talk to us about game number one. What went wrong there? What were some of the cards in your hand as that slow start assisted you into a quick loss there in game number one? And then what went right in the following games?
game one, I mulliganed 5 cards and just didn't see a 1-drop besides 2 Fire the Cannons in my hand. And on the play, that really doesn't do a whole lot.
For sure.
And then just not finding a dock to get 2 creatures out when you had the 1 John Silver. If I had just gotten that 1 dock, find another creature to play, I could have gotten that last lore.
Yeah. That's all it takes, man. That's all it takes. As Garrick here, he's watching it with us as well. I know it's your teammate and good friend. Also, he's an Amber Steel enthusiast. I'm sure, Garrick, did you see anything that you picked up from your position from your colleague Regis's gameplay?
Well, I knew when you only altered 1 card in the last game that you probably had 2 Fire the Cannons in hand, and I was sweating bullets a little bit when you double Fire the Cannons. I was like, I don't know, man, like maybe you want to just hit 1 Fire the Cannons and then play a 1-drop, but it worked out in the end. I was stressing out for you, but very well played. I was also super concerned on the side of Justin. I mean, he did miss the ramp in game number 1. We thought you were playing mono Emerald, Justin. We had no clue what was going on in that first game. We didn't know if it could have been Emerald Steel. We saw the Max Goof. That's a key card in that deck. Talk to us about your Emerald Sapphire list, playing the Max Goof with the shift line. You got a lot of songs in there. I'm assuming no Baymax, or do you have that?
No Baymax, which is obviously a detriment for this matchup in particular, but
yeah,
I'm not a big fan of the card. In this one, like, I think as the meta has developed, I think it's become more important to play Baymax, but I haven't touched this deck in like 2 weeks, so
yeah,
that's what happened there.
Absolutely. And it was a little hard to watch, especially in that second game. Talk about Daisy Duck and talk about Daisy Duck triggers, and how many have you seen? How many have you seen there go to the bottom of the deck on the Daisy Duck trigger in a row? I think you set the record with 5.
Yeah, I think that was the best Daisy Duck I've ever seen in my life.
That's the sort of thing I don't track, because I know people that track that sort of stuff and then they just tilt really hard from doing it. And so, like, nothing good comes from tracking whether Daisy Duck is hitting or not.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I was tracking for you, okay, and it was a lot, okay. There were a lot of Daisy Ducks, but again, I know Garrick was asking about your build. We saw the Max Goose, we saw the Shift Max Goose. You said you haven't been playing this deck that much this set, but can you talk about those cards in particular, because we don't see those cards that often in this color combination. Typically, that's more reserved to a Emerald Steel kind of thing. Can you talk about that in Emerald Sapphire? What are some of the lines you're looking for? How does that usually work out when you do it? What are some of the power things that you can pull off with those 2 cards in particular?
Yeah, so they're mostly later game cards. So like the Max Goof, with the 3-cost Max Goof, you can either bring back Mother Knows Best or Heffalumps and Woozles. In the case of Mother Knows Best, you're getting yourself a lot of tempo. In the case of Heffalumps and Woozles, you're turning Max Goof into a way of just sort of cycling another card and stopping them from gaining lore, right? So we saw in game 1, where I had the John Silverlock. The John Silverlock there was actually fairly easy to break through if Regis had found a better card. So like me missing or him missing, I think he had a lady and a rhino at one point. Like if he has a lady and a 2-drop sort of thing, then a single John Silver doesn't stop that, right? If he had found Doc at any point in there, then a single John Silver doesn't stop that. And so one of the things that I found was that you could do that was a little bit fun was like, all right, I can play this Max Goof either 3-cost or 6-cost, and I can really lock people out of the game with that. You get a lot of value from those cards. So there's just other value engines that I think are a little bit underexplored, but I'm not sure that Sapphire Emerald is really the right place to be playing them.
Okay. Okay. Well, I like the little bit of experimentation, and I enjoyed you bringing it. And I also I like seeing a little bit of Amber Steel coming in there. Are you playing a lot of bodyguards coming back to you, Regis? I didn't see too many bodyguards. I saw Pluto, but are you playing any of the other ones?
No, I'm just playing Pluto right now. Haven't really tested out the other any of the other 2-drop bodyguards that I saw some people messing with, but I'll definitely have to give it some practice over the next couple weeks before the DLC.
Okay. Nice, nice. I'll be anxious to see you guys there. But Garrett, if you have any more questions for these great players before we start to wrap it up and start preparing for the final round of ICL on a Tuesday?
No, I think they both explained their decks, their decisions, and the matchup really well. Just really excited to see this match number 3. I love it when the ICL goes to number 3. There's not a 2-0. Congratulations to Regis. Very well played by Justin's side as well. Super pumped for this match number 3.
Absolutely. But before we go, gentlemen, I would like to I'll throw it over you, Justin, first. Just take a little bit of time. Any special shout outs you want to give, anything you want to say? The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, just shout out to our testing group and my wife, who's coming back home soon from Bologna. She had a great time judging out there. Yeah,
Nice.
I think that's everybody.
Absolutely. Okay. Shout out to the wives, all the wives out there. And we'll kick it over to our winner, Regis. You won this thing. You knotted it up for your squad. You guys are trying to go undefeated. This is where it starts. Any shout outs you want to give to inspire your final member in the for the ICL on a Tuesday?
Definitely want to shout out my wife as well, letting me play test a whole bunch. My team, Ink, my other family up in Hagerstown, Inkatink, and all the playtest groups that I've been a part of. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll let you guys go. Thank you so much for your participation, and good luck in the rest to both of you. Hopefully we see you guys back here on the stream again soon.
Oh, of course. Can't wait to be back.
All right. And we are back in the booth. Garrick, I think we're here. Yo.
Holding it down.
Holding it down. We hung out a lot today. Okay. We went straight from This Is Not a Pond right on into the ICL. I love it. ICL on a Tuesday is going to be lit. Because I think we can do this every time. I had a good time doing that.
Yeah, man.
And
we
being
can
here
make
with
it
you,
happen. And I'm seeing fumbles on my screen right now, dressed for the occasion.
Let's get it, fumbles.
Shout out to the
Let's get
shout
it,
out to the absolute legend, and you love to see it.
I love it. But Garrick, I think our time is up. I think we're done.
Yes, sir.
Short night for your boy. I mean, that was a 20-minute
in and out, quick
in and out. Super. But we're going to leave you guys in competent and capable hands. Color is Law is coming back, and in the building, we got none other than Liam from the Illumineer. So you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you next time. Until then.
Peace.
Then we're back. And I am assuming I'm not muted, but I am assuming that there he is. Yeah. I was wondering. I was like, I'm not muted, but I know Liam is. Let's get it.
Yep. That's how I do. That's how I do. I saw JD's D23 shirt. He was rocking it, and I was like, oh, I need a little spice of my own. So I went digging around the office.
Yeah.
I almost had the Stitch ears, but I decided against it. Wonder was in the yeah. I found them at Target, and I love them.
Yeah, and I love him. I mean, the Baymax, I like how he looks like he's about to fall off the back.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of times they feel like they're perched. Baymax actually looks like he's about to just like that's it.
Oh yeah, he's barely holding. He's barely keeping it
barely on there, and I love it.
That's how I live my life. Barely keeping it together.
Round 3.
Well,
Round 3.
It's so good to hang out with you. I haven't seen you since Denver. I guess that was a short time ago, but it feels like forever ago, and it's so good to see you tonight.
I know. I think that it's ever since Fable came out, it's like we have been working weekend by weekend, but it's felt like years. I know it's the shortest set so far, but all of us have been so busy. I have no idea how everybody keeps up with everything that they have to keep up with. It has been insane. And now set champs start, and ICL is back, and we're on round 3, and we are 1-1. These teams, this is it. No pressure, Fumbles. What is Richard Fumbles Del Giorno? Oh my God.
Del Giorno. You said there's no pressure. I said a ton of pressure.
I know.
Opening weekend of ICL. This is it's 1-1 and oh my goodness, I'm really excited to watch some awesome Lorcana. Color
He is suited up. I'm so sorry. I'm so
is
sorry.
he?
Fumbles
Oh
is
yeah. Oh look at
killing me.
that. And I think that's what color pin is that?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I mean, it has to be a sapphire pin because I think that's the only color that he's admitted to me that's the only color that he knows how to play. There was at one point where he was having a really, really hard time. I was watching him test and I was like, Fumbles, well, have you tried playing this deck? He's like, color, listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I can only play sapphire. I was like, all right, man, let's do it.
Let's
shuffle up. Let's try it again.
Do it. Two fantastic players here. What a fun way to spend an evening. I always get really excited on ICL nights because there's so many wonderful people. Not only the ones we see on camera, but ones behind the scene, like working to make this happen. The judges, Wonder's always there doing his magic, and some amazing players. So it really feels like that it's coming back now. I'm super excited for this, and I'm really excited to be here opening weekend. And you saw Amber, you said?
Yeah, I saw the Amber pin.
Oh,
pin.
okay. Is that a
I was
hint?
like, I guess I don't even know if it's a hint. I'm trying to look. I'm like, we don't have a sapphire one yet. So maybe we gotta get Fumbles a respectable pin. Or maybe it's a distraction.
Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm really excited to see now. On the other side, Matthew Hash, the team manager from Ink, I believe here, trying to be the anchor for his team, trying to squeak out the win here. I love a game 3 in a normal match, and I love a tiebreaker on a game 3 of a 3-match set. Is that what
I don't know the terminology. I mess it up every single time.
A set. There's a tennis, a game, a match.
All right, we are going to see Tipo into the inkwell, and we will start out with a Basil. And I do know that Fumble has been throwing his head against the Blurple wall for weeks, if not years.
Hasn't 40% of the Lorcana community these days love I don't know, I still am not sick of Blurple, honestly. Like, people in the chat are going to yell at me for saying that, but I think it's a fun deck to watch. And this first turn Basil is super great, and on the other side we have the Yzma into the inkwell, and this is Amethyst Steel. I'm actually really excited for this.
This is DLC finals vibes. We are back. We're back again.
And unfortunately, and a Tipo. This is 1-2 for Blurple. This is exactly what you're going to do. Unfortunately for Matt, I think this is a bad matchup. It's not a terrible matchup, but Blurple is by far the deck in the meta that Amethyst Steel has the hardest time into. And especially when you're on the draw on game 1, it's a really tough sledding. Blurple is just really top heavy and has easy ways to shut this down. I'm going to pause for a second as we get into the play-by-play. I really want to talk about Amethyst Steel and what this deck is doing, because I don't know, really excited.
Yes. Definitely, this deck has a very hard time into it. At the beginning of the set, I felt like it was a really bad matchup, but I think recently I feel like Amethyst Steel has gotten a little bit better into Blurple. At least they've found alternative play lines and like kind of ways to approach the matchup. So I think that maybe it's a little bit closer than we thought originally, but it's still not great. But Amethyst Steel is a very, very strong deck here. You just have to know exactly how to pilot it. And we see these players kind of off to the exact start that they want. Hook, Calhoun, Genie into a Basil, Tipo, Genie. Yep.
Yeah, and this is the game plan from Amethyst Steel in this meta. It's a mistake that people fell into after last set because there were all sorts of 1-drops that replaced themselves, and Amethyst is going 1-on-1, 2-on-2. What this deck wants to do is do exactly this, a 1-2-3 play. That Satisfy Genie is a great one because what you're trying to do is drop a Genie on turn 4 and then immediately sing Strength of Raging Fire. Unfortunately, when you're on the draw, that playline gets shut down here, and Elsa coming down right on cue on turn 5. We're going to get rid of that Genie Satisfied Dragon, kind of shut that down, and this is where this deck can start to fall flat. Hopefully Matt has a Genie to kind of recharge his hand, but on the draw, it's just so tough if that strength gets shut down. We do have the Genie, though. That's good.
Yeah, the Genie comes down, draws us a card, but again, I mean, we went Basil 1, Tipo 2, Genie 4, Elsa 5, and that is basically the script that you and every other broker player wants to write at this point. And we do see the Calhoun taking out the Basil. He'll gain 2 lore from that, which is kind of nice at this point. Like, thank you, Calhoun. Thanks for taking out that problematic Basil. But unfortunately, we are going to 6 ink, so that means we could see a TikTok. We could see there's so many terrible things that can happen at this point because we have stayed exactly on script as Blurple. So now this mid game is basically where that skill and expression part of Blurple really like kicks in.
Yeah, it's where the game starts, right? Like I've heard Blurple players joke, they're like, my game actually starts on turn 4. And this is where, we're gonna start. See, there's that Baymax coming down. This is not a card that's run in, I would say, many Blurple decks. It is there, but certainly in a minority of them, I would say. So fun to see it here.
So yeah, Baymax was popular as kind of really at the beginning. Actually, Zenulus decided one night that he was just going to chuck 2 Baymaxes in there and see how it goes. And over the course of the tournament, I think it was actually the Ink Open, Baymax ended up gaining him an extreme amount of lore. But then the weekend before the Ink Open, he actually ended up getting top cut with his Baymax Blurple deck. And so since then, it's kind of like a don't we put the Baymax in there, because it can really, really turn some games. And if people aren't expecting that, it really makes a big difference as well.
And back on the other side, Matt with another Genie now. So these Amethyst Steel decks, if I could nerd out for a second on them, these are not the aggro versions that we've seen in previous metas, as we talked about, decks that can go wide early. What these decks want to do is basically have a 3-phase game plan, where turn 1, 2, 3, and even into turn 4, you're doing this sequence where you're 1-drop character, 2-drop character, 3-drop character, 4-drop Genie into Strength of Raging Fire is your ideal line. And a lot of it's about maintaining board pressure and control and shutting down your opponent's lines, just keeping that pressure on the board. Then in the second phase of the game, what you're actually doing is building resources. You're using cards like Genie and other card draw to refill your hand, cards like Dumbo, as we see Richard come down with. And then what you're trying to do in the last phase of the game is go wide. And so the go wide strategy doesn't take effect generally until turns like 7, 8, and 9, or even later, when you manage to refill your hand and then just dump out a whole bunch of stuff. And without the board wipes or the wide removal that we see, that Ruby lost, we all know, be prepared. That's where you close the game down. So this is kind of the resource building phase. The problem is that right now, Fumbles, and this is what Blurple does, is putting so many tools on the board, so much pressure, even with the Genie with 2 lore, that Matt has to worry about the board and can't necessarily build that hand advantage that he's looking for mid-game.
Yeah, and definitely we do see that we ended up questing with the Baymax, taking a damage off of Elsa to gain a lore from that, which is bananas. But then we do see the Dumbo come down, and we're immediately able to pay 1, use that world's greatest ability to then exert the Elsa, world's greatest criminal 9th wonder ability to come in and exert the Elsa, gain 1, draw 1, pay 1, as JDZ loves to say. And unfortunately, this situation seems like maybe Matt hasn't seen a Strength of a Raging Fire quite yet. We left everything exerted last turn to kind of, everything that's readied on a board against Blurple is now they're having to take an extra step to exert to then take care of that, unless they have exactly Hades, which we haven't seen from Fumbles quite yet. But unfortunately, we have the Elsa evasive, we have the Dumbo evasive, we have the Genie evasive. So there are tons of ways to go ahead and draw cards. And at this point against Blurple, there's Dumbo's the main threat, but Genie's not that great, and a healthy Elsa and even Baymax is a problem at this point. So this is definitely an uphill battle for the Amethyst Steel deck.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, you really, you really want that 1, 2, 3, 4 like play line, and it's so tough on the draw when your opponent has that Elsa on curve, which they
always have it. They always have it.
Yeah. So
I was playing Fumbles earlier, and he had 2 Elsas in a row. He'd go, it's 5 ink Elsa, 6 ink Elsa, and a Basil. And I'm like, can you stop? Can you please be less consistent? And he's like, no, I'm playing Blurple. I'm going to be the most consistent.
And here we have a little bit of go wide. So we do have a dock there. 2 ink left up. I don't see how many cards in hand. It's possible we have a double dock situation, and we're just going to get that one on board. Let's see here.
Tragic. But we did see, is that the Aspiring Ruler that came in, and now that does give +2 Challenger to, we are just going to go ahead and dig for that strength, because we are hurting.
Yep.
Wide enough to get rid of the Baymax, I believe, but really the target, I think, at this point is the Dumbo. Got to get that. Go, go, go. Be the
Yeah,
ninth wonder
and-
in the discard.
Yeah, it's a great play here. It's a great point, Color. I mean, I think that's the call here, digging for that strength. You know, because there is a line where you play the dock, you play the other dock, but really at this point, if he hoping to draw into a third dock, to dig a little deeper if he needs to find that strength. The fact we haven't seen it slammed yet means I don't know that he found it. But yeah, just trying to shut down a little bit of that advantage over there.
Yeah, and and again, there's so much advantage. You're like, okay, I have my Dumbo, I have 2 evasives, I also have the, you know, of course, for some reason, Baymax isn't evasive. I think they looked at the card and they were like, we're going to make this guy, we're going to put him in the air, in the art, but we're not going to make him evasive because that would be insane.
Yeah, right.
That would be a ridiculous ability. But we did have to
Too
2 for
much.
one ourselves, using the Hook and the Calhoun to gain 2 lore and take down that pesky Baymax. Ooh.
Boom, and there's Fire the Cannons. Now this card is an interesting one in this mix. You find players either like who move more towards the Fire the Cannons versus the Hypnotic Strength or back and forth. Generally, sometimes you see both, but generally players are picking one over the other as their removal. Tiago goes on and on about why Fire the Cannons is an okay card. But anyway,
I love Fire the Cannons, but I don't know how it plays in Amethyst Steel. So, I mean, I know to an extent. I think I am a Fire the Cannons player. I'm not as much as the Hypnotic player. I just like the instant gratification of just being like, boop, that.
Blasting something with
Just
a cannon.
Boop, yeah. I don't want to hypnotic, finagle, draw cards. I just want to go. And then I started blasting, you know?
Yeah, but a fantastic dock there, probably or drawing into that cannon's able to do some removal. So all of a sudden this board looks a lot less scary. That Dumbo there still doing its thing, gaining some cards and drawing into another genie there. Blurple just doing Blurple things.
Right. Why not add more cards to your hand as
Yeah.
if you need any more? And we do have a few ink left. Notably, Blurple doesn't have 3 drops in the deck that we can really utilize. So why don't we just take the -1 lore and draw another card and see what we get? Because at this point, we haven't seen any Hades. We're going to sing One Jump Ahead with Tipo. What a little throwback that is there. So we'll go ahead and put the top card of our deck into our inkwell as a little boy sings a tune.
Fascinating to see One Jump Ahead in here. You know, notably like the one deck who won the Bologna this weekend had one Jump Ahead, making 9 ramp cards. But interestingly, like if you're going to play 4 Tipo and 4 Azurite Sea, the difference between your percentage chance of getting ramp on turn 2 just goes from 90 to 93%. So the inclusion of a single One Jump Ahead even doesn't give you that much of an edge. What it does allow you to do is like this sneaky double ramp. If you happen into it, where you play the Tipo and then on turn 3 you can sing the One Jump Ahead to like get an extra boost on your opponent. So it's a really fun card to see mixed in here because it's not one that you see, I would argue, in most people favoring the Azurite Sea and the Tipo. But occasionally see one splashed in.
We were discussing, and we see the Jafar cleanly, who has evasive on your turn, take out the Dumbo. But we were discussing Fumble's luck recently, and I have started to make my own headcanon that anybody that puts One Jump Ahead in their Blurple list has about the worst luck as Fumbles, and they just need that 9th piece of ramp. It needs to be in the deck to make it's just like an emotional support ramp that just goes in there and makes you feel a little bit better. And then when you do miss turn ramp, you could be like, man, I have 9 pieces of ramp in here. I don't know how I missed it.
Not my fault. It's not. I put them in there. I even put the insurance in. I paid for the insurance.
I did it. Yeah, exactly. So again, like I said, I'm sure there's you said the 93%, there's a mathematical reason. I'm sure Frank Carson can get on an entire TED talk about it if we really want to get into it. But again, I see a One Jump Ahead in a Blurple list, and I think that you just have Fumble's luck, and you got to put it in there, make yourself feel better.
And here you have the two burn cards that this deck still runs coming in. White Rose there will give a lore to Matthew when entering the battlefield, and the Giant Cobra. Nothing to discard, so it's just going to come out there and be a big body on the board. And I think Matt is top decking here, unfortunately. Oh, look at that. It is the Hypnotic Strength, and there we're going to see that used. Great effect. It can either give your character Challenger, or it can take care of a pesky illusion. I think that's a flavor foul there. A Hypnotic Strength taking care of Jafar's Giant Cobra. And then we have this beautiful Elsa the Fifth Spirit come in. This version from the new Collector's Box coming out, which is delightful.
Glimmer foils. I will say, I'm not going to lie, Elsa's beautiful. Tinkerbell looks better, in my opinion. I love the Tinkerbell Glimmer foil.
I won't argue with you. I won't argue with you at all there. Basil there, using his support ability to give the Elsa extra strength. I love Basil in these Blurple lists. And then a little bit of a visions. Oh, there we go. Visions into the visions. digging.
Oh, and we
that
are going
game.
to scoop
Just,
it up.
Yeah, just not
Oh, we
nothing
went
doing
visions
here.
for an elephant. Oh, okay, I see. Like, so you pick back up one of the Elsas and then kind of continue on. What is something I saw on the blooper list? I don't even know how good it was, but it made me super angry. Was basically they magical maneuvers their Elsa and then replayed it that turn and then continuously just like I was like, you have got to be kidding
That's
me.
cold.
Yeah, I was upset about that one.
Magical maneuvers indeed.
Yep.
That's a ton of fun. I would say fun match there, Matthew. I mean, probably as well as you could have. But again, on the draw against a blurple list that's hitting the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 checklist, you know, right into the Elsa is really, really tough. And then the Baymax on top of it to boot, like, I don't know. It's a tough match there.
Because again, that was another thing too, is Baymax is basically letting you trade maybe in an unfavorable situation, because then when you quest with the Baymax, you're now kind of removing that damage. And of course, it's kind of like a counterintuitive thing because we want the damage on there to move around with the Bell. But again, if we're not really finding Bell, that Baymax is gaining us lore and keeping our characters healthy enough to go in for another round and go ahead. And it's like the damage isn't even just it's just an insane effect because the Bell's going to move the damage to cause problems, but the Baymax is going to remove the damage to give you lore, which causes problems for your opponent in the fact that you're going to win the game before they do. So again, and I thought Baymax cost 6, but he costs 5.
Yeah. I mean, it's just good. I'm chuckling at
he's like my favorite character too, and you're wearing a Baymax, so really,
I know. Like I manifested it, right?
Yeah, like I love it.
Yep. Are you satisfied with your care?
I love Baymax.
I was just chuckling at Wonderland's emotional support ramp comment.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. Yeah. So going into this match, Matthew, obviously much happier to be on the play here, and you're going to see a huge difference here. I mean, the play draw disparity obviously is always huge, but here in particular, take a look and see if Matt can hit this 1, 2, 3, 4 strength line. Being on the play opens that up and prevents the your 3-drop from getting banished before you can hit that card. Interestingly here, so when you do your altar in this match, I actually did a lot of talking with Tiago. I did a video on this recently, like that you're digging, in theory, you're digging super hard and altering super hard to find that strength in that genie. Those cards are critical. Because this deck usually runs like 12, and about 15 in the 1, 2, 3 drop respectively, you can shift. You can be really aggressive shifting away 3 drops because the odds of drawing into one before turn 3 are pretty big. So Matt, in theory, is altering really, really hard to make sure he's got that turn 4 genie Strength of Raging Fire line, and we'll see if that pays off.
Yeah, we definitely saw Matt draw about 30-something cards that first game and not see even one Strength of Raising Fire, as we do see the controversial little Madam Mim, tiny adversary come down and is going to give that Captain Hook Challenger 1, while also giving herself Challenger 1, because if you're going to give a treat, you need a little treat for yourself.
Madam Mim is not selfless. She is not.
I'm like, where's the flavor on this? You know what? Honestly, it's because she makes you so mad that you get a little bit more buff. I think maybe that's what it is. Like, her little tricks. She makes you angry. She took Merlin, who's basically a pretty calm, chill wizard, and made him duel. So maybe that's what it is. If she gets mad, you get mad. I don't know. Maybe a little challenge buff there. I'm trying to find the flavor in it, guys.
She's magical. She's marvelous. She's mad. Madam Mim. And I love seeing her in this list. Funnily enough, I mean, these were very popular like early on, and then they were kind of worked out a little bit. And now, Tiago going over to, very talented Purple Steel player, running just 1 over in Bologna, but saying should have run more. But there's all sorts of social media play with this card. So here we have the 1, 2, 3, a Satisfied Dragon. Again, a great card to drop here on turn 3. It's got a little bit extra on the back end. So now, I mean, you see the huge play draw disparity difference here, because now Richard will drop his or Fumbles rather drop his genie most likely, and then back over to Matthew. He won't have the Elsa to banish it, and we'll get to see if that turn 4 play pays off. And that would mean that Matthew, I think, is on script for what he wants to do, really in most matchups, but in this one in particular. So let's see. Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
see.
definitely interested to see, because now at this point, you know the lines of this. You like you've said it. 1, 2, 3, strength, genie, everything else like that. Making sure that line's set up. And at this point, too, Fumbles has gone his Basil, Tipo, genie. So he in his head, he already knows that the strength of raging fire is coming, or basically he's off to the races. So kind of waiting to see. This is a very pivotal point. Like, make your opponent have it, and now my backup plan starts. So we're going to go ahead and ink a genie. If we're going to go ahead and play our genie, and then hopefully we have the strength of a raging fire. If not, Fumbles. Look, if he's like, look at him. He's like doing the little. Does he have it?
Yeah,
Does he have it?
You got it?
Does he have it? Because if not, if he doesn't have it, we are going to throw our. Oh, it looks like.
There it is. Okay.
Strength of a raging fire. Yep, there we go.
And it's
Absolutely.
all the force of a great typhoon. And this
Yeah.
is great because we're getting to see this Amethyst Steel deck doing what it wants to do. Like, this is the opening line this deck wants. Now, but this is the power of Basil, right? Like, the turn 1 Basil is so pivotal, because imagine if we missed that 1 drop, right? Like, imagine if we missed that 1 drop and that Basil isn't there. Like, this game all of a sudden blown open. But here, the Elsa, able to come down here on turn 5
Do
if
we
he's
have
got
it?
it.
I don't think we have it.
Oh no,
we're stalling.
Like,
no,
if we do
I
have the
wanted to
Elsa-
see it. Yes,
I
we do
know.
have the Elsa. We can basically turn anything sideways and then use the Basil, pump that up, and make sure that his genie is gone. So you don't get a genie, I don't get a genie. Genie denial everywhere. But again, if you take out your genie with your Elsa Basil situation, he has the genie bug catcher. I have no idea what that genie's name. I just know his ability is bug catcher. Yeah,
Oh,
like genie to crack back.
It's the giant spectral parrot. It's the 4/6 Iago there. I mean, a powerful card. But
Not into steel. It's so
not
scary with that
into
vanish
steel,
keyword.
right? Little fire the cannons there. Make short work of him. But it does shut down that genie. So in the Amethyst Mirror, it was one of the reasons you play it, because that 4 strength can take care of genies if they try to get some cheeky myself. And there it is.
Oh
Boop.
no!
You called it, color. Little cannon coming out, just going boop on his nose.
Yeah,
and sending
just
him to the discard pile.
Just a boop, not even a boom. And the thing is like, now I know Fumbles well enough to where like I can see it, like the Fumbles. And I say this with as much respect as I can hold for a human being, because I think Fumbles is one of the most lovely people in this game. And you can even ask Baker; he has said the same thing. But I am going to. You can see the way that he moves his cards to the discard, that the Fumbles crash out is peaking.
No.
It's
no.
peaking, and it's because we just see it. We went 1, 2, 3, 4 strength, and we're on rails. We're following the script. He missed his 5 ink Elsa, so the game is getting away from him. And Fumble's
Basil would say,
mannerisms
the
are
game
so.
is afoot.
Yeah, I was gonna say his mannerisms are my favorite. I'm so sorry, and I know it's a negative state of mind to be in, but Fumbles crashing out is one of my favorite things in the entire world. And
No, is
I'm obsessed
Fumble
with him.
a description as well as a name? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's actually, I think it was from Adult Swim back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's a
gosh.
good one, like a whale throwback for you. If you know, you know. Anyway, he always has it, man. Yeah, that's exactly how he does.
I do not
I know. There's no reason why you should. It's terrible. But we're seeing little Mim go on a
Oh.
quest here.
Yeah, sneaking a little lore, it looks like. And again, I mean, Math, you're probably feeling here like there's a big window. Not having it Elsa there, huge. And now we're gonna get to see here. What do we got? Is it a there's the Elsa, a turn late off the top
I
deck.
know.
But giving some space to Matthew there. And so now we'll exert that genie satisfied dragon, or not bug catcher rather. Oof.
I know.
So many genies.
Is he a bug? I don't think he's he's not a bug catcher. That's his ability name is bug catcher.
He is satisfied dragon.
Or-
Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's ridiculous. I read that, and that was the part that stuck with me, because I was like, wait a minute. And then I had to start thinking of the implications of why bug catcher would be the variant name, or his ability name, as opposed to his variant name. And I got in a whole little spiral. So now that's the thing that my brain can remember. So we are going to quest with Basil to buff up our Tipo and take out the Madam Mim. So we will stop those favorable trades into our board.
Oh my God, Basil's so good. I rave about him every time I see him on turn 1. He's just anyway, good card. All right, back over to Matthew here. Now this is the part of the game where there's that Dumbo. Okay, plenty of evasives there to fuel his ability if we have the ink and want to do it. But then you expose things to challenges. That Elsa there is threatening, especially paired with that Basil. So Matthew going to figure out how he wants to navigate this turn. This is the part of the game where this deck, so we saw what it wants to do, its initial game plan on turns like 1 through 4, right into that strength and keeping your opponent a little bit on their toes on the board. Now at this point in the game, you're trying to accumulate resource advantage. You have to give a little bit of pressure to the board, and you want to build the board a little bit, but you also are trying to fill your hand so that in the late game here, which is we're almost there, Matthew then wants to dump like 2, 3, 4 characters on the board at a time. That's the point where you want to string the docks together. You don't want to do it earlier. You want to do it in the late game. And that's really phase 3 of this deck. So that Dumbo coming out at a good time here to perhaps unlock some of that card advantage. We're going to see some challenges. Hook taking out Tipo. We're going to leave that Elsa over there by itself. And this is Amethyst Steel on its game plan.
Strength would be nasty here. I don't know.
Right.
That'd be so gross. You see fumbles flip a table, and I would agree. But at this point, yes, we do. Everybody knows going wide for Blurple is not great because at this point, even though the top deck, like the top end of Blurple is a lot more powerful, it costs a lot more. So you're only going to be playing 1 or 2 things a turn. But we do see a challenge in with
beautiful card.
Challenge in with Elsa, beautiful Enchanted Bell, come down, move the damage over, and take out that character. So now our Dumbo is gone. Bell is such a clean answer to Dumbo. It's crazy.
Yeah, what a sequence there. Oh, we well, another one. All right, fine. We'll play another one. Now force you to answer, perhaps. We'll see if the genie is exerted here. Thought about it, Matthew, thinking about exerting that genie, but
I know, maybe thinking about potentially a hypnotic deduction or something like that. Maybe just go ahead and take out that Elsa and protect our Dumbo, because unless that card is exactly Hades, we're going to start really building up those resources, kind of like you were discussing before, and it has to be.
Oh, it is the Hades.
It is.
Did you top deck that? Oh,
No.
Dumbo going into the inkwell here, and if you're Matthew, you're trying to. If that Dumbo sticks on the board like 1 turn, and you can use 2, like if Fumbles doesn't have the cards you need, and that card can draw you like 2, 3 cards, that's it. That's your game plan. But that Hades coming down. Oh my goodness, Matthew now probably frustrated in this. I don't know how many cards in hand, but we're starting to get close to dock time because losing both.
Dock o'clock.
And
it's
another
Dumbo. Stop it.
Another Dumbo.
Okay, that's just about $150 worth of cards in the last 3 seconds.
just getting roasted.
Oh my goodness.
And Hook
taking out the bell, getting rid of that, and now just a little BB Diablo. Look at him.
Look at the bebe.
Look at the BB. Yeah, just a Diablo. And we're going to see what the top of deck of Fumbles is a TikTok signed by our favorite Lorcana villain, which that was his card reveal this last set. So that is one of the most valuable TikToks I've ever seen.
Ah, indeed. One of the most villainous for sure.
Yeah.
But leaving that Dumbo up, and now, evasive characters on Matthew's side of the board, no evasive cards on Fumble's side of the board. So we're going to do a little card draw here. Let's see.
No, we're not.
No,
we're saying.
I think we will. Of course, we have to wait for it.
Are we the 9th? Are we 8th? Okay. All right. It's fine. We are not going to make that decision quite yet because we're trying to figure out. I mean, I'm doing it. I want to draw cards. But again, I can't see. I think maybe Matt has a couple cards in hand over there. So we're trying to figure out what those cards are and potentially making sure that we can kind of use that ink and make sure that we can still, I think so. We've got plenty of ink over there. Just draw the card. It'll be fine.
So much ink. Really, I don't know. I'm going to go on a limb and say, I think there's 2 cards in hand. I'm going to go on a limb and say one of those is a dock. I feel like you have to have drawn into one by now.
Oh, is it strength dock? Because I hate when that happens. When the last 2 cards in my hand are strength and dock, and I need it. I need it for anything at all. Again, strength wouldn't really do anything here, so you're probably best to just ink it and then slam the dock. But we are going to use Dumbo's ability on the genie, missing out on 2 lore, notably. But is that going to be worth it?
I mean, that's how you close this out. If you're in a scenario where you're trying to squeak out like 2, 3, 4 lure a turn, I mean, you can do it, but Blurple has those answers that it draw into Hades, at this point, you're scared of the second star as well. We've established enough to sing together, and that being sung feels particularly awful. So at this point, Matt's thinking about, trying to accumulate some resource advantage of his own, because again, the way you win this is, draw 3, 4 cards here, draw a bunch of cards, and then
Sorry, I just got really excited because I was like, wait a minute. If he has second star in his hand, he might be trying to keep fumbles off of second star. So then if you play the Challenger Jafar on Dumbo, you're going to have to trade your Dumbo into Hades, but that would keep fumbles off of second star. Or you could at least do that potentially trading. Yeah, you would still lose your Dumbo, so you might as well. But at this point, trying to figure out potentially how to keep fumbles off of that second star, because I've seen that.
You've seen that story.
That look in his hand where it's just a second star bricked doing nothing, and nobody wants to hard play that song, but we want to sing it, and I want to see it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's the calculation here. Trying to think through, draw a card.
It doesn't get it done. It's only 2. No, it wouldn't even take it down. I
know. So at this point,
Hypnotic and Challenger Genie and Namim.
A couple of Hypnotic Strength, or
know,
you draw.
I know.
Or you draw into a Strength of Raging Fire here. Let's see what it is. Elsa, the 5th grade.
Okay.
Not gonna be enough though.
You gonna trade your nope.
No, it's just not enough.
Not enough for anything. Those are big old characters, so you could put damage on things, but I don't love doing that in the face of a potential bell.
No, and oh my goodness, second star would be so devastating here. And
all right.
4 on the tick. Do we have the 4? That's not enough.
No, so we're just gonna pass the turn and just hope
goodness.
maybe next turn. I mean, there must be terrible cards in hand just to put 2 damage onto the TikTok in preparation for our next turn. So that is unfortunate. And I don't know, did we ink that turn?
I believe so.
Okay, so we did ink that turn, and we opted to leave our Dumbo readied, just maybe in the face of a Into the Unknown or something like that. And now we are exerting the Hades and unexerting it because that feels like potentially we do not have the second star to them, right? Which would have been an insane situation for fumbles to pull off this turn.
Don't have it. I'm really on the edge of my seat here. So
I know. I'm like, why? Why the 2 damage? I don't understand. Make it make sense, but at the same time, it must be a pretty bad hand if we're trying to make sure that we have some damage put onto there to then accumulate next turn. And if this is a bell, this is a huge punish to watch our Dumbo go down.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Dumbo. Okay. I like the way you set that up there. That would have been amazing if it was. No, I mean, so fantastic there. So, there are these scenarios too where like you take a line to set something up, and I don't know why that 4 damage is on there. There's a couple things I can think of. We'll see how it pays off. But if TikTok is challenging back and punishing your Elsa for that challenge, it's not singing second star. So like you put your opponent in a position where it's like, hey, you can remove my thing, but then you're not doing the thing that like I don't want you to do. So small consolation there. But now we are going to see the Dumbo draw the card here first in the turn. This is what we thought about doing last time. We have the Genie available as well. But that Dumbo looking awful menacing over on the other side of the board. So what felt like a pretty wide board for Matt and a pretty shallow board for Fumbles is now kind of swung a little bit. And it's tough. This is tough.
I know. I'm wondering what's going on, honestly, because in my mind, I'm like, well, why didn't we swing in? But I guess they had to make sure that we got rid of the Elsa, so the evasive. And I'm like, oh, God, I would have loved to have drawn a card off of that TikTok. And again, just watching that 4 damage sit there. But I mean, it is TikTok. So if you're going to sit there and try to finish off Fumbles TikTok with one of your evasive characters, that is a clean trade. You're just going to lose your board, and that's not what nobody's going to do. And if it's the... I want to know. I'm like, can you just show the camera what your hands are? Because at this point in the game, you've confused me, and I don't know what you guys are doing. Because their hands have to be suboptimal. It is kind of where I am right now.
We'll see what it's okay. The Calhoun coming in, and for 3, it's a White Rose. Okay, at this point, like, there's going to be 1 card. Is it strength? Okay, there it is.
Okay, so we found the strength. So we are going to go for the hey-ho. 1, 2, 3,
Oh
4,
man,
5.
I mean,
Yeah, that wouldn't even take out the. It's like the numbers are all off just by a little bit. We only have 5 characters, so we could only really finish off the TikTok. So that was a huge strength onto a TikTok with already 4 damage on it. So, and our Hades does get to live to see another day. A second star on the right. Second star would be really, really good.
feels good. I was going to say, it feels like at this point there's like one card either way which would blow this game open or allow
I
one
know.
player to run away. And the strength is one for Matthew that like was that card. On the other side, you know, we keep talking about it, but there is the second star which would do it there as well. Madam M elephant coming down here again. Dumbo not the only elephant seeing play in the meta, and it's going to bounce that elephant, play that elephant. So there's a little elephant on elephant, like I don't know what's going on there. A circus of elephants going on down there, bouncing around, and that's it. I think a quest there from Hades, and
yeah, I think we're questing. And I think as Fumbles has realized that basically, you know, with Matt's deck, with Amethyst Steel being able to just gain lore out of his hand, we need to be able to keep up. So Hades is just kind of going on a quest each turn and making sure that we're keeping up in lore to where if we do turn a corner, it's not a monumental climb up the mountain to get us where we need to be.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, again, Matthew, it's the same game plan as before. You're trying to find a way, whether it's at this point late in the game of stringing docks or getting a couple Dumbo activations to build up that resource advantage in your hand to then go wide. This is the part of game where Amethyst Steel wins by going wide. And starting to do that here. Plenty of characters there, or in Fumble's side of the board, plenty of strong characters. I mean, not super strong characters, but a lot of willpower, and they can do some damage. To keep things under control, but I don't know, kind of on a knife's edge here for me.
So are we going to sing or are we questing? Because I am wondering, do you have another strength in hand? Is that what you're sitting there? Because that would be absolutely devastating just to be able to get rid of some of Fumble's board. And, you know, really Dumbo's the target, but we aren't. We are going to quest with our White Rose, then pass back to Fumbles, who is going to immediately activate that ability, pay 1 ink, draw a card, gain a lore, sail into another card, pay 4 for a genie to draw another card.
Genie.
This is a devastatingly disgusting turn for Blurple, doing the thing that Blurple does.
I mean, yeah, a lot of resources there, but it does give a little bit of breathing room. Now, this is where, you know, Fumbles, if given another turn of this. Oh, there it is!
Right, and it's enchanted! Oh, we love it. Sorry for your ears, but
okay.
we did it. We sang
card.
the second.
Oh no, we've been waiting for that all game. That is a game-breaking card. There's a Basil coming in just to boot, and then a Rafiki being dumped on the board. Why not? But a little bit of breathing room to Matt here. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board with that Dumbo exposed at 7 with the Calhoun. So, you know, plenty of lore to be gained. But fun note there, second star to the right, illustrated by artist Salo Nate. That was his very first card he was ever asked to illustrate. So going right for an enchanted, and said he didn't feel like he deserved it right off the bat because all these other artists, established artists, you know, deserved an enchanted before him. And he got the second star first. So did a brilliant job with it. So congrats to Salo Nate. Another fun fact, Salo does live in Philadelphia now, but he went to school with and is very good friends with artist Ari Welly, both of them from the same city in Brazil. So
I actually got to meet him in the Ink Ink Open in Baltimore recently, and he's absolutely lovely. I was kind of chatting with him for about 5 minutes straight, and then finally I was like, I'm sorry, like, what was your name? And he introduced himself, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're the guy, you know, like, oh my gosh, it's just a lovely, lovely human.
Your name is on my Lorcana cards.
I know, right? I'm like, I know your name. So we are going to go ahead and exert Dumbo to use his ability to draw a card, because at this point, I think we're looking for cobras. We're looking for cobras. We're looking for roses, because I just want to quest out and win the game from the cards in my hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity here to push things. A couple burn cards. Now, there's not a ton of them in this deck. Now, there's usually 8. There's the Cobras and the Roses, but there we are. We're going to quest all the way to 16, I believe. Now,
that'll do it.
That Dumbo.
Now, that is a bell.
No,
okay.
But no damage. We're just going to drop and get that 2 lore on the board. So now, but setting up game here, though, I mean, you have to deal with that 2, as well as everything that's exerted. You have to deal with that 2 lore bell on the board, or else a Cobra closes things out for you here, and 1, 2, enough ink even to drop a dock and then look for a Cobra if you need it. So, I mean, really.
So what are we doing here? Fumbles, at this point, you have to Hades the bell, get rid of that. Now we're having to sit here, and this is my favorite thing about Disney Lorcana, where you're like, math is for challengers. You know what? This is your game to lose. If you challenge incorrectly, then you potentially lose the game. Or you can sit here and parse it out and make sure that you double up. And I do love this. Is this something that you do where do you put what you're challenging in front of the card? Like, okay, you guys are going here. I'm going to send these battle. You challenge the battle over here. You guys go over here. And then like halfway through it, you're like, I still lose. Oh, but we do see an Elsa.
Ooh,
Elsa,
critical
Fifth
there. I mean,
Spirit.
you draw 5 cards, you're bound to have a Hades or an Elsa or something you can do some shenanigans with. But is it enough? So here comes the challenges. Rafiki going in there. Challenger 3 coming into play. Doing some work. Elephant going to challenge into the Calhoun. I'm trying to keep track of what's challenging what here. Hades taking out the White Rose. So they are dropping one by one here.
Yep.
Jafar going down next. And we have that couple evasive characters here, but not enough. So close into the Genie. Going to leave that Dumbo up. Which,
and a bell over down. Take out a bell. Move the damage. We don't. And then we're going to use the damage to throw onto the Dumbo. And that is Matt's entire board. Oh my gosh. Second star on the right gave you every tool that you needed.
Now we got to do math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So not enough to close out the game. And there's no burn, which means that there's a couple Cobras away. Even if he doesn't manage to establish everything. I mean, Matt is very much in this deal. There's a White Rose. That's one more.
Rose. Okay, that's 17.
I mean,
is it a White Rose? No, it's 2, but it's still
No,
2
that's
at a time. Okay, so now Fumbles is
okay.
going to need 3 answers. 3
Oh my
answers.
goodness. Yeah. I mean, you really need. Yeah, you really need 3. I mean, even 1 up is a Cobra away. And
I know.
A Cobra or a Doc even, because it gives you extra.
Cobra into
I haven't
Doc,
seen a Doc played yet. I mean, there's
Fumbles
Docs
is zooming though. That's that confident Fumbles posture. He would be hesitating otherwise. So we are going to quest for 2 because that is what that Hades has done this entire game is quest for 2. We are going to bounce the elephant, get rid of something here. I know, probably the Diablo because it is an extra chance at drawing cards. Fumbles, choose wisely. We do not need to give you an extra chance at. Please. I'm so nervous. I'm like sending the vibes. Take the card draw and put it in the inkwell. Absolutely. That's what we needed.
The Diablo heading down. I appreciate you saying that. We're gonna see quests out the rest of the way. Not enough ink yet to make use of Dumbo's ability.
If that's a crow.
It's a White Rose! He has a White Rose! I wonder if he had it.
It was in his hand.
Did he draw it?
He did. It was in his hand. Yes, he did. He just flipped it. He did the courtesy flip. He did the courtesy flip of here you go.
Oh,
here's the White Rose. Oh, he had it in hand.
Oh man, yeah, the White Rose. Oh my goodness. You know who I feel bad for right now? Oh, Matthew.
Matt.
Yeah, Matthew taking that game there with the White Rose in hand, barely squeaking it out. Oh goodness, what a game! You know how I feel the worst for right now?
That was game 2, right? That was game 2.
It was game 2. You know how I feel really bad for right now? I feel bad for JD and Garrick having to sit here and watch us have all of this fun going into game 3 with a bonkers match, and they got to be on camera for like 10 minutes with the previous 2-game round.
I know they were in here for 2 seconds of it. I always feel like that every time. I feel like for the first few times I got to cast, just like in my short stint, I was always getting to cast Kurt Spice games to where I'd be like, all right, I'm here. It's Kurt. I'm gonna be here for 20 seconds and then I gotta go again, guys. So,
yeah, win fast and lose fast.
Oh gosh, but
that's funny. Sorry, guys. We're having all the fun over here, but super fun match. And here's the thing though, like that match on a knife's edge there, and that's why against Blurple, Amethyst Steel just really has a rough time, and we saw it there. Like Matthew was on his ideal curve, and there's 1 or 2, like there are 2 drops and 3 drops that are better, even 1 drops that are better in this matchup than others, but in general. Not that much better to the point that like having just the 1, 2, 3 isn't that bad. So, you ship a bunch? Oh, okay.
Like 5. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Well, with the 1 jump, there's a 93% chance he's gonna find that that ramp. So let's see if he does. But Matthew again, like on the ideal curve, like has the strength at the right time, and then like Fumbles not having the Elsa there on turn 5, waited an extra turn, top decked it a turn later, so did get it.
I know, yeah, he did get it, but it was a little late, so it kind of threw everything off. But at the same time, like if he would have played the Elsa exerted, he might have lost his entire board. So it's like it's
right.
Oh yeah.
But even with all that, like even on the ideal line or very close to it, and with Fumbles missing the Elsa, like Matthew's still barely scratching that out. Yeah. It's just on the play, like it's just such a rough matchup. Now, there are players who pilot this deck very, very well. Matt seems to be one of them who actually can do fairly well at close to 50% against Blurple. But you really want to be on the play on game one, and this is by far
we
in
can
this
pass.
meta.
Oh no. No
wait.
Basil.
Oh, no Basil. Okay.
No
Okay,
Basil.
that's helpful. That's helpful. Again, you're on the play. It's not the end of the world, but it is helpful. And not surprising there if you're shipping so many cards, looking for that ramp. Most likely that. Not surprised that we don't see that there.
And we see our Palace Guard with Vanish come down. It is a 1/4, but it does have Vanish. But that's not what we want to do on turn 2. We're not going to Hypnotic Stream. Oh, it's a Tipo. Thank goodness. Okay. We got it. 93% chance. Always 93% of the time. We get it 100% of the time. Yeah. So we do see a Bell go into the Inkwell and a Calhoun. Nice, respectable plays from our Amethyst Steel player.
Get a little quest there out of that Palace Guard. Scoop up the lore when you can. Calhoun coming down. Decent card to have here on turn 2. Won't allow any questing from that. Well, okay.
We're going to quest. Are we going to do this one jump ahead? Oh, we're going
it is the
to
elephant.
bounce.
Yeah.
And we are going to see the elephant. Yeah, that is a killer line into Steel because that elephant is such a pain in the butt. It's such a pain in the butt. We underrated that card for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, it's our only viable, not our only, it's one of the only viable bounces we have left. And she is our bounce queen now.
Yeah, this Pachyderm packs a lot of punch in this deck. I've been waiting for that for a while. But yeah, Ravensburger cycling out or rotating out like the rest of the bounce package that we love, but leaving us, little breadcrumbs. What against the elephant?
Magical maneuvers, but I don't want to talk about it.
We are going to see a quest from the Palace Guard here. Satisfied Dragon coming down here on turn 3. Again, we're working into that line. And a shiny, beautiful, gorgeous Dumbo. And there comes that Dumbo clearing off that Palace Guard. Now, so it's an interesting choice to quest here because usually in this deck, you want to leave your characters up, fueling that Strength of Raging Fire. But in this scenario, in this particular scenario, because what you're worried about is the Genie being played there, and you want that 4 to hit the Genie. But the Dumbo coming down here does open up that Strength, but it doesn't look like we have it because instead we're going to have the Calhoun go into a little board control here, get 2 lore off of that, and we aren't going to see that Strength line. That would have been the ideal line for Matt there, is to drop that 4th character and then play, or that 3rd character with the Palace Guard gun, and then play the Strength to banish the Dumbo, I think would be the line. But now,
showing
though,
that we have no strength at this point, so we'll see him later potentially.
Right, but luckily, I mean, not on his ideal line there. Richard wanted to have the Dumbo there. I'm sorry, the Genie there. Instead, we're going to put the Yzma here.
Yzma.
Yeah, great card. Now, this is one of a few card draw options. Why can't I find Yzma in the card viewer here?
Yeah, Yzma, basic conniving chemist potentially, or no? That's the set 1 3 drop, I think. But we are going to see the Elsa come down. Oh, it is conniving chemist. Look at me remembering things.
Yeah,
but
Alchemist is that one.
Alchemist is the set 1. Oh, but she was an alchemist and now she's a chemist. She's fully went through. So we do see the Elsa come down, take out the Genie, because unfortunately, if we wanted to take out the Yzma, we were going to have to trade my card draw for your card draw. But we're going to see how punishing that is if we get to use Feel the Power, where we basically get to exert and then draw up to 3 cards, which is so powerful.
Yeah, this is a card. Yzma, I think, is in most... here we go. Here's that go wide. We're gonna dump everything. I hit the Doc right on curve. Now, okay. So Doc is one of the better cards in this set. In fact, we did a video where we asked people's top 10 cards in Fabled, and Doc made the list before I realized, like, I was about to publish the video. I'm like, wait a second, Doc isn't in Fabled. But he was just so good as remaining card draw because everything else got rotated out that people thought that he would be really powerful. The thing in this deck, though, is you do not want to be hitting it in the mid game. Doc is a card that you want to hit in the end game, and you want to be using your other draw options to refuel your hand here. At this point, when you're hitting it in the mid game, you're forced in kind of a Doc roulette, where you're hoping you draw into another Doc, and it's okay. Now, having the Yzma there feels good.
Yeah.
Hades going to come down, though. As I say, having the Yzma feels good. In
feels
the
good.
Inkwell, not as good.
The amount of times I have seen this conniving chemist feel the power is probably, I could count it on one hand. Man, when it happens. But again, I mean, in the same vein as Dumbo, it's a must answer 4-drop. It is a must answer. Dumbo, if you play it on turn 5, you could potentially, if you have another evasive in turn, you can get that value immediately. Yzma, she has to be dry. She has to exert to be able to do her thing. But boy, when you get 3 cards off of her, it feels nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say it feels like extra good here when you're playing that Doc Roulette, especially when you have this much ink. You could dump a bunch of cards and then make use of Ease Invisibility, but losing that feels really bad here. We are going to see if this Doc Roulette paid off for Matt. He does draw into a Calhoun. Is it another Doc? Do we get? Oh,
It is a Doc, but I think we
oh,
try.
the Genie was the other, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we're not going to use that ability. No, we're just going to throw that. So we have Genie, Doc, Hook, and Calhoun. Just a nice classic Amethyst Steel lineup going through. And we are going to immediately snap off that gain 1, pay 1, draw 1, and see what we get. We're going to go ahead and ink, paying another 7 for the double Hades. And I think the Fumble should lose a lore for it not being an enchanted. Look at that board. Look what he's done.
I
Enchanted,
agree.
enchanted.
It was so
boo.
bling, and now it's.
Yeah.
I think that's a set 1 even.
I was gonna say if it's a set 1 foil, maybe we can let him have it.
It's certainly not a set 2 foil. I see that text box there.
right?
So that's question number 1. How does it feel?
Yep.
To play
A mismatched.
a non-enchanted Hades. Right. Interview question.
Oh, and then a Dumbo comes down. So now, unfortunately, we don't see any evasives to get that immediate value, but we do see the White Rose coming down and gaining him a lore, but we're only at 5 lore. So it's 5 to 5. And now we are at the point where Blurple is very, very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, and it's anytime you see 10 ink.
So we're going to double trade, gain 2 lore. So now we're 5 to 7. In your face, Blurple.
In your face. Now, we were in second star territory. We're still in second star territory, but having to use both the demo and the Hades. Looks like we're not going to do that demo. Instead, drawing a card, gaining a lore. 1/1/1, as you like to say.
Yeah.
There's even single match.
It was Jay-Z. Third Hades, stop it! What kind of shuffler is this?
Oh no, that one's not.
Hades, Infernal Schemer, and it's not even foil.
That
We
one's
are
not
going
even foil.
worse and worse and worse in rarity, and he should be ashamed for having triple Hades, and he should be ashamed for the decline of the rarity of his Hades. Oh, and we do see a second
gracious.
White Rose. All right.
White Rose come down here, and just again, there's not a lot there though. All of a sudden, 5 lore on Fumble side of the board here with those Hades, and with nothing to pressure is just gonna be allowed to quest for those.
I just saw next Hades as a proxy. We don't allow proxies in the ICL, but for rarity's sake, hilarious. It's just a doodle of Hades.
Yeah, it was a high impact chat there. Next Hades is a proxy.
Oh my gosh! So
oh my goodness,
I'm done. Judge, I love fumbles, but I don't think he knows how to shuffle.
Infernal's schemer. I think is
Infernal's schemers are just
Hades.
Would it be like bad manners to get my enchanted out of the discard to swap it for one of the non-foil Hades? I'm just gonna switch these guys. I'm just gonna put my enchanted back on the board. Actually, yeah, I'd be too scared to ask that. Okay, so we do see 2 Madame Mems coming down, giving her and Doc Challenger 2. Okay, yeah, he's like, bro, I don't know. Take out that Hades, I guess.
I'll
sure,
remove
whatever.
That one, keeping game off the board there, I believe. Yeah, just 1 short now, having to do it if you want to prolong this thing. But, I mean, just not going to be able to do much here. The writing's generally, it's pretty much on the wall here. We'll just see how Fumbles chooses to close this out. Matt will get another turn.
That's that Ruby Sapphire, I guess, classic control kind of situation where you're like, okay, I've controlled the game. I have clearly turned a corner. Now my opponent gets to sit here and watch me try to win this game. But at least with Blurple, it goes faster than items did or faster than Ruby Sapphire, where you're just like, I just turn all of these 2 questing lore things sideways. As we see another bell come down, just turn them sideways. Just that's how you win the game. Ugh.
Yeah, voice stealer coming down there. I think you could have done with that bell. You could have done both, yeah. But anyway, it won't matter.
Yeah, we're just gonna scoop it up because that was
that.
Hades is too many Hades.
Yeah, and Fumble is taking that down. Blurple doing Blurple things, and a well-fought match by Matthew. Again,
absolutely.
I really, if you want to know how Amethyst is supposed to function generally in this meta, or in the Blurple in this case, like watch game 2, because that is kind of the ideal line and how Amethyst Steel sets itself up for the mid game is with that. Again, I'm beating a dead horse now, but 1, 2, 3, 4 strength, and then that gives you the board presence and the pressure on your opponent's board to open up your mid-game card draw to then power you into the going wide in the late game. So fun match there, well fought by both players. And
But
yeah.
the SLTC takes it 2-1. I said Enter the Battlefield was going to win. They did not. It was SLTC. So now we're going to switch over to the interviews and ask Fumbles why he can't shuffle his deck properly.
I can do this, I swear.
Not have to play into that.
Yeah, well.
Fumbles,
Hi.
can you shuffle? What happened? What was that?
So, oops, all of Hades. I had them all really early, and I needed to draw ink, or I probably lost. Which I luckily draw ink because I had half of my uninkables in my opening hand, pretty much. So.
Yeah, and then you drew into the rest of them and the rest of the game. Yeah, we also like to point out the basic the downgrade and rarity of your Hades there at the end. You had the enchanted Hades, then you had the foil Hades, and then you had your non-foil Hades. And it was funny because BB in chat is like, okay, next Hades is a proxy.
Shockingly, no proxy.
I know it's illegal here in the ICL, but congratulations on your win. We'll ask you in a minute because you won and you did mean things to Matt, because now I want to talk to Matt. How are you feeling, Matt?
Bedtime. Yeah, I don't know. That game's not fun when you have nothing to do. Like, sit there and just. I don't like the matchup, but I understand that it can be beat. I was a rough game for being game 2. Like, on the play, I still almost lost. Yeah.
I will say that Fumbles does beat me into the ground quite often. I've never seen another human play a deck more than he has been playing Blurple. So I definitely I was like, oh yay, we're both doing stuff with things, and I loved that game too. It really everything really worked out the way you wanted to at the very beginning. You kind of went the 1, 2, 3, 4 strength, and everything seemed to kind of work out the way that you need to. I know you said you even felt like a little bit of a monumental climb there, even though you ended up taking the game too. But 4 Hades was too many. We can all agree that wasn't fair.
You win some, you lose some. I mean, I only saw strength one time in all 3 games. So in all my mulligans and everything, I only saw strength literally one time. I have to go check and make sure there's 4 in here when I'm done.
Liam, are you here?
Am I here now?
Hooray!
You're always here with me, Liam.
Man, I had to do so much. I'm really bad at that. I'm a professional, I swear. Every time I can't get it right. So I'm sorry. I missed the first part of the interview where I say, wonderful game by both players. Too many Hades, and I caught the end there. Not enough strengths. But I enjoyed it very much. I know this is a rough matchup for you, Matt. But especially when you're on the draw on game 1. So just well fought, but a little rough. I do want to ask, a couple quick questions. One, how does it feel to have to play with non-foil Hades in your deck? Everything was blinged out, and then you dropped a non-foil, and it all of us were aghast.
Some of us have rent payments to make, man. I don't know how people out here affording quad enchanteds, but I got one. It's a pretty card. I think it looks nice. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe next paycheck I'll get one.
Oh man, no, it's gorgeous. I appreciated the Dumbo too. Like one of the most beautiful cards in the game.
I had to crack a box just to play tonight, so.
Oh man, I hope you pull another Dumbo. Like you deserve it.
I was like, I built my deck and I realized I was 1 Dumbo short, and I told the team I already submitted my deck list, and they're like, we'll drive one to you. And I was like, but I have this Fabled box in an acrylic case on my dresser here.
And you just assumed there'd be a Dumbo in it? That was mad lad behavior.
And I was like, there might be a Dumbo in it. And the 12th pack there was.
And there was. Oh my goodness. Did you open
There's
the rest
no
of
way.
Yes, I opened the rest of the box. And there was
I
no
had to play
enchantments,
a pack rush game against Rebecca, and I opened a fresh box because I didn't have any boosters, and I was like, oh, I guess I have to open this box. And I opened the first 2, and then of course I was like, I'm gonna save these other packs for other things. And then one by one,
yeah, they're all gone now.
Just one more. On the other side, I do want to ask a tech question, just because I enjoy hearing the answer to this. So you're running Fire the Cannons in the Amethyst Steel build. Matt, you're not running Hypnotic Strength. Why Cannons over Strength?
It's a good
Or are you running
question.
Strength? I didn't see anything.
I'm not running Strength. It's a good question. So I guess my thought process was I just started counting my drops and like how many of each 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop I wanted so that I could hit my curve perfectly. A Strength obviously fits in this. I mean, a Hypnotic obviously fits in this deck as we've seen it in other potential purple steel lists that have won or gotten close to winning. Lots of Bologna, for example. I don't know. I felt like board presence most of the time is almost more important than a trick, and Fire the Cannons serves the same role. Yeah, that's really what it came down to me. Like, I had 3 Calhouns. You can make that work with it. It also answers the early game. I was hoping to go against anything else, but you know, Fire the Cannons it helps. It helps all the super early turn 1, and you can make a play out of Calhoun with it, and it handles evasives. Strength doesn't always do that. When I swapped out a couple of the Jafars so that I could get more evasive on my turn, which was like enough, and with the Mims, it's 4 damage, so it kills genies. That's all. That's my thought process. I didn't say it was a good thought process, but that was
No. Players go either way depending on like what they're expecting to see, and I enjoy it. It's one of those options where it's kind of one or the other, and so I enjoy hearing where Amethyst Steel players fall, because you see players using both. So I don't know. It was a tech question I kind of wanted to ask. All right, Color. Sorry for getting here late. I think that's all I have other than to say fantastic game by both of you. It was a joy to watch, and I appreciate both of you.
Thanks, Liam.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Fumbles and all of his one-ofs for his promos and his enchanteds. So I see that we're getting there. We're getting there.
We're like cutting a 2nd star and dig away from the winning list from Bologna. So we're like there after one more tilt session. So
Just if you watch back my casting, everything I said was in complete love, and there was a couple times where you were like, yep, and I knew when you put the card into the discard, you were close to just like frisbeeing it across the room, and I love that about you. So congratulations on the win, Matt. I'm sorry you had to be subjected to that. The Hades, it was brutal, but that is round 3 of the ICL. Do you guys have any shout outs, anything you want to say, anything? Take it away.
Go ahead, Matt.
Shout out to the DMZ. I mean the DMZ.
DBZ. Shout out.
Sorry, DMV. My
it's
local
bedtime.
community.
It's bedtime.
Yeah, it is.
Shout out to the DMZ keeping those careers apart.
Whatever. My local players, everybody that helps me get better. My team, Dixon, Scott Chevron, Garrick, obviously. Everybody's holding it down over here. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Shout out to the Awesome Ink Inc. guys for always hosting a great event. Dixon's always great, and I love all the players on the team. I aspire to be as blinged out as Daryl one day, and I look forward to seeing everybody that played today pretty much in Milwaukee, so it's going to be a blast.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be like a family reunion. I'm so excited.
Will be.
Sorry.
It will be. Oh, hold on.
And we're done talking to the players, and I'm going to go back to this thing. I can get it. Boop.
Later.
Thanks, guys.
She knows she's important. She's on the other
Mine
side
has
of this wall
headphones
right
on
here.
right now, and she doesn't watch the stream, so we're saved.
Mine's watching the stream, but I'll tell her to her face. I don't mind.
Oh yeah, I'll tell her that she's great. She lets me go to events and play card games.
What a wonderful way to spend
Oh
an
my
evening. I'm
God,
so
dude,
glad the
boy-
ICL is back. This is such a wonderful. And
I know.
I'm also glad, Color. I have to thank you and Wonder and JDZ and everybody else involved in the ICL. for moving day 1 to Tuesday instead of Monday, because I always started my Monday night show and I was like, there's a little part of me that was antsy because I'm like, ICL is going on and I'm not watching.
You're like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah,
I know.
So I'm super excited this year that it's or this season rather, that it's on Tuesday. Really fun. I'm glad it's back. And yeah, I love seeing the camaraderie and the relationship between the teams and how they choose to tackle these team events. Because the teams all support each other, and then we see players compete in isolation. But when you have these 3-match sets, you really get a feel for the team vibe, and it's really, really, really fun.
I know I started off this day being like, all right, SLTC, I really hope you win. But also, Ink, I want them to win. And they were like, you traitor. And I'm like, listen, I have 6 favorite teams and half of you are on all of them. And I can't be biased if I'm in love with every single one of you. And that is not fair to me, in honesty. I'm just kidding. But what do we got here?
You too. I have, I got to represent the Crushers.
Yeah.
Represent the Muses.
Yeah.
Represent Southside Gaming. Represent Enchanted Chatter. Represent Infinity. I haven't entered the battlefield.
I know, I do. Like I said, I have my Enter the Battlefield t-shirt. I wear it everywhere, and people are always like, "Oh my god, what band is that?" And I'm like, "So, do you like Disney princesses?" It's such a weird conversation to have. But again, shout out to Enter the Battlefield for having the coolest logo ever. That basically people at the grocery store ask me what band I'm into, and I have to tell them that I play Disney princess cards. So
yes,
I'm gonna have to make up a band.
You get to tell them.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna have to make up a band because they're like, really? What's that? And I'm like, oh no, please.
It was funny.
Right.
I'm just getting a note from production in my ear. I was thinking to myself, Color. I'm like, how long?
I know, what
can
are we supposed to do?
Here?
Do we just
and,
start dancing?
I know, it's stream hostage. But no, we won't talk too long. But I do think I think talk about how the ICL is back. Talk about we talked about that. We talked about this season. Bologna just happened. We're looking forward to Milwaukee. This feels like an amazing way watching Lorcana, a couple nights a week here, seeing these teams with their techs and what they're playing. It feels like a great way to gear up into Milwaukee. A lot of these players are going to be there. Super excited for that.
I'm going to be playing. You'll be casting, but I will be at the tables. Whether it's the top or the bottom remains to be seen. Will there be a Circle of Life in my deck? Maybe, depending on if Zenulus lets me do that.
you will be entering the battlefields, literally.
Yes, I know. I will.
Well, that's amazing. Well, we'll see you on stream on the other end. I'm excited to see what you bring.
If you give me round 1, maybe I'll be on a future match. But after that,
oh, don't sell yourself short. I'm sure. All this amazing play from these ICL players has to rub off, right? We have to be getting those vibes.
I used to be good at Disney Lorcana. I used to be good. I top 16 decide event in DLC Vegas, and I SSG. I've actually been across the table from Kindle at the top tables. I don't know how to play this game anymore. I don't know what happened. I don't. So we'll see. You
started making content. That's what happens.
I know. And I was like, wait, what if I, instead of, what did somebody say? They're like, oh, cast Circle of Life to get back something. Yeah, I don't know. Basically, getting back a card and you end up spending more ink just to get back the card that you could have just paid. Oh, basically cast Circle of Life to get back Lilo. Yeah. And I was like, no, that's gaming. That's where my brain goes now. I want to do silly things. I think the competitive spirit has it's still there, but yeah, hard playing a Circle of Life for 8 ink to get back a Lilo escape artist that you could have just paid 2 for. That's the kind of stuff I live for now.
That is the friends from the other side way. Fantastic. Well, I look forward to seeing that. I look forward to seeing that on stream when you're at the top table playing Circle of Life in round 7 of Milwaukee. Let's manifest and make that happen. Before we go, one more note about Milwaukee. Color, what are your biggest predictions for Milwaukee? What do you think? If I were to ask you, what do you think is going to happen, just broadly, generally? Do you have any thoughts? Chat, do you have any thoughts?
If we can get Ray to Milwaukee, we're gonna see a lot of rumblings about that Christmas deck if that's what he so chooses to use. But if not, maybe Fumbles will win it. Maybe Fumbles. It'll be another Blurple win, but it'll be Fumbles this time, so it'll be okay.
All right. That's fun. Chat, if you have any predictions, let me know. One player, it's going to be super fun to see what people bring in. I think the meta is really shaping up. Dogs have been let loose,
Yeah.
apparently, which is making this really fascinating, kind of wide open, kind of wide-ish open meta, which some people aren't a huge fan of. Ed Shu pointing out that, hey, if you can't like tech for the meta, like if it's so wide open you can't tech for it, is that better or worse?
I mean,
than
just kind of
having
getting this matchup roulette, which is like not, you start feeling like you have less agency, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out, because then after this DLC, we have Whispers. And even before this DLC comes out, we're going to have Whispers spoilers. So we're going to start to see by this next DLC how our next meta will be shaping up. So I'm super interested in the implications of that as well.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I can't wait to see those first few cards, because it does feel like there's a plan. It does feel like with everything that was rotated out that there's something that they're building towards. And I'm wondering if, this lack of wide removal that we currently have is in preparation for something else. So I'm really excited to see what the game plan is for this cycle. But yeah, Whispers previews are going to be super fun, and gargoyles also. Also, I want a Horned King card.
It's like Black Cauldron. Black Cauldron. Give me things that I can get out of my discard. Let me recur more. Let me Circle of Life some kind of silly situation. I need it. I want it. Please.
Zombie Glimmers.
Yes, I need Zombie Glimmers. I want them. I'm sure that there's a way that we can find a Disney term for that, but I need it. And I want it.
Oh dear, Zombie Glimmers. One other fun note, just because I saw this tweet the other day, keep an eye on Mo Shamblin tweeting. He's finally excited about deck building again, and if he is going to lose in the DLC, he wants to do it his way, indicating he's going to bring something spicy. So I'm super excited to see what he's cooking up, because he always brings something fun. So just another fun tweet I saw the other day. I don't know how long should we chat? I could chat all night, but
I know, right?
I'm like, at this point, feel like people would rather.
I mean, we're gonna be back tomorrow night, guys. Tomorrow night is another episode, season. I don't know how. Help me with the terminology, but we will all be back here, and hopefully tomorrow night. I know we were gonna get Katie from the Lore Keepers in, who was not able to make it tonight, so we'll have Katie tomorrow. JDZ, Garrick, myself, Liam.
I don't know.
Okay. And hopefully our wizard will be back in front of the camera tomorrow night. But tomorrow night, I think we have I think we have people that are playing.
There are people playing Lorcana on stream. A couple amazing teams.
Yep. They're wonderful, amazing
teams. Some of the best teams that you're going to see. The
Loungers and
Southside
Gaming.
Chicago versus South Florida. Going to be rumbling tomorrow. Look at that. I recalled that from my Gray Matter. No help from production whatsoever. I swear. But yeah, come back tomorrow night. Same time. It's going to be an awesome stream, as it is always here on the ICL. I just want to say before I stop talking, huge shout out, as always, to production, all the people who put this together. You all don't see it, but there's an amazing crew here who works behind the scenes, a lot of whom are unsung, to put this thing together every single week. From judges to commentators to production to the casters to the players, and I want to thank all of them. But most of all, I want to thank you, the viewers, who are still hanging out with us, listening to me talk here, because frankly, if you aren't here, we're talking to ourselves, and we do it, but it's a lot less fun. So I appreciate all of you who are out there as well.
I love how dangerously close we always get to, like, and viewers like you.
And viewers like you.
Dangerously close, but not quite there. But thank you, everybody, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow night while we see Southside 3-0. I just want to get the loungers riled up. Like,
right?
I'm going to say that right now, and it's going to be 24. It's literally going to be like 2 hours until Braden is on me on Twitter. So
I feel like I need to. I mean, at this point, I'm putting out a team.
You got a hat for every occasion.
I don't have a lounger's hat, so like, this is the only one I can rep here.
Wow.
No, that's right. Yeah. So if you're still here, we're gonna send you over in just a minute to another awesome stream. But again, make sure you come back tomorrow. And yeah. Also, if you're going to Milwaukee, just personally, if you're going to Milwaukee and you haven't contacted me yet, send me a note. I'm collecting some like player bio data and stuff, and trying to gather some stories prior to the stream. So reach out to me because I'd love to chat with you.
Oh, hey, Liam.
Yep.
I'll be in Milwaukee.
Okay.
Noted.
Noted. All right. We're all right. Well, with that, we're auto rating in like 10 seconds. So that's it. This is I don't know. This is Color and Liam, and we're signing off here. We'll see you all tomorrow night.
Just letting you be professional. Yeah, before Liam was like, he's like, I am a professional, like in a sarcastic.
Welcome to ICL on a Tuesday, another fantastic matchup, and this week we have NRV Shift, or better known as Never Shift, versus SLTC. I always want to say SLTC Punk. And that is rank 2 versus rank 3, so an important matchup we have here in the fight to get that top seed for tie breaks in the top cut. And we're going to play our favorite game where you guess, who's that caster? Let's start with our Here All the Time caster that we all know and love. You should be able to guess who they are. Let's see how you do. That means you can talk.
Oh, I know. I was trying to get the other one to talk because I thought it'd be way funnier.
That's fair.
Yeah, but instead. All right, I'm here. Guess who I am? There we go. There we go. TJ Parker always coming in with the wrong answers only. I do enjoy that about you. Thank you for being consistent.
And our other caster, you might not know him, but you probably do, and you'll always see him in a room as that glare's hard to miss. We've got the one, the only, somebody.
I thought they're supposed to guess based on my voice.
That's why I didn't say your name.
Everyone knows it's Butters. That's me.
Nice.
Right?
Nice. I like it.
Perfection. I mean, if they can't tell who you are from that, well, there's no helping them.
Somebody sent out the bald signal.
But here we go. And hello there. And welcome to another
here.
fantastic night of the ICL.
ICL after the Lorecast on a Tuesday. It's all kind of messed up. Like, Lorecast is supposed to be on a Thursday. ICL's on the Tuesday. But I'm going to try to not look at the spoilers channels as it updates during this. So I don't get, I know it's so crazy. I'm so excited about all of it because that what else can I do art is like, oh God, the Enchanted looks so good.
Well, we only have a second or two before we start going. So I did want to show some standings, although it's kind of hard to read. It's kind of hard to read, but we've got world-class cards in first place here. 5-1-1. We've got Never Shift 5-2-0 and SLTC at 5-2-0. So, you know, they're kind of playing to see who's going to be taking second place. And if world-class cards doesn't take down Luxury tonight, maybe they'll steal first place.
Wait, is this the last one before Top Cut?
No, it is not. We have 11 rounds. So we've got 3 more rounds after this.
8.
This is round 8. Next week is Infinity, and then it is 2 rounds. It's Infinity. And then we've got 2 more rounds of Core, and then we're cutting to Top Cut with Has Vines, and that is all Infinity until the DLC.
It's true.
You said has vines or has
I have no idea.
Wilds Unknown.
Wilds Unknown. I keep thinking
Has
Vines is the
Vines?
next set.
Has
Yep.
Vines.
Super early release.
They
Super
named it.
early.
They named it Has Vines.
Has
Well,
Vines.
Wilds Unknown does have vines in it.
It does
I would have
have
said
vines.
Has Wilds then. But
It has
my
wild
prediction,
vines.
I mean, I am SLTC fam, so obviously I'm going to say they're going to win. But I think it's going to be a close 2-1 matchup. And I'm going to let you two do your predictions from this other screen so we don't miss any action. Boop. Bye-bye.
Go into the booth here, and I'm not predicting because you can't make me because this is Dale versus Mark, and I don't want to say who's going to win because that is my least favorite game in the ICL. What about you, Ryan?
I mean, I will 100% say it. So I'm calling it 2-1. NVR Shift is gonna take down SLTC. My boy Mark is up on screen here right now. I have to root for the Florida homies.
I know, right? Yeah.
Mark's like local adjacent to me, so like I have to go for it. It's so hard because SLTC is kind of like an extended family for me. You know, there's some great folks over there. Ray, Fumbles, like I love all these people to absolute death. But Florida's got to represent, and I think Florida's taking down SLTC 2-1 tonight.
Wow, that's a bold claim because over here we have Dale, and Dale is known for doing decently well in card games, you know, historically speaking. I don't know where I was
Dale
going with
is
that.
this?
Well,
Is this Dale?
yeah.
Dale Bolito's playing for.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Time
That's
out.
what I was like,
Time
that's what I
out.
was like.
I feel like I've been lied to here. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I was like, wow, that's a bold claim coming in for that. But I was like, this is like Dale, full stop. I'm just gonna stop there as Ryan.
This is
realizes
prior
Dale
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Bolito.
Pro Dale
Yeah,
Bolito.
yeah. I was like, he's
Okay.
he's a pretty good player.
This is so hard because I love both
Uh-huh,
of these players to
uh-huh,
death, and
uh-huh.
they're both phenomenal Green Steel pilots too.
Yeah. What did I say? That's why I was like, I'm not choosing. That's this is a trap.
That is tough.
This is a trap.
I saw SLTC and I was like, well, that's not Dale Bolito because Dale Bolito's on Slab Sharks. Looks like
No.
Mama was wrong again.
Moonlighting for here. Yeah, the hand tattoos give it away every time. Which is, by the way, his tattoos are done by Ray. Also, in
Yeah,
it.
I know. Ray's got like just an insane wealth of talents.
I know, right? I know he's an insane deck builder, amazing tattoo artist, very funny.
He probably plays at least 4 instruments.
Probably. Ray,
Like,
do you play
I mean, I
much
don't know that
instruments?
I'm sure he probably does. Ray seems like the type of person that's like just a man of many
just
talents.
everything.
Yeah,
There's
he's
a
just
lot of
like
stuff.
he's like, oh yeah, like I also, just whittled this this bench
You
in
think
my
that he-
backyard this weekend.
You think he just whittles because he's that good?
Yeah.
Well, that dice is gone, and we got a 1 and a 2. So beat that. If you can beat a 3, then we're gonna see Dale going first. We're gonna roll again because actually it worked out in his favor. The dice rolled off the screen, so we did a little bit of roll of good faith, and we got a 6, which is notably better.
Significantly better than a 1.
Yeah, he's like, we were just reeling again completely.
I mean, we still hit a 10 though. So
it's still a 10.
That's pretty good.
It's still a 10 as we. Oh, we're rolling for Dale. I have no idea what happened. So Dale, get you some dice. No dice, no playmat. Dale is a monster. I love a madman here.
Yeah, Dale's more worried about the day-to-day operations, like making millions and millions of dollar deals. He's like, I can't bother myself with things like playmats and dice. Like, all I do is win.
Yeah, absolutely. I always like to see what kind of watch he's wearing. Not that I could identify it, but I know it's nice just because it's Dale.
Just because he has a watch.
Yeah.
I have a Fitbit. Does that count for anything?
Absolutely not.
Every now and then I'll put an analog face on it, and I'm like, I feel...
Feeling that
Yes.
Florida internet. That's what we're feeling.
Indubitably.
All right, checking if that's me or you or somebody else, but it is probably. Oh, it was him.
Nebraska
Okay,
internet.
it was in. God, who knows? Who knows? Okay, we're working with 3 people on the screen right now. That's working with 3 internets and a Canadian. So like the Florida internet is too. Well, Ryan's gone. Oh, Central Florida will get you. I swear. They're like, you got fiber internet out here? And they're like, what? You're like, oh no. Oh no.
I have like the best internet that I could possibly buy too.
No, that's the
Like,
problem.
I can't
That's
I can't
the
buy any
problem.
better than this.
It's literally same. I asked them if they had more, and they were like, you don't need to run NASA. And I'm like, you don't understand how bad your internet is. Like, can
Yeah,
you do
also
something
true.
about it? And the answer was no. So Luke hates when I'm over here because I lean too far, and so I keep getting clicked
You
out
a
of there.
leaner?
I am. I lean way too far over, and he's like, "Can you get back over there?" Because like halfway through the match, we're gonna be over here. So you guys look out for that.
Can I change my decision? If Mark was rolling for Dale and he rolled second and he rolled a 10, that means Dale's going first. Can I change my answer on who's going to win?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't do predictions. We can't change answers here.
Oh.
Also, it's betting time apparently. Oh my god, I'm always so
gotta
bad
get
at
your
that.
bets in. Get your bets in. There's a bet here.
All right. Shuffling up. We got our cards. I think we've done our altar. I don't know what they're going to play, but I doubt it's going to be the Horn King we have sitting on the screen right now. It's not something that I assume either one of these players would ever put in deck, but we have Captain Hook into a Palace Guard, which is a nice, respectable turn 1 Amethyst Steel play to do.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if Dale is also going to be on this Amethyst Steel. It seems like a lot of the teams are putting either dogs in the first slot, or they're putting decks that they believe beat dogs. So I'm really curious to see if this is going to end up being a mirror match, or if we are going to see that kind of quintessential dogs versus purple steel round 1 match.
That's fair enough. And after today's spoilers and reveals and everything, the fact that we have to look at core is a tragedy, but we are seeing inking a little Prince Philip and passing. So that's a Emerald Sapphire Q if I've ever seen one.
Well, there's some other decks that may exist out there that include
wait, Amethyst Emerald.
Could be a little Amethyst Emerald, pairing that Malicious Mean and Scary Prince Philip combo along with the likes of the evasive draw package of Genies and Dumbos is I'm curious. I think Dale's the type of person that is going to bring something spicy, and I'm here for it.
Hey, into the inkwell. Oh my goodness. He's good if you're doing good, but he's not good if you just ink him and pass, as we have another turn where Dale doesn't get to do anything, staring down 2 Palace Guards onto the board here.
If this is Emerald Sapphire and we are missing ramp on turn 2, then I really hope we've got something off the top of this deck that's gonna kind of put Dale back into this game.
Well, it wasn't the hey, and he was going to help, but we're going to put an Angel into the inkwell here and just go ahead, play a Cobra. I don't think we're going to discard. I think we're just going to favor having a body on the board. We're not going to gain the 2 lore, but we are going to go super blurry as we quest up to 3 lore.
Yeah, I'd like to see like a heads held high here, just be able to, somehow magically get 6 ink, target all 3 of these characters and banish them all, because each one of these characters in play for Mark is in fact a vanished character.
That is
We gotta-
hilarious. Okay, yeah. So the heads held high would go ahead and choose every single one of those, but I'm hoping we're not playing that as we do go ahead and ink another one. This does look like an Emerald Amethyst deck to me as we put the pull the lever or wrong lever, I don't know which one it is, into the inkwell and play another Prince Philip. So we did have another Prince Philip waiting in the wings. He's got ward. He's a 3-2. I don't know what he's going to do. Somebody tell me, is that a wrong lever?
It's either a wrong lever or it's got to be a wrong lever.
Or it's a pull the lever. Whatever. Genie, wish fulfilled, coming down, drawing us a card to purple steel or amethyst steel, doing amethyst steel things as we go ahead and exert everything to go on a full quest, getting us up to a whopping 6 lore coming in from amethyst steel, which is kind of funny because like these are one questers, so you would assume Dale not doing anything. Hey,
the hey comes down.
We had another hey, and when he comes down, if your opponent does have more ink than you, then you will go ahead and take a card from the top of your deck and put it into your inkwell face down and exert it. And now, since we did that, we paid the hey, and now we can go ahead and ink for turn. So we're pretend ramping. So for me, I think this is potentially like that, Brainiac style Emerald Amethyst, even though we haven't seen the second color in Dale's deck.
We haven't seen a second color yet, but Dale kind of forgoed. Yeah, forgoated the first couple of turns of the game, but he's kind of just right back in there. He played a turn 3 Prince Philip with ward, was able to ramp on turn 4, and on turn 5, if he has it, he can in fact get this malicious, mean, and scary combo down. And because he has another 3-drop in play, he can actually quest for 3 with the shifted Prince Philip.
Ew. So wait a minute. Letting him get to 6 is not as scary as it seems. Now, if we miss on that, if your opponent plays, I don't know, Pete, that would be bad. Something of that nature could really mess this up, but I doubt that Mark is playing Pete Games referee. All the Pete's of the referees.
Pete's Games is refereeing.
Yeah, he's not refereeing anything as we sit here and we ink our Ursula to get that down. Do we have a 1-drop? That was just me being greedy.
No need for the 1-drop when you're planning on saying, hey, all those characters on your side of the board, be a shame if they were all banished next turn. And it's really kind of going to be on to Mark here. Do you plan for the malicious, mean, and scary combo? Do you not, commit anything additional to the board? Maybe he just inks and passes quests for 5. It's not
Friends
really applying
on the
a
other
whole
side
lot.
would go so hard here. Because you could just spend your turn drawing cards and questing and then passing. That way you refill your hand for the inevitable potential board wipe and kind of keep moving and grooving. But it's kind of exactly what you said. If you don't commit anything and they don't board wipe you, then you've kind of, set yourself back a turn. But if you commit too much, then you've committed into it. That's a fine line when you stare into a board wipe. Ooh.
Yeah,
That's my professional opinion.
Maybe Mark is playing the cosplaying friends on the other side in the Junior Woodchucks guidebook. I feel like that would be the card that this is the turn where you want to establish it, crack it, draw your 2 cards, quest for your 5, get up to 11, and say, "Go ahead, I got plenty to refill the board right after."
Absolutely, that's kind of like standing down this turn. Basically, it's so funny. It's like, oh, back before rotation, but now in Infinity, you do have board wipes running around everywhere. So you do have to kind of plan these things out as we are going to go ahead and, Strength of a Raging Fire onto the hey, taking away that singer and ability to quest for 3 if you so have it. So now Prince Philip is going to have to do a bit of singing. Poor hey.
And do we hardcast the Strength of a Raging Fire?
No, we didn't. Interesting thing. So we are -1 lore. Because of that.
If we weren't going to play anything here, we might as well have just went ahead and hard casted it, got in for the additional lore, got up to 11 and said, go ahead, do your worst.
Pay attention there, chat. If we lose at 19, we know where that lore went. As we do have to have a 2-card combo here. Not impossible with this deck, but still kind of hard to do because we have seen Dale ink quite a few cards and not really drawing a ton of cards either. So the last 2 cards in your hand or what you draw off the top of your deck kind of just has to be Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip. Otherwise, we're not cooked, but we're like, it's not great.
It's not wonderful.
Pull the lever and we will go ahead and draw 2 cards or bounce something.
Looks like we're going to be drawing 2 cards. If we're drawing 2 cards, then wow, Mark's gonna have the opportunity to get to 15 next turn, and that really kind of like that's that window. That's the things start to get a little bit scary when Amethyst Steel starts hitting 14, 15, 16 lore. You know, you're just a couple of docks into a Giant Cobra away from just losing the game.
So Cheshire Cat, as we see Fred going down in the ink, well, notably, I'm pretty sure that Fred breaks items, but you could shift the big old Fred onto him if you really felt so inclined. Probably don't do that.
You could
Maybe.
actually shift the big Fred and actually not have another Floodborn in your deck and then quest with it.
I've done that before. It's stupid and I love it.
That's probably one of the single greatest turns in Disney Lorcana I think I've ever seen, is to reveal your entire deck to your opponent and say fail to find.
What madman would do that? As we see a Demona coming
Nobody
down,
I
drawing probably 0 cards, maybe 3 cards, maybe 2 cards. It is a number that would surprise you. As we go ahead and actually do some challenging here, interestingly enough, to take away any ability to shift to Prince Philip coming in and clearing up the board, really probably locking in this game for us.
Yeah, I think that there was it was reasonable to remove the Prince Philip from the board just to stop the potential for the shift. I think gaining the additional lore rather than challenging into the Cheshire Cat was probably a little bit better there because you're threatening reverse lethal, but it looks like we're just going to scoop it up anyways. You lose your entire board in this matchup, and you're not able to sing the songs that you need to sing to get the opposing board out of here, and it looks like we're just going to scoop it right on up.
Yeah, that's definitely the professional term for that, scooping it right on up. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, though, yeah, it was that really pivotal turn where we did set up and we just didn't see, again, kind of what I was saying is Dale was inking pretty aggressively, which left him maybe 2 cards, 3 cards in hand potentially. So they had to be exactly Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip. As we did see, I liked the idea of that, right? Because we're not really ramping except for with Hey Hey. So you're conserving the cards in hand. You're not playing a 1-drop. You're not playing a 2-drop. So you're kind of conserving the cards in hand to make sure that you have the ink ability to get there, to play the Prince Philip, to play the Hey Hey, to then dig and ramp to be able to do that. But that does set you up to where if you do not get that line exactly, it all falls apart. So unfortunately there, we didn't see what we need to. And Mark got off to a pretty decent start with his Palace Guard into Genie. So we'll see what happens around this time.
Alternatively, if you think about the board state that he had, though, he could have just as easily because he had 2 different lines. He could have either A, sung the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, played the Prince Philip, banished everything, or he could have alternatively shifted the Prince Philip and used Prince Philip to sing Under the Sea. And Under the Sea would have cleared most of the board. It would have left the Giant Cobra in play, but still, you're removing 3, 4, 5 lore from your opponent's side of the board. Now they have to overcommit, and now that's when you hit them with the second Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo.
Yeah, you always want that backup. You're like, okay, it's not the first be prepared, it's the second be prepared that you got to be terrified of. That's typically
It's the second one that always got me.
It's always the second one.
It's always the second one.
Yeah, because you're like, well, he can't do that. Oh, they did it again, and I'm cooked.
Yeah, and if you take that an additional tier, and you're like, okay, well, like I'm gonna plan for the 2, and then they hit you with the 3rd B prep, and you're like, well, no one was gonna play around the 3rd.
Yeah, no one was playing around the 3rd one. Exactly. Oh, that's why Guidebook is so good in situations like that, because you're like, I'm just gonna develop. We're gonna draw cards, we're gonna rebuild, and then the second half of this game will begin once you rip the cord of that board wipe. It's all
I feel like
mine,
the opportunity
guys.
cost for playing Woodchuck's Guidebook and Amethyst Steel is pretty low. But when you think about it, if there were more control decks in the format and more decks that were trying to go slower and trying to have these value engines and that had all of these board wipes, I think you might consider it. But you got decks like Dogs out there that are board wiping you on turn 4. Is it really helping you that much?
In July, we don't have to worry about that anymore in core, as we see the Rooster into the Inkwell and a Dumbo on the other side, and we're just passing.
No 1-drops for either player.
I can see the strategy behind Dale not doing anything, but I don't know if Mark wanted to not do anything in this Amethyst Steel deck. You typically want to go 1, 2, 3, 4 strength, and he just went. That's what he went. He just a silent. That's what it sounds like when you don't play a card.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sounds like absolutely nothing.
Perfect. Absolutely.
Mark being on the draw here, he really wants to kind of get out to an early lead. We didn't see either the Palace Guard on turn 1. I would have really liked to have seen a Christopher Robin. Christopher Robin would have just been like, hey, I'm going to turn the jet boosters on. You need to stop me.
Absolutely. That Christopher Robin with the underdog ability does let you play him if you're going second and it is your first turn. And it's amazing because here's a Pocahontas, which actually, by the way, pairs wonderfully with the Christopher Robin because whenever she quests, she can gain lore equal to chosen exerted character. And by the way, heads up, that does mean your opponent's exerted character. So watch out. Watch out in the face of a Pocahontas.
We've seen Pocahontas do some pretty dastardly things in ICL. I do believe I've seen this Pocahontas quest for 4 in some circumstances. And,
thanks to a Vinny. Yep.
Thanks to a Vincenzo, a card after my own heart.
Yeah, you do like playing Vincenzo's.
It's one of my favorite cards. It's just such a he's just such a chunky boy. A 2/8 that quests for 3 and he smashes something on play. How can you not love that?
And he's inkable.
That's the best part. The
shout out
inkable.
Ruby. Honestly. Oh, we have. I'm staying out of chat. I'm going to be professional as we ink a Demona. And here we go. We're running it back. This Prince Philip coming back down. Hopefully we can do something with him this time. But at this point, we're at 0-0 lore. Pocahontas is the only thing in play. And notably, Prince Philip does have ward. Oh, that's a problem, though. Tell us about this mystical researcher.
The combo right there.
Oh gosh, as Genie does come down, he's a mystical researcher. He has boost 1 and he gets 1 lore for every card under him. So with Pocahontas choosing characters to gain lore equal to and mystical researcher having an infinite amount of lore possibilities, that's pretty good. As we go ahead and exert her for the vibes.
Just for the vibes.
We went on a quest. We will be able to gain no lore other than just the 1 that she has on there. So kind of telling me, hey, if you want to run your 3/2 board wipe potential into my 3/2 lore combo potential, I suppose I will take that trade.
I don't think I'm taking that trade. I don't think I'm taking that trade.
That was a safe quest in your mind?
Yeah. Seems like a pretty solid quest. I'm a fan. Dale's got to do something to get some more cards into the inkwell here. This is one of the downsides to running the Emerald Amethyst over running, say, Emerald Sapphire, is while you have this warded Prince Philip in play, there's not really a big threat to you actually getting the combo at any stage prior to turn 6. And turn 6, you know how much lore you can be at by turn 6? Some decks, you don't even get turn 6. You get to turn 5, that's it. That's all she wrote.
They're like, thank you for playing Disney Lorcana. Please come again. So we did see that hey last game, and that kind of ramped us up to at least 5 on turn 4. But instead, we go ahead for the Genie Wish Fulfilled, giving us 1 more card in hand, hopefully digging down to the cards that we need. Now, notably, we are going to play our own Genie Wish Fulfilled, and we did miss that 1 drop that did knock us off of the ability to sing Strength onto this Genie. So the Genie is safe and clear. And we play our own Genie to draw a card, notably not exerting anything, not going on a quest, not boosting the mystical researcher, and just passing. Because Dale can't shift this turn, but he can play another Genie.
There's so many Genies in play. We have a total of 4 Genies in play. There's 3 Genie Wish Fulfilleds and then a magical researching Genie. The amount of Genie, it's like Genieception that's going on right now.
Lots of Genies, lots of potential. We got a bunch of evasive situations going as we put a card that my eyes will not be able to identify.
Like
so that's gone. I think it was a Minnie Mouse potentially. I don't know. You guys will have to let us know. I also mistook Miss Cratchit for, I don't know, set 1 Belle. So that was crazy. As an Elsa 5th Spirit comes down, that's a pretty good answer to one of those Genies going in with 2 strength from the Elsa 5th Spirit and 2 strength from the Genie to finish off one of the Genies. Amethyst cards are bananas.
Amethyst cards do be doing amethyst things.
And we're going to go ahead and quest that Pocahontas, and we are going to choose. Interesting. We're going to go ahead and quest Pocahontas. We're choosing the Genie, so that means we're actually gaining 3 lore from the Pocahontas and 2 from the Genie, and we're going to go up to a solid 5. Is that it? All right, we're going to 5.
This is a bold move, Cotton. We've got the opportunity for Genie Wish Fulfilled to challenge into the mystical research.
Is. It doesn't matter. We knew it. We knew he wasn't going to miss twice. His malicious Minion comes down, putting 1 damage onto everybody and shifting Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, onto his little version of himself. I think that Mark fully recognized that board wipe was inbound and wanted to get the lore as fast as possible.
Yeah, here's the downside. When the premier level removal for Amethyst Steel is going to be Strength of a Raging Fire, and the fact that Prince Philip is a 6/6, you have nothing in play now. How is Mark going to remove this Prince Philip from the board? I feel like this thing's just going to quest for 3 for the next 4 turns.
He could ask very nicely.
He could ask
put
very
it in the. Will
Sir.
you put that in the discard, please?
May I offer you a banish?
Would you like to banish that? I thought it was so clever in Richmond when I worked all the way up to shifting malicious being scary. Prince Philip, I felt like a god, and then they went Horseman Strikes, and I went sick. As my immediate win con went right into the discard, and I was like, wow, I'm so glad I power ramped to that.
I did that very thing a multitude of times in Richmond because I myself played Amber Amethyst, and your boy had the play set of the Horseman Strikes in that deck.
That is a good looking iconic, or well, you know what I mean, epic. As we go,
The epic looks good, but I think the league promo with like the blacked out, it almost has like the same kind of feel of the cards from the Jafar Palace Ice and like the Ursula, the Ursula co-op game in Ursula's Return.
Yeah, Entangled. As a Cheshire Cat comes down, he is inexplicably a cat, and notably, we're not going to boost him for the vibes. And
he is inexplicably a cat.
I don't.
Yep.
Sometimes.
Sure is.
We are
farmers. Bum 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 bum. Drawing 2 cards off. Drawing 2 cards off. You did ask for this.
Pull the lever, coming down, drawing the 2 cards. Vanquisher of Foes is, like you said, it's got the 3 lore. It is a 6/6, and it is notably evasive. If we can do some things, maybe we have an Elsa 5th Spirit that can come on in and maybe put 2 damage onto the genie and then move. We can whittle that Prince Philip down over time and time again. As the pull the lever is here and wrong lever, I can't read it. So it doesn't matter what it does. We might see it later. There we go.
We need to be able to go like, we've got 3 cards in hand. We need to draw for turn. It needs to be Palace Guard, Captain Hook, Dock into Palace Guard, Captain Hook, Strength, or Raging Fire to out this Prince Philip.
I've seen Dock players do do more for less. So it's not out of the cards as we go ahead and just draw that Prince Philip, or we play the Prince Philip and pass after drawing the 2 cards from the pull the lever. I don't know if there's many decks that are actually running wrong lever, so thank goodness, because I have forgotten what that card does. If you have a card in your discard named pull the lever, then you can put your deck on the floor and do the hokey pokey.
You put target opposing character on the bottom of its owner's library.
Yes. See.
Library deck.
It's a deck, and we go ahead and ink an angel, and there we go. There's the Elsa Frisk Spirit, so she can go ahead and just challenge into the genie. Oh, this is hard times. So we went ahead, challenged into the genie, put the 2 damage on there, and then move the 2 damage with the Cheshire Cat onto the genie, getting rid of that and healing off our Elsa. So we do some Cheshire Cat Elsa nonsense, as I was kind of saying was a possibility, but we're doing a lot of fighting back. Dale's at 8 lore, Market at 5, and that Prince Philip just looks safe.
Yeah, the Prince Philip not only looks safe, but you're able to get the genie out of the way. So I'm
no again. Oh no, not like this. It's simple. It's just
what's better than 1? It's 2 combos.
Well, the game will end much quicker now. If you can't get rid of this Prince Philip, can you get rid of that Prince Philip? As we will now be questing for 6 lore a turn, making us go to a swift game 3, if I have my predictions right.
Yeah, I mean, at least fortunately for us as casters, we do get a game 3 here. I don't know that there's very many cards in the Amethyst Steel card pool that are going to be able to help.
Yeah, Lilo will do it.
Lilo
might
will,
get us
in
there.
fact. Yeah, she might. I need. What are we at? We're at 5. If I could have, if I could have 6 Lilos in play right now, that'd be great. Lore Guide, my opponent has 6 Lilos in their deck.
Yeah, right.
And that is cheating, but 6 Lilos in the deck is cheating, but 2 Prince Philips questing for 6 is not.
It might as well be cheating. Let's be honest. We've removed our opponent's side of the board twice, and we have 2 6/6s with evasive.
Ooh. Actually, now the Pocahontas is coming down, and we are able to play a Demona for full value and getting to those 3 cards off of there. Unfortunately, Demona is not evasive. She would throw some type of hands and be fine, but the Pocahontas could also target the Prince Philips because he no longer has Ward. But Dale's at 11 and Marquez at 5. There's cool things we could do, but maybe not this game.
Yeah, we're literally a turn away from Dale kind of closing the loop on this game here. I'm not sure what Mark could potentially have hiding in the wings. Maybe like there's a possibility that maybe he has like a they never came back and he's able to say, hey, you know those 2 Philips that you just quested for 6 with, they don't get to ready next turn. And maybe he can sneak a win. That's possible.
All right, and we have the Dumbo here. Are we going to go ahead and quest? We don't even care about that. We're just putting stuff on the board because you know what's worse for him at the Steel, other than only being at 5 and you being at 17, is going wide on the board. Mob Song off the top. I'm always going to say that now.
We can't even sing it. We can't even sing it. We have a total of 8 in play. It's a Pocahontas and a Demona. 6 + 2 is 8.
Oh, yeah, and even if we ink, we're still only going to 9. So Mob Song would be an uninkable brick. Don't put it in your Amethyst Steel decks. That was a terrible plan.
Yeah, the Florida education system may have failed me, but at least basic math is still something I can do.
Not me. Is Hades looking for a deal, comes down, probably choosing one of those Prince Philips and immediately getting to draw 2 cards so we can scoop it up and go to game 3. 2 Prince Philips is too many.
1 Prince Philip is too many. I gotta be honest, like my biggest crash out is like when my opponent just has it. They're just like, oh yeah, Prince Philip, sing malicious. I'm like, here we go. Like I'm like, you know what? I'll just go home. Actually, I'm gonna go.
One time, Katie and I were casting a game, and it was Bad Vegas and his brother that were playing, and Bad Vegas was playing Chief Bogo combo, and Chief Bogo comboed his brother 3 times in a game. One time, he shifted it. And then the next time he shifted it onto itself. And then the next time he just hard played it because his brother had to Hades the quadruple shifted Prince Philip.
I'm going to tell you something right now.
I was like, I would flip a table and tell my dad, and you would not be allowed back at Christmas dinner.
Do you know what knocked me out of top cut contention at PBG Fort Worth?
Was it Chief Bogo? Oh, well, because no, it was literally Bad Vegas.
It was literally Bad Vegas with Chief Bogo combo.
And he was straight up
literally knocked me out of contention. Like literally. I was so flabbergasted. I was like, oh.
And he thought he was going to lose that too, because I don't think that's a very good matchup. But
no, it was a horrible matchup.
Oh,
but he just played 5 2-questers, and I was like, oh, I can't answer all of these. And he just like turned them sideways every time. And he just like got to 9 ink and was like, hey, play Prince Philip, Bogo trigger. And I was like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think there is a video out there where we all clipped it together because Katie and I were in shambles because he did it and he had no cards in hand. And
That's
he would get rid of the Chief Bogo and he would Chief Bogo off the top. I'll just play it. And the next turn he's like, oh, Prince Philip off the top, and just plays it. And at one point the opponent, he just freezes. He just freezes for a really long time. It's like that is the appropriate reaction to being Prince Philip before Malicious, Mean, and Scary was even printed. So
yeah, it's kind of terrifying. Like, not only did your one-sided board wipe just end my entire career, but now I'm staring down this 3 lore quester. What he's a big dude. You're 6'6". He's just huge. He's just massive.
Absolutely.
I think that Prince Philip should have been at least a 6'4". So that way you could just at the very minimum, you could hurl a thunderbolt at him. Just
I like it. Make them all big, beefy, lots of strength, lots of willpower. Never get them out of here. As I like, oh man, the new set stuff. The new set, some of those stats on those characters, I'm like, yeah. You're like, you can't do anything to this one. And I'm like, yeah, but what is it? Oh, it's a 3/6. Let's go. Hold up.
That Merida's got me feeling some type of way. I'm so ready.
I hate the way you said that.
So ready to do some absurd things in
Shenanigans.
infinity with Merida.
We're going to have double trouble, and it's going to be meta as we ink a Demona and Palace Guard down on the board. Now we got a 1-drop. Now we got a game. We're on the play. Dale, you're not. What's your plan? Is it the Prince Philip Shift combo? Is it anything else?
Yeah, we're really going to kind of be looking for Mark to get off to an early lore lead here. I would love to see him just kind of get the 1, 2, 3, 4 strength line if possible. We do see a Malicious, Mean, and Scary going down into the Inkwell, and if you're Mark, you got to love to see it. That's a combo piece down, but it does often it's very telling. If you see your combo opponent inking one of their combo pieces, there's a good chance that there's another one waiting in the wings.
I hope to one day be referred to as a combo opponent, as we do have the Strength of a Raging Fire into the Inkwell, and we're just going to take that Palace Guard into a quest, not really playing anything else to the board, so that 1-2 strength line is broken. But hopefully Dale, you know, if we're going to play a warded character, I cannot strength your warded character. Ward is OP, and you should put him in your decks, guys. I'm telling you. Especially in a world with that Merida. Ward is going to mess you up. Woo!
You know what's great about her is she is also a princess, and I've already been cooking up Sapphire Seal princesses in Infinity because there's
the mini? Is that Miss Cratchit? Is that it's got to be a mini?
That is Minnie Mouse.
Minnie Mouse with Ward. That's not
no.
a vanilla.
It's the 2-cost. It's the 2-cost 3/3 vanilla quest for 1.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? Have you ever played against an aggro opponent? Sometimes you just need a Minnie Mouse spinning skater to kind of tell your opponent, hey, no, you got to slow down. You don't just get to turn things sideways for free anymore.
Yeah, all right. Do you see that Buzz Lightyear is a 2-cost 3/3 inkable? Anyway, and we got the Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable Cat, Inexplicably Cat. Oh man, I got really excited. But it's the cat, and it's going to come down, and it's going to pair nicely with that body on the Minnie Mouse. Never saying that again. As we go ahead and pass it back over to Mark.
Yes, you are. You know, we're off to a really slow start here for Mark, which is a little bit scary. I mean, when you are always kind of waiting for that combo to come down to wipe your board, you really want to be at a higher lore total than 2 going into turn 4.
Yeah, definitely here. But now we do know that we do have the ability to sing the strength with the Cheshire Cat, but that will make the cat vulnerable to your cat. So I think anything else on Dale's side would have potentially, you know, been able to sing, get rid of the Minnie Mouse, and then, you know, have some more shenanigans and freeing us up for questing. But at the same time, having a cat on Dale's side that you can't actually deal with is because you missed your 2-drop kind of makes everything a little bit more scary.
Yeah, that 2-drop is really pivotal. Even a secondary 1-drop would have been fine, but inking the strength and passing there, that's the last thing you want to see. The Pocahontas, a Black Heron, even a dock when you've got a second dock in hand, which we've not seen a single dock yet out of any of these games.
Interesting. As we go ahead and pull the lever to play the genie, we're favoring a genie in the face of a genie. The genie wars are raging again, as maybe we'll see an Elsa Fifth Spirit coming down to Wombo Combo and get not for that much ink, though, as we go ahead and we get the 2-drop that eluded us earlier. It's the Pocahontas. She's here with her friend Calhoun, also notably a 2-drop.
He's got 1 card left in hand. If it's not the Strength of a Raging Fire, you really can't afford to exert these characters. And if your opponent has
the dog,
if your opponent has the Elsa, though, you've now lost this genie. Not only have you lost the genie, but then now the Cheshire Cat wars start happening.
Oh, as we
he
go
does
ahead,
have the strength.
And we do opt to take the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, I was like, it's not the genie. But we got to get the cat off the board. That is where most of the power and shenanigans were going to come from on Dale's side of the board. Opted to get rid of that, turning things, exerting them, going on a quest, going up to 5. And you got to know that's a dock in hand. You got to know.
It's never not a dock. It's never not a dock, Coleslaw. Every time I've ever played against Amethyst Steel, the last card in their hand is always a dock. The dock ends up drawing another dock, and that's what they do. They just dock train.
I've never seen this mini before in my life. I love that. The art's cute.
You've never seen that mini before?
Never seen it before in my life.
What? Do me a favor. I want you to go ahead and look at that mini and tell me what's the sub name of that mini.
Oh God. I'm not going to say what my brain told me. You should go ahead and tell everybody what that means.
It
Because
is
it
a
actually.
spinning skater. You like laughed at me when you're like,
Oh.
spinning skater.
Oh no,
Why
because
would
I can't read it because it's all blurry on
Oh.
the screen. So my brain saw something else and then filled in the blanks, and I was like, I won't be saying that out loud, but it is the spinning skater, according to Ryan was correct.
Yeah,
Ryan
you
was
laughed
correct.
at me when I got the sub name for a card right for once.
Wow, that's on me. As Ursula, I think this
Let me
was
see the
just
doc.
Oh,
it's a Demona.
Demona.
It's
Well,
Demona, but
that'll
the other
do.
card's a Calhoun though.
You
And we're at
can't ink it.
we're at 4 ink. We're at 4 ink. We played 2. Oh no, we played 2 uninkables last turn. Our hand has just been bricked.
Okay, and we played the doc.
That's what it was.
And we didn't want to ink the Demona, I'm sure, as that's our ability to get down some cards. Now, hopefully, if we draw something a little bit better, if we draw into the dock, we can ink the Demona, but I don't know if you really want to be doing that because that's our way back, but not with this one. We need to be at 6 ink, and we are not, as we might lose our entire board with Prince Philip combo coming up next. We do know that Dale did ink the Malicious, Mean, and Scary at turn 1. So did he find another one? Did he find the Victors of Foes? Find out next time.
I hope he didn't, if I'm being honest. Like, I want like I love Dale to death, but like we've seen enough of these Malicious, Mean, and Scaries and these Prince Philip shifting. Like, I want Mark to have at least one more turn, get in a good chunk of lore here. Like, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could possibly go up to 12. We could really go up to 13 if we wanted to quest with this Calhoun. I think we're at the stage now where we just kind of need to turn the jets on, Mark. We got to get this game over and done with. Once that Philip hits the board,
I think we are just going to go on a quest here. There's literally nothing you could do in the face of it. So you're just going to quest the genie first.
Gain
Sequencing
5.
is important. That's right. Gaining 5 with the Pocahontas quest. Choosing the genie. And now we have to decide, do we want to gain the 3 lore or do we want to just say, hey, you don't have it and set up for the Demona next turn? Unless we drew an uninkable, in which case nothing good is going to happen from this point out.
I mean, this is the dance here. Do you cash in the additional 3 lore? Do you keep it upright and have run the risk of losing it? I'm kind of in the mindset of like risk it for the biscuit. Your opponent doesn't have the Cheshire Cat anymore because you sang the Strength of a Raging Fire. I'm getting in every single piece of chip lore, and the fact that Mark hasn't inked a card yet almost leads me to believe that he maybe drew another unink off the top.
Yeah.
And we know that he already had the Calhoun in hand.
Yep, that is what I'm worried about as well, because I would have slammed that inkable, slammed the Calhoun, quested, and passed. But maybe what they drew changed their future a little bit as we take a little bit of time to think about it. And Luke's mic is quite open at this point as a genie, which is an inkable, comes uninkable. My goodness.
It's another genie.
It's
another genie. I mean,
he does replace
you
himself.
don't like to. Yeah, you don't like to play another threat to the board in the face of the potential for a one-sided board wipe. However, it does draw cards, so it is replacing itself. It's also saying, hey, if you don't have exactly the combo, I am threatening reverse lethal next turn.
Well, now we do know that, unfortunately, we know that that is a Calhoun and a Demona in hand. You drew the genie for turn. You were able to draw a card to then ink the Christopher Robin to hopefully set up for the Demona, which is going to go ahead and exert probably an empty. Your board's going to be empty. You're going to play a Demona down just to be able to draw 3 cards. So you're at 13, going ahead, getting that lure. And I think just playing the Demona and refilling our hand and just being relentless is going to be how we win this game 3, because Dale's at 0. And if he doesn't have it, the game's over. But if he has it, the game might not be over.
Dale might be in shambles. He's got his head in his hands. He set his hand down on the table.
Oh no, we're doing questy math. Oh no, challenging math. Oh no.
He's trying to figure out if he can clear off enough threats from Mark's side of the board to prevent him from being able to win next turn.
Not like this. Oh no, not like this. We don't have it. Oh my goodness. Mark taking the bluff here, unless we're just being slow rolled into oblivion. And that's not fair either. He doesn't have it. No.
Mark actually has a total possible of 11 lore next turn. There's a lot of lore on this board.
We got to do something. Do we malicious, mean, and scary just for the vibes, then try to challenge in, taking out some more dense, heavy threats here. I think that is a potential, but that still is going to leave no less than, oh gosh, you can't get the genies off the
800 lore.
board.
You're correct.
Yeah, I mean, at least 4. We got to take the Pocahontas. You probably have to, because you can't leave
What
the
about
Calhoun.
double malicious? What if he's got 2 malicious mean and scaries?
Hilarious.
Remember, he did also ink a malicious mean and scary on turn 1.
So we are kind of just sitting here waiting the wings, seeing what's going to happen. Because even if he does, I mean, that takes care of the Pocahontas. It doesn't even touch the Calhoun. Yeah, she's a 3/2. She's not a 3/1. So we are going to. Oh wait, but the malicious mean and scary does place damage. Oh my god, that card is so good. Okay.
We are singing it.
We're singing it. That's interesting. We have a rush Elsa maybe to come in and potentially clean up some of this. Do a little bit of a dance here.
So either we're missing the Vanquisher or we're missing the 6th ink.
Oh my goodness. But we do know that Minnie Mouse is a 3/3, so she can cleanly trade with literally anything. Now, Genie will be able to trade with potentially, oh yeah, Genie can get after some stuff. Calhoun, maybe. You take some 3 damage back. That's not so bad. Then you could take maybe the Minnie. Oh no, you could actually. Oh god.
Minnie can banish the Cheshire. The Ursula can banish the Pocahontas. And then you leave your opponent with 2 genies and play with 2 damage on them, which is like not necessarily where you want to be. You don't want to leave the.
Well, then you lose Calhoun,
threats.
and then you lose to Calhoun.
Well,
yeah,
you're losing to either an evasive package or Calhoun. So pick your poison.
Yeah, that's true. Because you
the
have
2 things that
take...
guaranteed need to happen is the Pocahontas needs to come off of the board, because the Pocahontas is actually representing the most lore here. Pocahontas is representing 3, whereas both Genie and Calhoun are representing 2.
Okay, Cheshire Cat.
We have
Cheshire
our own
Cat
Cheshire Cat.
Okay. Well, hold up.
Okay.
Yeah. Now this is some stuff. When we're getting some dice out, we're doing some stuff and then pulling dice out. This is going to change the math a little bit because now we can challenge in. We can move some things around. We could get rid of the Calhoun now. So we actually will be able to move some damage to just kind of get rid of Calhoun just on the back end of things, which I think is huge because that was where you were going to straight lose the game.
I think we're still in the boat of needing to get this Pocahontas off the board. And I think there's a chance that this Minnie Mouse, this Minnie Mouse has got to be clearing the Cheshire Cat.
The Minnie's going to take the Cheshire Cat. The Ursula is going to take the Pocahontas. And then something else is going to happen. I forgot. But then we can move the damage to the Calhoun to make sure that that gets gone as well, leaving only the 2 genies and potentially the Palace Guard.
Yeah, but I don't think we're worried about the Calhoun as much as we are the genies, because we're not going to be leaving anything in play that the Calhoun can challenge, right? The Ursula's going to get banished on challenge. The Minnie's going to get banished on challenge. The Genie's evasive, so the Calhoun can't challenge it.
True.
So this Genie can actually challenge an opposing Genie, and then you can move the 2 to remove that Genie.
That's probably for the best. And then if the Calhoun does exert sideways, it's only getting 1 lore, and then we can do something about it at some point in our lives.
Yeah, like shift this Prince. Oh, the Prince Philip is sideways, so that is.
Well,
but it'll at least trade.
Yeah,
though.
but that's still 2 lore. So
yeah, 2, 4, 5. We're only leaving 6, 7.
Yeah,
just kidding.
Yeah, we're leaving too much. Yeah, this is some difficult math here.
This
and
is one of those
the point
puzzles.
where I would have I was like, this is one of the turns where I would have already lost the game. I'd have been like, I don't know, you got it, man. Like, that's why I don't have a golden Mickey. But at the same time, if there's a way out, Dale will find it. And if he scoops after all this, I'm gonna be like, what was the point?
Sometimes you just have to walk through all of the ways you've lost.
And bring your opponent on that same journey. There we go. We're doing it. We're taking the Ursula into the Pocahontas. That's step 1. Step 2, we got to go for the Genie probably. If we're going to take Ryan's line and saying that the evasive is not good. Now, again, yes, Genie, stacking damage. We're going to move it with the Cheshire Cat.
That leaves 2, 3, 4, 5. That leaves 5 in play.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
So this
getting
takes
rid of
out. Yep. Now we move the damage. We remove the opposing Genie. Now you have Genie plus
leaves
Palace
6
Guards
in
questing
play.
for 3. The Calhoun's going to trade in. But remember, Mark's also just going to play a Demona and refill his hand next turn.
That's true. That's what I was saying. I was like, if Dale didn't have it, if he had it, there was a game. If he didn't have it, this is going to be really, really rough, as we do choose to go ahead and get rid of the Calhoun here to keep our Prince. We wanted to keep our Prince Philip, healthy here. If you want to throw in your genie, you're not questing. If you want to throw in your Palace Guard, it gets rid of him, and that only really puts 1 damage on it. So I think that was a really safe play by Dale. Cheshire can't get after really anything at all with the amount of damage that's going on here. So interesting, getting rid of the Calhoun to keep the Prince Philip alive. And
the reason he did that specifically is to play to his outs. Yes, he can stall Mark for 1 turn, but realistically, that's all you're doing is you're stalling for a turn. Putting Mark in this position is either saying, hey, Mark, you need to banish this Prince Philip, or there's a possibility that I could still combo you next turn and you haven't won the game. And then I'm with a commanding board position. And then all it's going to take is a couple of pieces of spot removal before the game's over.
Right, and here we go. Here's the Demono going ahead and exerting down Dale's board, giving him 1 card in hand, which is notably not nothing, and drawing only 2 cards because I still think we have the Eternal Calhoun stuck in our hand, which is quite uninkable, as I think we are going to go ahead and just go for a full quest here, saying, listen, I'm just going to quest, get up to 18, and you're going to have to remove my entire board.
Make him have it.
Make him have it. And Dale's going, please let me have it. Look, I did everything right. I want it. Let's see if we get it here. We just need the Vanquisher of Foes potentially. But if not, we're still going to need a Vanquisher of Foes plus another Malicious Mean and Scary, which would be the 3rd one. Because we can't Under the Sea that Demona. You could bounce the Demona, and that would be pain. Because we're only at 0 lore now. We're going in. We're doing some more challenging table tippity tap math. Oh, dear. And
yeah, this is not what you want to see from Dale. You want to see Dale just making decisive. Yeah, I've got the Malicious Mean and Scary. I've got the Vanquisher. You don't have a board. Let's get active. Let's get loose and active. Let's quest for 5.
Yeah, now we're fanning out our discard, which is interesting to me. Do we have the wrong lever? Because the wrong lever would go ahead and put Demona on the bottom of Mark's deck, and that's a fantastic way of getting rid of that character, as then we would still have to figure out a way to get rid of that genie.
Yeah,
Other genie.
I don't know that we're going to be able to get both of the genies off of the board here.
I know. I'm like, what are we doing? Because we could wrong lever. Wait, is that a Malicious Mean and Scary? Are we doing it? Are we full sending it? Bro, if we just can't find the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, that's so annoying. Dale expertly playing to his outs and his deck going, nah.
He also got the additional draw off of the Demona as well, which was just 1 more card.
It's
the 3rd Malicious Mean and Scary.
Oh my goodness, going ahead, and that does clean up the math a little bit better because we will be able to get rid of that genie. He's literally gone, and we can challenge in, get rid of that genie, challenge in, get rid of that, and it only leaves the Demona though. But the Demona is there, and the Demona is going to have to do literally anything. You got it.
Hard cast?
I don't understand what has happened.
We haven't seen ink exerted. We haven't seen a character exerted. This is important to note, whether or not this was hard cast or if it was sung by one of the characters in play.
So we're thinking about what
he might still be trying to decide whether or not he wants to hard cast, or because we know 2 ink is for sure going to need to be spent on
the cat. And so I think we are going to go ahead and sing. We are going to boost the cat.
Looks like the cat sang.
Yep. And so then we go ahead and throw the damage onto the palette. Oh, we threw the damage somewhere. And we do have the pull the lever. We have it. And it goes under your deck. Get on under there. No, it's the wrong lever. It goes into your hand. It's wrong lever. It's all right. Fine.
It's because he doesn't have the pull the lever in the discard yet. So instead,
I thought he did.
Yeah, wrong lever, unfortunately, does state bounce your opponent's character back to their hand unless you have a pull the lever in your discard, at which point you would put it on the bottom of your deck. That's why Dale was fanning out his discard to see if he had played one. We know that he's played one during the set, but it doesn't look like it was during this game specifically. So again, we're just right back at kind of square one where Mark is going to continue to play threats and say, hey, you need to answer every single thing I play every turn for the rest of the game, while also simultaneously gaining another 18 lore to close the game out yourself.
Yeah, this is a huge hill to climb up. Now, that Olaf is actually an amazing thing in the face of Malicious Mean Scary, because when you play Malicious Mean Scary, it will banish the Olaf, and then you'll be able to bounce one of your characters back to hand before you're able to get after anything. But notably, we've already seen 3 Malicious Mean and Scaries. As a genie comes down, Dale's going to be able to draw a card here, hopefully getting into something, but I don't think we're going to do it. And I think that's it. That is game 3. As a Mark, never shift, never gonna stop shifting. Stop. Mark is the winner. Never gonna stop Mark.
You know what the B stands for, right? Always right when it comes to picking who's gonna win the next game.
Oh man, that was definitely a game where Dale kept setting it up. Like you said, he was playing to his outs, and his deck was like, no, I don't think I will. I don't think I will. And again, the consistency of Amethyst Steel and how it does what it wants to do so well.
Yeah, Amethyst Steel is just kind of one of those decks that says, hey, like, my deck is just going to, like, curve out, man. And if you can't stop me from just curving out, then, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, maybe it's time to consider, you know, getting those Amethyst cards out of there and get some Sapphire cards in there so you can combo me faster. And a new face has appeared.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, gamers?
How is it?
That was
Hi, welcome. You
that
have
was
a
an
really good mic. Yeah, go ahead and tell us what you think.
Oh, that was a very intense game 3. And as a Prince Philip believer, I was really hoping to see that shift at any point. Like, give us a little bit of hopium for one time for the one time.
Dude, I'm a Prince Philip hater. I want all 4 copies in the bottom 10 cards of your deck every single game.
I mean, in my tournament map, that ends up happening all the time. So
that's how I shuffle my deck and end up playing Prince Philip. Yeah. Basically, begging for the combo at any point is my experience with any kind of Emerald combo Prince Philip deck. But you know what? It didn't happen for Dale this time, but maybe next time, right? Maybe.
Hey, score 1 for the Florida homies, though. NVR shift on the board, 1-0 against SLTC. And this could be the deciding match that determines potentially second or first place in Group A.
It could be. And we have WCC. We're not going to worry about that, though. They're solidly in first place. Isn't that correct? So this is for second.
It's pretty close. If World Class Cards were to lose to Luxury tonight, and NVR Shift were to get a 3-0 against SLTC, NVR Shift could actually catapult into first place.
What? Math is crazy. Look at that Florida education at work.
What? Yeah, it is very possible. So both NVR Shift and SLTC do have the same record. So it's possible. Is it likely that World Class Cards, you know, team that has some of the biggest talent in the game is going to lose?
They're all jet lagged at all points in time. There's no way they can. The World Class Cards is world class jet lagged at all times. They're all sleepy kids. So
they're actually all already in Brazil right now, preparing for the Brazil DLC next week.
And they run well one. So I immediately take all of that back. You guys are doing pretty good. Apparently, you've gotten a little bit more sleep this time around for the ICL.
Yeah. I mean, they do have some stellar players. You got to kind of.
My favorite secret lore is like if you actually win a DLC, then your WCC owl comes the next day, you know, and brings you your letter. So I wouldn't know, and nobody's admitted it, but I'm pretty sure that's what happens. That's the onboarding process.
Well,
does seem
I will
like
never have an owl.
They have been a lot of Golden Mickey winners over there, and then the rest of us are just like popular, sort of in the community. So it is a very strange bracket to be in, and I love competing in it though. It's very fun.
Absolutely. I mean, you have been bringing some spice every single time that you come on the ICL.
I think it's very fun that every time that I end up on the ICL, I also end up on Twitter like 20 minutes later.
Dude, the Christmas bibbity bobbity boo especial had me rolling. Oh my goodness. I've never been more in shambles watching the Medusa Tremaine chicanerousness. I was infatuated. I felt bad for Homie just getting like absolutely bodied.
Was good.
Goodbye, Ryan.
Goodbye, Ryan.
Goodbye, Ryan. Thank you for. Oh, we had 30 seconds, and he just
Production
said bye.
said, "Say goodbye, Ryan." Goodbye, Ryan.
Thinks he's
No, it's
funny.
been a pleasure getting the opportunity to cast the ICL. You know, obviously, I love these productions. I like playing in them. I like casting them. I like watching them. It's
You couldn't
kind
stay
of like,
away. Your team didn't come this time around, but you couldn't stay away. So
yeah,
we love having you.
You know, I'm pretty excited. There's a I
You gotta, like,
I
sneak
have a
into
temporary
the-
home right now in the ICL. So next week, Infinity, who knows?
There you go. I was gonna say you gotta just like name yourself like oh no, I don't know, something else, and just come in there and play.
Yeah,
One
I'm
of the guys.
SLPC Rumbles.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye,
Bye-bye.
Ryan. And
Oh, we get
hello,
to
Fumbles.
Fumbles and Betsy. This is gonna be so good. I'm so excited. Hi, I haven't gotten to cast with you before.
I have only ever casted with JDZ, so pretty much everybody could say that.
Oh, what was I say? JDZ carries hard, so this is gonna suck for you. But Fumbles is going first here as we ink Amethyst card and play an Illumineer, which is not a Blurple card. This is Amber and Amethyst.
The signature yellow-purple Fumbles deck. It is always very fun to see his innovations every time, because like this has always been one of those decks that I feel is so close to being like best deck in format, but there's always just something that isn't quite there. And we got a Christopher Robin out now.
Christopher Robin, yeah, with that underdog ability. Now, notably, we did see Never Shift playing Amethyst Steel, so this can't be Amethyst Steel. Is this Emerald Amethyst going into an Amber Amethyst deck? I can't think of what other decks are playing the Christopher Robin at this point in time.
I have seen a few rogues, Amethyst Sapphires doing it, just also with like the Cruella de Vil and having this very low to the ground package, but we might get a hint with this ink, and nope, it's another Amethyst card.
Yeah.
So
It
is Amethyst Emerald.
Emerald as we double Merfolk here on turn 2, which is a like set 3 nightmare for those of us who have been here for that pain. But we will go ahead, have a total of 6 lore on the board. Merfolk does say whenever you challenge this character, you do have to discard a card. Illumineer and into Cheshire Cat, that is actually a really good way to go ahead and get rid of those Merfolk. Illumineer only having 1 strength, though, is not going to be very, very good for that. Oh, dear.
One willpower may be the downfall of Fumbles here. However, challenging it will still take the Cursed Merfolk. And like we do have the Junior Woodchuck guidebook to kind of mitigate taking both of them off of the field. So it's not the worst position for him to be in right now.
Yeah, putting a 0-1 onto the board within the face of a Cheshire Cat meta is brave and bold, and we're gonna see how it plays out for Betsy here as Olivia comes down. This card has 3. Okay, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Hold up. Olivia is a 1-1 and she quests for 3 Cursed Merfolk. By the way, there's 3 of them on the board now. That's a lot. Okay.
Doing his best Sonic impression, gotta go fast. Hopefully Fumbles can find an answer here with that Woodchuck guidebook, drawing 2 cards off of it and slamming them into his hand real quick to see what he can possibly get himself out with here.
I mean, we're going ahead and we're just going to double challenge in getting rid of a genie here and also challenging in getting rid of another card. We did pop the Junior Woodchuck's guidebook to then draw the 2 cards. So like you said before, being able to pad our hand, getting rid of the 2, Dumbo and Genie, which notably do draw cards, inking a Mowgli to play a 3rd or 2nd Cheshire Cat is going to help us. If Betsy can't do something insane like that again. Oh, God. Amethyst
So we got a
Chromacon.
burn deck.
Oh my goodness. Now Fumbles is going to draw a card. He is doing the furious fumble shuffling as we see Scrooge McDuck coming down. Shush Agent, which is going to allow Betsy to draw a card and then discard a card. And when Scrooge is challenged, I just thought of something. When Scrooge is challenged, you're instead of being banished, you put him back into your hand so you could be able to play him again. But by the way, not only Betchy's board doesn't have a ton of like strength on it for that cat to be moving around.
I was gonna say it was very smart of him to only quest with those cursed merfolk there, so there was no damage to stack on the Cheshire Cat to then end up pinging the Olivia off the board. And Scrooge also kind of being a contributing factor, and he's just gonna slam them all sideways. No cares in the world anymore.
Just kidding. We're all the way up to 13 as we did go ahead and discard a show me more off of that shush agent trigger. Betchy said all gas, no brakes, all the lore, all the cards. I don't care. And Fumbles is going, what just happened?
Hopefully production has a backup match going on, because we might not be in for this one very long, folks.
Ow boy is not going to get taken out as we do go ahead and take a challenge in getting rid of the Christopher Robin, getting rid of the Olivia, and turning that sideways to also get rid of the cursed merfolk, going ahead and getting rid of the, my goodness. And we went ahead, discarded the Tigger to the merfolk, then to play the Elsa to challenge in to get rid of the other one. And now Betchy is sitting with an Amethyst Chromacon and 13 lore and a few cards in hand.
Very well played out of Fumbles there to also continue to keep the damage on the Cheshire Cat so he can potentially move them around for actually being able to deal with this Scrooge. A little bit harder for an Amethyst Amber deck to deal with items here, so this Enigmatic Incaster probably going to put in a lot of work.
Which, by the way, says whenever you play a character or whenever you play a card, if it's the second card you play, you can exert this to gain a lore Enigmatic Incaster. It counts itself, you guys. It counts itself. So he was able to go ahead and gain a lore off of that immediately after playing the Shush Agent to draw a card, discard a card, which it was an improvise, which is not helping us here. And we still put a Palace card down just for the vibes.
Yeah, this will probably have to be a very ink-intensive turn for Fumbles and likely not going to advance his board state too terribly much here, but I think he's relatively safe to just start questing in the face of this lone Palace Guard. Palace Guard and Royal Guard always confuse me on which one's which.
Well, the Royal Guard's got all the arms, and Palace Guard is the Razul from Aladdin there. As now we do see that Amethyst Chromacon is going on a quest. I don't know what you call it. It is exerting, giving everybody cards as a white like flower comes down, as well as a Pegasus, and Betchy just goes all the way to 6. Not only is Betchy playing fast cards, he's playing fast, and it's hard to keep up with what's happening. Betchy, chill. You gotta chill, but woo.
And at this point, it does seem like if Betchy does just hold here, he's likely going to secure game on board, because then he won't be able to, never mind, he is questing anyways, it seems, because the Cheshire Cat would be able to swing in, take the 1 damage, and then put 3 on the guard, unless he just takes the Eilonwy and slows him down. But
I was thinking a little bit of the Eilonwy there, but you're kind of right, not being able to, because at this point it seems like Betchy's deck goes fast. It's drawing the Chromacon things, it's giving Fumbles cards, but I don't think Fumbles can utilize those cards properly. Now, if we didn't exert anything, hopefully we have a Demona. If we have a Demona here, basically we're looking a little bit better. Now we do go ahead and ink a Tigger, which would have been a way out, and we have another Elsa. It just literally doesn't matter. So we go ahead and exert the White Rose, get rid of that, put some damage onto our Elsa, boost that for the Cheshire Cat, and get rid of that Pegasus, which was notably evasive and annoying. So hopefully we are going to have to worry about that Inkcaster, though. We're going to be able to draw a card for turn, draw a card with the Amethyst Chromacon, play both of them, and trigger the thing every single turn. Every single turn we're going to get a Chromacon or Inkcaster. It's
turn over turn, this is going to start looking like those puzzles you see popping up on Facebook of, can you stop your opponent from getting to 20 lore this turn?
I am very stressed out.
At this point, I think he still is able to hold Betchy off just a little bit here, boosting a Cheshire Cat to take out likely either the Pegasus or the Fred. Assuming we would have to have Betchy have 5, not able to make use of 5 ink, which is probably very unlikely here, and also not be a White Rose.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Basically, if you draw a card that says bet you cannot no longer use the Amethyst Chromicon or use ink for the rest of the game, we're gonna have to get rid of that Fred, because notably Fred does say whenever you challenge into him and he is banished, you gain 2 lore. So you have to use the cat trigger to get rid of that, or Betsy's gonna get another lore from it. But you really want to be using it for the Pegasus because it's evasive and you can't challenge it. What? Just kidding. You got an Elsa down there. It's hidden. You're fine with the Pegasus. So if this has got to be a Demona, and then it also has to be some kind of item removal here as well.
I will say, I see you, JDZ, in the chat saying add dash to this. That is diabolical, sir.
Dash is disgusting. Dash is disgusting. That card is almost as good as Rabbit, maybe even better. I think it's better than Rabbit. Anyway, let's talk about it as we do go ahead and Horseman Strikes, getting rid of that Pegasus, drawing a card, also turning in, getting rid of the Pegasus with the other stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on as we play a card that it's a Grandmother Willow and it's signed, and we're just going on a quest, getting all the way up to 13 lore, and Betsy just has to rip gas off the top and then do it again with the Amethyst Chromicon. Can you win right now as we just win the game with a white Honey Marin, and that's game.
My boy,
oh my gosh.
Fumbles did so well of holding him off for so long, and just the instant lore gain from the hand.
My gosh, that was insane. I was like, what could he draw here? Honey Marin into a white rose to gain the 2 lore to quest, and with the Palace card is exactly 20 lore all the way from 17. And you were totally right. Fumbles was doing everything. I mean, Fumbles was playing out of his mind into a deck that would have made me flip a table.
And if anybody is going to consistently solve those little puzzles, I have faith in my boy Rick. But unfortunately, too many things you got to answer turn over turn over turn. And there are unfortunately ink restrictions in this game.
That is wild. Now, the only thing that we know now is Fumbles will see this stuff coming. We did have the Eilon Wii, which I think was really, really imperative there. He also kind of left. He's got his little. Oh, I gave him that Nick Weil. Oh, sorry.
If I would have known that Fumbles was going to be my first cast, I would have worn my Junie Hops hat for the stream.
I was gonna say, I was like, I gave him that the DLC. I had my daughter got a McDonald's meal and it came with Nick Weil, and she's like, I don't want this, and I was like, I know someone who does, because I knew I was going to the DLC, so I kept it. It was kind of weird. I had it in my purse. I was like, Fumbles here, and he's like, what are you doing? I was like, calm down, it's Nick Wild. You need this. So, yeah. Obviously, I'm biased. I'm clearly biased here, but Betsy is having an amazing showing with this deck. It's crazy.
I am also trying to not be too biased at my old teammate here. So love my boy. I've also been considering, speaking of DLCs, making a shirt of that thing that I always copy and paste into Twitch chat every time I see him, of if Fumbles has no fans, then I am dead.
We got to say banished, but that is still amazing.
True.
That is like my favorite thing here is now we definitely know that he can see what's the thing with the deck that Betsy has built here is, even if you can see it coming, can you stop it? That out of the gate, him is like, I don't know whether he went first or not, but man, that was a lot. That was a lot at once.
Pretty sure, because NVR took round 1, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, so they would have been on the draw. That was on the draw. We are actually fried in half. Oh, my God.
All gas, no brakes. And hopefully, like, Fumbles did recognize pretty early on that just slamming as many Cheshire Cats onto the board as possible is his best way of dealing with these little 1/1 characters that are going to be everywhere. I don't know how much Eilonwi is going to help here, but I also don't know if the Amethyst Amber decks are really running too many 1-drop characters in their list still. And if so, maybe a Rafiki. There it is. Called it.
Yes. Speaking, he shall appear, that mystical fighter coming down and having quite a lot of challenging power and not a lot coming back. I mean, I like that 0-2 in a face of a Cheshire Cat meta, but with this, well, we'll go ahead and play this other underdog. This is the one that everybody loves, the White Rabbit coming down. It is a underdog. It comes down and it has evasive. Only one north it. God.
Betsy's saying that you were able to deal with one of my underdogs with this really hefty challenger here. How about we put a rabbit in the air?
Absolutely. Nimbly bimbly, as I love to call these evasive characters, where they are not necessarily flying, but you can't catch them, but you can't catch these either. Betsy is an actual genius. Oh my gosh. Going in with a double Pegasus. Now he has 3 evasive characters on the board. We're going Willow into, ooh, nice. We got some stuff going on. We have Cheshire Cat. We have 2 Willows. We have the Amethyst Chromicon coming down and ruining everyone's lives, except for Betsy's.
See, I don't know, like if I'm Fumbles here, I'd end up questing with Grandmother Willow to just offer him up to be like, hey, do you want to challenge into this? I'll move the damage onto from your Pegasus, or from your rabbit to your Pegasus.
We have like a total of like 2 strength on the board right now. It is actually insane. Look at all these little characters with little noodle arms, as the Cheshire Cat is the biggest thing with Dumbo coming down, 9th one of the world. And notably, Fumbles has an evasive character now. And it could chunk into these evasive characters over the course of 3 turns, but we got to do some fighting back.
Always going to root for a game 3. So seeing an evasive answer come down is a very... I'm hoping that it ends up being something for him. That Rafiki questing is probably just hey, I can't really do much else with him right now, so might as well chip in.
Well, and now the White Rabbit could go ahead and challenge into the Rafiki, taking the Rafiki and saving itself. But of course, you'll be able to crack back with the Dumbo, and then the Cheshire Cat will get down and busy, because you're not going to be able, like, what are you going to double challenge into the Rafiki with your Pegasus, I guess? Which now that kind of keeps you off the 2. What in the world?
Oh, no. Speaking of, if you play Enigmatic Incaster, it counts itself. What if you just slam 2 of them, and then you can trigger it all of the time?
I hate it here. This is insane. Betcha, you are an actual madman. No, I love it. As we are going to go ahead, challenge and get rid of that White Rabbit, play another Cheshire Cat to do some boosting shenanigans. Oh, I do love that. Let's get rid of literally anything. Get that evasive out of here. And we can boost the other one to go ahead and get rid of the other one. That play was nuts. Okay.
Taking full advantage of Cheshire Cat saying up to 3 damage.
Giving uppies to both cats, getting both of the Pegasus out of the sky, and taking that one for a quest. Fumbles is a madman, and Betsy is also, like, they're both like mad, like geniuses back and forth. This match is insane.
Veggie is halfway there, so I can't say that he's in a particularly bad spot, despite his whole entire board being wiped out by a monkey and 2 cats.
Only in Disney Lorcana TCG, people, as we are going to ink an improvise. Maybe. Yeah, we're inking that improvise. It's down. It's securely into the inkwell as we go ahead and play another Enigmatic Incaster and a Diablo and a Palace Guard as we go ahead and quest with our Enigmatic Incasters for 3 lore going up to 13. My God. Fumbles can't actually do anything about that. No. Oh, no. We're at 5, though.
I don't know if there is any item hate in either of these 2 colors that Fumbles has brought in his deck. So
we're at
Amethyst
least gaining 3
Chromicon,
a
making
turn?
sure that you keep, like, you draw your card for turn, you draw your card for Amethyst Chromicon, and the mana or the ink cost on all of these are relatively low. So it's not looking good for our boy that we are trying not to be too biased about, but he does get the answer to the Palace Guard here.
Yeah, as we are able to go ahead and play that Elsa Fifth Spirit because we have the cost reduction coming in from the Willows. So, I mean, Fumbles is doing a wonderful job at continuously cleaning this up and making sure you do have to get rid of that Diablo. I know it's going to go ahead and give Betsy another card, but I mean, yeah, that's 4 lore. So if we could go ahead, boost the other cat and move it over, getting rid of the Diablo, I don't think it's very safe to leave it like that. Fumbles, please. Fumbles, please.
Maybe he's just deciding that he wants to leave his damage on his other characters in case that there is like a 2 health character that ends up coming down.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm with you on taking out the lore on board.
We are.
We're
Woo!
getting it.
Fumbles is a gamer. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Oh, did he change his mind?
Fumbles.
Doing the
I know you're
math to
smarter
see
than
if
me.
he can.
We can't
Keep
let him
him on
gain
board
4
soon.
lore. So 4 lore, but then, okay, so we're at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, because we're only going to 17. So that's literally 2 turns. So if he's letting you get to 4, I don't think we can risk it.
I think there's
Then if you get
2-turn clock on both sides, but I think that's still in Betchy's favor. So
Yeah, I think
do-
Fumble's saying that that's a safe bet, trying to make sure that we don't give you 3 to 4 lure every single time. So, I mean, that's 8 over 2 turns. We are going to go ahead and what is that? This
Look
is
at
my
my
family. Look at my family, and he gains lure from. Look at my family, and he gains lure from the rose, and then he gains lure from the ink casters. It goes up to 18. We would have been at 19.
Yeah, this is if Fumbles is able to pull out the win from here, I think everybody should give every golden Mickey, but it looks like
No.
it is a
Okay, Fumbles is
scoop
like,
there.
literally no, absolutely not. You insane madman. That was an amazing game. Holy 2-0 into Fumbles, fighting for his literal life. Like Fumbles, like if he would have not missed at any certain point, Fumbles had that. But like that was nuts. I would have flipped the table.
Yeah, you guys were talking about like this is probably going to decide who either gets first or second here, and NVR Shift is really going, hey, we're gunning for that first spot there. So
That was insane. I don't even know if that was like burn, like maybe it was burn, maybe it was Maybelline, but that was rough. But I mean, at the same time, like there was like a part of me that just like loved watching it too. Like
yeah,
because you're like, yes, actual like get after it.
it has always been a very interesting deck, in my opinion. Like, normally I love being the deck that, like, it has all of the answers, but, like, what if you just play the deck that constantly says, hey, answer me? And if you don't, you just put on a show like Betchy did.
Just go out. All we do